Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 151 Chapter 49 Auspicious Gambling Chapter 49 Auspicious Gambling Li Qingshan said, "This 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy is really so good. Let adults be so obsessed." Zhu Wenbin said, "The roots of DXU are there. It is a collection of Clear River Prefecture. It is a good place for all young talents. What do you think of my talent cultivation base?" Li Qingshan praised. "As a grown-up, it is the realm of chi refining 6th level. It is still the honor of a county. It is a million people. Of course, it is a dragon and a phoenix. I can't help but sigh. 3,000 miles land, the size of the countries in Western Europe, is no different, and it is a good momentum to bring together the talents of this vast land and study together." Zhu Wenbin smiled and shook his head. "Which is the dragon and the phoenix? I am barely a hunter. The counties esteem, the true innate skill wizard, how to borrow foreign objects. Long time spent in this governing county. As long as you are cultivating, the cultivation base will be much better than me." Chi refining 6th level. Hun traces in the flow. Li Qingshan was slightly shocked. There are a lot of talents in the world, and adults don't have to be arrogant. He is not surprised that someone has beaten himself a lot on chi refining because he knows that his chi refining qualification is just general, and he has only recently started chi refining. There is no one to guide. Dan Yao, who has been using it, is just a big cargo such as chi condensing pills. Really, from the chi refining warrior family, it may start cultivation very young. Always have a strong teacher to answer the huo, eat all the rare yao he has never heard of. Cultivation qualification and then a little decent, is a cultivation wizard. Whether it's time, resources, or innate skill, there are a lot of people who are beyond him. The cultivation base is stronger than him, and there is nothing unbalanced. The so-called win is on the starting line. This is the case in any world. Any era will not change. Instead of complaining, it is better to work harder, and the princes will be like each other. Zhu Wenbin said, "Your Hua Chengzhen Hua commander, although born in the name of men, has been studying in the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. Until now, I have never completely separated. I have to call the senior brother when I see it. There is a saying, the world is talented. There are hundreds of them. You still have to think about it. Then I will definitely go see it in the future, and I will ask the adults to help me." Li Qingshan once heard Gu Yanying said that Hua Chengzhen is the cultivation base of chi refining 10th level, so he was also educated by Gu Yanying to let him drink less Hua wine. At that time, he was not very conceptual about the chi refining 10th level. Now he understands what realm is. Getting through the Meridian's road and getting away from heavenly tribulation. Even though he is demonic incarnation, I am afraid there is no victory. Zhu Wenbin said, "This is also my part. I can't talk about it. I am in Blessed Peace City, basically without any restrictions, and there is nothing to do, not relying on autonomy. But only one is necessary. For the job, I need to pick 100 male qualification NVS each year and go to the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. This condition is really loose and unexpected." Li Qingshan said, "So simple." "Is there a cultivation qualification?" Zhu Wenbin said, "It's easy to go in, but it's not easy to stay there. It will take you a long time to see your skills." Li Qingshan shenyin for a moment. "Right, adults still lack money." Zhu Wenbin said, "Since this county magistrate, there is no shortage of money, it seems that you have a good harvest." Li Qingshan took out all of the millions of silver banknotes on his body. All of them came from Qian family, and changed Zhu Wenbin's chi condensing pills to Qi Wenhuan, and once again broke through $300s. Barely enough to use this time. Ordinary chi refining warrior, taking external pill has restrictions, but for his demon, how many Dan Yao is not too much. Can only be carefully planned. If one day, Dan Yao can eat whatever it is, and chi condensing pills from Zhu Wenbin, the say products are very good. Each one is small, although Yoxing is equal. The impurities are much less than Qi Yan Yanian's chi condensing pills. "Is these chi condensing pills, is it an adult?" Zhu Wenbin said. I was at the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. I once attended the medical school, specializing in concocting pill yao and qi condensing pills. Of course, qi condensing pills are also easy to obtain. In order to know the county, there were countless people collecting yao grass for him. Li Qingshan thought, if there is an opportunity, it is good to see the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. Concocting pill, craft talisman, formation, etc. He can't see anyone to ask. It is best to learn systematically. Wealth, companions, techniques, and land are also indispensable. But now it's not the time. In Clear River Prefecture City, there is no shortage of foundation establishment. Little Un is hiding in porcelain jar. It is easy to be discovered. He needs to help him recover his Ru. Li Qingshan got up and left the county office. Instead of heading towards the Clear River, she went to the west of the city and went out along the land. Blessed Peace City 70 miles away, Yinshan Town, auspicious gambling. Although Yinshan Town is only a town, it is more prosperous than many cities, because it really depends on a silver mountain. There are many silver mines buried under the mountain, so that many people will get rich overnight and become violent. Although the auspicious gambling house is a gambling house in the town, it does not need any first-class casinos, and it is not a slap in the face. No matter how expensive, as long as you have silver in hand, you can gamble here and try your luck. Whether it's the wealthy miners or the precarious miners, they will come here to try their luck. Under a brilliant light, snoring, laughter, roar, and sound, sweat, smoke, fat, and miscellaneous. Everyone's eyes are fixed on the table, their hands are clenched, their eyes are round and round, and their expressions are twisted and twisted with the number of sieves. But the expression of the gambler will inevitably end with anger. Only Shi Jixiang can always be happy. He is the boss of this auspicious gambling house. He holds 2 big golden balls in his hands and turns around. The fat face is like Maitreya, always with a smile on his face. From the 2nd floor of the casino, looking down, there is also a kind of compassion in my eyes. It's a group of idiots. The 2 big men caught a sly look and took a man up, the boss. The man caught it. The man squats on the ground, tears cross-flow. History boss, Shi Daxia, Shi grandpa, I beg you, mine, my family business, all gave you, please be merciful and compassionate, let my family live a life. I let you go, who let me go? Then, please limit your time. I will raise money. Shi Jixiang said, the debts are repaid, and the money is righteous. Even your wife, NV, is working hard in the kiln. How can you be a big man? Go to the mine and do it well. You turned out to be. Shi Jixiang sighed helplessly, the death penalty is not dead, you run without a shadow, what can I do? Shi Jixiang, you are a bastard, you are 1,000 old people. You lied to me. I will not let you go when I am a ghost. The man's emotions suddenly went out of control, and he owed a drunken loan shark, which he could not turn over in his life. Come, you can only die under the black lacquered mine. But before he finished, he was stunned by the big man next to him. Shi Jixiang rushed to the big man and said, whoever makes you hit him so hard, you beat him so hard, what to do if you kill him? Do you mine? Hey, it's a poor person, I saw it. The poor man can't sleep. Don't let me see him again. Big Hanno should be taking the man out. Shi Jixiang regained his smile. He likes to gamble. He also gambles. With gambling, several mine owners will be killed. Now he is the biggest mine owner in Yinshan Town, and he does not like those. The gambling mine owner is also very good, because he will not only bet, but also have a first-class martial skill, and spend a lot of money to gather a group of heroes who can fight. With these 2 things, he will become the only mine owner in Yinshan Town, and he will continue to laugh. It's here. The big man mouth of the auspicious gambling house, a teenager holding a piece of paper, seriously plaques on the same head, confirmed the words auspicious gambling house, and then strode into it. The 2 men looked up and down him, smiled and greeted, did not block, until the boy walked in, only smiled. Zhao Flo, physique is not bad. Hey, can dig 2 years below. Li Qingshan likes to eat and drink, and has 1 or 2 unsuccessful experiences in drinking Hua wine. It is barely smashed, but the gambling is really the first, and I feel like a novelty when I look at it. I look forward to it. Before the table, it was extremely simple to buy the size. Then he dropped 1,000 silver banknote and pressed it on. The gamblers were taken aback, but the bigger the pen, they have seen. The only one who ran out to know the immensity of heaven and earth. Buy to leave, open. Then it really opened a big. Li Qingshan smiled and accepted the silver, and then all pressed on the big. After a while, the snoring gradually calmed down, and the gambler's mouth was too close. With a complicated look, he looked at the pile of silver banknote silver ingots in front of Li Qingshan. He had won 16 consecutive games. The dealer has also changed too, but it is completely unable to stop his momentum of winning, and every time is full pressure. There were gamblers at the beginning, followed by him and earned a few strokes, but now there is no courage to grow dare to follow him. A little squat to Li Qingshan. This little brother, our boss invites you to go upstairs. Li Qingshan glanced upstairs and sighed. To tell the story, how can you win? The casino is not afraid of winning. At the table, on the thick marble table, leaving a touch of handprints, Shi Jixiang finally couldn't smile, then whispered the order, clear the field, and summoned the man. This time it was a hard scorpion, at least a second-class master. It's time to look for trouble, not to use money. Li Qingshan bowed his head and slightly hooked his mouth. It is best to clear the field, and the number of people, of course. The more the better. If you can call 1,000, I will give you a cent on the grave. If you have a grave. Please, there is still one more in the evening. I have to work hard tonight. I have to code the morning tomorrow and adjust the update time back! Exclamation mark at hash. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 152 Chapter 50 Planning Vulnerabilities Chapter 50 Planning Vulnerabilities. A moment later, Li Qingshan, besides, around, left and right, there is no gambler, but dozens of knives with swords, poor-looking men, or sneer or viciously watching Li Qingshan. All the doors and windows are closed, ensuring that a fly can't fly. Shi Jixiang slowly descended from the upstairs, with a calm attitude that is in control. Where is the brother coming? It is better to brighten the identity. Maybe there is still a friendship. If it is missing, even open mouth. Shi Jixiang is not a stingy person. Li Qingshan looked around and said, is it so much? Although he did his best in dealing with evil deeds, he certainly couldn't do a blackout in this Yinshan town after killing Shi Jixiang. There was neither this time nor this energy. There are still 26 missions, 900 multiple people. However, when it comes to such a big event as the kickoff, it's time to come. Although Shi Jixiang did not know what he wanted, he felt that Li Qingshan did not take care of him at all. He was angered and took off his thin shirt. He showed a strong upper body and a statue of Buddha sitting in front of Li Qingshan. This in one game, I will accompany you to gamble. Li Qingshan saw him undressing, originally intended to take the shot, listened to him saying this, a slight glimpse, and then said, all right. Oh, la la la. Shi Jixiang swayed the sieve violently, and a pair of small eyes stared at Li Qingshan. He was uncomfortable with the black and white, calm and waveless scorpion. But he struggled for many years and his psychological quality was not bad. This kind of uneasiness will be buckled on the table, and suddenly asked, is it big or small? Li Qingshan pushed it all the way, still pushing all the silver on the table. It was still big. Shi Jixiang picked up the eyebrows and put an internal strength into it. Then he immediately opened the color and revealed a laugh. After 2 or 4, you lost. At the same time, it is full of skill, and the surrounding big men are also look at it, always ready to shoot. Be alert to Li Qingshan, angry, and hurt. Li Qingshan, what about? Shi Jixiang stayed for a while. He thought that Li Qingshan would anger him and accuse him of 1,000, what then? Willing to gamble and lose. Well, I lost, these silvers are yours. Li Qingshan finished, kicking on the marble table. The people present, no one thought that the rather heavy solid marble table would have such a horrible speed and momentum in an instant, and whizzing out. Shi Jixiang, the pupils are shrinking, and my heart is full of enthusiasm. It is impossible for the external martial master to have such power. At the same time, I reacted with all my strength and jumped up. He was an 8-step arrogant lightness art. At this time, it seemed so slow. He watched the dice. The color swayed and flew up, and the marble table hit himself. Boom! The smoke and dust went up, and the marble table slammed Shi Jixiang into the wall, and Shi Jixiang's lower body was tightly embedded in the wall. The bones of the lower body are shattered instantly. The big men around watching, as if they haven't reacted to what happened. Are they not winning? How is it just a blink of an eye, the boss of the history of their high, it becomes this miserable? Li Qingshan ignored them and went to the marble table. Shi Jixiang really deserves to be first-class master. Vitality fierce, the lower body is crushed, and still retains a clear consciousness. What are you? Li Qingshan said. Eagle Wolfguard runs poorly. I hate you when I see you laughing. This expression is right for you. He believes that he will pick up the dice falling by his side, and the size is not here. Look at it and look backwards. The dice runs through a big man who is trying to sneak up from behind with a knife. Why do you gamble with me? Everyone immediately understood the gap in strength, and the advent of death, desperately rushing to the door to open the casino gate that was just closed by them. A big man looked back in horror. Li Qingshan's waist, a fiery fire like a dragon, swept through. Where everyone passed, all the people were turned into nothing, leaving only a flute of clothes, which is more than any bloody. The scene was even more horrible. He leaned against the door and lost all consciousness. The fire snake opened its mouth and swallowed Shi Jixiang, but stopped again and looked at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan waved and said that there was nothing to say. Shi Jixiang opened his mouth, but there was still something to say, but his face was illuminated by fire. The fire snake instantly swallowed Shi Jixiang. The gamblers did not disperse, but they were outside the door. The night had just begun, and they had not yet enjoyed it. They believe that the foreigner who is not to know the immensity of heaven and earth will soon suffer, and then the casino will reopen. But some people think that it is not the raptors but the Jiang. The kid is not so easy to deal with. Then I split it into two sides and gambled. But they waited for a long time, and they didn't see the casino door open, but no one dared to be hard. Only after the next morning, the people of the government office opened the door, and the big casino was empty. In the small inn that is not in front of the village, but not in the store, there is a light. Li Qingshan unfolded the Verdant Province mind map and planned the destination for the next day. He connected 27 points with an invisible line. 27 points, 1,000 people. Little An sat aside and looked at Li Qingshan with his head, thoughtfully. Li Qingshan asked, "Do you remember the number?" "How much?" Little An dipped tea and wrote on the table, 57. 26 points, 953. Li Qingshan corrected the data in his mind. He did not deal with the property left by Shi Jixiang. Since Little An gave him this clear goal, he became the first goal he could not wait to complete. He can hurry. Little An will be able to recover the body earlier. However, it is not completely unproductive. Shi Jixiang was swallowed up by the flames, but left a few spirit talisman, which was originally regarded as a trump card, but in the face of absolute power gap, it did not show almost. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "It will be very soon. Let's go to the Giant Deer Valley tomorrow, look for the horse thief." "How about it? Seeing this route I planned is not bad." Little An wrote on the table again, "But going on like this, I will soon be alarmed by these people, and they will hide." "That's also true. That can only be quick and easy, day and night. If they are hiding, it will be troublesome." Li Qingshan squinted, touched his chin and thought that Little An said it really makes sense. These people are not the monsters in the game. They are waiting to be cut, and the refreshing is true, because such people will never kill. Jiang, whose message has always been very fast, as long as he does this a few more times, I am afraid that all the Jiang Hu characters on the blacklist will understand that their last days are coming. and then they will hide without a trace, which Chi refining warrior will spend precious time to find them around world. Li Qingshan also does not want to spend this time, which is why Eagle Wolf Guard can't completely destroy them! !@#. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 153 Chapter 51 Grand Marksman. Little Anne is willing to accompany him slowly, and slowly, find it and kill it. If you can't find it, don't worry. But seeing him so anxious, do not want him to worry about his own things. They made an idea. It's better for us to find ways to gather them together. Li Qingshan listened, a lot of sighs, compared to one by one to find. Can you invite them to a certain place, and then do it again, to brush the blame, of course, is to blame. So simple reason, how did you not think of Momo Little Un's head? I don't see, there is still a trick in your little brain. Little Un couldn't help but boast and shy. After such an inspiration, Li Qingshan's thoughts immediately became active, and then rummaged through the mission data and finally found a name. Shanxia, living in the island of a large lake in the south, claiming to cherish Island Lord. His people are self-respecting, and he is Yin. According to the investigation, it is the Huayan thief who committed more than a dozen cases in the past. The cultivation base is also the highest of the 27 missions of Li Qingshan. The Qi refining first level is highly prestigious in the underworld and has a broad assessment of the game. For Eagle Wolf Guard, the perfect card is in a tasteless situation, but it can beat all martial practitioners. It can be said that it is an expert that survives. Li Qingshan said to himself, Qian Yannian can invite so many people to celebrate his birthday after a birthday. Although you are weak, it will not be too bad. I am only asking for quantity, not quality. Of course, probably can't catch up with such a birthday, but have children. There is always a reason. There is no reason to help him create a reason, and then invite a lot of blacklist experts, a grand event. Li Qingshan's mouth, gradually floating up and smiling, maybe there are still many unexpected gains. Yinshan Town, the third day after Li Qingshan left. Night, one more heavy fog. A gorgeous carriage slowly sailed over the Bluestone Road, but there was no sound. As if passing through the first-level sponge, silently parked in front of the auspicious gambling. Although Shi Jixiang was gone, he had 5 heads, but he only died 2 nights. The remaining 3 were helping him to look after the mines and other industries. At this time, they are carrying their own hands, together, and the discussion of together, Shi Jixiang, how the fat is left to Shi Jixiang's several rooms, the 3 people in a few laughs. The atmosphere is quite harmonious. The overall comparison is still harmonious. However, the issue of the affair of the auspicious gambling house of the Japanese Jin immediately changed his face and rushed to the place of anger, almost to take out the knife to cut. At this time, the red boy entered the gambling house. His body looked very weak, there was no sign of martial arts or Qi refining, but his people were very proud, of course. Did not receive any goodwill. Where is the rabbit? Here is not the place to call it, hurry out. The voice of the speaker did not fall, the shoulder fell from the head, and his face was full of horror. I don't know the world, how suddenly it turned upside down. At this time, I heard a coldly snort in the carriage outside the gambling house, a thin finger sticking out of the curtain. The red-haired boy smiled back and said, thank you, Mother. Innate Master. The 3 heads were shocked at the same time, and they were still up to the innate master. They couldn't imagine the real doorway. Only Zhao Zibo, which opened Qi refining warrior of Qi C, can see that true Qi can directly kill more than 10 feet, even if the expert of Qi refining 6th level has to rely on spirit artifact. Do it. This is a different concept from the application method. Li Qingshan can also attack this far away with the appropriate magic spell, but with true Qi, the limit is 3, and it can only be used to shoot people. Head skull. The ordinary 2nd level Qi refining warrior is a good one. After all, if the power is similar to the direct use of true Qi, then why should Qi refining warrior try his best to create a technique and then work hard to turn true chi into a technique. An old, sharp voice came out of the car. What did he ask? What did you say? If you don't know, you can check it. If you don't get the answer, you will all die. Everyone in the gambling house was trembled, and the red boy took out a portrait. That night, the person who came to the gambling house is him. The face on the portrait, vividly, is Li Qingshan. After a while, the red boy came back to report. The maiden, I am sure that the person is Li Qingshan. He left Yinshan town. I don't know where to go, probably going to the giant Deer Valley. It seems that he has completely mastered the whereabouts of Li Qingshan. Then let's go quickly. It was really anxious. This time, the old curtain is an old hand, but the long nails are painted red, which is a bit strange. There was a scream in the gambling room, and an ordinary long blade suddenly danced, crisscrossing, and crossed a white light, killing everyone in the gambling house. It's easier to use the mechanical than to kill directly with true chi. Of course, if this is a spirit artifact, it is even simpler. The gamblers know their martial skill, and the three heads are second-class master, but in the face of the pervasive long blade, there is no room for rebellion. A few breaths of effort, the corpse in the gambling house traversed the ground. The long blade just slammed and fell to the ground. The red-haired boy was slightly horrified, only listening to the old voice in the car. Is it a shame for my J still want to live? The red-shirted teenager suddenly renewed the god of happiness, entered the car and threw himself into the arms of an old woman. The old woman was dressed in red, full head, white hair, face withered, holding the handsome boy, but like a couple of lovers. But the car is not only the two of them, there are three teenagers, the same young, the red boy, the same beautiful. One of them complained, oh, eccentric, only love Jae said, we said that we must be together for the rest of our lives. You are not allowed to be jealous. The goddess, such a thing, why do you personally come out and check it out? Just send the disciples of the prison to not do it. Blessed Peace City Cloud and Rain Building, it is likely to be related to this person, can kill Zhao Liang King silently, at least chi refining 6th level, if it is sent to ordinary discipline, but sent to death, old in clear river staying, it's boring, and it's coming out. The large size of the cockroach is called Grand Mark Simon, but it is not surnamed Simon. But the Cloud and Rain sect has 4 doors. There are 4 things in the south and the east, each one is through the 8 meridians, the strong in the chi refining 9th level. And her name has long been screaming in the door, and the people outside the door have gradually forgotten her real name, leaving only one identity as the name, that is Grand Mark Simon. Question mark, finally adjusted back, happy! Exclamation mark. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 154 Chapter 52, Xiwu Island Master. The young man Hu Fang complained. I don't look at the strength of Li Qingshan's life. I started to think. I already have us, and I can't be too It's all lover-like mouth, and a few teenagers look to Grand Mark Simon. The gaze is also the inner love of love, not a little reluctant, like the man of ancient Wind City. Looking at Huaqiu Fu Rong. Only the charm technique of Fu Rong from Chi Refining 2nd level has been able to make ordinary people crazy and let Chi Refining warrior fear. And the Grand Mark Simon of Chi Refining 9th level, how powerful charm technique is what these mortal teenagers can resist. Chi Refining warrior are doing their best to satisfy all their expectations. Grand Mark Simon said, well, I will kill him when I see him. As long as you love us, what do you have to do with other men? Everyone is a good brother. With the sound of emotion, the carriage slowly and the line, silent, over the whetstone road. Look carefully, only to find that between the wheel and the slate, there is always an inch of space, as if the first level air cushion. The same is true for the horseshoes falling on the ground. Some runes are flashing silently. The original driving is the precious horse, which is driving on a daily trip. It is like a smashing car, but it is like a slap in the air, and it is galloping at an incredible speed. Leaving the dead bodies in the auspicious gambling plaza, the small steward of the small head will be surrounded by a new round of debates. like the breeding of weeds. Or there will be foreign characters to join, and then fight. Conflict is the so-called Jianghu. Li Qingshan still went to the Giant Deer Valley, because the horse thief is unlikely to be invited by the Highland Lord, because according to the data, the horse thieves are composed of a group of people with barbarian origin, each born with a hair purple bearded. Even if the cherished Highland Lord invited, these barbarian horse thieves are unlikely to ride the horse to the island, so he wants to cook it and say it. The horse thief has no place to live in the vast wilderness, and the Giant Deer Valley is just one of their habitats. When Li Qingshan felt it, he rushed. Empty. He did not give up on this, but squatted on the ground and twitched the nose and carefully identified the traces on the ground, like a sharp and alert beast. As Demon Body gradually became stronger, the world in his eyes became more colorful, full of three-dimensionality and layering. This kind of tracking ability is almost instinct. The smell and traces on the ground are still very fresh. They have not gone far, and the traces on the ground show that the horse thief has at least 200 people, so Li Qingshan's eyes are bright. Then he immediately went on the road. True Chi was born under the foot of a high grass, galloping under the night sky at dusk, half an hour, then chasing out 100 miles, finally found the group of horse thieves. In the smoke, the horse thieves screamed and rushed to the caravan, and the traders barely prevented the defense but faced the rumbling sound of the horseshoes, but it was difficult to hide the fear. The scimitar reflected the skylight and the snow white dazzled. Suddenly there is human Dao. What is that? A spur of smoke from the northwest direction was inserted obliquely into the team of horse thieves. A figure leapt high and slid out of the dust and landed on the car of the horse thief. Li Qingshan stepped on the saddle, holding the head of the horse thief in one hand, holding the reins in one hand, forcibly turning the horse head from the side of the caravan, and the merchants looked up and saw the young boy. The look on his face gave the illusion that he did not grasp the head of the horse thief but a large piece of gold. Someone muttered, "That is a person." The horse thieves rushed to catch up and refused to take care of the caravan to save their leader. Since then, no one has ever seen it, the fiercely impressive giant deer bandit. In the endless wilderness, Li Qingshan took the right hand and took the head of the horse thief into his stomach. The huge force spread to the horse and crashed into the ground. The horse thieves caught up. Li Qingshan's figure had disappeared. They suddenly raised the head. The flames descended from the sky, filled with eyes. The number changes. 755. On the second day after Li Qingshan left the Giant Tang Valley, the carriage arrived. It was the red boy who got off the bus and checked. "Hey, he is not here." The kid is going fast. Grand Marksman opens a mind map, pointing to a point above. Go to the next place. It was Li Qingshan's planned route. She was going to perform for Li Qingshan. The task is well known. The teenagers didn't do it. They complained that the road was too boring. They used to eat, drink, and play in Clear River Prefecture. They didn't like to travel long distances. Grand Marksman said, "Well, wait until the next city, let's take a break." A small otter on the map, seeing it with his own eyes, is a vast lake of smoke. "It's here, it's really good to enjoy this." Li Qingshan collapsed mind map, looking to the distance, looking through the depths of the smoke bow, looming an island. The island is covered with green willow, hidden red wall. What? The Great Lake is adjacent to the city, and the scenery is pleasant and convenient. It is indeed a good place to support the sky. But when you think of this kind of person, you have to enjoy the day. Li Qingshan is very upset, and then, with demon-like malicious be happy, imagine the way they lose their smiles. By night say, walk into the lake and then walk up from the other side of the island to see the luxurious manor. Outside the manor, many knives with knives patrol back and forth, and the defense is strict. But for Li Qingshan, these defenses are of course almost none. Li Qingshan stepped on the ground and went to the aves dozens of feet away, then went to the largest room. In the account, the Rubatun wave, Shen laugh, endless. "Master, you are so powerful." Four eyes met. Both of them are a bit stunned. Li Qingshan didn't expect that Shenxi was an old man. His hair was almost white, and he suddenly remembered that the copy was written. The crimes were found in the past, and then she was put on hold by Eagle Wolfguard for many years. Even though young man, it has also become an old man. Shenxia. But I saw a clothed boy, sitting on the chair of the Qi golden knife, looking at himself. Although there is no special momentum in the reveled, it is enough to make him feel scared by being able to appear silently in his bedroom. When you put on your clothes, I have something to talk to you. Li Qingshan put an object on the table and stood up. Shenxia rushed to the table, saw the thing. It was a trembling, his face pale, cautiously holding up, a cold into the bones, but also a trembling face say whiter. It was a black wolf with claws and claws. In a small pavilion shaded by a green willow, Li Qingshan overlooks the lake. Shenxia changed his clothes and caught up with the respectful hands to present the dark wolf card. I don't know the adult name. Why did you come to the cold house? Li Qingshan took the dark wolf card. What do you do yourself, don't you know? You made a case, Shenxia. He has seen a lot of criminal investigation programs in his life, and he is learning Angelus. Shenxia Hua screamed, adults, that are all young people when they are young, you are confused. You have a large number of adults, let the villain a horse, you have what you need, the villain does everything. Innate first level expert, who hasn't seen Li Qingshan yet, sees the dark wolf card, and scares his buttocks and screams. Shenxia is also helpless, who is willing to bow to the knees who are decades younger than themselves. He saw the dark wolf card and wanted to escape, but he was reluctant to do so, and the Eagle Wolf Guard really wanted to find him. How could he not find it? The battle is even more impossible, and not to say how to lose. Even if you win, whether it is anger or kill Eagle Wolf Guard, the whole family has to follow the funeral. When Li Qingshan stood in front of him, it was not his single individual, and a feared national violence agency, the so-called Jiang, who only bowed his head. Of course, he could not understand the hostile relationship between Li Qingshan and Zhao Zibo, which is already a struggle for him. However, Shenxia's heart is lucky. Since Li Qingshan did not directly shoot him, it means that there is still a chance. So he will dare to come and listen to what Li Qingshan wants to say. Sure enough, Li Qingshan said, I have something for you to do. Sitting on the stone bench in the pavilion, looking down at the glory, not letting him get up. Li Qingshan can treat ordinary people with courtesy, but paying attention to such goods, say, that is, his own brain has pits. Compared with killing people, this kind of behavior makes him even more shameful. If he does not consider the plan, he now wants to kill Shenxia. The spirit of cherishing Hua was revamped, yeah, people have told me. Li Qingshan took out 24 copies and threw them in front of Shenxia. I want you to bring this person here, and they their men, their disciples. The more people come in, the better. Shenxia's face changed greatly, and immediately thought of what Li Qingshan wanted to do. This young Eagle Wolf Guard teenager, with such a horrible thought, seems to want to make this round within a few 100 miles. All the underworld experts, it doesn't do it. Li Qingshan said, birthday, birth, or any other reason, got a peerless cleaning technique, divine weapon to invite everyone to appreciate, specifically for your own operation. Shenxia said, adults, this is to trap the villain in justice. Li Qingshan: you are a strong guilty person, but also with a righteous word. Shenxia's face is red, and strongly argues, it's all old things in the past. The villain left a lot of money for the women, they may not be unhappy. His voice did not fall, and a huge force pressed down from the top of his head, slamming on the ground, and blood flowed out. Exclamation mark. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 155. Chapter 53, The Dandan Conference. Chapter 53, The Dandan Conference. Li Qingshan stepped on Chen Xiao's head, said a deep breath, and the voice was low. The women you said, 3 of them are self-defeating, others don't know, but warn you, Don't mess with me. Yes. Yes. Chen Xiwa said, he is willing to rely on the strength of his Qi refining first level to escape the Qi refining second level, even if he can't win, but he found himself wrong. Then the rapid pace of his foot made him unable to do anything. And the strong murderous sorrow is more suffocating than the pressure on his head. Li Qingshan slowly released his feet. Consider it. Chen Xiwa looked down for a long time, raised the head. So you can let me go? Li Qingshan said, I am not coming to tell you the conditions, accept or not. You can try your luck. Under the contempt of Li Qingshan, Chen Xiwa said, I accept. Li Qingshan smiled and raised him personally. It's not good to say this early. But he did not intend to let Chen Xiwa go from the beginning. But since he plans to use others, he can't show I must kill. Your will, it is not a hero, but stupid. Chen Xiwa looks a little loose. Li Qingshan sees his facial features and looks good. When he wants to see him, he is also a beautiful man. You are also considered to be aristocratic family. Why did you do this? Chen Xiwa said, young and ignorant, young and ignorant. When adults want to call those people. Li Qingshan said, the sooner the better. Chen Xiwa said, I don't have much friendship with a few of them, but I also have a long cherished wish. Even if I ask them, I don't necessarily ask for it. Li Qingshan said, this depends on the skill of your Xiwu Island master. And you don't have to be them. You have nothing to do, and you are a good friend. Even if you come together, the more people, the better. If people are too less, the party is too deserted, and my heart is inevitably a little unhappy. Chen Xiwa's heart trembled. Although this young man, but definitely not a soft-hearted master, he would not have thought of such a terrible thing. Now he has to go on his head. Please Li Qingshan stay in the lakeside building for a temporary stay, and the rest of the people should be careful to wait. Do not disturb. On the second day, an invitation was sent to Li Qingshan. After Li Qingshan nodded, it became dozens of copies and spread out to reach the hands of a blacklist expert. Jianghu News, the long-lost underworld. Xiwu Island only got a bottle of spiritual pill, which will enable the publisher to go directly to Innate Realm, and sell it to a group of experts. Please come to Xiwu Island in the 8th day of August to bid together. It is called the Dandan Conference. Li Qingshan sighs in the heart, which is almost the same as the incident that was caused by the original spirit ginseng. Chen Xiwu is already an innate master, of course, not using this spiritual pill. But for other first-class masters, this is an irresistible temptation. Even if you have doubts, try it. Drop this bait and then wait for the fish to hook up. Since that day, Chen Xiwu has been pleased every day, very thoughtful. Li Qingshan meditates daily and does not leave the house. The people on the island only know that they are the guests of the island lord and dare not bother. In addition, the occasional voice of his self-talking voice appeared in the room, which was very strange and even more daunting. So Li Qingshan simply ridiculed Qi refining day and night. Qi condensing pills swallowed like water, converted to monster power and true Qi, in less than 10 days. They swallowed 200. The effect is also extremely significant. On the second day of August, his innate Qi refining secrets finally broke through the 4th layer and reached the 5th layer realm. True Qi became more and more powerful and ran through the Yang Heel meridian. The induction of wind bond acupuncture point and heaven and earth's primal Qi behind the brain is also more acute, like a vague picture, gradually clear, can be bit by bit to distinguish the meaning of the painting. Although the demon body is not revealed, it must have grown a lot. Li Qingshan walked out of the small building. The sky was gloomy, and from 3 days ago, the rain began to stretch. The summer heat gradually receded, and the cool air gradually rose, and it immediately entered the autumn. On the 8th day of August, it is a lucky number, and the Qi of the Autumn Master is a good time to kill. Li Qingshan already felt that she couldn't wait any longer. When a boxing came out, true Qi broke through the air and the lake blew up high water. He turned back and little and was kneeling on the railing and couldn't help but smile. Look at his skeleton body, and think about it. Before that, you need to make some preparations. On the 3rd day of August, Chen Xue came to ask for security again in the early morning. Li Qingshan said, "Would you like to prepare some small clothes?" Little Anne reinvented the body. Of course, it is impossible to plasticize the clothes and need clothes to cover them. Chen Xue, though strange, did not dare to ask, "Small clothes? I don't know how big the size is. Boy or girl?" Boys, 7 or 8 years old, the size is almost the same. Li Qingshan said, "I feel a little excited, I feel like a father to welcome personally." The next day, Chen Xue sent more than a dozen sets of small clothes, all kinds of colors and styles, all of which are the finest silk. There are even toys for many children. Li Qingshan smiled and thought that little Anne was not an ordinary child. How could she play these woods and not say anything, so that Chen Xue would continue to prepare for this Dandan conference? He has made up his mind to make it a death meeting, but in retrospect, this kind of subversion of Jiang Hu's big conspiracy seems to have always been a villain's patent, and he wants to kill everyone's ideas. It is really full of big villains. But he feels great. In this beautiful moment when little Anne is about to get a new life, he also learns the poet's feeling that death is a new life. Then he has some experience in the true meaning of Tao of the beautiful bones. After Chen Xue left, little Anne walked out from behind the curtain, and the bones touched the beautiful satin, imagining that they put on their appearance, raised the head, and Li Qingshan. 4 eyes met. Only the rain outside the window ticks, but there is a quiet joy in the hearts of the two. Then, little Anne played with the toys, windmills, tops, and bamboo rafts. Let Li Qingshan be a bit stunned, and then reflect on his concern for little Anne is not enough, and then carefully consider, since little Anne and him together, the most thing that seems to be done is to kill. Although killing is not a bad thing, in this cold world, it should be regarded as a must-have skill. Adult beasts need to teach the skills of cub hunting. Li Qingshan so comforted himself, lest his conscience be condemned too much, then sit there, hold his head with his hands, and think deeply about little Anne's education. In the future, I will take him out to swim in the mountains and enjoy the nature, and what? Then I couldn't help but laugh and feel warm. Although this world is cruel, he is not alone. The lions also used all their strength. On the day before the 8th day of August, Li Qingshan finished all the qi condensing pills and adjusted his status to the best. Tomorrow, wait until the bastards come together, and what are they going to say as an opening statement? For the sake of my heart, please ugly all of you, let's die. It seems more and more like a big villain. I look good? Grand Marksman asked. Okay, look good. The man with 9 dragons on his body lowered his head, and the road of fear, the blood of his accomplices, just spread to his souls. Only because he saw this ugly old woman, smiled, and then the shackles are torn apart. Then why don't you look at me? Grand Marksman said. The man slowly raised the head and then stayed. He had never seen such a beautiful woman in his life. Cold eyes and nobleness made him feel dizzy and unable to himself. Suddenly there was a portrait of a man in front of him. The sweet voice like Huang Biaosang asked, "Have you seen this person?" He shook his head in a daze, and blamed himself for not being able to help her. Then go to hell. The dry lips spit out cruel words. The man immediately smashed his own celestial cover with a backhand, and looked at Grand Marksman with a smile before his death. He had thought that he could only be a leeches in his life, but he was able to die for the people he loved and felt heartfelt happiness. I have been worth it in my life. Going out of the gate of the water snake, Grand Marksman angrily said, "Where did the kid go?" These days, she looked for the best route Li Qingshan should take, but there was no trace of Li Qingshan's visit, and she completely lost the trace of Li Qingshan. Finally, I couldn't help but erupt, and opened the killing ring. Behind her, the water snakes helped the heroes, and the corpses were everywhere. They couldn't do the work of the dumplings. They all looked happy and died for love. The red-haired boy from the water snake helps the host to find a red invitation and hand it over to Grand Marksman. Grand Marksman looked at the invitation and thought for a moment, showing a gloomy smile. It turned out to be like this kid has a bit of a brain. I underestimated him. Go to Lake City. August 8th, Linu City, Xiwu Island. Li Qingshan rectified the spirit and took out the wind-stitching blade with many broken gaps and hung it around his waist. Looking out from the window, many boats, coming from the hurricane, stopped at the dock, and then walked out many people. Most of them carry weapons, and they are full of fierceness. When they look at it, they are not good. And they have a pair of materials in the Li Qingshan copy. These underworld experts are also worried that this is a trap, and they are defending each other. They have gathered their hands to prevent accidents. But they don't know, in the Green Willow, some people are counting like a sheep. 281.342. 557. Until the evening, the number has exceeded Li Qingshan's expectations. On the island, the lights were on the stage, and the hall was full of banquets. Under the auspices of Chen Xiwu, the underworld experts gathered together and it was a grand event. Chen Xiwu talked and laughed, and there was no flaw in it. Someone is impatient. Island Lord Chen, where is spiritual pill? Come out and give us a look. Legend of the Great Saint. Chapter 156. Chapter 54, The Sleeping Demon Gate. Chapter 54, The Sleeping Demon Gate. Shen Xiao smiled and said, everyone is a little bit safe. Please drink a few glasses of thin wine first, then I will take spiritual pill. This chapter is provided by friends to update retreat to the darkness of the temple. Smile immediately smile. Showing a lot of trouble. Adult, Island Lord, please come to the back hall for a while. A servant respected Li Qingshan men external way. Li Qingshan followed servant over the promenade, and two sly men jumped out of the dark bushes and stood in front of them. Who are you? The servant was busy. Two heroes, this is our Island Lord's guest. The two looked up and down Li Qingshan. How have you not seen this person? Li Qingshan said, not everyone. You can see. You said what? The two were furious, and you was going to pull the knife. Two screams, and the two fell back into the dark bushes and turned into two bodies. See Yama. Li Qingshan again to the servant human Dao, go ahead. The servant was trembled and he was too busy. In the study, Shen Xiwu uneasily squatted, and suddenly Li Qingshan came and asked him to take the seat. Then poured tea into the water and was diligent. Li Qingshan said, Island Lord Chen, what do you want to say? Just say it. I can't wait. His ears clearly heard the buzz in front. The blood is faintly boiling. Shanxi li 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 the Xing life. Let him not know the taste. Sleep uneasy. Li Qingshan said, how do you know that I am going to kill you? Is adults really going to kill them? Chen Xie was shocked and stared at Li Qingshan. His eyes were faintly determined by a dog jumping over the wall. Li Qingshan said, I don't want to spare you, it is what you do, you can't forgive. Chen Xie dumbly said, but the villain has been washed. Li Qingshan said, healing the face. 6 months ago. Where are you? Do you think the Eagle Wolf Guard can't find out? Eagle Wolf Guard, although the core figures are few, but as a non-profit chi-refining warrior organization, in major cities, there are countless intrigues. The task of killing Cherishua, although no one has been questioned for many years, but the information has not stopped changing to ensure that one day, which Eagle Wolf Guard thinks of him, he knows where he is and what he is doing. Shanxi suddenly remembered that 6 months ago, he drank some wine. In the river city, he saw a beautiful woman passing by, and then took it to the island, forcibly, and remembered the years of youth. I still argued, but I have already accepted her as a beggar. Then, how much do you want to use this method? Let's talk about it. Li Qingshan's tone has been calm, but the anger is like a frozen snow mountain, flowing hot lava, will be ejected at any time. Shanxia's face changed, and the hand pressed down. A floor tile fell down. A series of springs were heard from the ground, and a large iron cage popped up to trap Li Qingshan. Shen Huiwu asked Li Qingshan to sit down, It was a trap, and the design was extremely clever. From Shengxia, pressing the floor, to the mechanism, but a blink of an eye. The people's arms are thick and thin, and the casting is seamless. The above is faintly engraved with many runes. Li Qingshan's fingers touched the railing and immediately felt like being pinned. At the top of the cage, a strange animal resembling a tiger was painted. Shengxia said, "This is made by the mechanics master of Mohist School. It is called Breaking Demon Lock. Even if it is a powerful monster, you can't easily escape. You will die this heart. I will ask again. You are willing to let go of a way of life? If you promise, I will let you go and help you kill." I said let you go. You believe. Shengxia is also extremely struggling. "I am willing to gamble. I believe that you are a man." Li Qingshan was silent and shook her head slowly. Xinhua pointed out, "You don't want to but only to be forced to drink a forfeit. You are now in my hands. As long as you nod, you can sit down and tie up. Your cultivation base is high, but it may not be the time when I didn't use it." Li Qingshan laughed loudly and shook the house. Like a gust of wind in the house, paintings were rolled up on the ground, and porcelain was broken. Shengxia slammed his ears, transported the internal strength resistance, and was shocked. Is he really just a chi refining second level? The gangster experts in the front hall looked at the wine cup on their desk and trembled. The entire hall seemed to be swaying slightly and was alarmed. What happened? Who is laughing? Good internal strength. Is it from behind? Is Island Lord Chen not going to take Dan Yao? Isn't it to come to Dan? When this statement comes out, everyone can't sit still. Go, look at the past. See which one is not open-eyed, and dare to eat. Li Qingshan smiled and said to Shengxia, "You pig-like character, also with me Zhao." The bad guys are also dignified. Shengxia said, You are deceiving too much." A group of underworld experts rushed, and asked, "Island Lord Chen, what happened? Who is this?" Those who can enter the study are first-class master, martial skill is lower, and even their men, they can only be enclosed in the appearance of men. This is your Bai Mai. Shengxia's face is distorted, and the audience is human Dao. Everyone is quiet. I want to say something big about everyone's life. Everyone calmed down and said, "This person is the Eagle Wolf Guard who sent us to kill us." I heard the words Eagle Wolf Guard. Everyone is shocked. Say, they are self-sufficient in the blacklist expert, and the Eagle Wolf Guard also has a proud attitude to me, but in fact, the most fearful thing is this is in charge of the terrible organization of the blacklist. So, there is nothing spiritual pill. The cherished Hua, you even joined the Eagle Wolf Guard to hang us. Everyone gave birth to a retreat, looking at Li Qingshan, as if looking at a man eating fierce tiger, the young Malaysian golden knife sitting on the chair of the chi, the hair hanging down, cannot see the face, even if it is trapped in the cage, exudes a dreadful majesty. Shengxia throws a stack of papers. Look, this is the exclusive instrument of Eagle Wolf Guard. He came here to kill us, the auspicious gambling house in Yinshan town. What happened? Who of you? I don't know, it's the black hand under this kid. Do you want to be the next one? They picked up the instruments on the ground, found their own names, and then shivered in surprise. The honor of the blacklist expert has now become a chase. Island Lord Chen, what do you want us to do? Do not do 2 times. Kill Eagle Wolf Guard. You are crazy. Let's not kill him, he has to kill them. Just when everyone was discussing it, Li Qingshan gave a cough and attracted everyone's attention. He said, "It's all coming." Tan Zongyao, a thick, wretched middle-aged man, trembled. What are you doing? You used to learn Wu in the old town of Zuliu town, but because he suspected that your heart is not correct, refused to pass all the martial skills to you, you poisoned him, stole the cheat, made a grasshopper. So for many years, it has been cutting the path, killing people and goods, and eating people's lives, isn't it? In the eyes of the public, Li Qingshan was in the cage again. Tan Zongyao refused to lose face and arrogantly said, "What about that?" Li Qingshan no longer cares about him, and then said, "Zhao Yueyong, you are most like kidnapping rich children, and then you want to ransom. If you dare to report to the official or not ransom, then cut off the child's ear or a finger and send it back. Is that correct? Zhao Yuanyong's eyes were poison to the ear, and his face was cold. He smiled coldly. Those little sister-in-laws are born more lucky than others. Of course, they should suffer. Li Qingshan no longer talked to him anymore. Just click on the name one by one until the end. There has never been a name, from the thief, ghost slave serving tiger, committing countless crimes, or plotting misconduct. According to the DXia law, sin is not tolerated, and the law is on the spot. And you, Xinghua, do what you do, bear the price. Everyone haha laughed, just by you. Is he crazy? I have to kill him. The laughter disappeared. I saw Li Qingshan standing up from the chair of the Qi, grabbed the railing of the breakdown demon gate with both hands, and pulled it to the left and right. Blood energy arrogance, muscle uplift, ups and downs. The current like blue light flowing on the railings was concentrated on Li Qingshan's hands, and felt hundreds of needle-like stings. Of course, such a small matter, he certainly did not care, but under his great power, the railing but it doesn't move. After Shenhua was shocked, he let go of his heart. It's useless, my sleepy demon gate, you can't break it. On the face of Blacklist expert, he also smiled and looked at Li Qingshan, as if looking at a stupid beast. Li Qingshan's long hair is scattered, covering his face, but his mouth is also a smile, a hint of embarrassment. This is... Shenxia first felt the change of Li Qingshan's breath. This change can only be felt by his chi-refining warrior. But then, the changes in Li Qingshan were seen by everyone. Li Qingshan original tall and strong body shape, seems to have pulled up a bit. Black long hair is shining, flashing a red, bronze say skin. The skin say seems to be more and more sloppy, especially a pair of arms. Actually changed, it's as black as iron. Oops, the iron cage made a painful twisting sound, and the blue say current became more and more fierce, but it could not stop, and the railing of the arm was gradually opened. Shenxua stepped back. This is impossible, you are, and then shouted, everyone shoulders and kills him. The Blacklist expert can't be good, and when he comes down, he squats and slams all kinds of weapons. Hits Li Qingshan, and the swords are flashing with the light. He is afraid to let Li Qingshan get out of his way. At that time, kill it. Shenxia has quietly stepped back. Exclamation mark at hash. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 157 Chapter 55 Fierce Tiger Chapter 55 Fierce Tiger. The port terminal is docked with boats of all sizes. The light rain was still falling, and thousands of crickets were hit on the lake. The first level mist was on the lake, and the lights on the glass cover of the boat showed a circle of dizziness, and everything seemed so calm. A lot of good hands were left to guard the ships, and they were prevented from being retired. They were talking about the laughter in the unrestrained cabin. A loud bang. A big ship seemed to be hit by something, shook a bit, and then began to sink at a very fast speed. The left-behind players all heard the movement, went to the deck, and saw the sinking of the ship of the Blue Wolf. In addition to the popularity of the Green Wolf gang, others stood on the deck, laughed and watched the fun. But then there was another loud noise, and another big ship began to sink slowly, then the third one. Everyone feels wrong, shouted and shouted. What happened? Not good, there are water ghosts. Let's go down and see. The water ghosts in their mouths, of course, do not refer to real ghosts, but people who sneak into the water. Immediately, a dozen or more fitness exercises jumped into the water, and the eyes tried to adapt to the darkness of the bottom of the water, and then revealed a horrified say, only to see the dark and cold water bottom, actually burning two large groups of fire, red and white. Never seen such a fresh yan is full of vitality. The fire quickly approached and became bigger. They finally saw that the two groups of fires could not help but stunned. A huge skull taller than humans, as if it were the skull of a giant, but at this time it seems to be alive from the abyss of hell. with a vibrant flame in the eye sockets, looking at them with a burning look. Then they opened their mouths and swallowed them. The big mouth also burned with flames, just like the hell furnace opened the men. Little Ann stood in the dark water, hands clasped together. Cow Skull Rosary swallowed these people one by one, and then slammed into the remaining boat. The huge skull hit the bottom of the boat. Immediately a big dong, a muffled sound. A ship sank. On the dock, everyone's face was full of fear. The ship was destroyed, and the people who got into the water never came up again. I don't know what was hidden in the water. They were trapped here. A series of light bangs, people standing on the shore, like broken puppets. Can't afford to fall. The crowd exclaimed, there is an enemy. Where? Come out, give me out. No one has seen that skull rosary, who has broken through the rainy night, has recovered its mellow rosary shape and rushed through the rain, as if the Chi refining 6th level's expert artifact is not detected by these Jianghu characters. More people fell to the ground. The timid Hu Liuan waved the weapons, looking around, only to see the dark night. There is a calm, trying to check the cause of the death, and soon found it. From the Xun mouth to the back it was worn out by a finger-sized dong, but there was no trace of blood flowing out. Thinking about it, there is human Tao, it seems. There is fire, but there is never a drop of blood flowing out. The flame will devour the blood of the deceased silently. I am eligible to be invited to come to this island of Huawa. There is no one who is dying of blood, but there are people who are dying, not seeing the enemy, only seeing such strange scenes. The liver and gallbladder are lost. Step by step back. The flame will swallow all the blood. In the twinkling of an eye, there will be only one skeleton, and the colossae will become more and more fresh and full of vitality. Then, like the meaning of the endless, the smashing of the blast, emitting thousands of ignited hua, scattered on the hands of these gangsters. The flame passed through the clothes without leaving a trace of scorch. But as long as it was contaminated with a little fresh blood, it was like a fire that caught oil and spread quickly, burning into a raging fire. There was a scream of sorrow on the pier, burning dozens of firemen, and there was no sound in the blink of an eye, leaving only a few dozen skeletons. Little Ann walked out of the lake and silently calculated the number, 609 twice even. On the remaining dozens of skeletons, the first level grey flame is attached, and the skeleton is quickly melted like ice and snow, turning into dozens of bones and fluids, and blending into his body. Little An was about to go to the manor and help Li Qingshan, and suddenly he felt like he was aware of it and turned his head. Burning the eyes of the flame, through the mist, over a very long distance, saw a black sea ship, slowly coming. Little An thought about it and chose to go to the manor. Drink. Li Qingshan breathed in and out, a Jing pure Chi Han mixed with monster Chi, with a gust of wind, turned into a tiger demon wild hiss, hitting a few blacklist experts. Suddenly vomiting blood flies out, face Xun mouth, our blood blurred, seeing is not alive. Although this only weakens the tiger demon wild hiss innumerable times, it is also resistant to the area of Jianghu expert. One face, several first-class masters, was killed by Li Qingshan. These are used to rely on the high-strength martial skill overbearing, for the first-class master, to see the strength gap with the real Eagle Wolf Guard. In the twisted sound of metal, Li Qingshan forced the iron grid to open a big dong, and the rune was dim, and spiritual chi disappeared. Li Qingshan walked out of it, like a fierce tiger out of the cage. The momentum of the people, the underworld experts unanimously quit a circle, feared that Zhao Jia looked at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's body shape has returned to normal. In the case that the clearance is not guaranteed, he will not show his demon body in front of many people. The first one to be removed, of course, can feel monster cheese. Shanxia, not good. The ship and the ship have been destroyed? A scream suddenly yelled from outside the door. What? Who made it? Tan Zongyao grabbed his shoulder and shouted, No, Don't know. The blacklist experts looked at Li Qingshan. Although they listened to Shenxia, it was only at this moment that they clearly realized that the Eagle Wolf Guard teenager was going to leave them all here and kill them. Li Qingshan smiled and Xiaoan started to work. Then the eyes condensed, crossed the crowd, looking into the crowd. You escape, the cherished Hua said. Where to escape? Shenxia's heart was shocked, and the big cockroaches turned back. Li Qingshan's figure had come with the sound, and the wind screamed and rushed. Several underworld experts did not respond, and they were in front of Li Qingshan. They were like being hit by a rushing elephant group. They were directly flying a few feet away, and their bones were broken and broken. The spirit talisman flashed and burned to ash. Shen Hua floated the human form of gold, and his reaction was not slow. In the midst of 1,000, he used Vajra strength talisman, then forced to turn around and waved 2 gold safe fists, from top to bottom, hit Li Qingshan's belly. Li Qingshan, if not heard, the right hand is as arrogant as a tiger claw, and grabs it to Shenxia. Give me death. Tiger Demon Heart Scoop. The 5 fingers are like 5 steel braces, and true chi surrounds them, and they are hard to enter the golden light. True chi and Emmanuel have a strong collision, make a harsh sound. I can't help but stunned. I have thought about Vajra strength talisman. I will be caught by Ru, but I know that life and death is at the end of my life. I madly rushed my whole body, true chi, to the Xun mouth of Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan suffered from these 2 punches. His body shape was only slightly swayed, his right hand was broken golden light, and he took advantage of the Xun mouth of Shenxia, pulling out and taking out a bloody heart. Suddenly quiet down in the field, the highest martial skill in the presence of Shenxia, under the hands of Li Qingshan. Even a face has not passed, for many of the underworld expert, is undoubtedly a huge blow. No matter what else, they took out the life-saving spirit talisman, biting the tip of the tongue and squirting blood. A piece of talisman broke and burst into the aura, but everyone, all of them escaped from the same, and even their men could not care. No one came up to fight with Li Qingshan. Fierce tiger goes down, birds and beasts are scattered. Spirit talisman, I have it too. Li Qingshan took a breeze talisman from 100 treasure pouch and sent it to True Chi. A whirlwind entangled in his double tue. The whole body seemed to be light and a lot, stepping in, as if stepping on the air cushion, vacated. In the air, the backhand chew out of the gapy wind-stitching blade, a horizontal wave. Seeing the earliest, lightness art the best underworld expert, has jumped out of the wall, was broken into 2 halves by a wind blade. Blood and internal organs, spilled a floor. After Li Qingshan used breeze talisman, the original unwrapped figure, it became like a demon. A string of people flashed out, and a burst of blood. Tigers into the flock are not enough to describe their power. This is not a battle, but a unilateral slaughter. Under the absolute strength gap, the tricks are meaningless. Just waving the wind-stitching blade, the head is landing, step by step, killing the yard from the study. In it, killing again in the hall. Like Shuru is present, the underworld expert fled in all directions, only hating the aunt who had 2 feet, and in the heart will cherish the aunt of Huakao thousands of times. One of them, looking back at Li Qingshan, flickered, came to the ground, and shouted, I am the undercover of the men. After another blink of an eye, Li Qingshan stood in front of him, dissatisfied with the lack of marks. Like a jagged long blade, parked in front of you. Another blink of an eye, Li Qingshan has gone elsewhere. He is collapsed, soft on the ground, even crawling and hiding in the corner. This is not the case. Many people have the same kind of learning. Stumbled to the ground, shouted, I am also undercover. For a moment, looking into the distance, they are all undercover. Li Qingshan did not have the accurate information of these people, and there was some hesitation. In the distant lake, there are dozens of light and fire in the mist, and the air screams and screams quickly. The roar of the thunder and the thunder of the ear. The Ohu Island instantly turned into a sea of fire. A black Seychelle, passing through the roof, fell 5 steps in front of Li Qingshan, bursting into a dazzling light, picking up the burning Lang, directly blowing a few people in the vicinity! !@#. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 158 Chapter 56 Remodeling Flesh and Blood Chapter 56 Remodeling Flesh and Blood. On the deck of the big ship, there are many people standing there. There is also a way to look at the distant Xiwu Island, showing the color of worry. If there is a person in Jianghu, I will be amazed, because blessed peace is within a few hundred miles, and the righteous way expert is almost everywhere. There is black in the world, there is white, the so-called righteous way. It is not necessarily pure and innocent, chivalrous, but it is a group of people who abide by the law and maintain order. And it is not a minority to use the benevolence and etiquette as the home training sect regulations. It is hypocritical, but most people in the world still like to stand in the sun. This is the human Tao. The hypocrites are not in the group. In the end, they have done a lot of good things to swindle and help the weak. Tan Bogyang, a real villain, is actually a lot of ordinary people in the scourge. And the struggle between the underworld righteous way has never stopped. To put it simply, from the beginning, the martial practitioner wants to live a luxurious life with fresh clothes and anger. The easiest and straightforward way is to go to a thief and grab money to grab a woman. There are also many people who don't want to do this, and they think about the luxury life of fresh clothes and anger. Become a young hero. It is a good choice to go to the mountain bandit. It is like a woman with money and a lot of things. Reputation. Young hero kills countless mountain bandit and does not die. It will become a hero. The thief grabbed countless money. The woman has not been killed. It will become a thief. Of course, the two enemies are all a lot of people, but it doesn't matter. There are a lot of friends. And there are two people in this division, fighting endlessly. In terms of complexity, it is a generation of ancestors, countless grievances, and hatred can last for several lifetimes. Those black trail experts on Xiwu Island, each with an enemy on this ship. The news of the Dandan conference came out that not only were the gangsters experts unable to sit still, but this group of people couldn't sit still. When they thought of their own enemies, they would be promoted to innate realm, appear in front of them, kill them, and then steal themselves. Money and women can't watch, and if there is such a good spiritual pill, everyone wants it. So the action was planned in the dark, but this group of righteous way experts, but faintly headed by a little girl, was respectfully surrounded. The little girl is only 13 or 14 years old, standing on the bow of the boat, wearing a plain clothes, drifting in the wind. Her face is full of juveniles, but because of a baby face, plus her own age is not big and it looks a bit funny. An old-fashioned old man bent down and said, "Young lady, what do you think?" The little girl gazed at Xiwu Island in the mist, without any response. The old man raised the head, but he was helpless to face the crowd, and then looked at the purple girl next to the little girl. They are all famous characters on Jianghu, but they all have no way to take this little girl, because she is not only the expert of chi refining second level, but also a famous person. When she went out, she was with great hero Yu. Daughter Yu Zijian, who is the purple girl, got acquainted and promised to help. As soon as she arrived at lakeside, she took out a small boat from 100 treasure pouch and threw it into the water. It became such a big ship and everyone was amazed. With her help, this action can be said to be Tenin, and it must be the place where the cults died. Yu Zijian said, "Chenglu, you say something." Hua Chenglu raised his hand so that Yu Zijian didn't have to say much, then waved his flag and said, "Send the bow and prepare for the shelling." The big ship slowly turned the port side of the phase of Xiwu Island, and then dozens of small wooden doors opened, extending dozens of black hole cannons. However, because the ship itself is a mechanism, it is not the crew sailor at all, but the small flag in her hands. Therefore, this mighty command has become less powerful, and some are funny, everyone is eccentric. Yu Zijian whispered, "Chenglu, is this fire dragon gun really so powerful?" Hua Chenglu was irritated by the suspicion, the calm face, and pointed to Xiwu Island, "Look at me to blow up here." Then loudly ordered, "Open the gun." The black hole in the muzzle sprayed dozens of sparks, like a roar of fire dragons, planted dozens of mushroom clouds on the remote Xiwu Island, and instantly destroyed most of the island's manor buildings. The gorgeous temple collapsed, the exquisite small building ignited the fire, and Zai Zai Island, which Chen Xiwu operated for many years, was ashes as he died. On the deck, a group of Righteous Way experts, all faces shocking color. Even if you are on the island, it is difficult to escape from birth, compared with the real innate means. The acquired warrior is too weak. Yu Zijian murmured, "It's amazing." Hua Chenglu showed a smug color in his face, but his face did not show up. Yu Zijian is worried. "Chenglu, will there be innocent people on the island?" Hua Chenglu's long speaking lesson. "Zijian, you're too young to be a big deal." Other Righteous Way experts, "I feel that this little girl is really worthy of the name." After Yu Zijian's words do not agree, as long as they can kill the group of bastards, which is innocent and innocent. Standing on the boat, watching the enemies turn into ashes, there is no more pleasant thing than this. Great Hero Yu reveals a gentle and generous smile. "Zijian, there is no flaw. It is also sacrificed for Murim justice. The people in the underworld are cruel. If we cannot be more decisive and smarter than them, how can we win?" "What about them?" "You have to learn more from young Lady Hua." Yu Zijian grinned and couldn't argue. "I only thought that my father had turned to a temper." Before she dared to speak like this in front of Murim, Great Hero Yu screamed in the face, and if he dared not to obey, the direct sword would be pulled out, although he did not really come down. But it's as gentle as it is now. Great Hero Yu, because her daughter got acquainted with Hua Chenglu, she is now respected by Murim. She will laugh when she dreams. Not only does Yu Zijian have a promising future, but even he can do so. It is a standard father to the daughter who is naturally harmonious, especially in front of Hua Chenglu. In the flattery of the Righteous Way expert, Hua Chenglu pretended to smile, waved the flag and fired again. The entire Xiwu Island is covered in fire and smoke. The shockwave hit a huge shield and turned into a cyclone. Li Qingshan put down the spirit artifact shield and looked at the lake with surprise. What happened? There is a firearm in this world. He is not surprised. It is just strange. Who is it? Will it be inserted into a file, and a pair of bombarding Xiwu Island? But I don't think so much. Which helped him a favor. This level of artillery does not pose any threat to him. He holds a shield that has become a desktop size. He is flat and unharmed in the artillery. But for those underworld experts, it is simply the end of the day, shouting, "You have artillery, I have divine art." The super expert did not appear. All cried and shouted the mother's bombardment, and saved Li Qingshan the trouble to find. Little An also easily passed through the gunfire and came to Li Qingshan. In the continuous roar, Li Qingshan nodded. The sound was swallowed by the loud noise, only to see his lips open, seems to be saying, "Get started." Both eyes seem to be shining. Little An puts his hands together, skull rosary is in the palm of his hand, then bows down to the scriptures. The flames flow like water, and under the thick smoke, they spread quietly. From the sloping walls, they climbed into the burning building and swallowed a body. 427, 311, 225, 131. In my heart, I calculated it silently. Suddenly, Little An raised the head, and the glory of joy was revealed. All the flames began to flow back, and the side that flowed back to him was wrapped up like a snake, turning into a big circle. "Hey, wrap him up in layers," and gradually can't see a Little An in it again. Only a red crimson with a flame is suspended. Li Qingshan stared at the flame, and did not shift for a moment. Her hands were tightly held and suddenly she was nervous. The bombing continued. At this time, a shell with a savage wind threw the rich to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan thundered out with his left hand and grabbed the shell. Boom! The shell exploded in his palm, and his hand was blackened. He continued to stare at the big cockroach and he never turned his head. Time passed by. I don't know when the gunfire had stopped. Li Qingshan simply sat down between the broken walls and held his head. At this moment, except for Little An, there is nothing in the whole world. Anyone is worthy of distraction, even if it is Half Moon and Yannying. The ambition to go to above the 9 heavens is also put for the time being one side. On the deck of the big ship, Hua Chenglu smiled slightly. Solved. A small flag, ordered, start, look at the past. What is that? Suddenly someone called, pointing to the back of the big ship. Everyone turned their heads to reveal the horror of color. A carriage came through the fog and drove across the water. In the twinkling of an eye, it came to the front of the ship and stopped slowly. Grand Marximan opened the curtain and frowned. This is the Hua family's Candlin. She has met in Clear River Prefecture and will never admit her mistakes. This mechanism ship was built by several masters of Mahist school. The fire dragon guns above are powerful and loaded with hundreds of mechanics, each with the strength of the low-level chi refining warrior, which is extremely expensive. Cloud and Rain sect is strong, and can't ignore the influence of Hua family in Clear River Prefecture. She sings, I don't know Hua family, which fellow Taoist is here? Hua Chenglu jumped on the ship's side and said, Hua Chenglu is here. Grand Marximan said, it turned out to be your little ghost. Stole the boat at home, ran out to play. Mix with this group of people, beware of being spanked. A group of righteous way experts are called no ones. And there is no objection. Both men and women are looking at Grand Marximan. They admire that there are such beautiful people in the world, even wrinkles seem to contain with a fascinating brilliance. Peas, tomorrow is the last day of the month, and when little Anne is a freshman, ask for a monthly ticket for little Anne! At hash. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 159 Chapter 57 Beautiful Form. Chapter 57, Beautiful Form. Hua Chenglu didn't eat this set, and did not show weakness. It turned out to be your old ghost. This ship was mine, you just stole the Cloud and Rain sect car and ran out to play. Grand Marximan is not pleased. Small age, it's so sharp. When I see you, I have to talk about it. Now there is something wrong with you. Different little girl, you are nonsense. Hua Chenglu immediately retorted. Then I met elder brother Chengzhen, but also to talk about it. You old lady, see me when I am young, bully me. Grand Marximan coldly snort. The carriage speeded up towards Xiwu Island and made 2 ruts on the lake. In the carriage, the red boy did not say, why don't you teach the little girl? Grand Marximan said, he is not good at his brother, it is not good to deal with, otherwise I have to ask her for her life. Hey, when she will cry in the future. If it is not for you to eat sugar-free chestnuts, it will delay time. We have already arrived, solved Li Qingshan, and did not need to be angry with this little girl. If the ordinary second-level chi-refining warrior dared to be so rude to the Grand Marximan, she was killed on the spot. But since she is a Hua family, she has to give a 3-point face. And the identity of Hua Chengzhen Scarlet Wolf Commander Clear River Prefecture is also quite deterrent. The red-haired teenager grinned. Not only do I have to eat it alone, but it is not too late, and Li Qingshan is definitely on the island. On the deck, Hua Chenglu looked at the departing carriage, which was also a coldly snort, but the delicate nasal sound, without the Grand Marximan's coldly snort strength, is more like a petty. The flag is down. The waves are breaking waves, the disease chasing the carriage and going to Xiwu Island. In the smoke, the outline of Xiwu Island is gradually clear. The fire of the flames is getting weaker and weaker, like the setting sun, leaving only the red spheres, and getting smaller and smaller. The rain fell from the sky, and it fell on the raft, and it was a white mist. In the big cockroach, full of red light, little Anne curled up and was in the mother's womb. The flame was no longer a flame, but almost a viscous liquid, like the amniotic fluid in the uterus, and contained enormous vital energy. Little by little, completely infiltrate him. The quintessence of Tao of the beautiful bones, he has already realized 1 or 2. At this moment, he will return to death, enter the non-dead realm, and transform the skeleton into beautiful. The bones are buckled into a Buddha's seal, and in the middle of it, a little mystery touches. Skeleton muscle, flesh and blood remodeling. Li Qingshan has already held her breath. Kaka screamed, a crack appeared on the big cockroach, spreading in all directions. Li Qingshan's heart time mentioned the eyes of the blind. A young and tender hand, from the big cockroach, is red and white, like blood jade carving, almost can see the veins in it. Li Qingshan stood up, but did not dare to disturb, biting jaw, and suddenly felt that the eyes were wet and red. He watched Little Un from the soul to the skeleton, to the birth of blood and flesh, and his heart was shrouded in great joy. He believed that no matter how cruel and bloody the road was, he had more than just killing and hatred. Kaka kaka, a series of broken sounds, smashed into smash, the flame rises from it, a petite figure, standing in the flame, rebirth after bathing in the fire. A strange sandalwood overflows, instantly driving away the pungent smell of smoke, giving people a feeling of tranquility in their hearts. Li Qingshan stepped forward. Little Un, you finally. Huh? The flames are scattered. A little girl, body, hand-painted Buddha, standing in the flame of lotus petals. The skin is like a carved jade, the forehead is a little red, the scorpion is like two black pearls. From above down, there is no trace of impurities and dirt, and the net is red lotus. She was looking at her own hands. She couldn't believe that she really recovered her body. Raised the head and looked at Li Qingshan. It seems that she is not used to driving the face. There is no expression on her face, but the black pike scorpion is suddenly. There was a burst of joy and a stretch of arms to him. Li Qingshan only took a moment, and quickly walked up to her, holding her tightly in her arms, tears in her eyes. Just like in the delivery room, the father who waited for a long time, although the child was born, realized is not a boy who thought it was at first, but a girl. But for him, this little accident is not a big deal. It is not worth paying attention to. The joy in my heart will not change. Li Qingshan kept saying, great. After a long time, Li Qingshan suddenly felt awkward and confused. I didn't know what to say. I wiped away the tears in my eyes and said, put the clothes first. Little Un is nodded in his arms. Li Qingshan let go of her, rummaging through 100 treasure pouch, and said with distress, but only the clothes of the boys. Hey, you don't say it early. Little Un shook her head and seemed to say, I forgot. After so many years, regardless of the soul or skeleton, gender is irrelevant. Li Qingshan was helpless. When she wanted to come to the witch and abducted her, it was to hide the eyes and ears, and then acted as a boy. It has always been his preconceived. Li Qingshan reaffirmed her review of Little Un, once again confirming that everything was correct, but found that her body left a red mark on her body, like a newborn's delicate skin, as if it were fine satin. It would also be bruised, let alone his rude hug. It is. Concerned, is it hurting you? Little Un shook his head and burned with blood. The pain of grey flame quenching bones is just the supreme happiness. Li Qingshan carefully changed her clothes, as if holding a fragile rare treasure. Little Un opened his eyes and wanted to say that he was not so vulnerable, but he enjoyed the care he received at this time. Li Qingshan couldn't help but squeeze her cheeks. It feels very good. The delicate looks will turn into water flowing from his fingertips, stroking her red heart, and faintly remembering it. This is the impression left by the ginseng. Will it also appear on the flesh? Little Anne is like a doll, so clever and motionless. Let him knead and feel the temperature coming from his fingertips. Li Qingshan touched her bare head and smiled. Unfortunately, there is no hair, but it will grow soon. Little Un blinked and suddenly stepped back, clenched the two show fists, held his breath, and suffocated his strength. Then the black hair, growing wildly, hangs from the shoulder in a short while, then hangs down to the waist. Li Qingshan is busy. Okay. Little Anne stopped working hard. Long hair had a good knee bend, moist and dense like water plants, with natural curls. Dark reflections are not shiny, very special. I saw her wearing a gorgeous lake silk small shirt, like a handsome little son. Li Qingshan can't say what she likes, and her heart is very smooth. She can't help but laugh at ha. She only feels that the road ahead is bright and there is nothing he can't do. At this time, the humming sound of the horse came from the lake. Li Qingshan turned his head and saw the carriage passing through the dense fog, approaching, followed by a large ship. Li Qingshan frowned. If the guess is good, the gun just fired from the big ship. And on the carriage, there seems to be a strong atmosphere, and with hostility. This is not the skill of chi-refining warrior, purely demon's instinct. The carriage flew ashore and quietly stopped in front of Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan saw a young man wearing a big red robe walking down the carriage, and it was full of compelling breath. Even in Zhou, he never felt such a strong atmosphere. If the people he has seen are relatively close, only Hua Chengzhen is, but it is much weaker than Hua Chengzhen. The winner is the expert of chi refining 9th level. Grand Marksman walked down the carriage, but his eyes slipped from Li Qingshan's body and felt a little next to him. Then he couldn't move anymore. His face was shocked and muttered, Yao Ruchan, looking forward to stream, ice muscle jade, powder makeup jade, how can a person have so many forms, etc. Is this the legendary divine fragrance, national grace? This is impossible. Grand Marksman is well informed and certainly cannot be shocked by the appearance of a child. The vocabulary she said is not a simple compliment. This is the standard and name used in the Cloud and Rain sect to look at people. There are various forms such as Huiyu appearance, natural charm bones, human face speech blossom phase, fragrant muscle jade body phase, beautiful color and can be eaten, etc., which are high and low. Subdivided into 3 or 6 products, with any kind of form, cultivation Cloud and Rain sect charm technique, you can half the work, twice the effect. If there is a high-level form, you can easily achieve extraordinary results. Today's Cloud and Rain sect master is a human face speech, which was valued by the former sect master and collected as a discipline. The Grand Marksman, the red flying face in the red flying green dance, also stands out as one of the 4 mages of Cloud and Rain sect. And Fu Rong, the singer of Blessed Peace City, has a flat appearance, but has been accepted as a disciple because of his graceful appearance. And in these forms, there is a form, which is only in the legend, that is national grace, divine fragrance. National grace, divine fragrance, combined with the forms, is the first of the group, the crown of all colors. The Grand Marksman sees Littleton, before handing out the name of a string, and finally got this to make her own unbelievable results. It is rumored that this phase is a sign of the chaos in the world. Although it may not be accurate, it is said that the charm of this form is fascinating. Grand Marksman instantly left Li Qingshan aside, including the disappearance of excellent disciplines Liang King and Fu Rong. All of them were forgotten, staring at Littleton, step by step, almost excited than Li Qingshan, too beautiful, great. If she is collected as a discipline, bring it back to Cloud and Rain sect. Li Qingshan brushed her face in front of Grand Marksman and interrupted her reverie. She asked, "Who are you? What are you doing?" Grand Marksman was unhappy with the head and looked at Li Qingshan, who was much taller than him. The look on his face was like looking down. "Oh, you are Li Qingshan? Who are you?" Pease Littleton was born. Everyone applauded a warm welcome. If you ask for a ticket, you don't have to say more! !@#. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 160 Chapter 58, I Will Kill. Chapter 58, I Will Kill. Grand Marksman originally thought of killing Li Qingshan at the same time. It doesn't matter whether Li Qingshan has anything to do with the disappearance of Liang King and Fu Rong. But if Littleton is so close to him, he will not be able to kill him, lest he should have a hatred with this good guy. As for the waste of Liang King and Fu Rong, it will die if it dies, which is worthy of her care. Li Qingshan, at the same time, couldn't tell what it was like to be with Littleton. He asked, "Who are you? What does this have to do with you?" "She is the Grand Marksman of Cloud and Rain sect." The big ship went to the shore. Hua Chenglu jumped off the boat, and fell lightly on the ground. With a high body and a few jumps, he came to Li Qingshan. The group of Righteous Way experts also jumped off the boat and was ready to search for spiritual pill, which would allow people to directly promote an 8th realm. Li Qingshan heard the words Cloud and Rain sect, and suddenly he was shocked. Although Zhu Wenbin reminded him, He did not expect that Cloud and Rain sect would directly send such an expert to deal with himself. It was really unexpected. It seems that the reason why the lion beats the rabbit is not only that he understands that Cloud and Rain sect will not be really stupid enough to give him a hand and give him a hand. Hua Chenglun saw the Dark Wolf card at Li Qingshan's waist and asked, "You are Eagle Wolf Guard? What are you doing here?" Then I saw little Anne behind Li Qingshan and praised, "Beautiful child!" Li Qingshan said, "I am here, of course, to perform the task, and you are familiar with it." Hua Chenglu is a young man, but the apple face is very handsome, like where he has seen it. Hua Chenglu said, "Since you are the Eagle Wolf Guard, of course I have seen my elder brother Chengzhen. Are you performing the task? Is it also that they are going to meet here?" Li Qingshan, this is awe-inspiring. Hua Chengzhen is also a rare beauty man, leaving a deep impression. These people were originally gathered by me. There are quite a few of them, servant, and the undercover of the government office. You are indiscriminate and arrogant, forget it. Thank you for helping me, and it saves me a lot of trouble. If you don't think about the innocents on the island, he doesn't have to worry about killing one by one. Just change demon and make tiger demon wild hiss his effort to kill everyone. Hua Chenglun said with wide eyes, "What? These people are you gathered behind a group of Righteous Way expert? It is a cold heart." This Dandan conference turned out to be the conspiracy of Eagle Wolf Guard. This young man's good thoughts is to gather all the underworld experts. And the spiritual pill must be don't think about it. Grand Marximan ignores others, just staring at Little An and seeing it more and more. Little An was not unrestrained for a while, hiding behind Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan turned to Li Qingshan and grabbed Little An's hand and said to Li Qingshan, "This little girl has the world's Fu Yuan, and I am valued. I want to collect it as a desert and bring back to Clear River Prefecture City. You can willing?" She showed charm technique. Li Qingshan saw the beautiful beauty in front of her eyes, and she was looking for a soft jade in her ear. Her request could not be refused, but she could understand that she was going to take away Little Anne, and suddenly she was shocked. "Explosive, you can't think about it. Look at Grand Marximan, there is still a half-feeling beauty. Clearly a face of orange peel, but also painted red lips, red rouge old monster. Only people feel sick." Li Qingshan thinks of Fu Rong's kind of scorpion. He wants this old thief to bring Little Anne to the place of Cloud and Rain sect. Anger is going straight to the brain. The murderous aura bursts out instantly. Hidden hate can't immediately kill Grand Marximan on the spot. Not for any good or evil, you are a good man of the world. Boundless Buddha, dare to mention this request to me, I will also smash you a corpse, to solve the hatred of the heart. Even gave birth. The change demon killed the old thief, and then the person on the spot, all the idea of destroying the mouth. But after all, give up. He is not willing to kill innocent, nor killing Grand Marximan's grasp, only the pressure of anger. Watching the Grand Marximan, this old thief, I will kill. Hua Chenglu is a cold. I feel that this ordinary boy, like a moment into a terrible beast, chooses people. And a group of Righteous Way expert, there are a few martial skills, and it is directly down to the ground. Grand Marximan was slightly surprised. He didn't expect him to be a second-level chi-refining warrior. He could break free from his charm technique, but he didn't care about the killing intent of Li Qingshan. The anger of the weak never will be the strong mind. Grand Marximan said, "It's not for you, but also ask the child's opinion." He smiled at Little Anne. "Hey, don't you go back. You have everything there." Suddenly it became extremely kind. She thought, Li Qingshan is a chi-refining warrior. Her body is so strong that she can resist her charm technique and deal with a small child who has not been tempered. I want Little Anne to shake her head with no expression. She is not affected by her, and she is much more determined than Li Qingshan. The essence of Tao of the Beautiful Bones is that changing all forms and seeing all forms is an emesis of charm technique illusion spell. Even if it is Cloud and Rain sect master, it can't shake her half-mind. Hua Chenglun sneered, "Old Ghost Ximen, see no, others don't like to take care of you, You don't want to put your face on it anymore. Grand Marximan annoyed, little girl shut up. The mind is puzzling, is divine fragrance, national grace, with a charm that is not fascinating. Instead, it is more heated and cut. In any case, bring this girl back to Cloud and Rain sect. Hua Chenglu was angered by Grand Marximan in front of everyone, and she was furious. She was born in the Hua family, or her orthodox, and her father was patriarch. Being loved by childhood, she is the little princess of Hua family, even though her parents have never been so swearing at her. Grand Marximan no longer pays attention to her. When she turns her head, she turns to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan, I am coming from afar. I want to ask you, where is Zhao Liang King and Fu Rong? Li Qingshan faintly said. Grand Marximan said, Hugh, you can say that it has nothing to do with this matter. In my opinion, it is your poisonous hand. You should not think that Cloud and Rain sect will let it go. Li Qingshan said, Zhao Liang King is the expert of chi refining 5th level, chi refining 2nd level in my district. Where is the opponent? The old woman is resting on me. But if I see you again, I will kill them. One of the great things in the Eagle Wolf Guard is worth hundreds of contribution points. Grand Marximan talked with Li Qingshan, and said that it was urgent and fast. Hua Chenglu couldn't get in, but see Li Qingshan facing the Grand Marximan, who is much stronger than him. He is not humble or even tit for tat, and will be old-fashioned. The face was white, and it was a slight sigh of relief. He deliberately shouted, this kid is young and has a bit of bone. You don't make sense with this old woman. This kid is just chi refining 2nd level. When I see 5th level chi refining warrior, I can't escape it. What do you say is his poisonous hand? Right, I almost forgot. Cloud and Rain sect, the disciples are all eaten by the face, and they are weak and powerful. It is nothing surprising to be killed. Li Qingshan glanced at her and looked at her little age. When she spoke, she was old-fashioned. The kid's call was not finished, but she was not on the side of her own. Grand Marximan was first robbed by Li Qingshan, and was stabbed by Hua Chenglu. He was furious, looking for death. The momentum is like a violent tide, rolling up the storm, and pressing down to Li Qingshan. The nearby Righteous Way expert, just received you and, if severely affected, chest tightness and vomiting. Retreat to dozens of steps, only to feel better. Very grateful to look at Grand Marximan. They have been listening to Hua Chenglu on the boat. She is 9th level chi refining warrior, but no one thought, even 9th level chi refining warrior, even powerful to this point, just by the momentum, just let them suffer internal injuries. And what pressure should the suffering of the Eagle Wolf Guard teenager bear? Then you will kill and see. Li Qingshan kept little and behind her, crossed her arms, and stood tall, overlooking the Grand Marximan, like a reef in the sea, letting the wind and rain hit, just standing still. Hua Chenglu has been close to the outside and feels a boring chest. He really understands the gap between 9th level chi refining warrior and 2nd level chi refining warrior. He can't help but retreat, but he refuses to lose the face of Hua family support. Under the strong pressure of oppression, even the line of sight is gradually blurred, leaving only the will to continue. Suddenly the wrist was tight and pulled, and the sense of oppression was greatly reduced. The mind was clear, and the eye was lifted, but Li Qingshan's tall back was seen. It turned out that Li Qingshan saw her face whitish and pulled her behind her. Her brother Hua Chengzhen was good to herself, and she always turned to herself. Grand Marximan didn't dare to do it herself because of her. For the sake of this, of course, it is necessary to protect this amulet. Hua Chenglu breathed slightly, and was shocked and determined. My heart was that my brother and I usually started to play with me. This old woman is so powerful. This kid is also chi refining 2nd level. How so powerful? Even in the slightest fear of this old woman's momentum. Li Qingshan's strength is not only the chi refining 2nd level, but the demon equivalent to the chi refining 6th, 7th level. And he is not born in the honeypot like Hua Chenglu, but the blood sea, the killing of thousands of people, a murderous or a baleful chi. Very strong. Ordinary ghosts do not dare to approach him within 10 steps. Of course, not afraid of Grandma Uxaman's momentum. Hua Chenglu look at Little An, and it looks like nothing. It feels depressed. He yells behind Li Qingshan, "Old woman, do you really want to be against the Eagle Wolf Guard and the Hua family?" Grandma Uxaman saw that the intimidation was useless, only to gain momentum, only to hate itching. If not Hua Chenglu here, she destroyed the mouth of this righteous way expert, but also slaughtered Li Qingshan. Even though she is the big expert of chi refining 9th level, she does not dare to kill Eagle Wolf Guard blatantly. Please, tonight, there are 15 points for posting, and there is a waste of money if the monthly ticket is not cast. !carrot_carrot! Exclamation mark at hash. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 161 Dreamer Cloud. Dreamer Cloud. This month is finally over, sitting in front of the computer, deeply puts out a breath, feeling exhausted and full of joy. I know that I am writing a book that is completely different from Xianzai, or even the opposite book. One is a talented person, and Wu is a wind. One is a cool man. Long blade blood. One wants to squat the harem, but one has to upgrade the cultivation. The book begins with the same person and wins with a female character. This book has chosen the upgrade system of the biggest road, and then 400,000 words did not try to real female lord. No awkward plot. The fighting plot of the book is criticized by people. This book has to write a lot of fighting, which is not so much an adventure, but rather a madness. But I have to do this. I can't be a subject of a style of restraint. The auras in my mind, including science fiction, fantasy, city, fantasy, endless countless world, and they need to be told in different ways, need different protagonists to interpret. Crazy, cold, melancholy, hot-blooded, and in me, you won't see similar protagonists, similar stories. But I am still too weak. I must admit that I lack the ability to realize this dream, and I cannot afford to say so many dreams. So I wrote the book Legend of the Great Saint, put aside the best swearing plot, write my most headaches, pick up the crutches to upgrade cultivation, learn to pave the way, and learn how to learn. Guaranteed updates. The original plot should be a street, and then go back and write the original routine. But I broke through the plot, with my efforts and your support. Yes, the two are indispensable. Writing is never a single thing. And my attempt has also been successful. The fight has become smoother, the plot has a plan and rhythm, and the update, the first book through the Druid I did not write 400,000, Xianzai wrote here. I am worried about what I am writing today. Now, Legend of the Great Saint, I am having a magnificent world eager to show it. Now the results are very good, but for me, it is not enough. This is my problem first, because I am not good enough. This book has not reached the wonderful I want, but I quickly change this. Become your problem. Cultivation is also good, killing is good. After all, just assist. Li Qingshan cannot take the pill on the enemy, all the way to upgrade until avoid the 9 heavens to see the green bull. It is too dry and boring. I am trying hard, a world of cultivator, how to construct, and how to live a cultivator, how to go, always affect family, friendship, love, these many emotions. In the first 400,000 words, I deliberately put down a lot of things and learned a lot of new things. But letting go is not to discard. It is to become more powerful when it is picked up again. Learning is not about losing oneself, but about perfecting oneself. I am not anyone, I am a dreamer. New January, new beginning. Please believe me, when I am not confident, please support me, no matter what way. Let me finish this dream with me! Exclamation mark at hash. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 162 Chapter 59 Removing the West Gate. Chapter 59, Removing the West Gate. Seeking a monthly pass. Grandma Uxaman swings his hand. Young lady Hua, I give you Hua family some face. You don't know what to do. This is my Cloud and Rain sect's important thing. You still don't intervene. Take these people and go. Hua Chenglu, this is a set of words. Since he is Eagle Wolf Guard, it is my brother. I will never ignore it, have the ability. You will kill me, no one will tell you. or you it is to kidnap children and kill the murderer of Eagle Wolfguard. Grand Marximon's face is colder. This thought has been turned many times in her heart. If it is an ordinary Hua family child, she has already died. As long as there is no evidence, there is nothing. But Hua Chenglu is the little princess of Hua family. Even if there is no direct evidence, as long as she is found to have been to Lake City, Hua family is going to be with her, and even Cloud and Rain sect can't keep her. Grand Marximon had to change his face, and Li Qingshan said, "Children really don't understand anything. National Grace, Divine Fragrance's girl, is a great disaster for you. The week, you give her to me and be friends with Cloud and Rain sect. Whatever you want, whether it's spiritual pill or spirit artifact, what you have here is what you choose." Little Un grabbed Li Qingshan's hem. Li Qingshan only said one word to Grand Marximon, "Roll." Grand Marximon was completely irritated, raising his claw-like hand. Tru Chi rushed out, and a few feet away, the thorny Li Qingshan face hurt. Hua Chenglu shouted, "Do you dare?" Grand Marximon hesitated for a long while, slamming his hand, and sure enough, he didn't dare. "This little girl, Cloud and Rain sect is a must. I can see if you can always hide behind this little girl." Going through the fog, Hua Chenglu put out a long breath. Li Qingshan also felt a loose heart, turned and said, "Thank you for the help of the girl." If it is not Hua Chenglu, he is confident that he will not be simply squat by Grand Marximon, but monsterification and little and divine ability has to be exposed, giving birth to endless troubles. As for killing Grand Marximon, it is almost impossible for him to do it now. Hua Chenglu is quite an embarrassing slogan. Well, then he waved his hand, "Go to the boat and say it." Li Qingshan nodded, with Little Un, followed Hua Chenglu to the Kanglan, the group of Righteous Way experts, still unwilling to rummage in the ruins of the island. Of course, nothing. Someone strangely said, "How come there is no body? Is it impossible for Chengdu to be shattered by cannons?" There is no such thing as a blast. Li Qingshan is alert. This kind of large-scale engulfing of flesh and blood cultivation will inevitably lead to suspicion. If it is targeted by a caring person, it will be more and more cautious in the morning and evening. Fortunately, Little Un has recovered his body, so there is no need to rush to find flesh and blood. Tao of the beautiful bones can also be slowed down. Touching Little An's head, thinking of him as a child, since he followed him, all the days doing murder and arson, and finally recovering his body, you should also enjoy the happiness of ordinary children. It is his responsibility to seek more powerful strength to protect her. Little Un looked up at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan smiled slightly, and Little Un also twitched his mouth, and some unnatural smiles, in response. Li Qingshan pinched her cheek and smiled. "I still have to practice a lot." It is better to be a man or a smile. Little Un is embarrassed to bow his head and his cheeks are flushed. Li Qingshan, although I don't know what divine fragrance, national grace, but also feels cute to the extreme, when I think of Little Un's soul state. It looks pale and there seems to be no such charming charm. The body that has been reshaped by Tao of the beautiful bones can be said to be the most perfect body in the world. The skeleton bodhisattva does not necessarily say divine fragrance, national grace, but the pursuit of the world pinnacle form. The real mystery of this is the word divine fragrance, national grace. Hua Chenglu shouted on the bank, "I will leave if I don't get on the boat again." The Righteous Way expert quickly gave up the search and returned to the boat. Under the dark sky, the rain drained down and the expert stood on both sides. "Please." Hua Chenglu waved his hand and invited Li Qingshan into the cabin and through the illuminated corridor to the extremely luxurious hall. There was no light in the hall, but the cabin was brightly lit, and the wall was inlaid with translucent crystal stones, which ignited mild white light. The air is pleasant, not dry, not hot or cold, and the luxury of the Chi-refining warrior family is everywhere. Hua Chenglu and Li Qingshan took the seat, Righteous Way, and they were sitting on both sides. They smiled and were in a good mood. Although they did not find spiritual pill, they knew that their enemies had been smashed to the slag, which is still a very pleasant one. thing. Great hero, you shouted loudly, take the wine, kill the group of bastards, celebrate it. The group of heroes responded violently, and there was such awkwardness. I thought that this was full of flesh and blood. It seemed to be a robber than a robber. I couldn't know how to make such a handsome daughter, and I took a Hua family, and my wife would have stolen the man outside. Hua Chenglu glanced at him, and then the old Taoist's life was ready for the guests' refreshments. Great hero, you rushed to the air and laughed. Drinking tea and drinking tea is the same. If this kind of behavior is made by an adult, it may make Li Qingshan feel natural, but it seems that she is only 13 or 4 years old, and her face is childish, like a child who plays adulthood. Some are funny. And there is no need to give any orders at all. She shakes the flag and there are several mechanisms puppet. Then Kaka's cockpit comes up and sends a refreshment, making her behavior more like a child's game. Li Qingshan was the first time I saw such a puppet, and I was curious, once again lamenting the magic of this world. I saw that these puppets seem to be made of wood. The face is carved with a face, the hands and feet are well defined, and they are extremely flexible. There is no rigidity in the movement. It is conceivable that when it is needed, it can be turned into a rapid action. Little An was even more eye-catching, until the few puppets went out and reluctantly regained their eyes. Li Qingshan has a heart in mind. Hua Chenglu took a sip of tea and said seriously, how did you offend the old thief? Li Qingshan said the Blessed Peace City Cloud and Rain building, but it is hidden Zuo Zibo's own actions. Hua Chengzhen and Zuo Zibo are definitely more familiar with themselves, not to be seen, let alone through this little girl. Hua Chenglu heard that Cloud and Rain building was arrogant, and her face was angry and angry. She only listened to Li Qingshan and killed the female brothel owner. She copied the Cloud and Rain building and praised it. It's good. Eagle Wolfguard is in need of you. A good man who is not afraid of rape. I saved you, really did not make a mistake. Li Qingshan snorted and pressed his smile, and said awkwardly, this is what I should do. Hua Chenglu is curious, what mission have you performed? I just joined the Eagle Wolf Guard and I haven't done much in the near future. Li Qingshan also talked about the mission in Ancient Twin City and the plan to come to Xiwu Island. Hua Chenglu is even more eager to listen to, from time to time to interject a few words. This little girl Jinyu Iu food, I do not know where to come so big murderer Sora. I heard the words destroy the door excited. I have to talk about Li Qingshan. Finally, I am quite sorry, unfortunately, my brother, I will not let me join the Eagle Wolf Guard soon, otherwise I will be able to perform tasks with Qingshan. Li Qingshan thought that with the strength of the Hua family, medicine pill is not just eating, so it is so hard to do the task. If I am you, I have to eat Monster General before I come out. But in the mouth, Commander Hua is to protect you, strong enough to perform more tasks. I believe that you will become a better Eagle Wolf Guard than me in the future. Hua Chenglu said, this is exactly the case. You are almost like what my brother said. Li Qingshan said, your brother is so jealous of you. The whole scene, if in the form of news reports, is China's leader Hua Chenglu, cordially accommodating Li Qingshan, has conducted in-depth conversations, affirmed and supported Li Qingshan's work, and encouraged him to continue his efforts to create another peak. Righteous Way. The group of men, watching this scene as a bystander, the mood is quite complicated, because except for Little An, the youngest person is Li Qingshan, most of them are first-class master. From Qi refining first level it is just a step away. And this is the step after the instep of innate, which separates the noble and noble. However, he did not dare to dissatisfaction. What Li Qingshan did, no matter how many times he heard it, was shocked. Think again about the group of black-footed experts who boasted on the blacklist, and then smashed a few stupid forks, and then made up their minds, and this life will not go to the blacklist. Otherwise, I don't know when to attend the party and give it to the pot. After the first battle of Xiwu Island, Blessed Peace City has hundreds of miles of roundiest path rise greatly. Jiang Hu has become very good, and young hero has come out. All of them are law-abiding, respecting the old and loving, even if they are male thieves. Things are also sneaky, very careful, and never dare to be open-minded. Li Qingshan can be described as a great success. But for a moment, the big ship came to the shore, and everyone got the boat. Hua Chenglu reached out and made a big move. The huge ship quickly became smaller. Finally, she was included in the palm and put back in 100 treasure pouch. It is a pity, this lake is too small to drive. Li Qingshan and Little An, seeing the eyes bright again. Before the departure, the Righteous Way experts prepared a celebration feast on the Guanu building in Linu City. Li Qingshan light puts out a breath. This play has to be played. The little girl helped you so much. It always makes people happy. And although I couldn't see, hear, or smell it, but he clearly felt that Grand Marximan did not go far, the hostile killing intent still looming over him. I am afraid to leave Huan now. Chenglu, you should immediately divide life and death with Grand Marximan. With the little girl acting, it is always better to go to the old woman. Although he is determined to kill the Grand Marximan, it is not the present. Grand Marximan is so old, the cultivation base is no longer able to make progress, and he is always getting stronger. As long as he gets some time, he can kill him without any damage. Why bother now? Please, strongly call for the guaranteed monthly ticket. The new January, the new start, walk! Exclamation mark at hash. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 163 Chapter 60 Birthday Gifts Chapter 60 Birthday Gifts. On the upper floor of the lake, great hero Yu finally drank the wine, and enjoyed a drink. He also sipped his wine and braved the courage to pay tribute to Li Qingshan. Then other people have come together to toast. Flattering words, endless. So Li, do you still have a nickname, called Black Tiger? Some people even recognized Li Qingshan and remembered Li Qingshan's extremely long-standing nickname. Li Qingshan casually perfunctory, and caught a piece of fish to the side of Little An. Taste this, tastes good. So many years of lost taste, it is now easy to re-own. Of course, to double compensation. Little An licked her head and ate it. Although she was expressionless, her face was still faint, such as drinking fine wine. The old man stepped forward and looked at Little An. Sir Li, I look at the little benefactor next to you. It's a Buddhism intent. He is also a somewhat practiced monk, and he feels it, down of the beautiful bones. This divine ability brings the influence of Little An. Li Qingshan haha smiled. My family, Little An, is going to be Bodhisattva in the future. The old man was taken aback and folded his hands together. Sin, adults can't be rumored. Li Qingshan smiled. Can the sparrow and swallow know the will of the great swan, isn't it, Little An? Hua Chenglu is also the object of all people. Hearing this, he glanced at Li Qingshan and shook his head. This kid didn't know whether he was brave or not, heartless. Didn't know that he had been stared by a 9th level chi refining warrior. It's not myself, it's long ago that people are peeling and bones, and they're talking about what's going on. At this time, a handsome young man came to her, lowered his voice, and said something about the deep feelings. Hua Chenglu smiled and smiled. He asked, do you think you are worthy? This sentence is not very loud, but the presence of the audience is not the ear of the bright. The eyes are betting over, who does not know what the young man is going to do, especially the other young hero. His face is ridiculous. Want to climb where the high branch of family doesn't look in the mirror. Then I was glad that I didn't take the risk. Li Qingshan said, you are too much a beast. And even the 13-year-old little girl is not let go. It is the material of the gun. But this girl is really realistic, not at all. In the novel, the young lady type that is moved by true love and elopes with the scholar. The young man's face rose red and shyly covered his face. Yu Zijian said, you refused him, why bother him? Hua Chenglu said, he was a bad heart. I was so polite with him, and I didn't even dare to say our match. It is especially annoying. When I talked about it, I didn't know what I was thinking. There is a bit of hate. This little episode did not affect the atmosphere of the entire celebration party. After the banquet, The experts commented that they wanted to go back and annihilate the underworld remnants. In fact, it is anxious to rob the fire, to divide the territory and wealth left by the underworld experts. Several young Hera-level youths, looking at Hua Chenglu, are full of reluctance. At the most noisy time, Li Qingshan was near Hua Chenglu and whispered in her ear. Hua Chenglu was also respected for a few glasses of wine. His face was reddish, and he was a little displeased when he saw him. But after listening to his words, he showed an unexpected color, looked at Little An, and then smiled. Nod. Young heroes are very envious. This kid will really climb along the line. If you can do the Hua family's fast ride, you can not step into the sky. These days, they also made a lot of attempts, but they were all rejected by Hua Chenglu, and she was a little smile. Li Qingshan, when she wanted to give Hua Chenglu something, Hua Chenglu refused. Li Qingshan did not insist, only looked at her deeply, let Hua Chenglu feel embarrassed, avoid her sight, and finally put the same thing in his 100 treasure pouch. He looked at her with concern and said something again. See Li Qingshan smiling and shaking his head, finally no longer saying anything. Hua family won't be in the limelight for this small thing. The Eagle Wolf Guard's Zhao Zibo seems to hate this kid too. At this cost, Cloud and Rain sect is fully affordable. When the banquet was scattered, everyone went out of the restaurant and boarded the car. Hua Chenglu walked out of the restaurant. Yu Zijian curiously said, "What are you talking about?" In the heart, like the group of young heroes thought, is it true that men and women know about men and women? Hua Chenglu thoughtfully said, "Nothing." Yu Zijian said, "What is nothing?" "You are good, although he is good, but too fierce, not for you." Hua Chenglu finally heard her words. She knocked on her head. "What are you thinking about in a young age?" "Not suitable for me." "Is it suitable for you?" "I am in the spring. Don't rely on me." "He wants buy a gift, give it to the child, and say goodbye to me." "I am afraid that he will be caught by the old woman and advise him to go with me." "He will not." Yu Zijian stared at the head and looked at the restaurant with concern. "Is there anything wrong?" Under the deep night train, Grand Maximin's carriage parked in the dark alley, firmly locked the atmosphere of Li Qingshan in the restaurant. She did not believe that the little princess of Hua family would really mix with a man all day. As long as there is any, she will take the opportunity. But taking a child, and still accepting this child as a disciple, is not a big sin. Seeing the crowd dispersing, Grand Maximin suddenly realized that he completely lost the breath of Li Qingshan, as if he had completely disappeared in an instant. He could not help but rush out of the carriage, like a red ghost, breaking the rain curtain and not touching the ground. There were a few laps around the restaurant, but I couldn't feel the slightest breath of Li Qingshan. Falling on the eaves, screamed, "This is impossible." A small second-level chi-refining warrior, how could it hide her breath so thoroughly? Avoiding her internal chi-loch, "Li Qingshan, you give me out." The sound rolled and spread throughout the city. I wonder how many people woke up, but Li Qingshan would respond to him. On the contrary, Hua Chenglu smiled and smiled. He yelled at the room, "How, old woman, can't find it." Yu Zijian took a sigh of relief and glared at Hua Chenglu. "How can you hit someone?" Grand Maximin glanced at her and flew up to find it in a larger area, but in the dark night train, the streets seemed like a complicated labyrinth. Li Qingshan was like a fish that returned to the water, disappearing cleanly. Hua Chenglu took a look at Yu Zijian, blur. From the 100 treasure pouch, a delicate little carriage was thrown on the ground. The carriage also grew like a ship, and the two horses were pulled. The wheels are rolling, the carriage is driving, and it is raining into the night. In the carriage, Yu Zijian squatted in the middle of the night, without the true chi body, and was in a bad mood, lying on the soft Jinsi cushion and sleeping. Hua Chenglu squatted on the windowsill, thinking about everything tonight, from shelling Xiwu Island to hosting a celebration feast. Who would say that I am useless? I am also very capable of doing one or two big things. Then I showed a smug smile, and this time I was like a child. I also remembered that Li Qingshan had just piled up what she said in the restaurant. "Can you sell that puppet to me? There are not many things I can exchange, only a few spiral stones, and dozens of spirit talisman. I don't know enough. That daring, heartless, even in the face of 9th level chi refining warrior oppression, but also a tough, almost arrogant teenager. When these words, the look is very sincere, even with a bit of a willingness to ask. Let her think of another person. That person will also lower the proud head for a little girl, trying every means to make her happy. Her face floated with morning color that was not in line with her age, but she was no longer pretending to mature, and sighed, "Elder brother Chengzhen." At this time, her eyes lit up. Li Qingshan was wearing a coat, standing next to Little An, wearing a small coat, standing in a dark alley, laughing and screaming at her. She also straightened up and shook hands. The carriage has swept past, leaving only the walls soaked with rain, but the scene remains in her heart. The boy stood in the dark wind and rain, but his body was like a strong and optimistic sunshine, like a rock, not affected by anything, although still very weak. But there is no less than her brother. Even in some respects it has been powerful. Being infected, she is also determined. "I will help you, brother." Li Qingshan pressed down the fight and took the hand of Little An. "Go. Don't you carry me." Little An shook his head. The big hand took the little hand and disappeared into the dark rain curtain. Linu City, 10 miles away, an abandoned ruined temple, a large one and 2 small robes hanging in front of the temple. Inside the temple, bonfires, dispelling the dampness and darkness, cast 2 figures, one big and one small, on the earth wall. Li Qingshan said with a mysterious smile, "Close your eyes." Little An closed her eyes. "Now you can open it." Dang dang dang, see, this is what? Little An opened his eyes and saw Li Qingshan holding a small wooden man in his hand. It was the puppet on the boat, and the glory of the surprise was revealed. Li Qingshan put the puppet on the ground, and the doll immediately became the size of the others. As he ordered, Kaka Kaka walked around. "This is a birthday present, the day of the new life. The 8th day of August, but it is a good day. This is what the flower girl wants." The flower girl is a little childish, but the person is not bad. She will return her in the future. "A person, then, what do you think?" Little An squinted, long lashes flickered, some wet, opened his mouth, wanted to say something, stunned, but still couldn't speak. "Can't you tell me?" Li Qingshan had some regrets and hated the witch. Little An bowed his head. Li Qingshan touched her head and smiled and encouraged, "You don't have to be stubborn, just slowly, don't talk, I know what you want to say." Little An got up and slammed the puppet, manipulating the puppet and stretching his legs and stretching his feet. After a while, he was happy and forgot all the sorrows, although he always forgot to manipulate his cheeks and smiled. "Peas Heartless may not be a true hero, how the pity does not husband." 1,000 pointing fingers, head bowed as a willing ox. Well, that's the feeling. If you like this feeling too, please cast your monthly ticket! !@#. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 164 Chapter 61, Children's Nightingale. Chapter 61, Children's Nightingale. Li Qingshan smiled and smiled in peace. Domains are well known. Although I don't know what to use to describe their relationship, the conclusion is very clear. She is his family and brings him a warm family. As a lonely passerby, the parents died and they were oppressed by the only blood relatives. After breaking the enemy, it seemed to be unattached. And her arrival changed all of this. For him, she was just a poor life to take care of, and then she was often taken care of and helped by her. It was she who came up with Spirit Ginseng and asked him to open up the cultivation road. At that time, he thought about it, and he would report it to her in the future, but today, he has forgotten this idea. Now she is taking out 100 Spirit Ginseng, and he will eat it unceremoniously, because there is no need to calculate these between the family. Sometimes he wondered if Green Bull had already taken this step long ago. If it weren't for her existence, he would now be 10 times vicious. With the power of Spirit Turtle Sea suppressing secrets, it's not impossible to kill chi-refining warrior everywhere and take spiritual pill. Even unrestrained to satisfy all kinds of become a complete demon. He has no confidence in his moral bottom line. No one is a born hero, absolutely good. He believes that environmental change, absolute power and loneliness will inevitably lead to absolute freedom and indulgence. Now, he has to take care of her safety and can't be too risky. If you want to give her an example, you can't do it for you. Because of her existence, he still survived in the way of human race. It is not just fighting for. As the head of the family, he needs to take up a responsibility and seriously consider the present and the future. There aren't a few remaining qi condensing pills. And in order to break through the innate qi refining secret's fifth layer, 100 Grass Pill also used a bottle and had to hurry to find a new Dan Yao to maintain the speed of cultivation. Men is a potentially big threat. The easiest and most straightforward method, of course, is from the Eagle Wolf Guard. This is 27 tasks. Although there are still a few people who have not come, only 21 are completed. And each task has very few contribution points. But the accumulation is small, and there are more than 300 contribution points added, and 5 points of contribution points can be exchanged for a qi condensing pills, plus the original 250 points of contribution points. You can change more than 100 qi condensing pills. However, there's a Ozebo card is here, making Li Qingshan very uncomfortable. He can't get what he deserves when he completes many tasks. Originally, he helped Little Un to recover the Ru body and did not care for Zhao provocation. Now that this goal has been completed, it is time to step on this roadblock. Thinking of this, the heart of the murderous aura has been born. Zhao, you will give me a sly death. I can't pick up the qi refining 9th level. Can't I clean you up? Little Un immediately noticed the change of Li Qingshan and turned around. Li Qingshan smiled and said, let's turn around first, so as not to be blocked by the old thief. After a while, I will go back and kill Zhao. Little Un is happy nodded. The next day, the rain did not mean to stop. Li Qingshan set off with Little Un, because there was nothing special to go to, and when it came to a good place to eat, stop and take a rest. Stop and go, like a holiday trip. One day, when he was resting in a tea shop next to Grand Dao, he suddenly heard some people talking about his name at the neighboring table, and he couldn't help but raise his ears. Tiger Slaughterer Li Qingshan is a reincarnation of the killing star. When it was born, it began to kill. At the age of 9, it began to kill. Since joining the Eagle Wolf Guard, it has been out of control. First, the Qian family will be destroyed. Qian family has thousands of people up and down, not male envy old and young. They have killed 1 or 2 clean, while killing and laughing. The corpse of many corpses cannot be plugged. It turned out that several Jianghu guests were sheltering from the rain here. A yellow-faced thin man was holding some bad wine, saying that the eyebrows flew say dance. Li Qingshan's expression is weird. His nickname seems to have changed again. Tiger Slaughterer is a lot better than Tiger Descending the Mountains and Black Tiger, but when did he kill the Qian family? Obviously killing only 3 others. It is Qian Rongzi's ghost. I also laughed while killing, how to say what I said like a killing ghost. However, he became the protagonist of Jianghu's rumors, and it was also a very interesting experience. He listened to his ears. If you are a group of coward, you will have to scare the Niao if you see so many corpses, but Li Qingshan is not an ordinary person. He has killed thousands of people. He still feels that he is still unfinished, and he has set up a big yin plan to cherish Huadao. I cherish Island Lord, cherish Fly Heavenly God, Zhao Ziyong, and Iron Palm, Open the Mountain. Zongyao. You have heard of these people. After getting a positive answer from everyone, the yellow-faced thin man went on to say, all of them were deceived by him to cherish the island of Hua, giving a pot of smashing, or killing while laughing. But this time someone raised an objection. I heard that the island of Hua was raised by artillery. What do you know? It was first killed and then flattened. The master of my friend, who was on the boat at the time. Huang Face Thinner renewed proud of say, and said, do you know? Ancient Wind City, the outer Danking, was later opened by people. There is no corpse inside. It is the same on Huailand. Do you know why? Why? The yellow-faced thin man suddenly lowered his voice, and suffocated the appetite of the people before they spit out 2 words, "Eat people." Attracted an exclamation. Li Qingshan pinches her face. Eat is what you eat. Although this rumor has many absurdities, in some places, it is surprisingly true. Little An spits out his tongue. Someone at the neighboring table questioned, "There can be thousands of things, how can it be eaten?" The yellow-faced thin man is also arrogant and can't answer. Li Qingshan shrugged his shoulders, and it really was a rumor that ended in the wise. Then soon, Li Qingshan was in a restaurant, knowing what is wishful thinking. I heard that tiger slaughterer. The height of 2 feet, the waist is also 2 feet, the green face fangs, the copperhead iron amount, walking like the wind, the sound is like a thunder, the most like to eat true. A meal to eat 4 or 5 to fill. You said it was monster. In the corner of the restaurant, Li Qingshan helped the amount, and let them pass on, and their true body would be stuffed. Little An has been able to reveal a natural smile. In the dead of night, in a certain dwelling place, the child cries and screams, clamoring for sugar, or not sleeping. Mother said, "Eat sugar at night, teeth to eat bad." The child just doesn't follow. The mother finally got angry. Cry again, and let tiger slaughterer eat you." The child stopped crying and screamed. After a long time, Fang Xiaoxing said, "Mother, I don't eat sugar. Don't let tiger slaughterer eat me." Mother is revealed with a satisfied smile. On the street outside the folk house, Li Qingshan finally understood what was called monsterification. His name now has the function of stopping children's nightingale. In the hearts of the general public, the roots have been deeply rooted, helping countless families and better educating their children. Although there are many strong players in the Eagle Wolf Guard, they are mainly aimed at the chi-refining warrior. They are far away from the lives of ordinary people, and at the same time, at most, they kill a few people. Li Qingshan shot twice in the district, but it has resulted in the death of thousands of people, and there are countless witnesses. It can be said that the publicity effect is excellent, and the reputation is so strong that it is out of control. Suncheer City, Tekken Men, eldest disciple Wang said, "Is this all true?" Liu Hong said, "There is no such thing as eating people. I am afraid that the other is not empty. I have already seen that the kid is not good, to disturb Liu An Jianghu, but I did not expect him to start so embarrassing, directly killing half of Jianghu. Don't marry your junior brother, Jianghu is not so good, hun. Master Ying Ming, I almost shot him." Wang has a lingering heart, and thinks that the wild boy in the village will become such a terrible person. From then on, Li Long went out. Jianghu was too dangerous, and still stay in Suncheer City honestly, waiting for the master class. "What is this? I have also beaten him 100 punches." Liu Hong looked self-satisfied, and what had made him feel ashamed, became a great glory. From then on, he said, "There are quite a few experts passing through Suncheer City." He heard that he played tiger slaughterer Li Qingshan with 100 punches. He can still stand here, not to die, and he is very admired. Even if the martial skill is higher than him, he should give a 3-point pay. Later, before he died, he deliberately smashed the discipline on the epitaph with a line of characters, had slammed the tiger slaughterer, for future generations to pay respects. Soon after, Crouching Bull Village erected a tall statue, carved a young man, strong and burly, with a long blade on his head, a vicious look, and a deity, which is exactly what Li Qingshan looks like. However, half-village Liu steward Liu Hua has paid a lot of money, and invited the most famous engraver of Shilibar village to sculpt. The statue stood up that day, the drums and the firecrackers, and the village chiefly organized the whole village to worship. Years later, Suncheer clashed with the mountain bandit, and the villagers were robbed. Only the Crouching Bull village statues, the thieves dare not approach, and spend safely. The villagers thanked aid and built a monument. To build a temple. Before the winter, they organized a worship and became a big festival called Tiger Slaughterer. These are all words. In Blessed Peace City, The Eagle Wolf Guard, Zhao Zibo frowned, and Li Qingshan recently brought him too much trouble. He used to kill the knife, set Li Qingshan to death, and Ximon came to investigate Blessed Peace. He insisted that this matter had a lot to do with Li Qingshan, but it provided portrait and task information, but he did not expect it to fail. I didn't expect that the kid's luck was so good, and he got acquainted with the Hua family's envy, and even the West men's got the kid's no way, and gave the kid a great name. But he is not particularly worried. At this moment, he is sitting opposite. It is West men. Sure enough, Li Qingshan did not expect that Ximon would search for Li Qingshan. He was waiting for the rabbit here. For the day of the country, he was determined to win. Peas, everyone is too powerful. Last month, there were more than 40 people. The original goal of this month is to enter more than 30. You are giving me 23, saying that the dreamer is thankful. I will work harder to write. The preparations are coming to an end, and what I really want to write will gradually unfold. I want to bring you more than hot-blooded and refreshing, but also have warmth, smile and touch, saying that today I turned a few hundred laps in the living room, thinking about a plot that I would soon write, and then I couldn't do it myself. I want to say to you guys, waiting to watch the show! ! Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 165 Chapter 62, Unsinking Chapter 62, Unsinking. I don't have to be anxious. Even though I am waiting here, I don't believe that the kid will not return to Blessed Peace for a lifetime. If he doesn't come back, he will betray the escaper of Eagle Wolf Guard. I have been working with Cloud and Rain sect for many years. Cloud and the Rain building always has to give an explanation to your door. There is also the Cloud and Rain building that was checked out by Zhu Wenbin. I have already asked to come back. As long as you send someone, you will soon be able to open it. Zhao Zibo is very eager to deal with Li Qingshan and the benefits of Cloud and Rain sect. Grandma Ximon said faintly, thanks to Commander Good Intentions, Cloud and Rain sect will send people soon. But Commander is also taken care of, but the old body has to leave Blessed Peace City. The cultivator's world, after all, respects strength. Although Zhao Zibo is used, his tone is extremely proud. Zhao Zibo said with amazement, why is this? Grandma Ximon said, this is the command of the sect master, and the old body can't be violated. What is your sect master? Is it? Grandma Ximon flashed a stern color. Yes, it's the ghost of the Hua family. You guys are under the pressure of Vice Commander, and we can't ignore Cloud and Rain sect. It turns out, Zhao Zibo was very sorry, so he couldn't kill him with a knife, but he couldn't complain about Hua Chengzhen. Grandma Ximon said, however, that she refining second level in the kidding area. You can't use the old man, Commander Zhao. You can deal with it. Our sect master has promised that as long as Commander can hand the girl around the kid to Cloud and Rain sect, Cloud and Rain sect gave Commander a bottle of Spring Rain pill in return. Zhao Zibo's heart, Cloud and Rain sect's Spring Rain pill, but Cloud and Rain sect qualitative spiritual pill, requires extremely rare spirit grass, and special secrets to refine. Although it cannot enhance true chi, can turn to true chi. The impurities in the process greatly eliminate the need to purify true chi. Its value, just one, is worth hundreds of chi condensing pills, and Cloud and Rain sect is really a big money this time. I don't know what the girl has to do, so Cloud and Rain sect pays so much attention. On the face, it doesn't move. Where do you say, how can I deal with my own subordinates? You said that girl. I will pay attention to myself and will not let your sect master be disappointed. Grandma Ximon said, the other thing is to take my disciple back to Clear River Prefecture. Disciple? Zhao Zibo is strange, but sees the sweet voice of Qian Rongzi, who has been quietly serving. Thank you. Zhao Zibo's face suddenly sinks. Rongzi, what's going on? Grandma Ximon had been in the hospital for a few days at Blessed Peace. She had been in the hospital for a few days. I didn't expect to spend a few days working on it. The temperamental Grandma Ximon took her as a discipline, but he only got the news until now. It seems to be her springboard. Rongzi smiled and said, "Hey, I know that I haven't entered sect. I have promised to accept me as a disciple. I want to go to Cloud and Rain sect for a while, and I hope Commander will be fine." Her cultivation qualification has passed through a lot of styles and is a common form. Although it is far from divine fragrance, national grace, there are also capitals that Grand Marximan sees. And she knows how to try to figure out people's hearts. All words and deeds can cater to the eccentric taste of Grand Marximan, and it is no accident that Grand Marximan valued it as a discipline. She is like a poisonous rat and sees every opportunity, climb up at all costs, to get more sunshine and rain. In her eyes, Qian Yanyan is nothing, Zhao Zibo is nothing, even Grand Marximan is nothing, just a tool she can use. The Grand Marximan is Qi refining 9th level. But Zhao Zibo is just Qi refining 6th level. Which tool is better to use? There is no need to compare. With Cloud and Rain sect as a protective umbrella, she no longer needs special welcoming Zhao Zibo. Naturally, it changed his face. Eagle Wolf Guard is just a profession, and can't restrict members from joining sect, like Diaof, which is simply sect. Of course, if Zhao Zibo is stubborn, there are still many ways to make it difficult for Qian Rongzi, but sitting next to a gloomy Grand Marximan, he dares to do so. Grand Marximan just said to him, to take Qian Rongzi, not to ask his opinion. Qian Rongzi smiled and was in the chest. The reason why Zhao Zibo was told now is to not give him the opportunity to obstruct. If there is an opportunity, Zhao Zibo will do this. No man will be willing to let go. A woman who is always accustomed to playing with her. Zhao Zibo squinted. "Rongzi, you climbed the high branch. I am a commander. Of course, I am happy for you. I learned the skills in Cloud and Rain sect to complete the task of Eagle Wolf Guard. I will give you a few on the moon holiday, but there is no spiritual pill. Just after a while, I will take you 3 new people and meet the 2 commanders in Clear River Prefecture. You will take the first step." He finally made a decision very quickly, and he had no choice but to stop the matter. He did not have any benefit. He only refused to agree. Although it is known that Qian Rongzi's sweet words are not from the heart, but being so simply abandoned, his man's dignity is hurt. There was a hatred for Qian Rongzi, and it turned out to be a shameless woman. Qian Rongzi before boarding the carriage, Ying gave a gift. "Thank you, Commander." When the arrival day, Rongzi will come to serve Commander again, to report. Add another sentence, "If you are not dead yet." The originally was based on Cloud and Rain sect, but her identity of Eagle Wolf Guard has not changed. Before she got stronger than Zhao Zibo, she shouldn't be so sloppy about Zhao Zibo. She has a feeling of faintness. Zhao Zibo will die under Li Qingshan's hands. This is a woman's intuition, and it is based on the intuition of a large number of analytical speculations. For a person who will die, of course, there is no need to be too polite. Zhao Zibo said, "Well to say." The carriage left, feeling that there was no way to release the evil spirits, and the palms were crushed in front of the stone table. In Clear River City, Hua Mansion, in a little Hua garden, Hua Chengzhen said to Hua Chenglu, "Well, Grand Marximan will soon return to Blessed Peace City for a question, and no time to find the trouble of the kid." Hua Chenglu nodded, "This is fine." Hua Chengzhen said, "It's rare that you ask me for someone else's business." "What other people's business? This is your Eagle Wolf Guard thing. I am not asking you, is helping you, and you do not know him?" Hua Chengzhen reluctantly said, "Good, help me. I can't talk about it, it's just a side. But I didn't expect that kid really came out under Zhao Zibo's hands. I am afraid it is not too good." Hua Chengzhen thoughts, after half a year has passed, Hua Chengzhen's memory of Li Qingshan has long been forgotten. After Hua Chenglu's mouth, "I just remembered it. I felt a little sad in my heart. I didn't expect him to really go out of the mountains. Dare to go to Zhao Zibo to do the Eagle Wolf Guard, and also had a lot of unpleasantness with Zhao Zibo." Hua Chenglu said, "Why is it bad?" "The adult's business. You said you don't understand. Hua Chenglu couldn't listen to the words like this. What an adult. Li Qingshan is not older than me, and it is just chi refining second level. The cultivation base is almost worse than me. Her cultivation base has arrived at chi refining. At the top of the second level, there is only one step left from the chi refining third level. Let's kill a 5th level chi refining warrior and show it to me. Why am I going to kill 5th level chi refining warrior? 1 month ago, the kid not only chi refining, but also body refining, the first novice mission, killed a chi refining warrior family and killed a 5th level chi refining warrior. The landlord of Cloud and Rain sect is also 5th level chi refining warrior, is probably his black hand. And at that time, he was only chi refining first level. This is not only the power of the cultivator, but also the power of the rites. The eagle wolf guard has a lot of eyes and ears. But Hua Chengzhen has no interest in it on weekdays. He has dozens of black iron level eagle wolf guards. He would look at the little blessed peace city until Hua Chenglu mentioned it, and he ordered him to check it out. Soon a detailed piece of information was put on his desk, and the message he got was a little surprised. Hua Chenglu was surprised. It is no wonder that Grand Marximan will go to him. The guy is so powerful. It is no wonder that Grand Marximan is not afraid of the pressure of the Grand Marximan, and easily escapes the Grand Marximan's track outside the restaurant. Don't think so much. You are still ready to go to the hospital for a trial in the spring. The girl you brought back, I have seen it. The character is not bad. Better than you. This is the Yijing washable pill for her. Should be able to directly rely on chi refining. Hua Chengzhen handed over a medicine pill to Hua Chenglu. This is the strength of the real chi refining warrior family, able to break the limits of innate qualification by external force. As for Li Qingshan, for Hua Chengzhen, it is just an estating, not worthy of too much care, and as long as Li Qingshan is not dead, I believe it will be seen soon. In a small town not far from Blessed Peace City, Li Qingshan looks up at the moon in the crowd, and the heart is Mid-Autumn Festival. Although it was saved, the chi condensing pills on his body still gave him a slap in the face. These hundreds of chi condensing pills had their stomachs, and the effect was obvious. He has quietly changed the monster body in the Niman's place. It has reached 2 feet and 7 feet. And the strength has increased a lot. It is not far from the second layer of Bull Demon Strong Fist. But once you stop taking spiritual pill, the speed of the cultivation is immediately slow and horrible, and it's almost time to return to Blessed Peace City. The old woman doesn't have such good patience. He took a piece of mooncake and handed it to Littleton, then took her across the sea, walked out of the busy city lantern, and walked to Blessed Peace City. Back in Blessed Peace City, Li Qingshan and Littleton both converge and breathe back into the mountains. Li Qingshan twitches his nose and smells a familiar smell, which is the unique and intense flavor of the Grand Marximan. As expected, Grand Marximan wanted to block her here. The cultivator has many ways to hide its own tracks, but the smell is the most easily overlooked. Li Qingshan follows the freshest trajectory of the scent and traces it all the way to the outside of the city. It is finally confirmed that Grand Marximan has left Blessed Peace City. Li Qingshan looked back at the mountain, the iron-cast black eagle, smiling. Commander Zhao, your medicine pill should help me build the Bull Demon Strong Fist second layer! Chapter 62. Unsinking. Chapter 62, Underflow, Surrender. Legend of the Great Saint. Chapter 166. Chapter 63, The First Battle of Zhao Zibo. But what do you do in the end? Li Qingshan seriously considered it. It is also a good choice to kill the mountain and attack Zhao Zibo, but it is necessary to change the demon to play enough power. However, the body that is close to 3 feet tall is standing higher than the second level small building. I am afraid that even the mountain can be seen. It is too easy to violent, but if Zhao Zibo can't be killed, Zhao Zibo will make a sound, shouting. His identity will be well known, and he has to find a way to lead Zhao Zibo out of Blessed Peace City. But how can he lead him out? Littleton, Is there any plan? Little N writes in the air, the fingertips flow out of the flame, and the last equivalent word left. Li Qingshan has a heartbeat. Yes, Zhao Zibo now wants to die, but most of them will not do it in Blessed Peace City. Most of them will find ways to spend their own money. It is the best time to shoot. Li Qingshan Momo Little Un's head, surely smart. But he is not willing to wait so hard, he has to do something. But in order to make this decision quickly, let's go back and slap him. It's full of malicious smiles, not giving you a face, but it's really good for me to bully. Commander Zhao, I am back. On the Black Mountain, a thunder, tearing the silence. All legal wolf guards were alarmed, awakened from cultivation or sleep, and rushed out. I saw Li Qingshan standing in front of the main building where Zhao Zibo was located, shouting loudly, I have completed 21 tasks, but needless to say, contribution points still have to be halved, and after halving, I can't change anything. That is all right for you. I am not rare, right? I went out this time, and happened to meet the sister of Flower Commander. I have a big mouth and can't help but say all the things you have done in Blessed Peace City. I think the Flower Commander will not put it in the heart. Don't be surprised. You give me a stop. A figure flashed out of the main building, suddenly appeared in front of Li Qingshan. It was Zhao Zibo. He was furious. His right arm cuff filled with true chi, like a hammer to Li Qingshan. Commander Zhao, what are you doing? Want to kill the subordinates? Li Qingshan said, ding the shield hard block. He only feared Zhao Zibo's flying sword. The means of this hard hit were in the heart. The hammer sleeves slammed and made a dull sound. The sound both spread and the surrounding leaves rustled. Li Qingshan felt a great strength, and he stepped back 4 steps. Every step was on a solid marble floor, leaving a deep pit. Sighing 6th level chi refining warrior, but it was nothing. No damage. Look at the shield, the same, although only low-grade spirit artifact, but it is pure defense Xing spirit artifact, not so easy to be destroyed. Of course, the strength alone is enough to cause any 2nd level chi refining warrior to rupture and vomit blood, but Li Qingshan's body is so fragile. Zhao Zibo is even more angry. The handcuffs are determined, and the dawn light flashes. True chi is like a hydrogen gas burning, and the small square inches front of the building shines brightly. Li Qingshan remotely touched a hot wave and slid back. She saw a fire dragon wrap it around Zhao Zibo, turning his eyebrows through, the clothes fluttering, and plating the 1st level red light man's, as if fire god was coming. The marble under his feet began to show signs of melting, showing how terrible the temperature of the flame was. 6th level chi refining warrior, powerful is not just artifact control, but also magic spell. Disease. Zhao Zibo pointed to the sword and pointed to Li Qingshan. The fire dragon roared and rushed to Li Qingshan. As fast as the electric stone fire, ordinary people can only see a light flame flashing, and the shape of the dragon is not visible. Drink. Li Qingshan screamed. The Ting shield moved forward. The shield was in his hand, and it was already big pinnacle, slamming into the dragon head, while the figure was tight behind the shield. Boom. The fire is shining. The fire dragon directly turns into a sea of fire. This time, Li Qingshan flew out and crashed into a big tree more than 10 feet behind him, only to stop the figure. The leaves on the top of the head rustling, but his mouth shouted, Commander Zhao good means. In addition to some soreness in the arm, it is still unharmed. It also shows how important it is to choose a suitable spirit artifact. After ridicule, there is a shield to absorb the damage. However, it seems that this time is provocative. It seems that playing is a bit embarrassing. Zhao Zibo's look of killing him and then quickly seems to no longer take care of the occasion. It is not rational. Zhao Zibo Commander Blessed Peace City's Eagle Wolf Guard has been so provocative for many years, and it has just been swayed by Qian Rongzi and humiliated by Li Qingshan. Even if it is sensible, it must be out of anger. Zhao Zibo can't see Li Qingshan as a fire dragon. He stretches his hand and takes a 7-inch knife. He is caged in the palm, dripping through the air, rubbing against the air, making a screaming sound, as if Resist You wants to kill people and drink blood. Li Qingshan stood up and felt a strong crisis. The flying blade was a few feet away, but it was like someone holding a knife across his neck and ready to fall. The shield becomes smaller and the 100 treasure pouches retracted. At this time, the shield that can only block one side is useless. All his spirits are on the flying blade of Zhao Zibo Palm. If Zhao Zibo really sends a flying blade, Li Qingshan can only do one thing, that is to escape. He has studied the artifact controlling, the distance of a 6th level Qi refining warrior artifact controlling, about 30 steps. This distance is not too far from the legend. The sword is thousands of miles away from the invincible means. But if coupled with the terrible speed of the 6th level Qi refining warrior itself, this is also a real killing machine. Li Qingshan, if there is such a hand, on Xiwu Island, killing thousands of people, there is no need to abolish so many means. However, Li Qingshan did not take this step into consideration. Bree's talisman was ready to escape and he was very confident in his footsteps. At this moment, he has retreated to 100 steps, just to guard against Zhao Zibo's anger and desperation. Even if he is chased, it doesn't matter, as long as he is not killed. If it is true, he plans to go to Zhu Wenbin and Zhao Zibo, and simply make things big. There's Zhao Zibo deduction of the contribution points, and even the news of the pursuit of the meritorious minister, will be madly passed out. Anyway, it is not his Li Qingshan. This is called barefoot is not afraid to wear shoes. At that time, Clear River Prefecture will also be dissatisfied with Zhao Zibo, and an incompetent evaluation is indispensable. Jian yelled in a hurry, "Commander Zhao, please calm down." He didn't think Li Qingshan was so deep. I was afraid that Zhao Zibo would kill Li Qingshan at the Eagle Wolf Guard. The trouble is big. Dark Wolf Guards gathered around, and Zhao Zibo forced himself to calm down and put away the flying blade, screaming at Li Qingshan, "Li Qingshan, go low." Although he has been operating in Blessed Peace City for many years, he is not likely to be convinced by everyone, as he has not seen anything. If he is here to kill, let alone kill the Dark Wolf Guard, killing an ordinary person, if not for the right reasons, it will be punishable by the Eagle Wolf Guard. Eagle Wolf Guard is the endorsement of the legalist school. The guardian of the law can be used in the dark. But on the bright side is the DXEO law. Once you cross the Thunder Pond, there is absolutely no good result. 6th level Qi refining warrior, in this Blessed Peace City, is like a god, but in the eyes of the above, it is nothing at all. It would not be a pity to kill. Li Qingshan sees Zhao Zibo. I really didn't dare to kill him here. I also let go of my heart and lick the leaves of my shoulders. I don't want Commander Zhao. I am very good. I just drank a few more cups and said a few words. If you are drunk, please ask Commander not to worry. Zhao Zibo went away, feeling depressed. Never like today. I feel that the identity of this commander will be embarrassing. People are harmful to the tiger, and the tiger is hurtful. If it is the usual 2 Qi refining warrior, it has long been opened, and the magical treasure spirit talisman has done its best to fight for it. But because of such a heavy identity, no one can ignore the consequences. Both people need a suitable venue to solve the problem. Li Qingshan returned to the small building and smiled at Littleton. Then, just wait. Then I took out the bottle of 100 grass pill, which I wanted to use when I broke through realm, but now I want to maintain the speed of cultivation. I don't care too much about this. I believe that there will be more and better spirit medicine in the 100 treasure pouch of Zhao Zibo, and now I don't have to worry about it. The next day, Li Qingshan went to county office to find Zhu Wenbin and wanted to change medicine pill. Zhu Wenbin knows his crazy behavior last night, but he said, "But it's good, you put the contradiction on the bright side, and he doesn't dare to move you." Li Qingshan was shocked. Why didn't he dare to move me? He did this in order to let Zhao Zibo hurry to move him. The sooner the better. The better he would kill him. Zhu Wenbin said, "You just turned face with him and immediately died of dying." Not everyone knows that it is his moving hand. He must be biting his teeth now and find a suitable time to attack you. Li Qingshan is suffering in the heart. I hope this opportunity. Don't wait too long. He was suffering here, knowing that Zhao Zibo was on the mountain. His biting gums were bleeding, and he whispered, "I must kill him personally. I must kill him personally." I don't know when these two people can break away from the secular vision of the society and collide with each other. Li Qingshan turned over from the 100 treasure pouch and pulled out all the spiral stones. "I want to change some medicine pill." Without Zhao Zibo, this day has passed, and the remaining bottle of 100 grass pill, he last night also eaten up. There is no medicine pill that can be used for cultivation. Zhu Wenbin said, "You really have to change, and the spirit stones are much harder than the qi condensing pills." Li Qingshan certainly knows that the qi condensing pills he has now get 1,000 small, the spirit stones are less than 10, and they are all the lowest variety grades spirit stones! Exclamation mark. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 167 Chapter 63 is finally here. Spirit stones is almost the most stable general equivalent between cultivators. It is not qi condensing pills at all. Only his low-level Dark Wolf Guard takes qi condensing pills as a salary. Both Zhao Zibo and Zhu Wenbin are spirits stones. At qi for the higher cultivator, the low-level qi condensing pills are of no benefit or even harmful. But the spirit stones contain pure spiritual power, but they are always available. Moreover, there are many functions of spirit stones, and there are numerous refining, formation, and mechanism. Li Qingshan gave little in the trick of using spirit stones as the energy source. The most common method of use is the continuous use of the method. Provide true qi. Now Li Qingshan is mostly close combat, and it is not very useful. When you get through the qi refining 6th level, you can take a few stones with artifact control, which means you have a life. Li Qingshan took out these few stones and considered the immediate needs. The birds are not as good as a bird in the forest. In many cases, the long-term interests are not in the immediate interests. Li Qingshan didn't have any opinion. Zhu Wenbin was of course happy. He finally took out 8 bottles of qi condensing pills, 12 bottles per bottle, nearly 100 qi condensing pills, and changed these pieces of spirit stones to Li Qingshan, which solved Li Qingshan's anxious. In the following days, Li Qingshan, in addition to cultivation in the building, took little Anne in the city and bought everything she liked. However, his tiger slaughterer's reputation has also spread to Blessed Peace City, almost reaching the effect of the urban management net street. No matter how busy the street, as soon as he walked over, he heard a cry, "Tiger slaughterer is coming." In a blink of an eye, when the street was full of thousands of nets, the rest of the children sat in the middle of the road and cried. He walked over, and even the children did not cry, and they were scared. When he entered the store and wanted to buy something, the other party often died and refused to collect money. Zhu Wenbin sent him to ask him to pass, so that he should not be casual, so as not to disturb the Blessed Peace people. Then Li Qingshan's life, only cultivation left. Every house in the small building meditating cultivation, but also with little and companionship. It is not very lonely, but qi condensing pills eat fast, no more than 10 or 20 if you eat it. It will save you. If he thinks, even a glimpse of the nearly 100 qi condensing pills, his body is like a bottomless pit. So he became a frequent visitor to the county government office. Li Qingshan Lang said, "Darjan, you can see this with Jinxinwen, the secret product of the door, spiritual pill. At the time of cultivation, you can calm down. It is very beneficial. And this spring love pill, used between beds, can help Yak Sing." Picking up eyebrows, revealing the expression that men understand. Zhu Wenbin considered it and used 4 bottles of qi condensing pills in exchange for Li Qingshan to overjoy. After Sancha, at noon, Zhu Wenbin was sitting in front of the pill furnace concocting pill. Since he was doing the county magistrate, he has never stopped collecting herbs for him. He has concocting pill, and he has accumulated a lot of qi condensing pills. When it was appropriate, I went to the market where the cultivator traded, but the arrival of Li Qingshan saved him some trouble. When he was happy, he also stepped up the concocting pill. The maid to report said, "Darjan, the Li the eldest is coming in again, waiting for you in the flower hall." Zhu Wenbin is a bit strange. Li Qingshan came to him to do something again. He went to the flower hall and saw a long table in the flower hall. It was full of exquisite things. It was like a small grocery stall. The stall owner was behind the table. "Li Qingshan, let's see you again." This is when the Qian Yannian lived. The Qi refining warriors sent them to see these spiral grasses. At first glance, spiritual qi is extraordinary. It must be used as a concocting pill. Isn't it really vivid to have these jade carvings? If you like it, you will be rounded up and I will give you a discount. Under the eloquent explanation of Li Qingshan, it was a pleasure to add each other's transactions, and Zhu Wenbin took out a few bottles of qi condensing pills and bought everything. After a few more, Zhu Wenbin sat opposite Li Qingshan. Zhu Wenbin said, "You can only talk about tea in this day, and never talk about qi condensing pills." Li Qingshan glanced, hesitated for a moment, and lowered his voice, "Do you want to be big?" Zhu Wenbin finally couldn't help but ask, "You want so many qi condensing pills?" "Qi condensing pills can't be eaten. You can change the qi condensing pills with me now. You can't finish it for 3 years." Li Qingshan can't explain that he really took qi condensing pills. When he eats, he can only say, "I want to reserve more and be prepared." Zhu Wenbin said, "Path of cultivation, mainly by yourself. Medicine pill is only a foreign object, just assist." Li Qingshan promised in the mouth, but she thought, if it weren't for the spiritual pill medicine given by Half Moon, how could he fix Monster Core so quickly? And if he didn't have these foreign objects, he would have to build Monster General, at least 100 year. After Zhu Wenbin finished, Li Qingshan asked again, "Really not?" Zhu Wenbin sighed and shook his head firmly. He was a realized county. He hadn't been in the middle of many years, and he didn't need spirit talisman at all. Outside the government office, Little An is kneeling under the wall and teasing the ants with a small wooden stick. Whenever Li Qingshan went to deal with Zhu Wenbin, she waited outside the door and went in to talk to her. She ignored. Under a large poplar tree, a nest of red ants and a nest of black ants are fighting fiercely. The black pressure does not know how many. The red ants are slightly smaller, but they are extremely fierce and occupy the wind. Little An looked very serious. The warm sun in autumn fell on her cheeks, as if through her tender skin. The black ant army would be defeated. The small wooden stick in her hand suddenly turned into a phantom. "Little sister, what is one here?" A smiling little gangster squatted to Little An's side, not sympathetic. Little An didn't lift her head. The little punk looked at the left and right, and suddenly picked up Little An and walked on his shoulder. Little An didn't have any resistance. Long hair and hands fell down, still holding the little wooden stick in his hand, staring at the ant nest not far away. The punk quickly boarded a carriage and the carriage galloped away. He was overjoyed. There are 300 tals of silver benefits for this. The boss's account of this is simply a simple matter, although it may offend the tiger slaughterer. But who knows is his own 1,000. But he put all his mind in Little An, so he didn't notice that the ant war under the big poplar tree had suddenly ended. As a result of the war, all the red ants died. At that moment, the small wooden stick stabbed thousands of times, stabbing all the red ants, but did not hurt any black ants, even a tentacles. Carriage galloped through the lane and folded into a dwelling. The punk smashed Little An down. "Boss, got it." A few men entered the shirt and drank, and they stood up, so fast. "I can't be quick when I open my hand, but it's really strange. This guy doesn't cry or call. Probably a dumb. I think it's still a fool. I don't know where Tiger Slaughterer got it, but it looks like a real man. It won't be a good one." All the laughter words came to an abrupt end. They didn't even realize the advent of death. The expression stagnated at that moment, and then turned into a flame. After a while, Jian dressed in casual clothes and walked into the small courtyard. He said strangely, "Where did you go?" At this time, Little An returned to the government office, still holding the little stick, kneeling under the big poplar tree. The black ant squeezing has not dissipated, and the small wooden stick has turned into a heavy phantom. The little term under the big poplar tree subsided, and all the black ants died. Little An, if she felt it, suddenly raised the head. "It's all right." Zhu Wenbin personally sent Li Qingshan out of the county office. He thought about taking another 2 bottles of qi condensing pills from 100 treasure pouch and stuffing them into Li Qingshan's heart. "Qingshan, this is look at the friendship, go shopping, let me calm down." The autumn wind is rolling with fallen leaves, and it is shaved from Li Qingshan, and the hard work of the dual cultivation. Who knows? Little An dropped the small stick in his hand and ran over to grab his hand. Li Qingshan smiled at her and shook her hand. "Go back, mix 2 bottles." In the Eagle Wolf Guard, Jian said, "Commander, that was nearly overheated with Zhu Wenbin." At noon this afternoon, Zhu Wenbin personally sent the kid out of the county office, and all the entrances were seen. I said, if it is not something entering the trend, how can the kid dare to be so arrogant? And he brought back the little girl. I also checked, I don't know the origin, it seems to appear out of thin air, named Little An, and Li Qingshan has always been inseparable. I sent it into the past, but I don't know why I didn't succeed. We never do it. Reaction: I'm afraid I will be. Zhao Zibo said, "Hey, Zhu Wenbin, can I be afraid of him?" "Don't worry, the boy's death has arrived. I have to look at Zhu Wenbin and can't protect him. You should call him now." Jian's face is happy. "Commander, do you have an idea?" Small building. The floor, everything in disorder, is full of all sorts of things. Li Qingshan smashed 100 treasure pouch, then widened his eyes and looked for it. What else? What else can be used to exchange? Like a gambler who lost the light, looking for the last valuable thing in the home, so I can take it. Little An was kneeling beside him, holding his cheek in one hand, looking at Li Qingshan poorly, thinking about how to help him. Suddenly flashing a glimmer of light, patted Li Qingshan's shoulder and pointed at his chest. "Do you have a way?" Little An smiles nod. The original Tao of the beautiful bones can be concocting pill in addition to refining. The raw material is of course born into flesh and blood. Li Qingshan said after careful consideration, "I have a little psychological barrier to eating this kind of thing. And if you kill it so much, you have to show it." See Little An, a little stunned, pinching her cheek. "But thank you." Suddenly heard the sound of knocking on the door and opening the door. It was Jian. "Commander Zhao asks you to go." Although there is no expression, there is a strong smug "Yeah?" Li Qingshan frowned and lowered her head. It seemed to be unwilling to respond, but the eyes flashed brightly and finally came. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 168. Chapter 64. Justice Village Trap. Chapter 64. Justice Village Trap. 150 miles away from the east, there is a village called Cave Opening Town. Recently, many young men have died bizarrely. Some people have seen the bodies lined up from the Justice Village next to the town. I suspect that it is Qi Refining Warrior 4. Let's investigate. Zhao Zibo coldly said, throwing a copy in front of Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan glanced at the head. The corpse. Isn't it related to the Taoist Jiangshi? Just mention the refining corpse and you can't think of the blessed Peace City Eagle Wolf Guard's most wanted man. At Eagle Wolf Guard's pursuit of such a long time, the strength can be seen. Zhao Zibo said, "Why? Do you have an opinion?" "This is just an investigation." Li Qingshan interrupted. "Of course there is no opinion. This is just an investigation, and there is no danger." "Commander Zhao, although I am relieved, I will investigate it well. Even if I met Taoist Jiangshi, I have to get away from it. The opportunity to come, how can I refuse?" But he must fully suggest Zhao Zibo. "Commander Zhao, you do not personally, but cannot kill me. Zhao Zibo finally feels a bit strange. It seems that Li Qingshan is not afraid of being overcast at all. He is not an unwise person, but he has been stunned by anger. At this time, he feels a slight fault. Is there really a hidden means for this guy? The child you brought back can't do the task with you, just stay in the Eagle Wolf Guard. He can't forget the bottle of Spring Rain pill. If you exchange it for the real money in adulthood, it's really the value of the city is such that the spirit medicine can't be bought with real gold or silver. She won't be separated from me. If there is nothing else, I will leave now. Li Qingshan looked away and turned and went out. 150 miles. For Li Qingshan, it was not a distant distance. He brought Little and at the second time, he rushed to the cave opening town. Li Qingshan walked along the empty street and walked straight outside the town, in front of a gloomy building, looking up and plaque with the words Justice Village. Many foreigners have died in the accident because of accidents or serious illnesses. Justice Village is the place to stop their corpses, and one day their family members will find them and bring their bodies back to their hometown for burial. This is a good deed, but many of the bodies are piled up in Zhuangzhong, and no one has been picked up for many years. Yin Qi gathers, resentment breeds, and it is easy to generate ghouls. Therefore, it is extremely stressful on Feng Shui, and it is often necessary to ask the master to surpass the soul. But the Justice Village, the grass is overgrown. The walls are half collapsed, and the everywhere is full of decadent meaning, apparently abandoned for a long time, probably not so good treatment. To investigate, it is most appropriate to start here. In order for Li Qingshan to agree, Zhao Zibo has made a lot of contribution points for this trip. Anyway, there are more contribution points for the dead. What Li Qingshan thinks is that when Zhao Zibo is killed, these contribution points can be exchanged for medicine pill. Going to the door of Justice Village, Li Qingshan took out the wind-stitching blade, took out the small shield and took it on the left hand. Finally, put more than 20 spirit talisman into a bag and hung it around the waist. Get it out at any time. Although he is confident in his own strength, he is not a fool. This trip is likely to be related to Taoist Jiangshi of Qi Refining 6th level, and Zhao Zibo of another Qi Refining 6th level is likely to come later, in the dark. Hey, how dare he care? Of course, to improve the 12 points of vigilance, so as not to fall miserably in a very easy task. Be prepared, then cross the threshold and walk into the Justice Village. There are dozens of coffins in Zhuangzhong, some are very old, some are brand new. The ground is covered with paper money, the wind is blowing, and the curtains are like a ghost, and they can't tell the difference. If you are an ordinary person, see this scene, you must be scared of trembling in fear. But Li Qingshan is also a murderer in the Blood Sea, a murderous aura. Look at Little Anne next to him, squinting, not even a little scared, but a little bit of anticipation. His feelings for the body, probably with Li Qingshan's feelings about Qi condensing pills. Li Qingshan went to the front of a dark coffin, pulled out the wind-stitching blade, inserted the coffin cover and the coffin gap. The wrist turned, the coffin cover was screwed high, and fell to the ground. Lying in the coffin, the middle-aged man, full of bruises, has long since become a dead body. Li Qingshan guessed how he died, and walked away. He is not a masterpiece. Of course, it is impossible to do any nighttime autopsy. Opening the coffin is just boring, and by the way, he is here to wait for the appearance of Zhao Zibo. This Justice Village is in the wild and away from the town, a great place to fight against Zhao Zibo. He is still thinking about, is there any trap? Li Qingshan just turned around. The man in the coffin behind suddenly opened his white eyes, his mouth bulging 2 fangs, was about to injure people, but saw a little girl staring at the coffin, staring at him very seriously, put an index finger on his head. Li Qingshan turned his head. Don't mess with things. I don't know how many years. Little Anne spit out her tongue. Her fingertips just recovered the fire, and the coffin was empty. She suddenly moved her heart. It seemed to have a breath of life. She closed her eyes and felt that there were living people in the surrounding coffins. Hide in it. Li Qingshan just wandered to the hall, and suddenly the rune was lit at the foot, and it rushed to a huge gravitational force. It was born from the foot, and the body was as heavy as 1,000, with the body true chi running poorly. At the same time, those new coffin cover suddenly flew. 5 figures from the middle raised their hands, pointed to Li Qingshan. The machine spring turns, the arrowlessing, continuous. Oh, although it is 5 people, it is like an army with thousands of arrows, countless arrows, from all directions, all angles, volley. There is no trace of dodge. Li Qingshan's left-hand shield suddenly became bigger, and he was covered with a blunt sound, followed by a roaring explosion. The arrow bursts at the moment of hitting the shield, and the power is amazing. If it is to inject in the body and then explode, it must be dead. Behind Li Qingshan, it was also a roar, but he didn't look back. Little Unward pulled out the sleep's sword, and the illusion of the swordsmanship, the precision of each arrow points. But at their feet, the dense rune, more rune lit up, surrounded Li Qingshan and Little Un. The pressure on the body became heavier. The shield crashed into the ground. Senior brother, grab it. A pleasant voice responding to this sound is a smudged blade. After Li Qingshan left, Zhao Zibo leaned on the chair and closed eyes. Jian is on the side and doesn't dare to ask a word. After a long time, Zhao Zibo suddenly opened his eyes. Jian, let people come. We are going to support Li Qingshan. Jian's face was a flash of color, but it was strange. Commander, do you need such a big squad? I am afraid that Li Qingshan will not die. Zhao Zibo will go alone, and it is easy to hide people's eyes and ears. Let you call you. Zhao Zibo was unhappy, and there was a hint of uneasiness in his heart, and he began to realize that Li Qingshan might not be as easy to deal with as he thought. Yes, Commander. In a short while, Jian came to Zhao Zibo with 6 dark wolf guards. Almost all of them, Li Qingshan, explained that when they wanted to exchange spirit artifact medicine pill with contribution points, they were received by these people. Obstruction. Zhao Zibo, the person Jian called, of course, is not the general dark wolf guard, but his true cronies. Looking at these people, the uneasiness in Zhao Zibo's heart gradually disappeared, and the hatred of Li Qingshan became more and more intense. At this point, he could not reconcile with Li Qingshan, and he had to kill it quickly. Zhao Zibo said, "You know what I am calling you, for what?" "But for that Li Qingshan?" Zhao Zibo said, "Exactly. That kid is too humiliating me. It is hard to kill me without killing him." The old husband bluntly said that although Li Qingshan has some means, but it is only chi refining 2nd level, it is not worth our shot. Her hair is half bald and looks like the dark wolf guard in her 60s. His name is Xinand, the old man of the blessed Peace Eagle Wolf Guard, and the strongest of these people dare to question the order of Zhao Zibo. Others also showed the same look. Zhao Zibo knows that he must give them a reason to say it. Old Xi, I have told Li Qingshan about Taoist Jiangxi and said that I want to give him a big gift, a body refining cultivator, but a great material for refining corpse. I do not believe that he is not tempted. The Eagle Wolf Guard Dark Eagle Commander has colluded with the First Wanted and sold his subordinates to the enemy. And the Dark Wolf Guards present, no one is surprised. Xinand said, "There is no need for us to shoot. The old Taoist refining corpse. The means are amazing. The usual 6th level chi refining warrior is not his opponent. Li Qingshan will definitely die." Zhao Zibo said, "The old Taoist has always been hidden in the Jiangxi cave. We have been taking him for no time. This time, if you can lead him out, it will be a great achievement." Under the old Taoist, there are so few good things. As for killing Li Qingshan, it is a good thing. Xinand, Commander, rigorous schemes and deep foresight, it's far behind. Gansu Iris. Other Dark Wolf Guards are also screaming, and Taoist Jiangxi's reward points on the head are over 10,000, each to each on the head, no less than 1,000 contribution points. You can change a lot of good things when the sky is going to shine. Headed by Zhao Zibo, a total of 8 Eagle Wolf Guard, left Blessed Peace and chased Li Qingshan. This is a very terrifying force, enough to easily level a lot of small sects, small families. Several Eagle Wolf Guards watched this scene in the square under the giant eagle and got together. Hey, Li Qingshan is a lot less fierce this time. Brandy Nose's Eagle Wolf Guard shook his head and sighed. Small voice, don't talk about it. A Dark Wolf Guard reminder next to him. The guy who is afraid of something, who will make a small report, goes with Commander Zhao. Brandy Nose disapproved. What are you talking about? A cold voice came from behind them. ! Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 169 Chapter 65, Mohist School Disciple Chapter 65, Mohist School Disciple. Everyone turned their heads and was taken aback. When they saw the appearance of the coming day, they quickly said, Commander Lao, you are closed. You broke through the Qi refining 6th level. The person is the Dark Wolf Commander Lao Xishan of Blessed Peace City Eagle Wolf Guard. He looks like he is 40 years old. He has a square face of the founder. He sees the horrified expression of the people, and a slight smile smiles. Cultivation, retreat for many days, in order not to be the present, whispered, who do you say that you are fierce? No one dares to answer him. Lao Xishan doesn't need to let these people answer. As a vice commander, he also has his own cronies in the Eagle Wolf Guard. He already knows the beginning and the end of the matter. I am going to help Commander Zhao. He plunged in the direction of Zhao Zibo's departure, like a big black bird gliding down the mountain, and soon disappeared into the mist in the morning. The rest of the Eagle Wolf Guard is a face-to-face. This has just entered the Eagle Wolf Guard, and Li Qingshan, which is less than 3 months old, has made such a big move. Commander Zhao and Commander Lao have never been able to deal with it, and now they have also advanced to Qi refining 6th level, and Blessed Peace City has been in trouble since then. Li Qingshan abandoned the shield and slashed the knife, a shining wind blade, and went straight to a sneak attacker. The man did not expect that Li Qingshan could still slash his knife under such circumstances, and he was still so embarrassed that he was busy calling a squadron in front of him. A slamming sound, the squadron was smashed and the parts were spilled. The man was taken aback and cried, this guy can still move. Everyone is careful. Li Qingshan has seen the appearance of the sneak attackers. They are all young people in their 20s. They wear a uniform style of navy blue suits, holding handheld flashes of different auras and strange styles. The tiny arrows like rainstorms are shot from these 5 scorpions, which are many times stronger than the legendary Zhouge. Li Qingshan stepped forward. Under that huge gravity, the floor was like a quagmire. The feet were deeply trapped and went straight to the knees. The shiny rune, which was painted on the ground, was once imaginary. In the air, it is not damaged by changes in land. Let me come. A violent drink, a robber man with a beard, slammed into a wall, appeared in the hall, holding a huge brass barrel in his arms. The gun body was cast full of complex. The pattern, the aura of light flowing on it, is actually a middle-grade spirit artifact. The muzzle of the dragon head, which was cast into a dragonfly, began to gather a little bit of aura. Li Qingshan felt a strong crisis for the first time. Even though it was fired on the Xiwa Island by the warships, there was no such sense of crisis. The most important thing is that the robust man with the cannon is the Qi refining 6th level. Who are you? Why did you attack me? Li Qingshan thought it was Taoist Jiangxi, got the news of Zhao Zibo, and laid the trap, but this doesn't look like Taoist Jiangxi, and the means used seem to look like it also has nothing to do with Jiangxi, and he resists the intention to change his body. He asks one more question. If these people don't close their hands, then only demonic incarnation will kill. Hey, how is this Taoist Jiangxi so young? The young people dressed in navy clothes also saw the face of Li Qingshan, a strange way. Senior brother stopped. This is the service of the Eagle Wolf Guard. Another person recognized the dark wolf clothes on Li Qingshan, and quickly stopped. The aura has been brought to the pinnacle, a dazzling blazing white beam, ejected from the muzzle, obliquely penetrating the roof to the sky, leaving a trail of light in the night sky. Little and loose is the skull rosary of the palm. Li Qingshan's red light fades, and looks at the big cave at the top of the head, revealing the color of the exclamation. Even if it is demonic incarnation, if it is on the gun, it will not be better! Exclamation mark. Asked lower, who are you? Retract the wind-stitching blade into the sheath. This move greatly reduced the hostility of the young people and put down the strength of the hands. The first one saw the young human Dao served by the Eagle Wolf Guard on Li Qingshan. We are the Mohist school disciple, where we perform the mission. You are Eagle Wolf Guard. Exactly. I am also performing official duties. Please let us see your token. Mohist school disciple. Li Qingshan was a bit stunned and threw the Black Iron Wolf medal to the young man. The young man looked at it and let out his breath. He said loudly, "Okay, it's okay, it's a misunderstanding." Hey, what the hell? Don't you say that Taoist Jiangxi will come? How come a Dark Wolf Guard? Several Mohist school disciple complained. One of them put a picture of the axis and the picture was painted with rune. It is exactly the same as the rune on the ground. Li Qingshan suddenly felt a light body, picked up the shield on the ground, saw only the shield, and the piece of black that was blown up. The fire dragon of Zhao Zibo was hard plucked the other day. Today, it was bombarded again by a blast, and spiritual chi reduced it. Less cold and not a burst of wind and wind. The bearded man of the rotten man trapped the brass barrel straight up, little and raised the sleep's sword. Li Qingshan with his eyes stopped, although the host is hostile, but did not kill intent. The robot man grabbed Li Qingshan's collar and yelled, "The kid, you broke the good thing of Lozi." He wore the same navy blue dress as the other Mohist school disciple, but the upper body was half naked and the right sleeve was tied around the waist. Exposed to the strong arms and chest muscles, it is extremely embarrassing. Li Qingshan released true chi, blocking the attack of the oncoming spit, and looking at the robust man with a calm look. Not talking, the Mohist school disciple came up and opened the robot man to persuade. Senior brother, calm down. Robust man, robust, 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 bustro 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 bust. Don't feel bad. Our fire crow arrow is not a fall of heavens. Li Qingshan whole clothes. You still have to reflect on it, launching an attack indiscriminately. If I am strong enough, I will be killed by you. The robust man slammed into Li Qingshan, almost to take out the Huanglong swallowing gun, and was pulled by several junior brothers to persuade. It's all misunderstanding. Mind, in the face of chi refining 6th level, dare to talk like this. It's said that the Eagle Wolf Guard is arrogant, and it's true. Misunder a game. If you are offended, don't be surprised. Under Jiang Lanking, this is our senior brother, Hao Pinyin, and our 3 junior brothers, He Yishi, Jin Yuan, Jin Bao. Jiang Lanking introduced one by one. Although he is only in his 20s, his face is dark, his voice is slow and steady, and he looks very mature and stable. His strength is second only to the robust man Hao Pinyin, which is the chi refining 5th level. The other 3, He Yishi is cultivating chi 4th level. The body is not low, long head, squinting, casually, stunned Li Qingshan, barely bowed his head and repaired. Li Qingshan is awkward. Jin Yuan Jin Bao is 2 brothers. Brother Jin Yuan is cultivating chi 4th level. Jin Bao is Qi refining 3rd level. See Li Qingshan is only Qi refining 2nd level, and it destroys their traps, and is not willing to take care of it. Jin Bao said to Hao Pinyin, "Senior brother, is this picture of the map, is it true? Even a Qi refining 2nd level can't be trapped. If it is true, Taoist Jiangxi is coming. It is not a break. Let your mothers fart. This is what Lozi spent a lot of money to buy. This kid is weird." Hao Pinyin calmed down, strangely looked at Li Qingshan, was trapped in the map, and was stronger in 5 than him. The Qi refining warrior was besieged by 1,000 machine crossbow, and it was really unbelievable. It was unusual. This painting is a map of the prison, but it was prepared for the 6th level Qi refining warrior of Taoist Jiangxi. When ordinary people enter it, the pressed internal organs are broken and the Qi refining warrior is difficult. What is even more strange is that the beautiful little child around him clearly has no trace of Qi refining, and he can stand in the map safely. If he has used it once, he really doubts that the map he bought is fake. Li Qingshan's pride in sweeping Xiwu Island was also swept away. There are many powerful tools on the world that he doesn't understand. The traps under these Mohist school disciple are simple but extremely dangerous. First, use the paper money to hide the rune on the ground, limit the enemy's actions, and then make 100 arrows, and the enemy will die. If it does not work, it will be killed by artillery. Interlocking, step-by-step killing intent. If it is a normal 6th level Qi refining warrior, this one will probably die, and there will be no chance to fight back. "You are here to ambush Taoist Jiangxi?" Zhang Lanking said. "Yeah, are you also?" Hao Pinyin blinked, "Just he wants to deal with Taoist Jiangxi." Pointing at Li Qingshan's nose, "Kid, this matter has nothing to do with you. I advise you are getting out of the way." Li Qingshan puts a thumbs up and follows. "I just came to investigate. Taoist Jiangxi has nothing to do with me, but people are outside the door? Although the breath is very good, but the faint smell of the body, but it doesn't mean." Li Qingshan's nose. "What?" Mohist school 6 people looked out the door together. Hao Pinyin sensed heaven and earth's primal Qi, only to sense that a hidden deep breath outside the door was snooping, and screamed, "Give me out." Kaka kaka, Zhang Lanking. The 5 people immediately smashed the empty arrow, and the new arrow, a rectangular box, was buckled on the 1,000 machine crossbow, each with 30 extremely short fire crow arrows. In the blink of an eye, if there is no such thing as Li Qingshan, the spirit artifact shield dedicated to defense, even if it is a powerful Qi refining warrior, is easily caught by the arrows. "Hey!" The sharp laughter sounded outside the door. A Taoist who wore a yellow robe and a pale mask appeared at the door and made a voice, "Don't dare to set a circle to harm your grandfather, you are a bunch of rabbits." "It's a big courage." Li Qingshan looked at it. "You are Li Qingshan, it's a good material for refining corpse." Zhao Zibo, the old boy. This time he didn't lie to Dao! !@#. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 170 Chapter 67, Taoist Jiangxi. Li Qingshan was in the heart, and Zhao Zibo really sold him. Of course, this is not something to be surprised. It is not surprising. He is only worried now that Zhao Zibo will not believe the strength of this Taoist Jiangxi, and will not kill him personally. Taoist Jiangxi also said to Zhang Lanking and the others, "The qualifications of several of you are a little worse, but the princes will treat everyone equally and make you Jiangxi. Almost everyone will be the fish on the chopping board." Waiting for Taoist Jiangxi to finish the conversation, Zhang Lanking kicked the 1,000 machine crossbow in his hand and sprayed the rainy fire crow arrow. Li Qingshan stood by and saw that the fire crow arrow was red, only 3 inches long. Almost the end shot out. The speed is amazing, and it is dense to the extreme, almost impossible to dodge. Taoist Jiangxi was shot by dozens of fire crow arrows without any reaction. Fire crow arrow heated up in his within body and burst. A series of intensive explosions, the fire burst out from the body of Taoist Jiangxi, breaking the bones of Taoist Jiangxi. Zhao Lanking 5 people face Lu Hai, Li Qingshan pulled out the wind-stitching blade again. Hao Pinyin shouted, "Be careful, that's fake." Li Qingshan looked at Hao Pinyin, which is the strongest one. If it is so thin, Taoist Jiangshi will not stay in the first place in the Eagle Wolf Guard's wanted list for so long, although it is used the sound transmission technique. But if you listen carefully, the sound is not uploaded from the door of the Taoist Jiangshi. The mask is just to cover up. Peng 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 peng. In the Justice Village, dozens of coffins, the lid flew out at the same time, and stood up dozens of Jiangshi, opened their eyes, stretched out their arms, burst out of the fangs, and smashed the wind, and rushed to the 7 people in the village. Hao Pinyin, in order to avoid the suspicion of Taoist Jiangshi, did not deal with these Jiangshi, suddenly caught in the encirclement. 5 Jiangshi rushed to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan was ready, and the wind-stitching blade violently burst into a round of blade light, squatting forward and backward. The blade cut into Jiangshi's body, and the blunt knife slashed the wood, and the 5 Jiangshi, the figure was only slightly stagnation. 10 purple-green arms, continued to grab Li Qingshan, long nails like a dagger, roots black-blue. At a glance, I know that I am poisonous. Hao Pinyin rushed Li Qingshan and said, "The dagger is useful." Jiangshi, who rushed to him, had the most, and there were 8, but he was calm and fearless, holding up the Huanglong swallowing cannon and smashing the head of a Jiangshi in front of him. Also picked up True Chi, squatting. 7 Jiangshi were shot and flew out, smashing on the porch of the porch, and even 2 directly smashed the wall and flew out. The momentum is violent, like a god of war. But in addition to the one that was flattened by his head, and the 2 Jiangshi who had crushed his bones, the other 5 were all on the ground, and stood up again, not afraid of pain, fear of life and death. I rushed again. Li Qingshan was reminded by Hao Pinyin. The heart said, "I am still a passer. I forgot this common sense." Pick up little N and jump. 10 arms, 50 nails, like a beast, gathered under his feet. 5 Jiangshi, looking up together, did not look at Li Qingshan in the air, and leapt high. The knees were not bent, like a spring loaded on the soles of the feet. Li Qingshan slammed down and slammed a Jiangshi's head and used it again to break through the roof of Justice Village. Dust and debris have fallen, accompanied by a moonlight like water, falling within the Justice Village. In midair, Li Qingshan has a narrow left hand with little N, a right hand gripping the wind-stitching blade, swaying over her shoulders, vigilantly glanced down, overlooking the entire Justice Village. The 4 high-spirited Jiangshi, after all, did not reach his height and fell back to the ground. But Li Qingshan didn't look at them. These Jiangshi were not seen by him from the beginning. Although impervious to sword or spear, there is no enter power, but no wisdom, no martial arts. The reaction is not even comparable to ordinary beasts. Li Qingshan is far above these Jiangshi, regardless of the speed of power or reaction. As long as it is not surrounded by hundreds or thousands, it is impossible for them to be hurt. There was only one person he was guarding, and that was Taoist Jiangshi, who only heard his voice and did not see his people. According to the Eagle Wolf Guard, this person knows how to steal, and has a latent sword in his hand, which is very good at sneak attack. Around the Justice Village, the bleak autumn wind swept the dead grass, but there was no one. Finally, I locked the breath of Hao Pinyin. If he is Taoist Jiangshi, there are 2 options for winning at this time. One is to kill the weakest and weaken the opponent's strength. The other is to kill the strongest and gain absolute advantage. However, if you kill from the weakest, you will inevitably violently sculpt your own body shape, consume your own true chi, and even leave flaws, and be the strongest. To kill is the best choice, is to find opportunities, and hit Hao Pinyin. Hao Pinyin and Li Qingshan have long been prepared, and the strength of fierce, not afraid of these Jiangshi. But Zhao Lanking and the others, it's not so easy. They're getting elbows. They've just shot all of Fire Crow arrow, and they'll have to change the arrow. Dozens of Jiangshi rushed from all directions, obviously a fool without wisdom, but trained like a military. and tactically divided the 5. Jin Bao is the weakest and extremely embarrassed. Jiangxi's 10 fingers are deeply inserted into the place where he is standing. Slower is the end of the break. He didn't have time to get up. The 3 Jiangxi stretched the claws and fangs and rushed up. He was shocked. He had no weapons. He used his fists. How can he resist these Jiangxis? Only eyes closed. Jin Yuan shouted. Jin Bao wanted to rescue his younger brother, but he was blocked by 4 Jiangxi, barely able to protect himself. He is the same as Jiang Lanking. Idiot. Yu Zhou. Hao Pinyin saw the junior brother in danger, but there was no rescue. Like Li Qingshan, he now puts all his spirits on looking for Taoist Jiangxi. He is not afraid to distract himself. He is the only Qi refining 6th level here. If he is injured by a sneak attack, he is even killed. Can't live. The claws and fangs fell, but no screams sounded, but the sound of nailing into the wood. Jin Bao called out a shackle on his body and escaped. The 3 Jiangxi pulled out their claws and inserted them again without expression. They peng, and they slammed them together. The wood chips fluttered and cracked the cracks. Jiangxi's claws, even steel, pierced. If the non-defectives are specially refining, they will be crushed, but even so, they will not last long. At this time, the 4 Jiangxi who pursued Li Qingshan's unsuccessful, under the control of invisible power, rushed to Jin Bao. The biggest role of is to attack, instead of being used as a shield, and it is smashed. Jin Bao has a desperate say in his eyes, shouting, "Save me!" Hao Pinyin sighed in the heart, holding the Huanglong swallowing cannon, was about to go forward to rescue, do not care about the threat in the dark. A blazing electric light descended from the sky, and the roaring thunder, alongside Jin Bao, turned several Jiangxi into coke, and all Jiangxi in the shocking Justice Village was a stay. Li Qingshan descended from the sky and waved a thunderbolt talisman, but did not look at the results. The eyes stared straight at Jiang Lanking, and the wind-stitching blade became a squat. Good. Hao Pinyin shouted loudly, holding up the Huanglong swallowing cannon and collecting the aura of the stars. Dragon Head was also aimed at Jiang Lanking. Although she changed her elbow, Zhao Lanking is a 5th level Qi refining. She is strong and has to deal with 7 Jiangxi. Although she can't rescue Jin Bao in time, her self-protection is innocent. But in the face of his knee light and the flaming yellow dragon swallowing gun, he instantly suffocated, revealed fear and incredible say. Glang! The wind-stitching blade squats in front of Jiang Lanking, and sings a metal cross that sounds no more than thunder. A small sword appears out of thin air. There was a big gap in the blade, but Xiaojian was also flying by Li Qingshan, uncontrolled rotation. With that thunder light, Li Qingshan finally caught the trajectory of the latent sword. At this time, the Huanglong swallowing gun sprayed a dazzling beam of light, hitting the little sword in the air, and directly turned it into a scrap iron, which fell from the air. There was a scream in the darkness in the corner, vaguely showing a figure, drifting away from the door. Li Qingshan and Hao Pinyin turned their heads at the same time, rushing in the direction of the screams, rushing outside the door, seeing a figure in the distance, stumbling and rushing to the distance. Come on. Hao Pinyin left the Huanglong swallowing cannon and stepped on Li Qingshan. Go. Li Qingshan stood on one foot, the stone bricks on the soles of the feet smashed, and the shock bow spread to the surroundings. From the ground, he lifted his whole body strength and punched him at the foot of Hao Pinyin. Hao Pinyin flew out like a personal rocket, swiftly swept through the wild grass, quickly approached the figure. His face was revealed and smirked. His hands were 1 point, True Qi screamed, and the sun on both sides of the head was shot. X1, the head burst. Li Qingshan turned back to disappointed say. The heart of the Taoist Jiangxi, and sure enough. Hao Pinyin limped and carried a headless dead body and threw it on the ground. It's fake again. When the flying sword was destroyed and the mind was damaged, the Taoist Jiangxi could still think of being deceived by the prosthesis, and the real body took the opportunity to escape, prepared properly, and reacted quickly. Li Qingshan mentioned the Huanglong swallowing shot, and he was shrugging his shoulders and threw the Huanglong swallow gun to Hao Pinyin. Hao Pinyin caught the gun barrel and took back 100 treasure pouch. He frowned and patted Dewey. "Boy, your punch is too embarrassing." Li Qingshan said. "How to chase?" Hao Pinyin suddenly said, "The latent sword is destroyed, so the strength is greatly damaged. It is a good time to kill him." Li Qingshan said, "He is best at refining corpse, not a word controlling. It's just one of his corpses. You don't think of Jiangxi Cave to find a 6th level chi refining warrior." "And you said, 'It doesn't matter to me.'" The two said at the door of the Justice Village that the battle in the Justice Village was still going on, but they didn't mean to intervene! Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 171 Chapter 68 Jiangxi Cave. Although Jiangxi's attack was fierce, it became unruly. Mohist School Surinon also stabilized his position and reaggregated together. Zhang Lanking and He Yishi manipulated 5 intrusions to resist the moment, and suddenly they came out. The two brothers, Jinyu and Jin Bao, who were behind, held 2,000 machine crossbows in their hands, and suddenly pulled the trigger. Chi has no pop-up window. Chi 60 fire crow arrows sprinkle around of fans. Jiangxi's skin is impervious to sword or spear, but it can't resist fire crow arrows' penetration. Then, the internal explosion is violent and easily tears their stiff body. It's just a round of volleys. It's a big piece, and there's no more fierce and terrible. The remaining 7 or 8 Jiangxi can no longer pose any threat. Before breaking into the Lising, the hand pops out the sharp edge and gives a mechanical and precise assassination. Jiangxi's nails are caught in the body, leaving only a trace of white, but the sharp edge of the blade can pierce their heads. In the same number of cases, these Jiangxi are not the invading opponents, one by one, and they are killed. A few sighs and sighs. Sitting in the ground, in the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, the Mohist School Disciple Test is also a contest, which has experienced such a dangerous battle. Jin Bao saw Jiangxi, who had almost killed him, and was so easily swept away that he felt incredible. In fact, their strength is far behind these dozens of Jiangxi. If they are on the ground and ready to go, 1,000 machine crossbow is in hand. These Jiangxi are not even touched by their sides, they are shot on the spot. Even the 6th level chi refining warrior Jiangxi did not dare to face 5,000 machine crossbows. However, once you become elbowed and need to adapt to the situation, you will not be able to exert your strength. Hao Pinyin pointed at their noses and screamed, "Don't throw in, really throw in, but dare to enter the home is chi refining 2nd level. If you are not at home, can you survive? With your pig brain, I can't tell the difference between the real and the fake. My map is just as wasteful." Jin Bao feeling wronged, "Senior brother, I almost died. You don't come to comfort and comfort, but it's so ugly." Although awkward, several Mohist School disciple is obviously not particularly afraid of this senior brother. Zhang Lanking bowed his hand to Li Qingshan and sincerely thanked him. "I just thank you for helping me." The sinister danger of the sword just made him think that he still feels trembling in fear. Originally, Li Qingshan destroyed their traps and complained a little. At this time, there was only gratitude left. As Hao Pinyin said, even without Li Qingshan, their traps may not hurt the real Jiangxi. Li Qingshan patted his shoulder, "You can hold back and don't shoot at me, it's already very good." Zhang Lanking smiled, "I was scared." Li Qingshan can't help but laugh. This Zhang Lanking is really real. He has eaten hundreds of chi condensing pills. It is not a white one. Whether it is body refining or chi refining, it is a big battle compared with Qian Yanian. It has a lot of growth and more murderous aura, falling from the hustle and bustle, like killing God. There is indeed the momentum to conquer the enemy. At this time, and then a fair battle with Qian Yanian, there will be no chance of winning as originally. In short, he has the power to threaten the chi refining 5th level. Hao Pinyin's Huanglong swallowing guns and powers were even more in Li Qingshan. At the same time, they were locked by these two offensives. Zhang Lanking seemed to be scared by the tiger and leopard, and nothing could be done. Jin Yuan took Jin Bao's front. "Thank you for saving my brother." Jin Bao, who is full of faces, speak. That I thank you too, but are you really Qi refining second level? How is it so powerful? Jin Bao is the closest to Li Qingshan, but he is a few years older than Li Qingshan, but his face is still childish. The feeling of giving in is smaller than Li Qingshan, who is full of wind and frost. At this time, looking at Li Qingshan's gaze, there is a bit of admiration. The strong will be respected wherever they are. Li Qingshan hadn't had time to answer. Hao Pinyin took a look at Jin Bao's head. This is body refining. I don't see the brains of the military school. What are you doing? Li Qingshan mind. You are so embarrassed to say that entering the home is a muscular body. Jin Bao is angry and angry. You hit me again. I turned my face. Hao Pinyin, raise your hand again. It's still against you. You look at me. Jin Bao is 3 feet high. Hao Pinyin, you exclamation mark. Then Jiang Lanqing was pulled in, and he was persuaded. I was originally Jiangshi. I wanted to use the latent sword to assassinate your Hao senior brother, but Hao senior brother did not show any flaws. Jiangshi did not dare trush, so Jiangshi was besieged you. Li Qingshan smiled. These Mohist school disciples are straightforward and somewhat like college students of previous life. Although they are not young, they still have a few points. True Qi. Even the tempered Hao Pinyin, although playing and swearing at these junior brothers, is unceremonious, but there is no such superiority, which is quite different from the Qi refining warrior that Li Qingshan sees on weekdays. Jin Bao saw that Hao Pinyin didn't immediately rescue him. Li Qingshan went on to say, but just now, you are in danger. You Hao senior brother, even if you are in danger, you have to save you. Senior brother. Jin Bao realized that he almost became a use of Jiangshi and became a trap to kill Hao Pinyin. Jiang Lanqing, He Yishi, and Jin Yuan, looking at Hao Pinyin together, they can't think so much in the chaos of Fang Kai. Now I want to come. They not only did not help anything, but almost dragged down Hao Pinyin. Fart. I will save him. This idiot, he died and gave Mohist school some food. Hao Pinyin's face with a beard, faintly red. He Yishi thought, Jiangshi can't find the flaws of senior brother, so I will kill the senior brother. A few times, I thanked Li Qingshan again. On the occasion of the first round, Li Qingshan used the thunder light released by Thunderbolt talisman to instantly find out the trajectory of the latent sword. In order to find out the knife, not only saved Jiang Lanqing's life, but also gave Hao Pinyin a shot. The chance of a shot can be said to have saved the defeat and played a bigger role than the 4 of them. Li Qingshan said, cross a river in the same boat. I see you all, like you have never learned martial arts. They and Jiangshi close combat, almost all rely on instinctive reaction and their own true Qi in battle. Move. Even a Jiang Hu third-class master is better than nothing. Jiang Lanqing said with a smile, we are Mohist school disciple. For so many years, I have been studying mechanics, and even building the city. Although I have heard several lessons at the military school combat challenge, how can I and the real military school, compared with disciple? This time, I have to make up for martial arts. Others also agreed. Li Qingshan understands that these are the engineering talents, and the fight is not their profession. Not all Qi refining warriors have to have the ability to get into the arson. What are you going to do next? Hao Pinyin said, of course it is straight Huanglong. Li Qingshan said, Jiangshi cave is not so good. This justice village is just one of his corpses. After it is formed, he will be brought into the Jiangshi cave. Over the years, I don't know how much. Jiangshi is very dangerous in the cave. Jiangshi Road can be safe for many years under the chase of the Eagle Wolf Guard, and has a lot to do with his immortal cave. He hides in subterranean world on a weekday, like a labyrinth of intricate caves. No one knows the exact location of his immortal cave. To find it, you must face the constant Jiangshi attack. Once you miss it, you will be buried in it. Become a member of Jiangshi. Jiang Lanqing experienced the danger of being a versatile person. I heard that he had to go into the black-painted underground cave. They all played a retreat, senior brother, or if you still go back to the hospital, please have a few powerful helpers. Come find this Jiangxi trouble. Hao Pinyin picks up the ring. Go back. What about the mission? We are so hard to come out. How much time will be wasted? And Jiangxi will not hide in other places. You are not afraid to let Xiao in. I am have a face too. Zhang Lanking looked at each other in front of him. Before going out, the master said, and all the actions must be directed by Hao Pinyin. His flying sword was destroyed, his heart was hurt, and it was too late to refine another flying sword. To kill him, now is the best time. Hao Pinyin said this, but his eyes looked at Li Qingshan. He also felt just 5 of them. Trying to kill Jiangxi is not very reliable. Li Qingshan's performance in the battle made him very optimistic. If Li Qingshan would join, the odds of this trip will increase greatly. Li Qingshan hesitated. He wanted to wait for Zhao Zibo, but he didn't know if Zhao Zibo would catch up. If he doesn't come, he will definitely take Jiangxi as a target for hunting. A 6th level Qi refining warrior should have a lot of medicine pill in his hand to solve his urgent needs. The question now is whether or not Mohist school disciple should join forces. With the strength of him and Littlean, it should be enough to kill Jiangxi. If Qingshan is willing to join, the harvest of this trip, my one is yours. Zhang Lanking sees that he can't change the will of Hao Pinyin. He wants to make this trip more secure, and also to thank Li Qingshan for his help. Yep, Jin Yuan Jinbao also said, we are the same. He hesitated. I will give it to you too. As long as he can complete the task, not only will he have a face, but 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy will also give them a reward, not nothing. Hao Pinyin said, your kid, Qi refining 2nd level, is more than I have. And I don't say anything about compensation. Jiangxi Road is a thing that you are 7-3, can't you? Before the departure, in order to avoid disputes, the distribution was made in advance, and all income was used to compensate for the consumption of each input. The remaining Hao Pinyin accounted for 30%, and the other 4 accounts for 70%. As the absolute main force of this trip, Hao the Pinyin method is quite loyal. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 172 Chapter 69 Distribution of Wealth Chapter 69 Distribution of Wealth. Li Qingshan raised the head said, okay, I promised. He can kill Taoist Jiangxi with Littlean, but killing Qi Yanyan of Qi refining 5th level, it can be said that it is a coincidence that killing Qi refining 6th level, the fool knows that he has hidden means. I don't know how many searches will be attracted. Eyes. And he has a secret that cannot stand the search. And his vision is not only focused on the things in Taoist Jiangxi 100 treasure pouch. The Eagle Wolf Guard is a treat for Taoist Jiangxi, with more than 10,000 contribution points. And 5 contribution points can be exchanged for a Qi condensing pills. This is more than 2,000 Qi condensing pills. This is the real big head. The cooperation with these Mohist school disciple will enable him to obtain these contribution points in a reasonable way without any doubt. Zhang Lanking several people are revealed surprises, and Hao Pinyin is also chuckled. Then Li Qingshan said, but I am not satisfied with this division. Zhang Lanking several people face each other, Hao Pinyin is even more frowning, and 70% of the total is not satisfied. It is too greedy. To make matters worse, if Li Qingshan has a big lion, he can't help but agree. Li Qingshan smiled slightly. I only have 3 achievements, just like Hao's senior brother, because I am confident that I can play no less than your role and ensure the safety of all of you. As for the remaining 40%, please assign it yourself! Exclamation mark. When this statement came out, everyone was taken aback. I didn't expect Li Qingshan to hand over the benefits of the hand. A 6th level Qi refining warrior's 40% wealth, which Qi refining warrior is not tempted, can be easily abandoned. Zhang Lanking feels awkward for the talent of the villain. Qingshan, this is not very good. Nothing is bad. If you want me to join, you can follow this method. If it is a graceful report, how many things can you pay for this area? Li Qingshan originally is not stingy. The people who look at these Mohist school disciple will not let them fall through. This is the way he lives. the ancients' cloud, scattered wealth and justice. That kind of care, just look at the small profits of the eyes, will never be a big event. A generous and confident person, no need to worry about not having friends anywhere. Hao Pinyin is a big laugh, slamming Li Qingshan's shoulder. Well, your kid is tempering for me. He was also arrogant by his words, proudly, our Xing life is expensive, let alone these layers of property, that is, 10 Taoist Jiangxi can't match it. This is not a boast, they are young, light, it is the Qi refining warrior of the 4th level 5th level. Breaking through the Qi refining 6th level is not an unreachable goal for them. Their future development is definitely above Taoist Jiangxi. As a Mohist school men, although not good at campaign, the mechanics created are the treasures of all Qi refining warrior. The value is even more on the ordinary spirit artifact. Every Mohist school disciple, everywhere, it is a respected existence. And the status is not comparable to Taoist Jiangxi of Subterranean World Refining Corps. Jin Yuan Jinbao, two brothers, also renewed Jim move the say. Jin Yuan said, we work together, and Taoist Jiangxi has nothing to fear, and we will not live up to this one. Jinbao said, the face that you lost yourself, you have to find it yourself. You can't let people take a nap to our Mohist school disciple. The Yin Yin's Justice Village, illuminated by the hot-blooded of young people, originally killed Taoist Jiangxi, just a little fearful task. Now, this is a career that needs to be worked together, and fear has long been there is no trace. Hao Pinyin reached out, let's join hands and do it for a while. Several hands joust stacked together, several people looked at each other and laughed. And they felt close to many, but for Li Qingshan, there was no more estrangement. It seems that everyone has not just met, but it has been a long time. Little Un held her cheek and sat on the roof of Justice Village. When Li Qingshan rushed down, she left her on the top and looked at the wind and told her not to use the power. She watched Taoist Jiangxi escape from Justice Village. Her eyes were nothing special, but she was able to dong, and the stealth technique was one of illusion spells. It didn't work for her. She wants to remind Li Qingshan, but in a blink of an eye, Taoist Jiangxi ran away, so she had to go up. If you just catch up, there is a big chance to taste the fresh blood roux. However, as long as Li Qingshan's Zhao generation, she will follow. The cold moonlight fell on her expressionless face, listening to the words below, and seemed a little indifferent. With the deepening of Tao of the beautiful bones cultivation, her mind seems to have gradually returned to the state of being a ghost. But it was the numbness of the tortured self-consciousness, but now it is the indifference of Dong. When Shikao blazes flames and devours one creature, it is not just a simple bloody rouging, unlike the ordinary evil demon cultivator, which smelts the living blood into a magical treasure, and at most bears some condemnation of conscience. Whether it is blood or grey flame, it is part of her body. She melts the blood roux, especially when the blood of the living and the dying person can clearly understand their resentment, anger, pain, fear. The impact of countless negative emotions is enough for an ordinary person to collapse in an instant, even if the strong cultivator is also affected, and doubts about his own behavior and even existence, and lives in the shadow of these undead yin. This is the most difficult heart test of Tao of the beautiful bones. But she did not feel even a little trouble, like reading a Buddhist scripture, reading the pain of the deceased. No mercy. If the God Buddha sits high on the lotus throne, watching all the people are bitter, and the heart is clear and indifferent. It is not intended to suppress emotions, but to generate emotions. Neither the hobby of hot-blooded nor the resentment of cursing, red ants and black ants do not have any difference. All life, etc., can do everything, except him. In the Justice Village, several people discussed specific countermeasures, and the sky in the east gradually lit up. Suddenly, Little Un stood up and looked at the distance, looking through the wilderness and seeing a group of people close, jumping from the top of the building to Li Qingshan. Just a sight of the Jiao stream, Li Qingshan understood. Zhao Zibo finally came, and said to Mohist school disciple, please take a step forward, I have some things to deal with, I will catch up when I wait. Hao Pinyin said, What is more important than chasing Daoist Jiangshi? Li Qingshan laughed and said nothing. Hao Pinyin couldn't ask too much, and he was so determined. Well, then let's take the first step and wait for you at Jiangshi Dong. Justice Village was empty. Li Qingshan waited for the knife. After a moment, suddenly screamed, "Commander Zuo, since you are here, please show up!" !@#. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 173 Chapter 70 The Dangerous Heart. Peng 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 peng. The Dark Wolf Guard, wearing a black dark wolf clothes, wears the wall directly into the Justice Village. Chi has no pop-up window. Chi. The smoke and dust are all up, but they are not stained with dust. The clothes are drifting with true Chi, and coldly looking at Li Qingshan. A fierce murderous aura intertwined, winding Li Qingshan tightly, although the strongest is only Chi refining 5th level Xinan. But the momentum is not comparable to Jiang Lanking. They are professional entrants, the wolves that kill prey, each of which has survived countless life and death battles. If Jiang Lanking and Xinan are against each other, a confrontation will be killed on the spot. At this moment, Li Qingshan sat down and took the wind-stitching blade in one hand. He didn't look at the philosophy Dark Wolf Guard. The rolling dust approached Li Qingshan in front of 5 steps, and he couldn't move another inch. Little and stood beside him, like a black pearl, showing a little desire. All the way out, left and right, were sealed, leaving only the dark and empty Justice Village gate of Justice Village, blowing in with a cold breeze, a black boots across the threshold, and an iron eagle coming from the wind. The eagle wing is high, the eagle eye is round, the eagle is like a hook, and the gaze is Li Qingshan. It seems to be turned into a living thing at any time, and Li Qingshan is smashed on the spot. The momentum that he gave up was even stronger than the other Dark Wolf Guards. Li Qingshan finally raised the head. "Commander Zuo, it's a big bang." Zuo Zibo glanced at the ruins of the village in Justice Village and wondered, "These are thousands of you? You knocked back Jiangshi, Ruer and so on." Li Qingshan showed his left hand. Zuo Zibo sneered, "That is just a waste. If Jiangshi is surrounded by eagle and wolf, it must not be as easy as the Mohist school disciple, or even retreat, only to be killed and shredded." Li Qingshan agreed, "It is indeed a waste." Anyway, the face has been torn, and Zuo Zibo no longer hides his killing intent. Before dying, "What do you want to say?" Li Qingshan smiled and shook his head. "I will not die." Zuo Zibo said, "Yes, you won't die very soon. There is the most exquisite torture expert here. We will cut you a little bit and not let you die." He would like to appreciate Li Qingshan's expression of fear and despair, but he was disappointed. Li Qingshan just smiled and showed the white fangs whose mouth was longer than usual. Even the children beside him were expressionless. When Li Qingshan spoke to Zuo Zibo, there was no one in the surrounding Dark Wolf Guard, and there was no change in expression. Even the weakest Jian looked at Li Qingshan's internal chi. "Do not relax a little vigilance." Although it is against the enemy, Li Qingshan can't help but sigh. This is the real warrior. As one of the most powerful violent mechanisms of Diexia dynasty, even the lowest Dark Wolf Guard has it. Such qualities. He has the grasp of winning. And the only problem now is that the entry here must not be let go. Li Qingshan stood up and snorted and pulled out the gap, like a jagged wind-stitching blade, with his left hand in the band and a thunderbolt talisman. Little holds the sword and holds skull rosary in one hand. They don't have an eye contact, but they have already determined their strategy. They are exactly the same as Jiangshi's strategy. That is, all the power is broken to kill the strongest Zuo Zibo. The rest of the can be left with fish. Even if you want to escape, it is easy to chase. Zuo Zibo has a slight dagger and 7 wind-stitching blades are unsheathed. The battle was on the verge of a blow, but there was a scream from the door. "Li Qingshan, is your leg smashed?" "So slow." Li Qingshan gave a slight glimpse. "What are you coming back?" Zuo Zibo suddenly turned back and saw a robber man with a beard, standing outside a few dozen feet. The smell of his body, and the brass barrel in his hand, all made his pupils shrink. Hao Pinyin said, I want to come back when I want to come back. Is it yours? Jiang Lanqing, who was next to him, and his hand-soldered 1000 machine crossbow, frowned. Jiang Lanqing said, is your business still not finished? Come over and hurry. Zuo Zibo Cold Channel. I said how you have no fear. It turned out to be foreign aid. No wonder it can live. Li Qingshan ignored him at all, and loudly said to Hao Pinyin, I don't go now. You should go first. Don't wait for me. Hao Pinyin shouted, let you come over, I see who dares to stop you. I have bombarded him. Li Qingshan was helpless and touched. She took the knife back and said to Zuo Zibo, Commander Zuo, it seems that there are not many opportunities in the future. Just take Little An and walk to the gate of Justice Village. At the moment of passing Zuo Zibo, each other can feel the knocking intent of the other side, but they have not shot. Jian said, Commander. Zuo Zibo raised his hand and gestured. Li Qingshan came to Hao Pinyin, and Hao Pinyin lowered his voice. What happened? Li Qingshan smiled and said, everyone is a little contradictory. Little contradiction, said Hao Pinyin. A small contradiction can be surrounded by a group of dark wolf guards, killing intent, and headed by a 6th level Qi refining. Jin Bao has a lingering heart. The man entered, so far away, facing me. I feel terrible. Cave opening. The reason why the town got this name is because there is a huge cave in the vicinity of the town. A tributary of clear river water that rolls into the cave and never returns. The boat is the same as the entrance. The curious villagers try to enter it. One of them explores the competition, but none of them can return and become the forbidden spot of Be Scared at the Mia. But at the mission site marked by the Eagle Wolf Guard, the cave is called Jiangxi Cave. The hiding place for the first wanted criminal, Jiangxi. In the Eagle Wolf Guard of Blessed Peace City, it is also a terrible existence. Zuo Zibo personally led the team and tried to accomplish this task. The result was the loss of 4 Dark Wolf Guards, but they did not find Jiangxi's hiding place. They only doubled the task's contribution points and set up Blessed Peace City. A record of the Eagle Wolf Guard. Li Qingshan now, standing at the Jiangxi cave opening. The cave opening is more than 10 feet wide. It is extremely wide, like a huge animal mouth, with a cold breath. Li Qingshan is a keen smell. The faint smell, is the corpse smell. Looking into the hole, the line of sight eventually disappeared into the darkness, and the roots of the rock hanging down the top of the cave were like the fangs in the mouth of the giant beast. The sun in the east cannot weaken the sullen atmosphere here. Jiang Lanqing took out a small boat and threw it into the water. The boat quickly became bigger and just sat down, with thousands of paddles on both sides. You still have to take a step first, and those who will not let me go, will definitely catch up. Li Qingshan has already said the matter, and they are very angry. But after the anger, yes, the notoriety of the Eagle Wolf Guard is extremely loud in the Qi refining warrior. Jin Bao bowed his head and said nothing. Just a fasto face. They understood their strength gap with the Eagle Wolf Guard. He Yashi blinked and said, this is good, it is easy to escape. Hao Pinyin angrily said, there are benefits to everyone who are sympathetic, and they are willing to vote. If there is danger, they will part ways, and each will go forward. Is this still a entry? Jin Bao is exposed to the hustle and bustle. He said, in my heart, I was guilty. I still don't know if Li Qingshan intends to use them to stop the disaster. Jiang Lanqing said, yes, Qingshan, you are safe with us. When the mission is over, let's go back to Clear River Prefecture. You appealed to the Eagle Wolf Guard in Clear River Prefecture. We can testify for you. Hao Pinyin said, this is a good thing. If you can't, you simply quit the affair of Eagle Wolf Guard. Next spring, 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy will open. You come to our Mohist school and I will teach you mechanics. Li Qingshan has a panoramic view of the performance. Hao Pinyin is a real bold man, although his temper is stinky, but he does not hide. Jiang Lanqing is also a loyal and thoughtful. The other 3 entries are much worse, can be provoked by loyalty and hot-blooded, but not lasting. However, Li Qingshan does not have any resentment for it. This is just a common sentiment. Not all sentiments will pay off. Even if the 5 enters are not willing to follow Li Qingshan again, Li Qingshan does not feel that. What's strange, now that there are 2 really willing to help, it is very rare. This is really worthy of friends. And the 3 are just getting cooked. Li Qingshan said, "Well, I will accompany you all the way." Hao Pinyang said, "This is a great pleasure." 7 entered the boat, under the control of Jiang Lanqing. The small wing-like paddles on both sides immediately swayed the boat along the water, into the cave. Shortly after they left, Zhao Zibo and his party also came to cave opening. Jian said, "Commander, what should I do?" Zhao Zibo said, "Let them explore the road ahead, clear the roadblocks. When they are exhausted, kill them, push them in Jiangxi Road, and kill Jiangxi." In one sentence, they set the fate of all. It is full of cold and bloody style. Yes. Dark Wolf Guard slammed, but he was the leader. Zhao Zibo made a joke. "I am a bit lucky, I didn't kill him in the first place, but it added a lot of benefits." The boss said a joke. How can he not give face? The Dark Wolf Guards laughed and said, "The Mohist school disciple body, it seems that there are many good things." The boat drifted with the tide, and it was very fast. It quickly penetrated into the cave. The cave gradually narrowed and it was dark in the middle. At this time, the bow of the ship lit up a small lamp. Although the Qi refining warriors are all visible in the night, in the dark, the line of sight will still be affected. What is truly completely unaffected is Little N. Feeling in the dark, even more clear than what I saw in the day, is Li Qingshan. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 174. Chapter 71. Chapter Resurrection. Chapter 71, The Resurrection of the Group. Li Qingshan said, "This boat is good, Little N also likes it." Little N is kneeling in the boat, concentrating on the wing-like small rudder. Jiang Lanqing smiled and said, "This is my own creation. This child is called Little N. She is not dangerous with us together." Li Qingshan touched Little N's head. "She can take care of herself. How can I use a propeller?" "What is the propeller?" Li Qingshan explained a little. Jiang Lanqing understood, and immediately fell into thinking, "This structure is unique. It seems to be more than ordinary paddles." Li Qingshan said, "Be careful." Jiang Lanqing was distracted. The boat ran directly toward the rock wall. He returned and shoved the bow and patted his chest. "Good insurance." Hao Pinyang said, "The head is clear understanding. Don't think about mechanics." Jiang Lanqing said, "I will go back and experiment." "Qingshan, you come to Mohist school. There will be something to do." Li Qingshan said, "Maybe. This is also the stone of his mountain. You can attack Jade." The place where the boat had just traveled, the sides of the cave, the lights were not illuminated in the dark depression, and a pair of green eyes lit up. It was a dry corpse. Its entire body was almost integrated with the rock wall and covered with moss. I don't know how many years have elapsed. Even the body smell is gone, and there is no smell. Even Li Qingshan never noticed. It seemed to accept the order, struggling to get out of the rock wall, but its movement suddenly stopped. Not far from the front, floating a white rosary. Even after being refining, it was only obedient to command consciousness, and the desire for flesh and blood, and felt an instinctive fear. Skull rosary penetrated its head and red light emerged from his within the body. Turn his flesh into fire, ossify into water, and blend into this little rosary. Somewhere deep in the cave, a scrawny old Taoist opened his eyes, a body that had just been awakened by him, and lost his sense. And that kind of induction is very strange. That is a trace of fluctuations. Imitation of the Buddhism intent is fear. This is of course an extremely ridiculous thing. How can the body know how to fear, although the soul is still restrained in the body, but has lost the ability to fear? But it is an illusion. Then he inexplicably remembered the experience of the huge Stanking outside of ancient Wind City. He is the cultivator chasing the body. Although the fierce impressive, he is ranked first in the blacklist. He does not dare to kill refining corpse everywhere. Once a certain limit is crossed, Eagle Wolf Guard will send a stronger guard to kill him. This cave does not stop the really powerful cultivator, so most of the time, he was a gravedigger and a thief. When he heard about ancient Wind City, he immediately dispatched it. It was 1,000 bodies and even a lot of chi refining warrior. It would definitely find a good refining corpse material. But when he arrived, he only saw the empty tanking, only shock and fear in his heart, and he was glad that he did not come in time. Fear is the emotion that he has not felt for many years. When he thought about it, he remembered that in the Justice Village, Body Refining's body was not tempted, but he never trusted Zuo, so he was very careful. The trap of Mohist school disciple, for him, childish and ridiculous. Although he was so arrogant that his shadow sword was destroyed and he was chased and killed. He was mad, but he was not afraid. In his long life, he has encountered many more serious losses and crises than this. But when he succeeded in fooling his opponent, he saw a strange scene when he managed to escape from Justice Village. A beautiful child, sitting in the moonlight on the ridge, looking at him quietly, as if he had completely seen through his technique. There was no strong breath, but the stunned black eyes made him feel a shudder from the depths of his soul, as if he had met a natural enemy. But he quickly escaped from the gaze of sight, and the feeling of tremor became like an illusion. But the scene was deeply imprinted in his mind and could not be dissipated for a long time. In these pictures, he always feels that there is some kind of connection in the faint, but he can't understand it. He shook his head, but he lost an insignificant body. How did he give birth to so many thoughts, abandoning distracting thoughts and showing ridicule? And the intruders would soon die and become part of his Jiangxi army. He held a stone sarcophagus next to him, and the stone sarcophagus was engraved with a rune, which spread to the ground and was locked by heavy chains. If there is this baby, no one can kill him, even if it is Zuo Zibo. Little Un squatted on the side of the ship, gently swaying the water, and sneaked up Skull Rosary, but turned back and saw Li Qingshan blinking at her. She spit out her tongue. Skull Rosary is not an ordinary spirit artifact, more like a part of her body, so she can fly far away, even to see her instead. Frankly, she doesn't like Jiangxi's taste very much. Some are dry, some like the ones he took her some time ago, some special food, a dry and hard cake. But the advantage is that it is easier to burn, and it is not so noisy. Hao Pingyang suddenly said, "There is something coming." A few people looked forward together, and Jiang Lanking patted the light of the lamp, and the light was combined into a bundle, like a searchlight, and the whole was dark. Visible, water, something floating, dense squeezing, a piece of white flowers. It did not flow down the water, so it floated on the water, as if waiting for the arrival of the boat. "It's a corpse!" She exclaimed. The white thing is a floating body that has been swelled, like a big fat man floating on the water, covered with water. I don't know how many. Hao Pingyang said, "Don't let them get close." Several people took out the 1,000 machine crossbow and fired the fire crow arrow at the floating corpse. Li Qingshan pulled out the wind stitching blade and injected true chi. He wanted to throw a wind blade, but the wind stitching blade didn't respond at all. He knocked on the blade and confirmed that the knife had completely broken. A low-grade spirit artifact, in his hands, can't help but toss. Although it is possible to achieve the same effect with true chi, it is too costly to use true chi. Jiang Lanking handed 1,000 machine crossbow and a few fire crow arrows to Li Qingshan. "I want to sail, you use." Well, Li Qingshan took over 1,000 machine crossbow. It was anger at the surface of the water. It shot 7 or 8 floating bodies. He learned archery and the head was stronger than Jinyuan Jinbao, which attracted a few praises. Li Qingshan suddenly looked at herself with a gaze. Looking back, I saw Little Un looking up at 1,000 machine crossbow with his eyes wide open. He no longer looked at the paddles. "Let's try it." Li Qingshan gave 1,000 machine crossbow to her, and Little An took the 1,000 machine crossbow happily. Hao Pingyang is busy stopping. "Don't mess." Li Qingshan blames Li Qingshan. How can such a dangerous weapon be handed over to children? The 1000 machine crossbow is so powerful that if Little Un can't control it and launch it on the boat, it's awful. He reached out and grabbed 1000 machine crossbow in Little Un's hand, but grabbed a few empty, revealing a faint color, and saw that Little Un had come to the bow and shot at the floating corpse. And the head is excellent, almost one arrow is a floating body. Li Qingshan patted Hao Pinyan's shoulder. I said she can take care of herself and take care of you. Hao Pinyan blinked. This kid is mysterious, and even the children around him are so weird. Little Un shot, others put down the 1000 machine crossbow and saved some fire crow arrow. Watching her perform aside, I like it from time to time. Good. Jin Bao showed a smug smile. This Taoist Jiangshi, would you like to use this little trick to deal with us? It seems that there is nothing remarkable. But his voice did not fall. He smelled a stench. This smell is so violent, almost smoked man's head is dizzy. Hao Pinyan said, hold your breath, smell bad. The boat just happened to go. The place where the corpse was first shot. Li Qingshan could clearly see that although the floating bodies were smashed and cleaned, the gas they in the body was released and turned into a turbid, pale green gas. Traversing in the cave, the more forward, the more poisonous, the penetrating light cannot shine. A few people quickly hold their breath. As chi-refining warrior, a true chi running in the body, can completely replace breathing. But as the toxic fog becomes more intense, the eyes begin to tingle and tear, and even the skin is full of anxiety. Without the Hao Pinyan reminder, the instinctive release of the true chi body. Just when everyone is busy fighting against poisonous gas and the line of sight is unclear, the next wave of water is surging. Li Qingshan first noticed, there is something under the water. Hey, the waves are rising. A blue cold rotten hand that can see the bones, pounced out of the water, grabbed the oars, grabbed the ship's side, and climbed toward the ship, revealing a nose without eyes. The head, horrifying sobbing. Hiyashi just pointed the 1000 machine crossbow to the side of the ship, and the top of the head hit a gust of wind. He looked up in a panic and saw a dry corpse, piercing the poisonous mist, and rushing toward him from the dark hole. There are also noodles. Hao Pinyan burst into the air, waved the dragon to swallow the light cannon, and flew a dry body. Li Qingshan raised the head. At the top of the cave, the stalagmites that are staggered, and hanging a hanging corpse hanging down one after another. On both sides of the cave, the highlights were green, and a corpse broke free from the restraint of the rock wall. Zhang had a dry mouth and plunged into the boat. Silent caves, like living in an instant, turned into a terrible hell, full of horrible bodies everywhere. Hiyashi, a few people, holding the 1000 machine crossbow, hardly know where to aim. Although it has been said that it is a shame, there is no such thing as combat consciousness. It needs to go through countless battle experiences, or there is a battle innate skill like Li Qingshan. Obviously, neither of these things. They did not. Jin Bao hurriedly pulled the trigger, almost hit the companion, but did not shoot a Jiangshi. Wind-stitching blade draws a light arc in the air. Two corpses are in different positions. Li Qingshan said, I will deal with you. You kneel down and concentrate on the underwater. They hurried down. Needless to say, Hao Pinyan just pick up the cannon and fly all the Jiangshi from both sides. Still not standing still, a screaming from the bow. Quickly approaching. Zhang Lang Kingdom struck discoloration! Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 175 Chapter 72 Shooting Game Chapter 72, She hits the game. The huge floating corpse floating slowly on the water suddenly spewed out the poisonous gas and moved at an alarming rate, rushing away from the water. This chapter is updated by friends to provide you flying to the boat in the dark. Hiyashi opened his mouth and threw down the 1000 machine crossbow in his hand. He was surrounded by front and rear, in all directions, and was filled with a horrible body. He could not extricate himself in the horrible hell. Even though they are the pride of the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, they will be dragged into the water, and it will be self-evident. Hao Pinyan arrogantly waved the Huanglong swallowing cannon and squatted on the floating body, but failed to fly the floating body. The floating body burst into bursts, releasing a large amount of poisonous gas, spraying the murderous corpse water of the black, and slamming it on the ship's board, and a white smoke appeared, falling on Hao Pinion's face. Although blocked by Tru Chi, it is quite awkward. Bang bang bang, a floating corpse exploded on the ship, a thick poisonous mist, completely covered by the boat. The line of sight cannot see a foot, only heard the corpse's whispering squats constantly back to Dang. Losing the vision, let Jin Bao panic in his heart, shouting, "Brother, brother!" As if in this terrible hell, only he is left alone, squatting in the water, and instinctively released Tru Chi, against the attack from any direction in the thick fog. The place on the ship is too small, and the cockroach does not open at all. Hey, she's very fast. Fire Crow Arrow, which is exhausted in a flash, disappears into the dense fog, mostly into the water, and the explosion swells more fiercely. Lang, the boat seems to sail in the sea during the storm, but can't go further. Countless corpses hold the boat firmly in place, climb the ship's side, and drag the boat to the water. It's not good that the ship is sinking. Jin Bao cried in panic. At this moment, but the most ruthless corpse suddenly grabbed his hand through the thick fog. Ah! Jin Bao screamed back and slammed into someone who didn't know. Although Tru Chi spit, the corpse was washed away, but his mind was not so easy to calm down. Jin Yuan heard the scream of his brother in the thick fog and shouted, "Jin Bao, what's wrong with you?" Jin Bao gasped and tried to lower his head. The top of his head was the humming of the yellow dragon's swallowing cannon. The smoldering wind could not let the thick fog dissipate, but the more concentrated. Not good, my Tru Chi is running out. His voice changed. No more heroic before departure. In the poisonous gas, not only must you release Tru Chi to protect every inch of the skin, but also attack the body from time to time, and simply cannot withstand consumption. The other four were silent. Zhao Langking was shocked and stunned. Hao Pinion swallowed Huang Long's gunfire and fired all the Jiangshi who tried to board the ship. Li Qingshan Win's stitching blade woven into a knife, smashing all the dead bodies falling from the top of the head, and feeling helpless to the performance of the teammates beside them. Although these water bodies are horrible, they are far less powerful than Jiangshi in Justice Village. Prepared by Jiang Hu expert, Daist Jiangshi successfully used the advantages of time and place to fully exert his own strength, attacking their Jing gods, consuming their Tru Chi, even if they could not be called a military strategist. I can imagine that if the Shadow Sword is still it will be the end of the sneak attack in this thick fog. Li Qingshan Mo smiled at the spirit talisman bag, but with a slight smile, he retracted his hand and called Zhang Langking, ready to go. Zhang Langking reacted. What? Little An is expressionless, but his body is as agile as a monkey, taking the 1000 machine crossbow in Jin Bao's hand, screaming twice, putting on a new Fire Crow arrow, arms out, 1000 machine crossbow vomiting arrows. The body rotates with it. Fire Crow arrow madly Yuan spreads a circle, but wipes everyone's hands and feet. Jing is the first to climb the water corpse on the side of the boat. There was a series of intensive explosions, as if there was only a violent explosion, and the Lang and Water Lang rushed the boat away from the water. Zhang Langking shouted, injecting all Tru Chi into the mechanic boat, squirting a chi flow at the stern, flew up and rushed out of the poisonous fog. Leave a piece of corpse, and a hand that stretches in vain. She couldn't help but revealed the ecstasy say, and then looked at other people, and he was similar to himself. Only Li Qingshan Hao Pinion looked calm. The whistling sounded again. A huge floating body, sprayed with poison gas and slammed into the boat. I don't know when. Little An has stood at the bow, her clothes rolled up, and the wind blew her long curly hair like seaweed behind her, smashing Zhang Langking's face. He widened his eyes and only felt this silent child. It exudes eye-catching brilliance. Her face still has no emotional changes behind her, and two white hands hold 2000 machine crossbows, which are not moving in the violent dang. The floating bodies burst in the air, and none of them could be within 10 steps of approaching the boat. Hey! The boat once again fell into the water. Tens of thousands of Lang were driving at full speed, leaving the dangerous water region behind. Cheering from the boat, Hao Pinyin could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Li Qingshan put her hand on Little An's shoulder, and her revered smile, even if it is him, can't be more beautiful under the premise of controlling power. It's still reliable for me. My family is not a pig like you. Teammate. Little An smirked his mouth, and one of them laughed and blinked, and it flashed like a star. Li Qingshan Pico nod. Skull Rosary was once again put into the water. Hao Pinyin said, "Is this still a child?" Even his chi refining 6th level did not perform better. Of course. His positioning, originally not the ordinary artifact control of 6th level chi refining warrior, Huang Long swallowing the explosive power of the gun is enough to kill any 6th level chi refining warrior, and it has a far-reaching range. It is a more terrible weapon than the ordinary flying sword, but it is very unsuitable for this close-up Liu An bucket. Li Qingshan shrugged his shoulders. The few behind you were like children. Before he talked, Hao Pinyin screamed at the splash of the star. You have a few hun eggs, and you have to be ashamed. Snow, you are even. I can't compare a child. I think that the three of us are more secure than you. Several people looked at each other and they couldn't speak. Little An reluctantly returned 1000 machine crossbow to Jin Bao and the other to Jiang Lanking. He thought the trip was very interesting and interesting than in Blessed Peace City. At least Shijiangxi was much more fun than Thornance. If you let Hao Pinyin and the others know, their hard fight is just a fun hit game for her, and they must be surprised. But compared to the danger Li Qingshan has experienced, this is indeed Gamma level and there is no danger at all. Jiang Lanking said, "Give it to you, I still have one, this is spare." Jiang Lanking wants the head of Momo Little An. Little An avoids it. He doesn't feel embarrassed, smiles Momo's own head. Jin Bao bite his teeth. Miss also gave it to you. Cheng Meng, Li Qingshan and Little An helped each other twice, but there was no reciprocation, and Jiang Lanking was so generous. When he was young, he could not erase this face, and this stuff is in his hands, and in the hands of this child. It is exactly like two things. Now that Little An is holding 1000 machine crossbow, he feels more secure than holding it. Xing seems to be more secure. Then the two were extremely happy. Each gave the 10 commandments fire crow arrow, which is the inevitable consumption of this trip, compared to the Lang Fi in their hands. It is better for this child. Li Qingshan thanks to Little An. These 2000 machine crossbow are real tools. A normal 3-4 level is in the hands of the two, which can threaten the chi refining warrior, which is higher than his 2/3 levels, and his own true chi. The loss is minimal. This effect is not comparable to the ordinary low-grade spirit artifact, and its value is at least worth hundreds of chi condensing pills. Little An bowed his head and played 1000 machine crossbow. This design is extremely dexterous. I don't know how many parts are made. Although it is a wood qualitative, it is as heavy as steel. In fact, Li Qingshan still underestimated the value of these 2000 machine crossbows. These Mohist school disciples don't even have a spirit talisman, only a few flaws, a slap, and as many fire crow arrows as possible. This weapon is full of trust. If you sell it outside, the price can easily break through 1000 chi condensing pills, which is expensive for the Hearthspet in the Mohist school disciple, but as a manufacturer, the cost is not so high, so generous. In the water region where they just left, Skull Rosary became a huge skull, swallowing the flames, sweeping away all the bodies, whether they were moving or not moving, and then they had to leave after a meal. After a few moments, one by one, quickly catching up, is the Eagle Wolf Guard headed by Zhao Zibo. They do not rely on the boat, only their own strength. Or, like a monkey, stretch your arms, grab the rock pillars at the top of the dong, jump forward, or step on the wet talc wall, and walk gently to the other side of the rock wall. The boat is not slower than the boat that flows down the river. Whether it is to respond to your skills or to work hard, it is first class. The most chic is Zhao Zibo, who doesn't understand his feet, stepping on the water, as if he is leveling, moving forward, and looking carefully, he found that he had stepped on the knife. At this point, they stopped to investigate. Xenant said, "Weird, it is obvious that there is a fighting voice. How can we not even have a body? No matter how much, catch up with them and kill them. In this dong, don't worry about someone getting out. Don't you use them to kill Daoist Jiangshi? I don't think they can be the old nest of Daoist Jiangshi." Zhao Ziba thought for a moment, silently waved forward and made a gesture of killing. The Dong caves are constantly turning. In such a terrain, Hao Pinyang's cannons are not powerful enough to be feared! !@#. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 176 Chapter 73 Caught You Chapter 73 Caught You Li Qingshan and the others, indeed, are also facing this problem. The boat is moored on the water. Look at the front of the Dong cave is no longer a road, but divided into three. Each road looks almost the same dark and deep. I do not know where to go. It is of course impossible to divide the troops. I still don't know how many roads there are, and they must be bigger than their numbers. What to do? Li Qingshan became more invented. Why did Eagle Wolfguard fail to kill Daoist Jiangshi? He even wondered if he could do it. The hardest thing is not to fight, but to find. Hao Pinyang smiled smugly. I am not prepared to come down. I knew that these guys couldn't stand it, considering the worst plan. During the conversation, he pulled out a rugby-like wooden sphere from 100 treasure pouch, then turning the top mechanism, a slap in the air. A lot of small dongs on the sphere become like a honeycomb. With a humming sound, a bunch of bugs fly out of the cell, but not bees, but worms that glow like fireflies. Little Un's eyes lit up again, and she reached out and grabbed one. I saw that it was not a real insect, but a very Jing-like mechanism bug with an unknown green say gem at the end, each of which was like a beautiful Jing. Crafts. Li Qingshan asked, "What is this?" Hao Pinyang said, "You will know when you look at it." Under the vertical, the insects were divided into three strands and flew into three Dong caves. Hao Pinyang turned the top of the honeycomb again, and the tip of the top cast a green light, which was spherical in the air. There is a huge spot in the ball of light with countless small spots. The little bright spot is divided into three strands, starting with a huge spot of light, leaving three tracks of twists and turns in the ball of light. Look closely, it is three different Dong caves in the ball of light. A three-dimensional map is formed. Li Qingshan immediately understood its role and once again praised the magic of the Mohist school technique. Then see the light spots begin to differentiate, leaving more trajectories and drawing a more detailed map. Hao Pinyang said, "I found it from the warehouse. I used it to find the object of drawing." Everyone took a break and went back. When I found Daoist Jiangshi's nest, we set off. Senior brother is wise. Jin Bao praised. Everyone sat down and took Dan Yao to reconcile. Hao Pinyang is dedicated to the cow vertical locust. After a while, a mechanism worm. He explores a Dong cave with traces of human race. And then the mechanism worm is destroyed and lost. Nasty bugs. A dry hand crushed the bug. Daoist Jiangshi stroked the stone beside him, as if the face of a lover. Don't worry, there will be fresh blood soon, all our chi refining. Warrior's blood. Li Qingshan said on the ball of light, it seems to be here. Zhang Lanking and the others are also renewed. Jim moving god say, the goal of this trip is just in sight. Hao Pinyang said, when we call the mechanism worm back, we will leave. When the last mechanism worm returned to the hive-like wooden ball, Hao Pinyang got up and was about to start, but suddenly frowned and looked behind him. The Dong cave. Li Qingshan said, it seems that you can only send you here. The matter of his own needs to be solved by himself. With Zhao Zibo twice Chiu Feng, there is a way to repeat again and again, cannot be repeated. It is time to make a conclusion. Zhang Lanking said, what? Then I also felt the strong breath from the Dong cave, and the fierce murderous aura. The heart jumped. He three people felt the determination to kill, but also changed their face to say, could not help but look forward to Li Qingshan. Although they have been studying mechanics at the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy for many years, they are not naive. It is clear what is called squid and pond fish. If the Dark Eagle commander is really determined to start, I am afraid I will not take care of them at all, but will destroy them. Hao Pinyin immediately said, "Let's go now." Lanking, get off the boat. Li Qingshan shook his head slightly. No, the speed of the ship is not detached from them. This thing has nothing to do with you. You should take a step first. When I get rid of them, I will catch up with you soon. Qingshan makes sense. One person's goal is still small. This Dong cave is so complicated that it may not be able to find it. If we flee together, it might be attacked by both sides. Senior brother, you will make up your mind. Hiyashi couldn't help but think that he didn't want to be an enemy of Dark Wolf Commander for a boy who had just met him. Not only did he have no benefit, but he had a life and death crisis. Daoist Jiangshi lost the Shadow Sword, and the ambush under the cloth was also cracked. It was already weak to the extreme. Even without Li Qingshan, they were confident that they could win. And the layer of thought in the heart is more yin dark. He will not even think carefully. If there is no Li Qingshan, then 30% will not be divided. Hao Pinyin said, "That's a fight." But in addition to Jiang Lanking nervously standing up, the other no one responded. The atmosphere is getting closer and closer. Jin Bao said, "Qingshan, you can leave Little Un here first. We will take care of her." Little Un holds 2000 machine crossbow, which is extremely powerful and does not need to be used. Divided in two. Of course, he will never admit that he has moved these thoughts. How can this be? We are not saying that we want to cross a river in the same boat. If it is not Qingshan, we will die in the Justice Village. Jiang Lanking couldn't help but Li Qingshan, but his savior. How to be a man can you be ungrateful? Hiyashi muttered, I haven't been saved Xin, but the noble Ink Men disciple. There will be a big accomplishment in the future. How can I go to work hard? You. Jiang Lanking pointed to Hiyashi and couldn't speak. No matter how you look, after Li Qingshan killed him, Hiyashi was also a dead end. Jin Yuan lowered her head and complained with a trace of silk, Jiang senior brother, you are chi refining 5th level. We are not so strong, staying, and will only help. You are strong, of course, there is confidence, we are weak, but it is easy to be killed. 3 idiots. Hao Pinyin was disappointed with the 3 junior brothers. This kind of behavior is not only unjust, but also no brains. After Eagle Wolf Guard killed Li Qingshan, wouldn't it be chasing them? Do you want to destroy the mouth? Now, you don't combine all the powers together, and it's foolish to have a moment of comfort. Highly raised, this is no longer the play of senior brother, but the heavy hand of hating iron is not steel. If you want to wake them up, they will be caught by Li Qingshan. The so-called people, no matter how dark, cannot talk about how bright. Interest calculations are always inevitable in everyone's heart, but each person's choice is different. The real life and death crisis, how many people can share with your life and death? Li Qingshan still smiles, but still smiles. They make sense. You can't help me anymore. I also know about the strength of my body refining. It's easier for a person to escape, but little An, it must be with me. After all, not waiting for Hao Pinyin to persuade, Li Qingshan took little An back and jumped out of the boat and said, be careful all the way, there will be a period. Turned and disappeared in the Black Sea Dong cave. Jiang Lanking is still worried. Hiyashi rushed up to the cow vertical mechanism boat, and went to the other side of the Dong cave, Daoist Jiangshi's nest, and parted ways. In fact, Li Qingshan is not very optimistic about them. Although he has not seen each other, from the 2 Jiao hands with Daoist Jiangshi, he knows how cautious this enemy is. If there is no confidence to win, he will definitely disappear here. In a spider-like Dong cave, if he is willing to stay, it will be quite a terrible thing. Unless there is hidden power like Li Qingshan, this danger can be ignored, and the combat power of this Mohist school disciple is clearly visible on the road. Of course, he will not be so schadenfreaked, looking forward to their unfortunate death. his Hak Sung is not so narrow, and Hao Pinyin and Jiang Langking are also very loyal. I really wish them all the way. But he is neither a nanny nor a holy mother. He is self-confessed and innocent. He is dedicated to others, and he is dedicated to the destiny. Zhao Zibo came with a group of dark wolf guards and felt the two breaths of the two Dong caves. Li Qingshan did not hide his breath. Jian said, "Commander, which side to chase?" Zhao Zibo said, "First kill Li Qingshan, then the group of Mohist school disciple can be slowly cleaned up." This is the biggest purpose of his trip. As the breath approached, Li Qingshan revealed a smile, and with the power of the spirit turtle in her core, he stepped on the water and ran forward. In front of him, the Dong caves retreat, sometimes undulating, and sometimes turning, as if there is no end. He constantly encounters new gargles, chooses new paths, without any hesitation. Suddenly, the sound of drowning water came from the front. Li Qingshan seemed to be back in the mountains. During the period of cultivation under the waterfall, every day, the sound was heard. The sound was louder and louder, and the eyes were empty. The raging underground river suddenly fell down without warning, forming a subterranean world waterfall. Li Qingshan jumped over a height of 10 feet and landed on a platform of water. Looking around is an empty space. It is a huge subterranean world. It is half the size of a football field. He can free his demonic incarnation and stretch muscles and bones. This is not accidental, but his path to the mechanic worm, the battlefield he selected, and the cemetery of this group of Eagle Wolf Guard. On the ground, it seems to be more perfect than the map from the mechanism worm. He is a deep breath and has a look at Little An. Little An is immediately hidden in the water. Did not wait too long, the murderous aura quickly rushed into the dissolved Dong. Li Qingshan raised the head, saw Zhao Zibo and a group of Dark Wolf Guard, leapt from the waterfall, fell in front of Li Qingshan, and then quickly spread out and enclosed Li Qingshan in the middle. Zhao Zibo coldly said, "I finally caught you." Li Qingshan smiled and said, "No, I caught you!" !@#. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 177 Chapter 74 Kills Zhao Zibo on Chapter 74, Stop Zhao Zibo. Under the deep subterranean world, the waterfall unceasing torrent, the underground river flies down. In the large cave, the sinking of an underground lake. The lake is a small island. Zhao Zibo and 7 dark wolf guards surrounded Li Qingshan in the middle of the island, ridiculed the smile on everyone's face. Jian said, "This kid will not be scared. Don't talk nonsense with him, kill him." The dark wolf guard is impatient. Xinan said, "Yeah, Commander, we have to hurry to chase the group of Mohist school disciple. I have my own care." Zhao Zibo seems to enjoy the feeling at the moment, raising his hand to signal the Dark Wolf Guard, and to Li Qingshan, "Do you regret to be against me now? If you come to blessed peace, you will be a little bit more polite. I don't have to kill you. If you are now willing to ask me, maybe I will let you go." When faced with weak enemies, the absolute psychological advantage always makes him feel comfortable. Li Qingshan looked down at the dark lines of the porch dress. This picture is a wolf, not a dog. Seeing 7 dark wolf guard furious, raised his hand. "Don't be angry, be a strong dog." "Nothing, but I just don't like it." Zhao Zibo flashed in the cold, and he took a trick. The knife that was sharp was again caged in the palm. "Before killing you, I have a few things to ask you. If you are willing to answer honestly, I will make you die a little faster." Reassured, "You don't have to say anything, I will make you die so fast." Li Qingshan interrupted and laughed. The fangs in his mouth looked extraordinarily long. Zhao Zibo suddenly felt a powerful and terrifying monster chi bursting out of Li Qingshan, and a whistling wind blew in the cave. The dark wolf guards raised their hands in amazement and looked at Li Qingshan incredulously. Li Qingshan pulled the dark wolf clothes out of his body, revealing a strong chest. The bronzed skin gradually became darker, with a hint of steel luster. 2 red light appeared in the eyelids, and the black hair turned red and covered. "Come, continue to grow downwards, 3 feet, 5 feet, 7 feet. But they can't touch the ground, and the momentum is constantly rising until peak. Li Qingshan overlooked and said to himself, it seems to grow taller again. The medicine pill of these days did not eat white. His height is about 2 feet and 7 feet. He is about to break through the Sensang mark and stand there. Then a second. The level small building is much taller, like the body cast by black iron, and it is even more powerful. Zhao Zibo's eyes wide open, incredulously said, you are monster, this is impossible. Li Qingshan was added to the Eagle Wolf Guard after Wang Puxi and even Ge Yanning. With these two realm, how could you not find Li Qingshan is true? I suddenly remembered that the giant of Ruai County had the blood of demon itself, just because of her bloodlines. It was too sacred in Diaxia, so noble than many royals. So many people often forget this. Is this one? Is there a conspiracy? To a certain extent. He guessed that it was not wrong, but it was not a conspiracy, but it was a misunderstanding, and it was a sigh of relief. Ge Yanning, if you want to set up a conspiracy, even Li Qingshan, you are not qualified to be part of the plan. Commander, what to do? Jian panicked. He clearly felt that Li Qingshan could squeeze him if he stretched out his hand. He thought that he had always been provocative to such a horrible thing, and he felt afraid after a while. I understand, you killed Zhao Liang King and Qian Yannian like this. Zhao Zibo said, he has calmed his mind. Li Qingshan is not the monster general that he thought at first. Although it can be turned into a human figure, it is nothing but qi. Refining the strength of the 6th-7th level is not completely unmatchable. Li Qingshan suddenly understood the big villains in the story. Why always say a few nonsense, including the Zhao Zibo just now? Because the sense of power that holds the situation in the hands is really a feeling of comfort and thought. But there are so many counterexamples in the past. I still have to press this kind of emotion. He uses a low-pitched sound like metal to whisper. You guessed it well. He looked like he accidentally raised his left foot, or left hoof, and then step on it with incomparably strong force. Divine ability, bull demon hoof stamp, fast jump. Zhao Zibo first felt wrong and jumped into the air. Other Dark Wolf guards were mostly Jiang Hu. The reaction was not slow, and the heart was true qi, one by one. Sky. Only one of the Q refining 3rd level's Dark Wolf guard reacted slowly, just wanted to jump. The shockwave had spread to his feet, spread throughout the body, hundreds of bones, all broken instantly, and the skin appeared cracked. The ground burst open. Zhao Zibo and a group of Dark Wolf Guard looked down in horror, but not looking at the dead Dark Wolf Guard, and looking at the whole island. In the bang, the island was torn apart, and it was cut into countless pieces by countless cracks. And the center is in Li Qingshan's right foot. The lake violently tumbling, engulfing a piece of earth and stone, and the island of the lake was crushed by Li Qingshan and sank. Hundreds of large and small vortexes are formed. Li Qingshan stands on the waves, between the vortexes, and the red-hot scorpion looks away. Zhao Zibo holding a knife. This is a terrible power, not a normal monster. If it is similar to ordinary monster, why should Li Qingshan cultivate? What is Bull Demon Strong Fist? With the cultivation of these days, the Bull Demon Strong Fist's 2nd layer will be broken. He feels that his own strength has grown by a long time. Divine ability. Although the more difficult it is to cultivate, the more resources it needs, but the power it brings is getting stronger. Little An hides in the undercurrent of the bottom of the water, her lips smirk and smile, and she's not in a hurry to make a shot, because she feels that Li Qingshan is on the rise and needs to be released. Li Qingshan said with some regrets, this trick seems to be a little too easy to use, then try this trick again. Took a deep breath, arrogant to heaven. Tiger demon killing howl. Sound vibration. The wind is like a sword, breaking through the air. It's a lot stronger than the wind blade from Wind Stitching Blade. Zhao Zibo discoloration road. Not good. The wind did not arrive, the sound first. The first 2 Dark Wolf Guard, painfully holding his head, a single true chi almost scattered, to fall from the air, but in an instant, followed by the wind, blowing into a powdery blood mist, falling and falling. The howling sounded back and forth in the cave, and it didn't calm down for a long time. Other dark wolf guards barely recovered from the vibration of the sound wave. Seeing this scene, a heart sank to the bottom. The enemies in front of you are not comparable to any of the enemies they have encountered in the past. As long as they strike it in a casual way, it is a broken body, and it will be impossible to think of the wounded. Li Qingshan said, "This trick is not bad. It should be said that it is a good trick." The enemy was forced into the air by Bull Demon Hoof Stamp. Even if Chi Refining Warrior is also inconvenient to move, cannot avoid this Tiger Demon killing howl. Li Qingshan was in front of him, with a neutral attitude, and he was murdered by his subordinates. Zhao Zibo was shocked and angry, and even had a hint of fear. He did not expect that a hunted killing would have turned the hunter. The identity with prey became the unilateral slaughter of Li Qingshan. This child is much more dangerous than Taoist Jiangshi. If I don't want to save the game, I will be in danger today. Zhao Zibo quickly recited the mantra in his mouth, and with one hand, pulled out a fire, and the flame raged into a fiery fire dragon, and the whole cave was illuminated and long. The claws of the claws flutter toward Li Qingshan. He has done all his efforts, not at the Eagle Wolf Guard. Even if he can't seriously hurt Li Qingshan, he must recover the situation and seize the opportunity. Li Qingshan, ignoring the burning flame from the face, explored the claws and grabbed the dragon's neck. Dragon chant screams abruptly. Zhao Zibo is not shocked. His cultivation is exactly the third fire-burning chi secrets in 5 elements. It can burn a true chi and turn it into a high-temperature fire. All magic spells are like fire god. It is very suitable for the battle of true chi. The lethality is second only to the Gale Baleful chi, and the large-scale destructive power even wins. The temperature of this flame, even if the steel can melt instantly, dare to grab it with bare hands, leaving a hand. But his smile immediately froze. Under the urging of Zhao Zibo, the fire dragon struggled in Li Qingshan's palm. The flames of the body became more and more fierce, almost revealing the golden color, but still tightly buckled under Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan, the red light flashed in the middle, and the great strength was pinched. The fire dragon turned into a spark of numerous cracks, flying and dancing. The same trick is useless to me. And his palm, but no trace of burns left. 5 elements is alive, and he is a water, just like Monster Chi originally, and Monster Chi of Demon, in the case of True Chi, which is far better than human race. It is not difficult to extinguish the flame of Zhao Zibo. And the remaining 4 Dark Wolf Guards took this opportunity to launch a full-scale attack, knowing that at the end of life and death, each one is doing their best. A single low-grade or even a middle-grade spirit talisman, turned into a flame, wind blade, lightning, pounced on Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said, "Spirit Turtle Dark Armor." The first level light blue light curtain protects him from the whole body. Without an attack, he can reach him through the Spirit Turtle Dark Armor. All Dark Wolf Guards are desperate. How can they defeat an enemy that cannot be touched at all? Zhao Zibo is full of regrets. He and Li Qingshan have not resolved the hatred that they can't open. As long as they know this, why should they be enemies with him for the sake of the moment? Jian shouted, "Commander, retreat. The effect of this turtle shell is not bad, but I don't know if I can withstand the assassination of middle-grade spirit artifact." Li Qingshan said to herself, looking up at Zhao Zibo, waiting to continue the trial trick, but seeing Zhao Zibo decided to order, "Retreat." The rest of the Dark Wolf Guard, like Meng Doi, launched the full force, sticking a piece of accelerated spirit talisman to the body and running away! This chapter has been completed. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 178. Chapter 75 kills Zhao Zibo below. Chapter 75. scrapping Zuo Zibo didn't even dare to try to use the flying blade. The scope of his artifact control is 30 steps. It is not close to the average person, but with the horror of Li Qingshan, step out and reach out, grab, you can easily reach him. Zuo Zibo has not gone mad with such an enemy. He is afraid that his flying blade has not pierced the shield in front of Li Qingshan and died in Li Qingshan's hand. He can't die here. Just go back and reveal the true face of Li Qingshan. He has to deal with him with his powerful Eagle Wolf Guard expert. How can Eagle Wolf Guard allow demon to mix it? Jian fled outside the cave and looked back. He was scared to find that Li Qingshan disappeared in the same place. The huge figure, in an incredible horror speed, instantly appeared in front of him, and he did not react. One Titan One Pain, lost all consciousness. Li Qingshan grabs Jian and throws it at another Dark Wolf Guard. The Dark Wolf Guard screamed at the wind and screamed, and suddenly turned back to see Jian's 7 bloody faces close at hand. The slamming sound of the bang, the 2 human figures slammed into the wall together, became a beach of flesh and blood, slowly sliding down, no longer separate from each other. Li Qingshan open mouth, the spirit turtle monster core sneaked out and turned another dark level guard of the 4th level refining into a body. In a twinkling of an eye, there are only Zuo Zibo and Xinan left in the field. The unstoppable Eagle Wolf Guard is almost completely annihilated. These actions are long-lived. In fact, the eagle flies down without any slight delay. Zuo Zibo escaped the fastest, has come to the cave opening of the waterfall. Xinan also stepped on the road, climbing to the waterfall break, suddenly saw the monster core, turned around in the air, flew to himself, exclaimed, "Commander, save me." Zuo Zibo can stop. Xinan screams and tries his best, cultivation for many years, true chi, like a wave, to the oncoming monster core. But in the absolute strength gap, any resistance is meaningless. The spirit turtle monster core is only slightly delayed, and it suddenly accelerates, breaking through the head of Xinan and leaving a small hole. Saint Hall. Chi refining 5th level, Chi refining 4th level. For Li Qingshan, it has not been much different from killing an ordinary person. Zuo Zibo simply ignored everything that happened behind him and went straight to the cave opening. Although this hole is not small, it cannot accommodate Li Qingshan's huge body shape. As long as he enters it, he can escape from birth. Suddenly, the warning sign in the heart, forced to twist the body in midair, a white rosary, flew out of the waterfall and passed by, quickly swept away from the chest, brought a piece of flesh and blood. You are. Zuo Zibo saw the child Li Qingshan often brought around, the faceless expression in the cave opening, based on the silent flame. Although there is no momentum, but the dangerous feeling is more than Li Qingshan, and can be artifact controlling, this child turned out to be a strong person of Chi refining 6th level. But how could it be so small? Zuo Zibo can't return to God. Li Qingshan recalled the spirit turtle monster core and saw his body fall from the air. He remembered the operation of monster power and the underground lake rushed into a water column. Pick up Li Qingshan and take Zuo Zibo directly. There are tigers in front of the wolves, and one is more terrible than one. In the suffocating killing intent, Zuo Zibo's heart almost stops beating. At this moment, he regrets very much. He has no contradiction with Li Qingshan. If he can ignore Li Qingshan at first, he now is the Dark Eagle commander in Blessed Peace City. The Power Woman has everything. How can it fall into this situation? But regret is too late. At this life and death, Zuo Zibo has red eyes. His right hand is lifted, and the flying blade is shot at Little N. If she is willing to let it go, if it is not willing, it will be the same. Also pull the back. Little N really didn't let it go. Skull Rosary also flew to Zuo Zibo. Li Qingshan called, "Little N." Watching the flying blade penetrate Little N's chest. At the same time, Skull Rosary hit the body of Zuo Zibo, but was blocked by the 1st level protected True Chi. He could not pass Zuo Zibo in one fell swoop. but he also flew him and fell to the waterfall. Li Qingshan's huge tiger claws brought a gust of wind to Zuo Zibo. Zuo Zibo's figure was unbalanced, and True Chi was wounded. How to avoid this? Li Qingshan immediately used all his strength, with the unmatched divine power and the huge monster Chi, shattered Zuo Zibo's first-level body, True Chi, and then did not even close, only listening to a burst of bones. Zuo Zibo slammed a spurt of blood. Most of the bones are broken, no longer make any tricks. Li Qingshan rushed to Little An. You are fine. Zuo Zibo was pinched on the palm by Li Qingshan, knowing that he was dying, and spit blood and laughed. He has my spirit flame blade, and he will die. Little An shook his head and said nothing. Li Qingshan is still not at ease, like picking up a doll, and taking a little girl to the palm to see it, only to see the skin as smooth as jade, no damage, but the clothes broke a small hole. How is this possible? Zuo Zibo's unwilling eyes, even Chi-refining warrior, were pierced by the heart point of the heart, and it is sure to die. The first level of flesh and blood outside of Little An, including the vital point heart, is concise. The appearance of the skin, her true body, is a skeleton. Even if the body is completely destroyed, she is also alive and kicking. The heart, such a thing, was pierced and then replenished. It wouldn't cost her much, so Little An didn't dodge, and Zuo Zibo's same to the end hard hit. Zuo Zibo at a big loss of information asymmetry. If he didn't worry about it, he might still be able to linger between Li Qingshan's fingers. Li Qingshan raised Zuo Zibo to his eyes. You are much weaker than I thought. Zuo Zibo said, don't kill me, I can give you a lot of benefits. At the same time, the will is concentrated on the spirit flame blade, looking for a chance to give Li Qingshan a critical strike. Have it for yourself. Li Qingshan tried hard and didn't listen to Zuo Zibo's nonsense, killing him directly. The best way to avoid being tempted by the enemy is, of course, not giving them the opportunity to open their mouth. The spirit flame blade falls silently into the water. Zuo Zibo has seen the true body of Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan will not allow him to continue to live in this world. The benefits he needs now are only medicine pill, a lot of medicine pill. As long as the cultivation base goes, the benefits are not there. Soaring Dragon Elder's spatial ring is in his hand, and Zuo Zibo takes out all the property, and I am afraid it is worth more than nothing. Li Qingshan found 100 treasure pouch from a group of flesh and blood blurs and said, Little An, clear the field. The flames immediately came, taking away the body of Zuo Zibo, leaving no drops of blood, then flying away, burning all the bodies of Dark Wolf Guard into the purest energy, whether it's bones or flesh and blood. The quality of Chi-refining warrior is far better than ordinary people. It is a rare taste, and the color of skull rosary is pure. Then bring back 700 treasure pouch and 7 low-grade spirit artifacts back, and Li Qingshan picks up the spirit flame blade that falls in the water. This is a true middle-grade spirit artifact. Needless to say, it is worth a lot of money. But it was too late to see, and suddenly my heart moved. Someone is here. Little An Nod said that she also felt that although the man tried to converge, but still revealed a trace of it, but the two people's perception, the comer turned out to be a 6th-level Chi-refining warrior. Li Qingshan said to Little An, avoid. Who? The spirit turtle sea suppressing secrets was shipped, and the spirit turtle monster course sank into Danshan, and the figure was restored to its original state, hiding everything, and sneaked into the dark with Little An, deep in the lake. In a short while, a figure came to the cave opening, and the cat sneaked into the cave quietly, without any bright subterranean world. It greatly affected his vision and could not see the underwater. However, Li Qingshan has made him clear, and the person is also a Black Eagle Wolf Guard, but the pattern of the clothes is different from the ordinary Dark Wolf Guard. Li Qingshan knew immediately that this person was the Dark Wolf commander who had never met, and somehow got here. The person who came is Lao Xishan. He followed Zuo Zibo all the way. He wanted to wait for a chance to revenge and hate, but when he followed the first fork, He couldn't tell which side Zuozibo went to. With the sense of quantity, the right direction was chosen. He has just arrived at the Qi refining 6th level, and some can't control true Qi, which was easily discovered by Li Qingshan. Lao Xishan's eyes wide open, and he was very careful to patrol the cave. The monster Qi that I just sensed was not a joke. If it was such a powerful monster, it was extremely dangerous. The breath of the few Qi refining warriors just disappeared. It seems that it is fierce, and he is not willing to follow their footsteps. But he sensed for a long time, but eventually nothing was sensed, and the monster Qi disappeared out of thin air. Spirit Turtle Sea suppressing secrets has a hidden effect. Even the Grand Marksman's Qi refining 9th level can't detect it, let alone his newly acquired Qi refining 6th level. Zuozibo won't be dead. Lao Xishan thought so, but his mood was very complicated, and he was happy and regrettable. He was reluctant to pay for it. For several years, he was about to avenge his enemies, but his enemies died in the hands of monster. But in the end, he was still more happy. He also decided not to take risks and quietly retreated. Li Qingshan and Little Un broke out of the water and rested by sitting on the beach, to see what it was. I suddenly thought of it. I don't know how Pinyin, how are they? I don't know if I found the immortal cave of Daoist Jiangshi. I hope nothing. The blood continually flowed down from Jin Bao. He squinted his eyes and his eyes stagnate the fear of death, but he could not stop the death. He went from the chest to the lower abdomen and was smashed by the heavy hand. Extremely fierce. This time, Li Qingshan could not save him. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 179 Chapter 76 Iron Armor Corps Chapter 76 Iron Armor Corps. The boat drifted with the waves, and the boat was silent for a while, and the atmosphere was a bit cold. Why? How Pinyin sinks into the water and sits at the bow of the boat, looking at the depths of the cave in front of him, and the waves of the waves fall on his body. Zhang Lanqing frowned, only looking down on the boat. Jin Yuan and Jin Bao are a bit embarrassed and don't talk. She suddenly said, "How many years have we met? And Li Qingshan has only met for a day, and now am I separated from our senior brother for an outsider." They all entered the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy from an early age, and in the same year, although they have different strengths because of their talents, they have not affected their feelings, or that Hao Pinyin is not underestimated because they are not as good as themselves. Instead, it gave a lot of care. Jin Yuan said, She said that it makes sense. How, senior brother, you should not be angry. Qingshan will not have something. Now it is imperative. We must work together to deal with Daoist Jiangshi, complete the task of the master. After a moment of silence, Hao Pinyin sighed heavily and bowed slightly. He said, "Be prepared. This time, no kid to take care of you." Jin Bao confidently said, "Do not worry, this time we will definitely perform." These pictures flashed in the mind of Jin Yuan, but they lost their original color and became pale, leaving only Jin Bao's dead face. His tears continued to flow down, and finally he looked at his brother and didn't dare to stop. Like a fly's, he smashed in the dark caves, and his body was as heavy as a beast. A big stone suddenly stopped in front of him, and there was no way to go. He went to a dead end without knowing it. How could this be? If you stay and meet the enemy with Li Qingshan, will there be different results? Yes, it will be different. Even the Dark Eagle commander, it can't be more terrible than this monster. Boom! Jin Yuan turned his head and saw a head flying from the darkness. He played a few bombs on the ground and landed at his feet, but it was a sly head that he used to resist the monster, but a face is completely shattered. A tall figure came from the darkness in front of him, and his feet seemed to be wearing iron boots, stepping on the ground, creaking, and there was a bloodthirsty glow in his mouth, and his lips blew up 4 long fangs. Like hungry the beasts kept breathing. Ah! Jin Yuan screamed, and 1,000 machine crossbow shot a bunch of fire crow arrows. Dang 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 exclamation mark. Falling on the black shadow, but spark shot, sharp fire crow arrow, cannot penetrate the monster's skin, and a series of flame explosions, cannot hurt it. It seems to completely irritate, making a roar. In the fire, I saw that the monster was covered with first-level armor, not worn on the body, but tightly embedded in the body, wrapped around him all over the body, each piece of skin, even the face, with a half-iron face. It looks extremely cold and embarrassing. No! Don't come over, senior brother, help. The monster thrived and swiftly thundered to Jin Yuan. A claw was inserted into Jin Yuan's chest, and he lifted his volley, biting it on his neck, sucking blood. Jin Yuan struggled and slammed the monster's body, but it didn't have any effect. The hands and feet became weak, twitching down a few times, and the thoughts flashed through the last thoughts. If you don't run away, at least you can die with the senior brother, sorry. Deep in the cave, suddenly a ringing tone rang. The monster suddenly looked up, took Jin Yuan's body, and made a resentful roar. The monster ran towards the ringing direction. The monster took two bodies and came to a wide stone cave, then squatted on Jin Yuan's neck and sucked up blood. On the platform in the cave, there was no stone shovel, and the huge chain that originally locked the stone shovel locked Hao Pinyin tightly. Beside him, he was He Yishi and Jiang Lanqing, and he was tied up with ropes and hands, wilting and suffocating. Seeing the tragic death of Jin Yuan, Jin Bao's two brothers, Hao Pinyin screamed and shouted, "Jin Yuan, Jin Bao!" and stirred up the locks. Jiang Lanqing and He Yishi are also awkward. Hey! Diced Jiangshi burst into laughter. With your waist, I want to deal with Dao. I have seen Iron Armor Corpse. After so many years of hiding under subterranean world, he painstakingly studied refining corpse. It is not just a bunch of useless carrion Jiangshi. These things, in the refining corpse technique, can only be regarded as the entry level. Bully yes, if it is used for the high-level chi refining warrior that can be used for good warfare, it has no effect. Only when it is made into an iron armor corpse, can you claim to know the refining corpse. Diced Jiangshi said, "You know, how much effort did I spend to refine this iron armor corpse?" Hao Pinyin. Three people yelled. Diced Jiangshi said from his own self-concerned, "I spent a lot of time, dig the graves and dig the bodies, killing many people, and found only 12 suitable bodies in thousands of bodies. Then I will have many fine irons." After the formation of molten iron, the layer upon layer poured these bodies, dissolved instead of its own flesh and blood. This process alone, it took him 3 years, lost more than half of the body. Then I continued to use the blood to water, and constantly refining with the refining corpse technique, so that the body of the body was agile. And it took another 3 years. In the end, it was only the one that succeeded. This corpse owner is a first-class master practicing external art. I poured a hot metal on him, and used true chi medicine pill to smother him. He was not allowed to die, so he accumulated enough resentment and hate, only began to refine, and surely only this one is successful. And it is really hard to be a soft person. He Yishi trembled and was poured on the body with hot molten iron. What a terrible torture. The meaning of Diced Jiangshi's words made him even more chilling. Diced Jiangshi madly laughed. Although it took 10 years of hard work, it is worth it, worth it. Iron armor corpse impervious to sword or spear, action like wind, body strength comparable to spirit artifact. Even 6th level chi refining warrior, there are only retreats. When Hao Pinyin took a few junior brothers, he broke into the immortal cave. The well-prepared Diced Jiangshi released the iron armor corpse and there was no suspense. They were equivalent to being besieged by 2 6th level chi refining warriors, and a group of Jiangshi helped, and they were quickly injured. Jin Bao screamed at Hao Pinyin and Diced Jiangshi, and Iron Armor Corpse attacked other people and took the opportunity to escape. Jin Yuan immediately followed, but it was inevitable that it would be caught up by Iron Armor Corpse and died. Diced Jiangshi vented the depression that had been squeezed in my heart for many years, calming down the emotions. The Yin test said, "Do you know why I want to say this to you? Because I also want to make you into Iron Armor Corpse. Once the experience, this time must be very easy to succeed. This is the horror of refining corpse. As long as he gives him time, he is a legion alone. Hao Pinyin continued to suffocate in the air, and Jiang Lanqing and He Yishi's face instantly faded all the blood. If they were made into an armor corpse, the process alone would be better than death. He Yishi will collapse and cry and ask, "I beg you, don't kill me, I will give you everything." When I become a formal mechanic, I can earn a lot of spirit stones, I can't die here. Hao Pinyin said, "Don't ask him, he won't let you go. Our Mohist school disciple, the dead man who died, the master will give us revenge." He Yishi resentfully said, "It's all blaming you. If you don't bring us, how is this? It's your fault." Hao Pinyin was shocked and couldn't speak. Jiang Lanqing said, "He Yishi, are you crazy?" He Yishi said, "I am not crazy, you are with him all the way. What 5th level 6th level, we are free to fight, but with the qualification, cultivation base is great." Hao Pinyin has a chilling heart. With his cultivation base, he only accounts for 30% of the proceeds. He can find a better companion. He wants to take care of several good selling classmates. I didn't expect it to end. Daist Jiangshi seems to be a good-looking haha laugh. He Yishi also fascinated Daist Jiangshi. "Dao Chang, real person, small is willing to give you a cow, you can do anything for me, just ask me to let me go." Daist Jiangshi said, "Well, I want to give the Tao as a cow, and some are opportunities." I paused. "When you change Jiangshi, it's better than Jiangshi. It's more reliable than Jiangshi." "Hey, with your qualification, it's estimated that it won't be iron armor corpse." Looking at Hao Pinyin, "You are very good, but unfortunately Li Qingshan didn't come with you, or I could have 3 iron armor corpse. Blessed Peace City, and who is my opponent?" He Yishi just showed his ecstasy and he fell back into despair. Even if it is Jiangshi, it is not as good as Hao Pinyin. This is even more ironic. A slamming sound, a small figure, passed. "Who is there?" Daist Jiangshi turned his head and looked at the dark cult cave opening, controlling the swaying iron armor corpse, then waved his right hand and 4 Jiangshi jumped out. These 4 Jiangshi have been specially refining by him. They are much more powerful than Jiangshi in Justice Village. Although they are not comparable to iron armor corpse, they are also worth 3 third-level Chi refining warrior, but Jiangshi jumped out without any. The voice came back. Daist Jiangshi's face changed, and the feelings of those Jiangshi were interrupted at the same time. "Who is? Let the Taoist roll out." "Brother Hao, you are really poor friends." Li Qingshan came in from the door. Jiang Lanqing said, "Qingshan." Daist Jiangshi is not surprised. "It's you." Li Qingshan looked up and down. "Sure enough, it's a good material. I'm iron armor corpse. Maybe even better than this guy." Hao Pinyin said, "Be careful, that's iron armor corpse." "It's too late." Daist Jiangshi flashed through the cold, and the silver bell in his hand. Iron armor corpse swooped to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan got out of shape and pulled out the wind-stitching blade. He slammed it out and swept through Daist Jiangshi, directly to the chain that tied Hao Pinyin's hands and feet. !@#. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 180 Chapter 77, Jiangshi will be martial arts. Chapter 77, Jiangshi will be martial arts. Don't think about it. Daist Jiangshi reached out and grabbed the wind-stitching blade from the side, and slammed it onto the stone platform. The originally broken wind-stitching blade immediately became a fragment. With a bang, the dark wolf clothes can be blocked by the arm of iron armor corpse. Li Qingshan is extremely embarrassed and forced out of Immortal Cave. High voice, "Little one, hey!" The cord drips the air and makes a sharp sound. Daist Jiangshi slammed to the left and saw the children on the roof of Justice Village. The children under the moonlight stood silently and held 2,000 machine crossbow. 60 fire crow arrows were fired and turned into 60 red lights, either up or down, or left or right, to block Daist Jiangshi's dodge. Tune the tiger away from the mountain? Daist Jiangshi smiled slyly. Since it can't be flashed, it doesn't flash, but the 6th level Chi refining warrior, in addition to the refining corpse, has a powerful true Chi. How can it be easily killed? In the Danshin Chi Si, True Chi rushed out. He took off his body, and the low-grade spirit artifact's robe was in front of him. True Chi infused and the robe became the first-level iron curtain. Booming, Fire Crow arrow fell on the robes and was immediately smashed. Although the robe was also turned into ashes, but Taoist Jiangxi was unscathed, and he took out an identical 1000 machine crossbow. Try it now. This is what he just seized from Zhang Lanking. Also applied to him. Zhang Lanking did not expect that the weapons made were turned into enemy weapons. Little and didn't block it. After retreating to a stone pillar, he slammed a few times. Several Fire Crow arrows were deeply nailed into the stone, bursting into bursts, smashing the stone pillars, and the Little and behind disappeared. Taoist Jiangxi frowned, suddenly turned 1000 machine crossbow, aimed at Hao Pinyin. What do you want? Jia fired Fire Crow arrow. Hao Pinyin is dragging the broken iron rope and sneaking up. Little An didn't think he could beat Taoist Jiangxi with 1000 machine crossbow, and took the opportunity to rescue Hao Pinyin and several Fire Crow arrows' precise blows. Taoist Jiangxi, I don't know how to listen to the 6 directions. Hao Pinyin did not retire, violently swayed the iron rope, and fired Fire Crow arrow to the same extent, screaming at Taoist Jiangxi, and there was endless anger in his heart to vent. In the face of Hao Pinyin, like the mad tiger, Taoist Jiangxi stood motionless, 1000 machine crossbow launched continuously, but it was extremely modest. It shot a little after 2 or 3 arrows, not like Jin Bao and the others. A brain shot out. The flame of the explosion kept flashing on his face, illuminating the sneer of his mouth. How could he be defeated by an enemy who had just stopped? Hao Pinyin just rushed to Taoist Jiangxi in front of 5 steps. The violent Fire Crow arrow forcibly opened the iron lock, opened a gap, and finally had an empty space between the iron ropes, directly to his Xung mouth. Hao Pinyin struggled with True Chi to resist it, but it was also blown out and smashed into the stone wall outside a few feet. The Chi-refining warrior that lost spirit artifact is like a tiger that has lost claws and fangs, and he is still a weak tiger. Taoist Jiangxi put down 1000 machine crossbow, and looked scornful. Suddenly, she was shocked and braved her hand to her waist, but it was too late. A small figure passed by at an incredible speed and took the copper at his waist. Bell. Taoist Jiangxi was shocked and chilled. Do you think you can get Iron Armor Corpse with the copper bell? The copper bell is only used to summon the Iron Armor Corpse, but the real manipulation of Iron Armor Corpse is still his own will. This copper bell also needs his own urging to be effective. Little Un turned and ran out of the hole, only to see that Iron Armor Corpse was chasing Li Qingshan. Although Bree's talisman was accelerating, the dark wolf clothes on his body had become ruined and lost to bull demon skin refining. Not hurting too much. If he didn't think about how to explain it, he had already turned into bombing the Iron Armor Corpse. Although the Iron Armor Corpse was fast and powerful, his wisdom was low and he didn't know how to make it. He was definitely not his opponent. Little Un shakes the bell. Iron Armor Corpse seems to have not heard of the general. Continue to chase Li Qingshan. Sure enough, it is necessary for Taoist Jiangxi to manipulate. Little Un put down the bell and raised her hand. Li Qingshan was so thrilled to avoid Iron Armor Corpse that Iron Armor Corpse suddenly felt like he felt something, suddenly turned back, saw a red flame, filled the cave, and rushed over. He was filled with resentment and bloodthirsty, and suddenly gave birth to a familiar fear. Iron Armor Corpse does not have True Chi or Monster Chi. It can withstand any magic spell spirit artifact attack with just 1 armor, but at this time, it is difficult to withstand the flames. The red flame engulfs the Iron Armor Corpse, like a snake. On the other hand, a brain is poured into the mouth of Iron Armor Corpse. There is nothing left. Iron Armor Corpse's movements suddenly stopped, and its eyes were deep, revealing a radiant glow. In its skull, the dry brain was burned out and turned into a stove that began to dominate the body of Iron Armor Corpse. Little Un shakes the copper bell and Iron Armor Corpse immediately walks up to her. Of course, now it is not a copper bell, but the flame of Little Un, her flame, which can be attached to the skull of the dead, manipulating the bones. The body of ordinary people and even chi refining warrior is not worth manipulating, because flesh and blood will naturally decay, and the unrefined bones have limited strength and are not worth wasting. But iron armor corpse is different. After refining, the millennium is not rotted, and it is so powerful that it is just ready for her. This is the high divine ability. For the absolute suppression of the lower magic spell, the cultivation base is almost the same, but it does not even threaten her strength. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "Do well. In this way, there will be a strong thug, the strength will increase greatly, and no matter what you do, it is much more convenient. One of them is that you can kill Taoist Jiangxi justifiably." Little An learned Li Qingshan's appearance and shrugged his shoulders and smiled. In Immortal Cave, Zhang Lanqing and He Yishi, who just ignited their hopes, once again fell into despair. I believe that it will not take long for Iron Armor Corpse to bring back the bodies of Li Qingshan and Little An, just like Jinyuan Jinbao. Hao Pinyin stood up stiffly against the wall, staring at the sword like Taoist Jiangxi, but he is now wounded and injured. A true chi consumes 7788. No spirit stone's medicine pill can add, completely threaten not to Taoist Jiangxi. Taoist Jiangxi is also full of confidence, but every time she thinks about Little An, she always feels a little uneasy. Suddenly, he has wide eyes and his contact with Iron Armor Corpse has been interrupted. He suddenly lost all the calm, desperately rushed outside the hole. This is the result of many years. It takes so much effort and cannot be lost. At any cost, he has to regain control of Iron Armor Corpse. He hasn't rushed outside the hole, and a tall figure is blocking the cave opening, which is Iron Armor Corpse. Taoist Jiangxi hurriedly remembered the law and spurred magic spell, but all the orders issued were as deep as the sea, and there was no response. Little An rocked the copper bell and Iron Armor Corpse waved his iron claws and grabbed it with Taoist Jiangxi. Taoist Jiangxi is incredible, and after how many years of refining Iron Armor Corpse, how could it be taken so easily? If this is the case, don't live with the corpse refiner that day. But the cruel facts are in front of him, and he can't help him. He's blood, he only took it out for a while, and he was taken away by life. It feels like a child who is hard trays, but he calls someone else. Like cockroaches, vomiting straight you vomiting blood. Good. Hao Pinyin yelled aloud. Zhang Lanqing and He Yishi also had a face. They didn't understand refining corpse. They didn't know the difference. They only thought that Li Qingshan's luck was so good that it was incredible. The defeat is a victory. The heart was chaotic. The movements were chaotic, and a smattering of blood. Taoist Jiangxi Xung mouth, leaving 4 brutal scars, but the pain made him suddenly wake up, turned and fled, leaving Qingshan not afraid of no firewood. He already with the experience of refining Iron Armor Corpse. As long as you escape, there is always a chance to make a comeback. Iron Armor Corpse was in front of Taoist Jiangxi, raising his hand was a punch, squeezing the air, and slamming into the air. Taoist Jiangxi instinctively overlaps in front of him, and Iron Armor Corpse, with the power of terror, smashes his body, true chi, and blasts him out. Taoist Jiangxi stares at Iron Armor Corpse. My Iron Armor Corpse, not so powerful. His own refining, how much power, he knows best, the current Iron Armor Corpse. For example, when he manipulated, he was strong. This is of course the credit of Little An's red flame. Her flames can turn ordinary cockroaches into powerful warriors. It is used on Iron Armor Corpse, of course, with great gain. And when Taoist Jiangxi manipulated Iron Armor Corpse, he only gave orders, and then Iron Armor Corpse attacked instinctively with the desire for blood, without any tricks or hard ways. But Little An is particular about it. Under the control of the flame, Iron Armor Corpse is almost like clone. She can manipulate it to make the most detailed movements. This is like an ordinary person, suddenly practicing inner strength, knowing the moves. Of course, the strength is greatly increased. Taoist Jiangxi hasn't recovered yet. Iron Armor Corpse is stalking and catching up. It seems to be carrying some kind of pace at the foot, and people can't judge the direction of its attack. It is different from the straightforward attack. Daoist Jiangshi took a big step back, avoiding the attack range of Iron Armor Corpse's claws, and then looking incredulously, Iron Armor Corpse flew a whip and violently kicked his face. The shock bow distorted Daoist Jiangshi's expression and spit out a few teeth. How can Iron Armor Corpse know how to whip Dewey? I have never heard of Iron Armor Corpse attacking enemies with Dewey using claws and teeth. Daoist Jiangshi was not allowed to land. Iron Armor Corpse caught up to grab his little Dewey, and once he fell shoulders, he fell to the ground, then lifted it up and fell to the stone pillar next to it. Iron Armor Corpse's action, like the external martial master, hard bridge hard horse, hard to break, but not broken. Li Qingshan also saw that there were many movements, imitating his own bull demon strong fist and tiger demon bone refining fist. These two kinds of punches, Little Ann did not know how many times Li Qingshan practiced. At this moment, all borrowed Iron Armor Corpses used. The Daoist Jiangshi who played was not even able to fight back. Li Qingshan lamented, and sure enough, Jiangshi would be martial arts, and no one could stop it. Please, if you are not careful, the monthly ticket will drop to 40 places, and there will be not much difference in front. Seek force and ask for strength. I have to work hard. The following plot will be more and more powerful. RQ. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 181 Chapter 78, The Death of Daoist Jiangshi Chapter 78, The Death of Daoist Jiangshi. Boom. 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 The 6th level Qi refining warrior, Daoist Jiangshi, was like a sack and was thrown by Iron Armor Corpse. It fell straight and was not killed immediately with the help of true Qi. But he couldn't get rid of the great power of Iron Armor Corpse, and he only let Little Ann play for a while. How pinyoning 3 people, they started to call a few more sounds. At this time, they all watched, and there was a 1st level cold sweat behind them. It turns out that Daoist Jiangshi didn't play the power of Iron Armor Corpse at all. If the Iron Armor Corpse was so fierce at first, the 5 of them were not tied. Li Qingshan stepped forward and raised Hao Pinyin, took out a healing pill and a Qi condensing pills in his mouth. Brother Hao is alright. He glanced at the body of Jin Yuan Jinbao. I came too late. Hao Pinyin tough to say thank voice, then his lips like a stick, and unable to utter another word, the death crisis receded. Pain and fatigue instantly swept up. His mind is not without fear. Take a break. Li Qingshan patted him on the shoulder. He would settle down and meditate against the stone walls. Li Qingshan went to untie He Yishi and Zhang Lanqing, and the situation was similar to that of Hao Pinyin. Zhang Lanqing also said that he was very grateful. He Yishi was directly stunned, his eyes wide open and his mouth slightly open. Escape from the dead, it should be a happy thing, but he can't be happy, just want to find a place to sneak in. Li Qingshan to Little Ann, it's almost alright. Iron Armor Corpse grabbed the head of Daoist Jiangshi and yelled at the ground. Daoist Jiangshi struggled a few times at the beginning and made a few roars, but at this time, the strength of struggling was gone, and the blood on his head rushed out. This situation is not like fighting, but a bad game for children. As far as Little Ann is concerned, she does not have the kind of hateful emotion of Li Qingshan. She cannot distinguish the value of Daoist Jiangshi's life from red ants and black ants. Of course, Daoist Jiangshi is even better. Delicious and fun. Copper bell rang. Iron Armor Corpse stopped moving. Little Ann rushed Li Qingshan and asked if he had anything to ask. Li Qingshan put a hand on the neck, and Daoist Jiangshi didn't faint. He looked up at the blood and looked at Little Ann. It's you, it's you. Maybe it's the pre-death light. Now, he is very sure that the person who took all the bodies in the Tanking is her. She is definitely not an ordinary child. It is a monster more terrible than Iron Armor Corpse. The sound stopped abruptly. Iron Armor Corpse extended his right index finger. Long iron claws in the neck of Daoist Jiangshi, bloody, but Daoist Jiangshi was still alive. his eyes still waiting for Little An. Chi refining for many years has given him a very strong vitality. Iron Armor Corpse spit his neck, swigged, drunk his blood, and the blood of Taoist Jiangshi surged into the body, transforming it into new power, while Taoist Jiangshi went dry, like a beverage box that is blotted out. Hao Pinyang's eyes widened, and he could hardly believe that Taoist Jiangshi, who was so powerful and almost put them to death, was ended in this way. Although it is the enemy of life and death, it always feels that it is more difficult to kill him, not in such a funny way, but in fact. The weak face the strong, contemptuous like a plaything, in the face of the absolute strength gap, even the time to let the blood heat up, there is only endless desperation shrouded, even death is easily ridiculous. This kind of taste, Li Qingshan once tasted this feeling once and vowed never to taste the second. This will drove him to constantly get stronger. Hao Pinyin. When three people meditate, Li Qingshan patrols the immortal cave in Taoist Jiangshi. The immortal cave is cut out on the basis of natural caves and many rooms are separated. The stone room with stone sarcophagus is just one of them. There is a bedroom, which has all the decoration of the home. It is not only the simple appearance of the stone bench, stone table, but also a kitchen, in which the kitchen utensils are also available. It seems that even Taoist Jiangshi, who also likes to eat cooked food, is also moisturized under the dark subterranean world. The rest of the rooms, all refining corpse rooms, filled with waiting for refining, or refining half of the bodies. There are hundreds of them, all turned into a fire by Little An. Quenching bone ash flame will skeleton bone fly back to her palm, blend in with other bone fluids, and continue to temper through the grey flame. Li Qingshan knows that she is refining the second skull rosary. This time mission, her harvest is not small, but various Jiangshi, swallowed hundreds. Zhao Zibo and a group of dark wolf guards are worth hundreds of ordinary people, all of whom are refining, and have great gains for her cultivation of Tao of the beautiful bones. With the first experience and the increase in her own strength, this time refining is extremely rapid. In a moment, the bone fluid will condense and turn into a round rosary with another skull rosary. Together, she danced around her palm, and she added another spirit artifact that could be utilized. The flexibility and power of Skull Rosary is far superior to the ordinary middle-grade spirit artifact. Chi Refining Warrior, Utility Flying Sword, Flying Blade, are just one piece, distracting and multi-purpose. The power is sharply reduced, but not as good as one, unless it is a set of complete set spirit artifact. But the group of complete set spirit artifact is extremely rare, and it doesn't necessarily work. Every rosary is related to Little An's heart, almost her clone, dexterous. By waiting until the lowest of the 14 rosary is enough, it is considered to be the lowest skull rosary, and its power is enough to sweep Chi Refining Warrior. With the higher divine ability except the 9 heavens of Tao of the beautiful bones, the higher the Little An cultivation base, the greater the growth of strength. Now it is easy to crush the same level cultivator, until the higher realm is repaired. It may even exceed realm's restraint to kill powerful enemies. Li Qingshan, Little An's hair, I really can't be proud of seeing you. Although Bull Demon Strong Fist, Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist and Spirit Turtle Sea Suppressing Secrets, each is extremely powerful divine ability. Li Qingshan 3 Fellow Culture Technique Fellow Initiates, the strength is also very rapid, but I always feel that Tao of the beautiful bones is worse. Little An cheek will be posted on the back of his hand, like for comfort. Li Qingshan pinched her smooth face and smiled. I have to keep working hard, I can't give you more, let's go. With the rich harvest of this time, his strength will definitely have a leap forward growth. He wants to open the spatial ring a little faster and see what the green bull has left for him, even though he has been faintly expected. The two returned, and the Hao Pinyin trio had retrieved their 100 treasure pouch and adjusted the interest with the spirit stone's spiritual pill. Hao Pinyin said, Dian does not say thank you. If you can use your brother and me in the future, you will know that there will be a sound, and you will never be able to speak. Li Qingshan said, Brother How is very polite. This is originally said to be good, but unfortunately, I have not been able to arrive soon, otherwise. How Pinyin face a dark, heavy sigh. As the leader of this mission, he is very embarrassed about the death of Jin Yuan Jinbao. However, if Jin Yuan Jinbao is not fleeing, even if he is caught by Taoist Jiangshi, he can wait for Li Qingshan to save. Li Qingshan said, please also ask How senior brother for a sorrow. After all, come out to perform the task. There is no absolute safety. You have tried your best. How Pinyin handed 100 treasure pouch to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said, this is Taoist Jiangshi's 100 treasure pouch. Since seeing Zhao Zibo's 100 treasure pouch, he is very much looking forward to this Taoist Jiangshi's 100 treasure pouch. It is also 6th level Qi refining cultivation for many years. Not too bad. Also please share with brother How. How Pinyin took a few books from the 100 treasure pouch and handed 100 treasure pouch to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said with amazement, is this? Taoist Jiangshi is not too poor to this step. How Pinyin explained. The things in this 100 treasure pouch should be owned by you, but our task is to get a set of renovation corpse cultivation technique, to the master of the door, senior brother, so these I won the book. If you use Qingshan, you can go out and copy it. There are still a lot of things in it, and I didn't look at it carefully. Then he handed 100 treasure pouch to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan refused, I don't need this refining corpse technique, other things. According to the 3 achievements. How Pinyin said, you don't have to say it anymore. If you don't want it, you just look down on me. This time, defeating Taoist Jiangshi, almost all of Li Qingshan's power, he was able to save a life. At this time, what face and Li Qingshan is divided. Zhang Lanqing also said, Qingshan, you will accept it, this is what you deserve. He used open mouth he said, he bowed his head, did not dare to speak, lost such a big person. He also lost face. Now, How Pinyin and Zhang Lanqing almost treat him as a transparent person. They don't ask his opinion at all. He is feeling wrong and resentful. Li Qingshan said, well, if that is the case, I will be welcome. How Pinyin sighed with relief, let's go out. He took the body of the Golden Brothers into 100 treasure pouch and sent it back to his hometown for burial. Li Qingshan puts the body of Taoist Jiangshi, which is worth thousands of Qi condensing pills. Iron armor corpse couldn't fit into the 100 treasure pouch, and it looked too horrible, and he found the coat of arms and covered it with him. Boarded the boat, returned to the original road, and went upstream. Although not as thrilling as it was when it came. The atmosphere was much lower, and How Pinyin had no thoughts and thoughts. Only the flowing water is rippling in the darkness, and it sings. Li Qingshan leaned against the boat and admired the scenery in the cave. However, it was difficult to calm down in her heart. In the warmth of her arms, Little An leaned silently in his arms. Li Qingshan gave her a slight smile, caressing her soft, curly long hair, sniffing the faint sandalwood on her body, and her heart calmed down. At this time, in the endless darkness, suddenly a light is shining! !@#. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 182 17th Chapter 2 are also killing. 17th Chapter 2 are also killing. How Pinyin said, to the exit. Everyone who shines on the face has more radiance. Do you know the domain name? The light is getting closer and closer, getting brighter and brighter, and finally engulfing the boat. Suddenly there was an open, endless end of the wilderness. The sky was full of red clouds, and they were less than half a day before they entered Dong, but it felt like it had been going through for a long time. How Pinyin, the feelings of the 3 people are deeper. It is like a world. Lao Xishan walked out of the corner and scanned the crowd. Finally, he focused on Li Qingshan. You are Li Qingshan? For the first time I saw this man who jumped the Blessed Peace Eagle Wolf Guard. Seeing him is only Qi refining 2nd level, and Mr. is contemptuous. Based on this strength, Zhao Zibo dares to do it. I really don't know how to live and die. I can kill Qian Yanian. I want to come and be lucky. But luck is good, but I still live well. Li Qingshan respectfully said. His Li Qingshan, see Commander, dare to ask Commander to honor his name. My name is Lao Xishan. You can call me Commander Lao. Lao Xishan is quite a gentle dagger. He has a thick eyebrow. Do you see Zuozi? Commander Zuo, Li Qingshan said, I have seen one side of Justice Village outside the town, but not in one, but with the friends of these Mohist school. I have never seen it again. Lao Xishan is immersed in meditation. He knows that Zuo Zibo is chasing Li Qingshan, but he does not doubt that Li Qingshan has killed Zuo Zibo. Even with these Mohist school disciple, it is impossible to be Zuo Zibo or even a group of people. Sharp Dark Guard's opponent, Zuo Zibo's powerful. He knows this for many years. Everything can only be attributed to the huge monster Qi. He also heard rumors. In the depths of this Dong cave, there are many powerful monsters hidden in it. Zuo Zibo must have been bad luck and met one of them! Li Qingshan said, Commander, what are you doing here? Of course, in order to trace the Taoist Jiangshi, I am preparing to go into the Dong. Lao Xishan also has to guard against other people's doubts. He has a relationship with Zuo Zibo's death. Li Qingshan said, the commander doesn't have to go into the Dong. Taoist Jiangshi has been destroyed by me. The corpse is in 100 treasure pouch, and I am going back to Zhao. Lao Xishan is very suspicious. What? You can kill Taoist Jiangshi? Hao Pinyin originally was in a bad mood. Hearing this statement was even more unpleasant. He said to Li Qingshan, Qingshan, we have to hurry back to recover, just do something else. Li Qingshan ignored Lao Xishan and said, well, House Senior Brother, I wish you a good trip. Qingshan does not change the flow of green water. When there is a meeting, I will definitely drink it with you. Hao Pinyin's face is also slightly revealed. Well, that's it. I will invite you to taste the wine of Mohist school. Zhang Lanqing said, I have to count as one. I will not be indefinite afterwards. In March next year, 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy will be opened, and you must not miss Qingshan. Hao Pinyin said, Qi Refining Warrior, if you don't enter the men's school, you don't have 100, just rely on your own understanding of cultivation. It is difficult to achieve something, you are young, and the talent is high, it is a good time to enter the hospital. We said that there must not be a fate for Senior Brother. I took a look at Lao Xishan. If you have not been comfortable with this, you will quit the Eagle Wolf Guard errand and come to Clear River early to prepare for the admission exam. Li Qingshan listened to his sincerity and was moved. If you can call Brother Hao, you are honored. I will definitely go next year. Lao Xishan, seeing these people, including Li Qingshan, did not put his 6th level Qi Refining Warrior and Dark Wolf Commander in his eyes. He said, Eagle Wolf Guard is not a vegetable market. You want to enter, just enter, come out and even out. Even if you enter 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, it is also the legalist school. Men, what is the relationship with Mohist school? Li Qingshan and Hao Pinyin took a look at Lao Xishan and ignored him. They cherished each other. Zhang Lanqing Gong Da Dao, Qingshan, be sure to come. He kept his head down and said nothing. The sky will be late, and the feint will be noisy. After the 3 people left, Lao Xishan screamed, Li Qingshan, tell me, what is going on here? You really killed Taoist Jiangshi? You won't be fooled. Where is the corpse? Give me a test. If it is true, then he said that he must not be diverted to kill Taoist Jiangshi's contribution points, but up to 12,000, the best Li Qingshan can be dedicated. He will be confessed. All happy. Li Qingshan felt his mind a little and said, when you return to Blessed Peace City, Commander can naturally see it. You are rude, dare to violate my orders, and there is no one respect. Lao Xishan angrily said that when he was most proud, he not only condensed the captivating Qi C, but also reached the Qi Refining 6th level, and Zuo Zibo was fierce. If nothing else, he will take over the role of Dark Eagle Commander and become the headgear of the Eagle Wolf Guard. From this position, he has a high weight and can be such an arrogant subordinate. Commander Zuo has always said this. I have a sentence to Commander Lao. I have to be crazy, otherwise it is easy to be very sad. Li Qingshan frowned. These guys, when the bird commander, when even the taste no more. You dare to teach me? Lao Xishan was furious and killed, but it was too late to pull the knife. The eyes suddenly looked dark, and the tall figure of the cloaked clothes suddenly appeared in front of the eyes, from the yin shadow under the fight. It was half a face covered with iron armor, and he was taken aback. Jiangshi. Li Qingshan said, "This is an iron armor corpse from Taoist Jiangshi. The power is very extraordinary. Commander Lao can try it." Lao Xishan also knows a little about refining corpse. The iron armor corpse seems to be very powerful. It's not so easy to deal with. The face is yin, and I hate to let go, just tearing my face. Li Qingshan, I see commanders. Their disappearance has a lot to do with you. If you know each other, this time you annihilate Taoist Jiangshi. Even if we both donate credit, since Blessed Peace City, you are my person, I will cover yours. Otherwise, your contribution points are just a bunch of useless numbers, even a chi condensing pills. Li Qingshan said, "Huff, Commander Lao has a big appetite." Lao Xishan said, "There is also your iron armor corpse, which is also the devil's external way, to be disposed of by the Eagle Wolf Guard. The way the cow is done is also going out." Li Qingshan said, "No discussion?" Lao Xishan said, "There is no discussion. Since you are my subordinate, you have to obey my orders. Otherwise, I have thousands of means to rectify you. Don't think that 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy can escape. I also have many friends are at the legalist school cultivation." Li Qingshan is silent, thinking, and then said the head, "Then you will die." "You said what?" Lao Xishan filed a defense. Only Li Qingshan did not move, even a little murderous aura owed, just looking at him with the eyes of the dead. And beside Li Qingshan, the handsome child who didn't have a little breath on his body, but he flew out a white say bead, and whistling through the air. This child is actually 6th level chi refining warrior. Lao Xishan, this is how Li Qingshan wants to kill him, and he has the power to kill him. Li Qingshan, do you dare to kill the boss? Are you not afraid of the Diexia law? Lao Xishan recruited a flying blade that is exactly the same as Zhuo's bow, and it seems to be the standard weapon of the Eagle Wolf Guard. Li Qingshan said, "I am telling you, this kind of king bastard, telling a fart Wang Fa, I have worked hard to kill Zhuo's bow. You are not ready to be cheap, but you still want to cheat me. I really think that I am a good bully." What shit, Commander? Anyway, one is also killing, the two are also killing. Give me death. Glang. The flying blade collided with the rosary in the air, and the rosary hit the flying blade, which was just a meal. Little Un's current strength is not only 6th level chi refining, but Lao Xishan has just broken through the level of chi refining 6th level. Artifact controlling is still very inconvenient, and it will be an opponent. You killed Zhuo's bow. Lao Xishan heard this. His eyes were round and he couldn't believe it. And Li Qingshan is clearly determined to kill, only dare to tell him the news. Li Qingshan said, "Why do I think people who want to let go will eventually become so annoying?" Lao Xishan's handcuffs, the flying blade rotates in the air, restable, and fights with the rosary. But suddenly another rosary hit him. This child can actually use 2 spirit artifact. Although Lao Xishan is not a Yuan, the governor can't do it, and he will retreat. Just return to Blessed Peace City and inform the Eagle Wolf Guard about this matter. Li Qingshan is the end of the world. Well, alone 2 spirit artifact, not try to kill me. He reached out and prepared the spirit talisman, and with true chi ji, spirit talisman did not react, and his hand lost consciousness. I turned to look. He took the hand of spirit talisman, gone. The arm is only half cut, bare, and retired to the neat bloodroot skeleton. Little Un stood not far away, one carrying a sleep's sword and the other holding a Lao Xishan broken hand, burning and turning into a flame. Li Qingshan also had a slight glimpse, because he barely saw the movement of Little Un. In addition to her own speed, it was faster than the flying of the rosary, and it had no momentum, no killing intent. nothing. He hasn't seen Little Ann and people close combat for a long time. I didn't expect her to be so fast. Unless it is demonic incarnation, she can grasp her actions. Looking back, from the beginning of the Kian family to the present, Little Ann devours the blood of thousands of people, tempered his own bones with thousands of bones, and leaps and bounds of strength and speed unconsciously. Both Skull Rosary are refining on the basis of her own strength. Although Tao of the Beautiful Bones has refining articles, and the various artifacts, one stronger than one, but the fundamental pursuit is still a powerful self, and refines itself as the most terrible weapon in the world. This little girl is usually boring, but she didn't expect to be strong enough. And she got his hands to stabilize and win his true inheritance! Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 183 Chapter 80 Great Fortune Chapter 80 Great Fortune Lao Xishan slammed his broken arm and shouted, "What are you?" Eyes stared at Little Ann, trying to lock Little Ann with breath, but only a blank. Little Ann stood in a wild grass almost drowning her, put away Sleep's sword, looked at him silently, and the two Skull Rosary did not follow suit and returned to her hands, which was only used to attract Lao Xishan attention. The power of things. The real battle is over. There wasn't a drop of blood flowing out of the broken arm. Then, the whole arm lost consciousness. It brought only a slight tingling, and then a deep numbness. This numbness was transmitted to the whole body. First level, the red flame is attached to the broken arm and burns directly into the body of Lao Xishan. Lao Xishan wants to escape and fall to the ground, revealing deep fear. "What did you do?" The words have not been finished yet, and the depth of his eyes reveals the fire, and it is getting brighter and brighter. The flame spurts out the eyes and nose and mouth, and ignites him from the inside out. All the flames flow back to Little Ann's palm, and then dissipated. Everything is natural like thorning ants under the big poplar. Then I looked back and looked forward to Li Qingshan. I just said a word, "Come and praise me." Li Qingshan raised her eyebrows. "It's a good job, it's my Little Ann." Little Ann shyly bowed his head, blushing on his face and slightly hooking his lips. Li Qingshan just wasted down. "I really can't work hard. If I go down, my uncle, a man, is not a soft meal." He reached out and True Chi rolled up the 100 treasure pouch and the spirit artifact knife and flew back. He wanted to go back to Blessed Peace City with Commander Lao. There was also a personal testimony that he had nothing to do with the disappearance of Zhao Zibo. But since Lao Xishan has to go through the official ediction, let's change the story. Commander Lao doesn't worry about Commander Zhao, goes into the Jiangshi hold to find it, and finally gets lost in the labyrinth of the underground cave. Believe it or not, I believe it anyway. In this way, he has 3 6th level Chi Refining Warriors 100 treasure pouch and 7 Elite Chi Refining Warriors 100 treasure pouch, a total of 1,000 treasure pouch, a huge fortune. He couldn't wait to return to Blessed Peace City, and he began to count the gains of the trip. 1,000 treasure pouch were lined up, and his heart could not help but be a little excited. He first opened the 7 Dark Wolf Guards 100 treasure pouch, Jian and others. These people have been operating in the Eagle Wolf Guard for many years. They are also the confidants of Zhao Zibo. They have always been taken care of and each has a wealth of wealth. Plus together, really amazing. In the end, more than 4,000 Chi condensing pills were found, and in Xinan's 100 treasure pouch, there were more than 1,000 Chi condensing pills. There are also 300 grass pills, dozens of higher level medicine pills, more than 100 spiral stones, more than 200 spirit talismans, and tens of millions of silver banknotes. Turning on 100 treasure pouch is not just a collection of trophies, it's a very interesting and special process, because all cultivators will hide their most precious and most commonly used things in this little 100 treasure pouch. So in addition to the things that Li Qingshan noticed, There are many interesting things to see and see a person's temperament. 700 treasure pouch are 7 temperaments. Xenan's 100 treasure pouch has a collection of gkin and a lot of music. The little hobby is elegant. If you don't follow Zoozibo, go to the dark painted subterranean world and be against you, playing the piano and singing songs. Jian was a fetish. There were a few swabs in 100 treasure pouch. I don't know where they came from, so Li Qingshan was stunned. In an unknown dark wolf guard's 100 treasure pouch, a thick stack of books made Li Qingshan think for a long time. No matter who his husband and father are, it is impossible to return home. However, Li Qingshan did not regret killing him. Since he decided to go outside 9 heavens, what he wants to go is not a path that can be tolerated. If you don't kill people, you will kill them. That is the so-called reality. However, when killing has become a habit, those enemies in Li Qingshan's eyes are almost no longer human beings, but some kind of humanoid object that can speak and resist. All he needs to do is to destroy, tear, pinch, penetrate. Then flesh and blood was swallowed up by little ant's flame, as if it had never existed in this world. At this moment, those vague human figures, Enetun, restore the concept of humanity, let Li Qingshan's birth and sigh, maintain the heart and humanity. The remaining 3, Eagle Wolf Guard is Vice Commander and Daoist Jiangshi, 3 6th level Qi Refining Warriors 100 treasure pouch, which Li Qingshan values. First opened is Lao Xishan, the Vice Commander. Although it has just been promoted to Qi Refining 6th level, this 100 treasure pouch is much bigger and has a small house size, but the things inside are not enough to read, and it is not as much as Xenan. So Li Qingshan is quite disappointed. Lao Xishan has been plagued by Zoozibo, and has just broken through the Qi Refining 6th level, which has consumed a lot of resources. Finally, Daoist Jiangshi didn't let Li Qingshan disappoint. Nearly 2,000 Qi condensing pills, 50 or 600 spiral stones, worth 3 or 4 Eagle Wolf Guard's property, but no talisman, always hide in the dark, manipulate the corpse, know how to use it. Li Qingshan also found a very interesting thing, a strange map similar to Mind Map, but when he injected true Qi into it, the figure showed numerous interlaced 3-dimensional lines. Li Qingshan immediately saw that this is a subterranean world map, which is far more than 100 times larger than the area that Hao Pinyin explored with the mechanism insect. If you don't see it with your own eyes, you can hardly believe that there is a black hole under subterranean world. So vast world. Even at Blessed Peace City, there are caves through his feet, and the entrance is not just the one in Jiangxi, but one near Blessed Peace City. The cave was interrupted at the edge of the map, apparently far from depicting the whole picture, which marked many bright spots, and for a moment did not know what it meant. Li Qingshan carefully puts this subterranean world mind map carefully. At some point, the role of this map may be more valuable than a high-grade spirit artifact. It is this map that is proud of Daoist Jiangshi. Under subterranean world, you can avoid the Eagle Wolf Guards wanted, and you can always find them everywhere. The last one was opened by Zoozibo's 100 treasure pouch. With the injection of true Qi, 100 treasure pouch launched a huge space, much larger than Daoist Jiangshi's 100 treasure pouch, as if it were a huge warehouse. It's full of things. Although Li Qingshan had been inspected once under subterranean world, the second thing was still shocking. This is the biggest 100 treasure pouch he got. The 100 treasure pouch itself is a valuable spirit artifact, and the things inside are definitely worthy of the value of this 100 treasure pouch. There are more than 3,000 Qi condensing pills alone. This number is not particularly important for Zoozibo's identity, but then there are more than 700 grass pill. I'm afraid this is Zoozibo for everyday use. Cultivation of medicine pill. So there is no accumulation of too much Qi condensing pills. Li Qingshan opened a small porcelain bottle, which contained a transparent medicine pill with crystal dew. It was the pearl dew pill that I used to take. When I was a pearl dew pill, I was shocked by the chi refining warrior. He even opened a few bottles, all of which were pearl dew pill, counting a few and having 35. The total value of those 100 grass pills is higher than that of chi condensing pills, and the value of this pearl dew pill is probably even better. In addition, there are several other kinds of medicine pill. There are dozens of them. There are no labels on it. He is not very good for medicine pill. Also cannot name the breath. Never under pearl dew pill. There is also a spare middle grade spirit artifact flying blade, 33 middle grade spirit talisman, 120 low grade spirit talisman, and 211 spiral stones. Then the trip received nearly 10,000 chi condensing pills, more than 1,100 grass pill, hundreds of advanced medicine pill, hundreds of diverse grades spirit stones, 7 low grade spirit artifact, 3 pieces of middle grade spirit artifact, and several hundreds of spirit talisman. No more worry. There is not enough medicine pill to support cultivation. If you eat all these medicine pills and turn them into true chi monster chi, what kind of realm can you achieve? Li Qingshan thought about it, and he was fascinated. Unfortunately, the task of completing Taoist Jiangshi must be approved by Commander at least, and it cannot be replaced with medicine pill for a while. But he probably won't lack the medicine pill for a long time, so he won't worry. I believe that it will take a long time for the new commander to come over. However, at the end of the loss of 2 commander, and 7 elite Eagle Wolf Guard, the above will be sent to question this matter, have to compile a set of statements. When Li Qingshan returned to Blessed Peace City overnight, it was less than 3 hours later. He still did not alarm anyone. When he returned to the mountain, he saw his own light in the small building, and made a look to little and, quietly approaching the small building. There was a chi refining warrior in the building, but it was not strong. It was only chi refining 3rd level, and the smell was familiar. He thought about it and remembered who it tasted. The window on the 2nd floor was suddenly pushed open. Li Qingshan asked loudly, "Qian Rongzi, what are you doing in my room?" Staying in his room in the middle of the night. It turned out to be Zong Rongzi. I saw that she was sitting on the bed and meditating, her hair was scattered, and her clothes were not uniform. It was like treating her as her own room. Qian Rongzi was shocked and regained his calmness. He smiled and said, "Of course, I am waiting for you." There is a smile between the smiles and the sorrows. Li Qingshan frowned. "You practiced the charm technique of Cloud and Rain sect? And also repair the chi refining 3rd level?" Qian Rongzi said, "Unfortunately, I still can't help you. Also, this small building has been exchanged for me, not your room." Li Qingshan, "Am I?" "What?" Qian Rongzi said, "You don't have to be surprised, because everyone on this mountain thinks that you are dead, and this small building will certainly not be reserved for a dead person." Li Qingshan said, "But have you moved in here?" Qian Rongzi has a near-fanatic self-confidence, "Because I know, you will definitely come back. Zhao Zibo is dead, and you are dead in your hands." Zhu Wenbin can probably guess that Li Qingshan has a life-saving trick. But only she can be sure that Li Qingshan will not only be able to come back alive, but also kill Zhao Zibo! !@#. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 184. The first chapter is Shocked by the Rain. Chapter 1 Alarms. Li Qingshan feels that she still underestimates this NV person. She is not the kind of metamorphosis that sells her body, or psychological distortion. This kind of keen judgment, even Zhao Zibo, who is self-proclaimed and wise, is far behind. _This chapter is updated by friends. What do you want? You are here, just want to tell me this, or what do you want to tell me? He narrowed his eyes, and Qian Rongzi was not the first time to kill his killing intent, but he always cleverly did not breaking the bottom line. Let him not have the reason to kill her. This time, will there be an exception? In the face of Li Qingshan's series of questions, Qian Rongzi smiled sweetly. "Do you know? Men is the must for the child around you. You don't know the national scent, the value of men. The master has already. I personally ordered that even if I turned my face with Scarlet Wolf Commander Hua Chengzhen, I would have to get the child in my hand. And then? Li Qingshan's pupils shrink. Men for Littleton can do this. Then you can't go out of that, kid. The reason why I came back is to be sent to supervise the matter. If Zhao Zibo can't give that child to men, there will be stronger people immediately, if not success. Soon after, men 4, even the deputy men, will come to Blessed Peace City. I do not know the news is useful to you. Li Qingshan did not deny that if there is no precaution, it will be regarded as showing escape by this group of experts in Blessed Peace City. The news of Qianrongzi is extremely important. Why are you telling me this? Have you already joined men? Rongzi sneaked a smile, put the waist and limbs, walked forward, and the wrist hooked Li Qingshan's neck. The whole body was attached to Li Qingshan. The Xung was pressed at the Xung mouth of Li Qingshan, and gently rubbed. Because I like you more. Li Qingshan is even more vigilant. Qi refining warrior joins a decent men's pie. Which one is not careful and thin, and several can be dismissive like her. This is not ignorance, but from the very beginning, it is not small. This kind of arrogance in the bones seems to have met. When she put it on her body, the soft and delicate body reveals a sticky and cold feeling, so that he can't move the slightest. And the feeling of Qianrongzi is similar. Li Qingshan's body is fiery, let her feel an uncontrollable danger. So the lonely man and the envy are in the same room, but they are hard to produce a half-divided feeling, only feeling dangerous yin cold unbearable. Li Qingshan said faintly, go away. Qianrongzi took a step back and rationalized his hair, forget it, it's a man who has no fun. Qianrongzi grinned and said, I like the generous man. After picking up a few things, first look at the Lesser Cloud and Rain secrets, turn it to one of the pages, suddenly it shines, then put the spirit artifact flying sword throws back Li Qingshan, but I am not stingy, leaving these things, you can't use them, I will accept them. A middle-grade spirit artifact that made ordinary Qi refining warrior unfortunately was thrown away by 2 low-level Qi refining warriors. Li Qingshan said, there will be a period later. Now that he got the news, he could not continue to stay in Blessed Peace City, waiting for others to catch. A large man's desperately out of the nest. He cannot resist with confidence, but also cannot resist, relying on a huge resource in his hand, find a place to retreat. Cultivation, improve strength is serious. As long as he becomes strong enough, men will naturally not be bothered. Qianrongzi said, wait. Do you want to get 100 treasure pouch from 6th level Qi refining warrior? Li Qingshan said, where? Qianrongzi said, in this Blessed Peace City, the new owner of the Cloud and Rain building, one of my senior brothers, originally meant that if Zhao Zibo couldn't take the child, let him start. As if the picture is poor, I finally show her true purpose. This person is the son of the deputy men, and most likes the Jianian good family NV. As long as you see beautiful on the road, you will definitely visit your home at night, and rely on the means of Qi refining warrior. Li Qingshan suspected, is the Eagle Wolf Guard in Clear River Prefecture. It is very difficult for ordinary NV people to resist some of the small Huayman of men. It is not a minority for him. A few of them must also take care of the famous festivals, threatening to give some money, and the people will not pay attention to them. Of course it will be gone. Li Qingshan said, do you want me to kill him for you? No, I want you to help me to give birth to him. He has a lot of good things in 100 treasure pouch. It's all yours. I don't need the cultural technique and the men's Dan Yao, okay? Qianrongzi is extremely sincere and sincere. Li Qingshan Shenyin, this NV person is so generous, it really is another request. Actually to borrow his own hand, to deal with the same men. However, men originally is his enemy, West men, he has made up his mind to kill himself. Now that he wants to run, it is good to get a ticket first. This is a request that cannot be rejected. Qianrongzi said, on the way, he always told me that I really want to try the envy of the country, even if it is smaller. Li Qingshan raised the head, the red light flashed. Oh, then I will see you. Turned off the lights. Out of the small building, Qianrongzi saw Littleton in the dark, suddenly stunned. This child. So clean. What she saw was not the national scent, the strange clean feeling, probably only after experiencing so many of her, she can feel so deeply, can't help but reach out and want Momo Little Anne's cheek, but stop, as if afraid of her own polluting this pure. Little Anne reached out and patted the back of Qianrongzi's hand. It seemed that there was no evil feeling for the envy who made her realize Tao of the beautiful bones. Qianrongzi's hand flattered slightly, then smiled. No wonder you are not willing to put her out. Even me can turn her face for anyone. Li Qingshan said, you would have turned your face with anyone for the sake of profit. Qianrongzi said, what is wrong? Li Qingshan is silent. Walking in the dark streets, Li Qingshan was very close to Qianrongzi. He didn't fully believe this savvy envy person, worried that when he walked into the Cloud and Rain building, he saw the men for big ambush there, to ensure a distance that can kill her. Little Anne and Diane Armor Corps fell far behind to meet Li Qingshan at any time. The faint light in the distant Cloud and Rain building has been bought by men and is now being reorganized and will be opened soon. He has been listening carefully. Her heartbeat is always steady, no panic. In fact, you don't have to guard me. How can I do something that is not good for myself? Men killed you, and the things on your body will not give me much. When other people's dogs, they can only be assigned the broken pieces of others. Li Qingshan by default, never have to worry, she has a great risk. Jing God, will be guilty of men, take yourself as a bait. Qianrongzi continued, in fact, if Qian Yanyan is willing to pass me the position of the master, I will not eliminate the Qian family. In order to maximize the benefits, hatred is nothing. But I squeezed out all the value of Qian family, and then found out those people one by one, and slowly tortured to death. Ha, ha. In the qualitative laughter, she seems to be venting Yinyu, who can't tell others, because Li Qingshan sees through her, so I don't have to bother to hide. The Cloud and Rain building is here. Li Qingshan converges on all the breath, stepping into the darkness in one step, without ambush and cofferdom. The darkness upstairs, only the flying Yanf on the heavenly board, still dancing. Qianrongzi was amazed at the heart, but she was close at hand. But if she didn't look at it, she couldn't feel the breath of Li Qingshan. The hidden kung fu was a powerful means of defeating the enemy. It was perfect for assassination. On the top floor of the Cloud and Rain building, Li Qingshan feels a strong atmosphere, which seems to be not under Zuo, but also renewed cautious say. Qianrongzi applied an eye to Li Qingshan and then pushed himself in. Li Qingshan listened to the young man's yin voice, junior sister, you are here, do you want the senior brother? Qianrongzi's voice is a bit cold, senior brother, don't be too much. This is more than a flattering voice, it can make a man's conquest. The man said, I want to show you too much. The clothes rubbed and hugged the voice of the pro. Senior brother, stop. Qianrongzi refused to greet the resistance, holding the man in his arms and turning around, the room that was open. The faint excitement. Li Qingshan stepped on the thick carpet and walked in quietly, but even if it was a thick carpet, there would still be a sound coming out, and it would be an ordinary person. But it could not understand the hearing of a 6th-level chi-refining warrior. Li Qingshan stepped over a few feet and raised a hand to attach a low-grade body lock talisman to the man's back. This is from the 100 treasure pouch of Zuo Zibo. It is used to deal with the chi-refining warrior that needs to be captured. It is convenient to bring back the message. Spirit talisman released a round of aura that spread throughout the man's body, and the man's body immediately froze as if it had been frozen onto the 1st-level invisible ice. The man was shocked and angered, and he ran true chi to attack the layer of invisible ice. After all, it's just the low-grade spirit talisman, which is used to deal with the 6th-level chi-refining warrior. It can only support one moment, but it is enough. Li Qingshan shot with lightning and clasped the man's arm joints. But with a natural body of true chi, he seemed to hold a tough rubber tube and could not use his strength. Please, there is a chapter at night. Please rest assured that this book will be guaranteed to be updated! ! At #. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 185. The second chapter is aimed at Gaoyuan. Li Qingshan has a small pupil, a raised arm muscle, and an explosive force in the handcuffs. He only hears caca and it sounds crisp. The man slammed his eyes wide and then became extremely simple. Li Qingshan shot again and again, a series of crisp sounds, crushing all the joints of the men's limbs. When the man just yelled, Li Qingshan grabbed his neck. True Chi rolled up the 100 treasure pouch and returned to Li Qingshan's hands. Without the 100 treasure pouch, most of the Chi refining warrior was like a toothless tiger. If the limbs can't be used, it's like a sly tiger. Everything is easy and a bit out of Li Qingshan's expectations. But as long as there is a trace of true Chi in the Danshan Chi Sea of Chi refining warrior, it is not completely subdued. He was also ready for the next response, but he saw that the man's painful face was distorted, and that true Chi was in a mess, and that he lost his ability to resist, which made him a little surprised. If it is Chi refining warrior like Zhao Zibo, even if the sword is added, he can't stop him from mobilizing true Chi. Of course, if it is Zhao Zibo, it will not be so simple to attack. Even if you can't feel the breath, you can't hear the sound, and the instinct for danger alone is enough to save you. But this man is the son of sect master. He was spoiled from childhood and tasted his daughter's gentle township. He had been treated with such rudeness, and he experienced such pains and painful things. Body Lock Talisman was supported for a while and was broken by the smashing True Chi. Not waiting for Li Qingshan to take the shot, Qian Rongzi has taken out a shovel and buckled it on the man's neck and hands. The flash of light is actually a low-grade spirit artifact, and it is rare. It is used to lock the enemy's low-grade spirit artifact. It is painted with a black eagle, blinking, and 2 eagle claws. With the men's hands, the eagle glared at the man's head, and it was also produced by the eagle wolf guard. It was asked from Zhao Zibo without asking. The man's originally disorganized true Chi was locked by the eagle, and there was no threat. Then he turned his eyes and fainted. Let Li Qingshan feel a bit stunned. Once again realize that the strength of Chi refining warrior is not simply expressed by the figures of 5th level 6th level. Will, heart and reaction are always indispensable elements. If the man is well prepared, he can probably play the strength of the 6th level Chi refining warrior. Maybe he can kill the same level of Chi refining warrior with a trump card given by the old man. But in the event of an emergency, true form is exposed and vulnerable. Qian Rongzi said, take him to go below. Guangdang. In the underground palace, Li Qingshan will be in the air, with only one Iron Man, thrown in an empty stone room. Even without spirit artifact, 6th level Chi refining warrior has been able to utilize the artifacts around him. How much trouble. The man woke up in the pain. His appearance was handsome, but his face was pale, and he was distorted. He was shocked and said, Qian Rongzi, what are you doing? You are Li Qingshan. I saw the portrait of Li Qingshan before I left. Li Qingshan said, you are the person of Cloud and Rain sect. The man said, I am Wei Yingji, I am the Cloud and Rain sect leader. If you know each other, just let me go. I can spare you a life. What? Cloud and Rain sect leader? Qian Rongzi, you lied to me, even let me offend such a big man. Li Qingshan was shocked, showing fear, and respectfully said, less sect leader, you come to Blessed Peace City. Doing what? Wei Yingji saw Li Qingshan afraid, and the momentum was even better. Hurry up and let me go and give the children of national grace, divine fragrance around you. Li Qingshan's face was swept away, and he vomited. It seems that I haven't found the wrong person. What Qian Rongzi said is not true, not 10. However, this is the weakest 6th level Chi refining warrior that Li Qingshan has ever seen. With this IQ, I really don't know how to get to the Chi refining 6th level. Qian Rongzi smiled and smiled. It's an idiot. Wei Yingji seems to understand what he is. Qian Rongzi, you traitor, let me go, or I will not let you go. He struggled, the crushed joints, and the pain, fell to the ground, did not dare to move. Rongzi simply ignored him and said to Li Qingshan, "Look at what's in 100 treasure pouch." After checking 100 treasure pouch, Li Qingshan found that there were not many qi condensing pills, only 500, but there were many spiral stones, more than 300, but there were 2 middle-grade spirit artifacts. One was the flying sword used for the utilize, the other is a wrist-like ring. Spirit talisman also has dozens of naturals. But there is a rare product, spirit talisman. The pattern of face painting, Li Qingshan is very familiar, it is Vajra strength talisman, but the line is 10 times more complicated. It seems that he is old. Give him a life preserver. However, Li Qingshan is not the first time I saw it. The naked Cloud and Rain sect disciple, you have thousands of means in the 100 treasure pouch, but it is also a no-brainer. According to the agreement, Li Qingshan handed a copy of Greater Cloud and Rain Secrets to Rongzi. Rongzi immediately turned to look. She just entered Cloud and Rain sect not long after, only learned a bunch of sect regulations. It takes a period of testing to get true inheritance. And less than an hour later, she got all the big lesser Cloud and Rain secrets together and found a way to the highest realm in Qi refining warrior. Li Qingshan also found out more than a dozen bottles of Chun King pills and Jinxin pills, which were used by cultivation of medicine and rain sect for Rongzi. Rongzi, following the smile, Wei Yingji saw the two in their own face and divided their own things, could not help but anger, cannot care for pain. Danshan Qi Si, a fierce true Qi rushed to Li Qingshan. 2 people, in the small stone room, stirred up the whistling wind. This is still a legal gamma restraint. Otherwise it is more likely to be. Rongzi pulled out the water-splitting thorn and made a downward stroke, breaking True Qi into 2 pieces, hitting the stone wall behind him, and slamming down the first-level fine sand. Li Qingshan didn't move, letting True Qi hit him. He was a pure Qi, and he was automatically guarded in the outside body, and his body was fierce, unscathed. If there are tricks in the hands and feet, there may be some threats. But like this, it is completely meaningless, but it is a waste of true Qi. Li Qingshan suddenly took out a bottle of medicine pill. Is this? Rongzi said in front of her eyes. This is also Cloud and Rain sect qualitative medicine pill. It is a rare spirit medicine that can purify true Qi. Li Qingshan said, why are you afraid of stealing me when you say this? Rongzi asked, will you? I won't. Li Qingshan threw spring rain pill to Rongzi, not only because of the agreement, but his true Qi was purified by the spatial ring and did not need this spring rain pill. Rongzi's sweet smile. This spring rain pill is an extremely important part of her plan. So I am willing to work with you. Maybe I can help you later. If you want to deal with Cloud and Rain sect, you can come to me. I will help you, and you can eat some leftovers. Li Qingshan feels that she is just a rare atmosphere in the ordinary woman's body. She is very eager to be a high-spirited person. She is a terrible person than a villain who only knows the fly bark. Leftovers? She is not willing to squat forever, to be a viper, but to constantly climb to the sky, and make a poison dragon that flips the dragon. He has a faint feeling that Cloud and Rain sect may be like the Qian family, because of this woman. In the spirit of the enemy is the theory of friends. She may really help him, but he will never like such a person. After splitting things, he took 100 treasure pouch into his arms and walked neatly. He didn't want to mix with this woman. After Li Qingshan left, Rongzi looked relaxed and felt a lot more comfortable. He sat on the floor and looked at the 2 big lesser Cloud and Rain secrets. At this time, Wei Yingji seems to understand the current situation of man-made knife as a fish. He asked, Rongzi, our senior brother-sister, why are you doing this to me? If you don't want to be a squad, you don't have to do it. I will go and tell me. Cloud and Rain sect sent Rongzi back. In addition to asking her to help observe Li Qingshan's movements, she still had the heart to let her take over the position of Fu Rong. This is not intentional insult. Cloud and Rain sect's woman, cultivation depends on men's fine gas, but it is also a kind of temptation and test. Most women still don't want to fall brothel, and they have a little bit of a taste. Only by fully accepting the idea of Cloud and Rain sect can we get true inheritance. In front of Wei Yingji, Qian Rongzi was quite noble and glamorous, and made him think that she was dissatisfied with this. Qian Rongzi doesn't raise his head. It doesn't matter. There is nothing to do with the squad, but it has always relied on the ordinary man's spirit to live, and it has to be crushed by you. When will it be successful? In Cloud and Rain sect, men and women dual cultivation also has a master-slave relationship, and weak ones will suffer some losses. Step by step according to the rules of others, you can only be subject to people for a lifetime. Wei Yingji stayed, and smiled strongly. You are too slow to cultivate. Let me give you some medicine pill. He is responsible for managing affairs in the door. After thinking about how to get rid of difficulties, how to put Qian Rongzi, it's 1,000 tricks. But the acting is really average, and Qian Rongzi doesn't even look at his poor acting. Qian Rongzi said, yeah, if it is not the old thing that gives the woman in the door to you as dual cauldron, give you a good medicine pill, you can also repair the chi refining 6th level by your waist. I heard that there is a very nice little trick in the shackle. I found it. Sure enough, the two are combined and complete. Wei Yingji suddenly seems to understand what. His face is afraid. You need to use Devouring Yuan technique. This is one of the extremely overbearing magic spell, which is also taboo in Cloud and Rain sect. Zhao Liang King used to use it. Those who were kidnapped. Dual cultivation is mutually beneficial, at most. The other side is used as the dual cauldron to make up, and the yin deficiency is yang, but the Devouring Yuan technique is an unscrupulous plunder, which will cause great damage to one party and even lead to death. Outside the door in a sect is a ban. Call. The second chapter is done, and then I have to write another chapter. In order to adjust the update time back tomorrow morning, I am exhausted. Ask for support, and ask for encouragement. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 186 Chapter 3 Subterranean World Cultivation Chapter 3 Subterranean World Cultivation. Wei Yingji understands why Qian Rongzi doesn't kill him. It is this way that he plunders True Chi, who has been painstakingly practicing, and no longer wants to punish True Chi. People stick. Do not believe you can try. Wei Yingji was panicked in his heart. When he was on the scene, he did not dare to release True Chi. The skeleton that was crushed was also restored by Yao. However, if the hands and feet were cut, it would become a waste. He still has a very broad future, with many red faces waiting for him. If it becomes a waste, it is really a life to die. Qian Rongzi smiled and said, when you let me eat the day before, isn't it very happy? Face say suddenly cold, come on. If you don't eat, chop your feet and chop your feet. When Wei Yingji hesitated, he made a scream, and Qian Rongzi left him with a finger and pinched it to him. Qian Rongzi smiled and took a meditation pill. After a long time, Qian Rongzi dressed, and the whole person was radiant, just like eating a full-fledged pill, and the middle of it was shining, and True Chi with the body almost doubled until it could no longer bear. Wei Yingji, panting, suffocating, weak to the extreme, even if he wanted to release True Chi, he could do nothing, and he recovered some consciousness. He asked, please, let me go. No, you must find a way to escape, or you will be sucked by this NV person. He quietly moved his fingers, even if it is unbearable, and gradually began to adapt to the pain of joint fracture. As long as the pain will inject True Chi into the hands and feet, it should be able to move, and by this time, the NV person Chi refining 3rd level is definitely not an opponent. True Chi of your idiots is really enough, but slowly, I have time. Qian Rongzi smiled and took the water-splitting thorn and walked to Wei Yingji's body. You! What are you doing? Qian Rongzi said, it's too dangerous, or cut it off. Bloody splattered, screaming back to Dang in the underground palace. Under the stars, Li Qingshan and little and quietly left blessed peace, as if they had never been there. I believe that Qian Rongzi will pretend that nothing will be known. The blessed peace city can be delayed for a while. Break out. Going to the back hill of the Eagle Wolf Guard, sneaked into the clear river under the south, and then crossed over to the opposite cliff. Hua spent a lot of effort and finally found the Dong mouth recorded on the map. Li Qingshan plunged in and slid in the water for half an hour before breaking the water and coming out into the waterless Dong cave. What he wants to avoid now is not only men, but also the Eagle Wolf Guard. If it is discovered by the Eagle Wolf Guard, it will be brought back to hear the news. It will not be men. In the case of a man's determination, he doubts whether the Eagle Wolf Guard can keep himself in the hands of a powerful chi-refining warrior, or little An. Eagle Wolf Guard's eyeliner is all over the world. If you walk on the ground, you will find it sooner or later. The deep forest Leolin, under the various means of the cultivator, may not be so hidden. So he decided to go to the Dong House of Daist Jiangxi, where the facilities are complete and extremely secretive, and he can be retired for a while to bring Bull Demon Strong Fist. Second layer breakthrough. Subterranean world is not as flat as the ground, but it is very twists and turns, and it is shuttled in the Myterian world like Mi Palace. If there is no map as a companion, it will be a person with a sharp sense of direction. It is said that the Dark Dong Cave will make people feel depressed, but Li Qingshan is in a good mood. Anyone who masters such a large property will not feel unhappy, and there is little companionship, and he does not feel lonely. Under this dark subterranean world, there will be a wonderful feeling of relief, as if the beast returned to the wilderness, without having to deal with all aspects of the human race. At this moment, he is absolutely free. In a way, he is more and more like a monster. Li Qingshan strode forward. Little An was sitting on a skull rosary and became a huge skull, and headed down to study the subterranean world mind map of Daist Jiangxi. Whenever he encountered a road, he pointed out the direction. Li Qingshan it is not very patient to see this. After rushing to Jiangxi Dong, Li Qingshan did not rush to start cultivation immediately. Instead, he cooked and cooked. He got the 100 treasure pouch, which contained a lot of food, and quickly rectified a table of wine. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "Come and celebrate." In the darkness without a trace of light, the two men toasted each other and made a crisp sound. Li Qingshan Zhao said, "I may have time for this retreat. You are outside. Don't run Liu An, you know." Little An is noodles. Li Qingshan murmured her head, thinking that she is not killing, and killing with her is to escape and escape. It is not like a child should have lived. But where is the world going to fight? Even if it is to the legendary 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, is it really different? Pressing the mechanism, the huge stone men fell, and the cultivation room was completely closed. In absolute darkness and silence, Li Qingshan took out a bottle of chi condensing pills, and he would protect her, which is unquestionable at any time. Looking up, swallow a whole bottle of chi condensing pills. Li Qingshan closed his eyes, and according to the method of innate chi refining secrets, Yao was turned into true chi. I don't know how long it took. Yao force completely digested in his within body. He got up, demonic incarnation, began to practice Bull Demon Strong Fist, Yao force into monster chi. With such continuous reciprocation, Li Qingshan realized both human Dao and Dao of monster at the same time, and became more powerful all the time. Time passed by. Dan Yao swallowed a bottle. The disappearance of the two commanders and 7 Jing Dark Guards from Blessed Peace City finally caused a sensation and reached the Clear River Prefecture City! !@. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 187 Chapter 4 Breaking Through Realm Chapter 4 Breaking Through Realm. In the darkness, a drop of water drops from the tip of the stalagmite at the top of Dong, and falls to the top of Li Qingshan's head. Why? No ads, full text, more. On the stone platform, Li Qingshan sat and did not move. In his within the body, he experienced a great change. Jing Chi's pure Ru Chi, in the Yang Heel Meridian, constantly rushing, and then deep into his skeleton body, washing his body. A month later, he has taken down nearly 3,000 qi condensing pills, an average of 100 a day. This is a terrible number, enough to make anyone literavator stunned. Monster Qi has once again grown a lot, but the first breakthrough is innate Qi refining secrets. The drop of water, which was 3 inches above Li Qingshan's head, was crushed by Zhidang's true Qi, but it was a round of true Qi's bow, close to the edge of the breakthrough. True Qi, which was purified by spatial ring, played an absolute role at this time. With almost no hindrance, Li Qingshan broke through the 6th level of innate Qi refining secrets and reached the peak of Qi refining 2nd level. For example, Qian Rongzi also started cultivation from a young age. After taking the Qi refining 2nd level step, it took a few years. The qualification of the two people can be said to be comparable, or it is the same mediocrity. And Dai Alf was born in the men's section, with seniors' guidance, in his 30s, but only Qi refining 3rd level. The speed of Li Qingshan cultivation is not unpleasant, but this is indispensable for the support of Dan Yao of the huge volume, and without this spatial ring, even if there are more Dan Yao in vain, but the impurities in the refining Dan Yao, you have to pay 10 times the time. He felt refreshed and couldn't help but think that little and didn't know how. Li Qingshan is eager to get out of the customs. He is very close to the Bull Demon Strong Fist 2nd layer. He is only one step away. He can't give up at this time. He needs to take advantage of this momentum and move forward to become Bull Demon Strong Fist 2nd layer, even to open Yin Heel Meridian, to reach Qi refining 3rd level. 16-year-old Qi refining 3rd level, can be regarded as genius. The spirit turtle monster core flashed into the shape of monster Qi and demonic incarnation, and with the cultivation of this month, his figure finally broke through the Senzhang mark. Although the subterranean world Dong Cave is tall, Li Qingshan raises the bull horn and is about to touch the stalagmites at the top of Dong. No accident. One day, he will become a big monster like Godzilla. No, it is more terrible than Godzilla. When he stepped down, the whole city will collapse in the earthquake. With a loud bang, everyone's head will burst. In the underground palace, Wei Yingji has completely lost the human form. The original handsome cheeks completely collapsed, and the skin is almost wilted with the old man, and all the luster is lost in the eyelids. The saliva continues to flow down. Under Qian Rongzi's devouring Yuan technique, it was really sad that true Qi was swallowed up to death. On his body, Qian Rongzi's white body is sweating, the lustrous and lubricated bond can be broken, and the cheeks are more and more charming, like the green vine wrapped in dead trees, and the beautiful Yanhua flower in full bloom. Because she has been taking the calming heart of the meditation pill, she is revealed with ecstasy, and Wei Yingji is very abundant in his training, at least 10 times more than Zong Rongzi. Qian Rongzi all the unwelcome smiles. True Qi broke through the cultivating Qi 4th level and reached the full state. Qi refining 5th level can also be expected. Devouring Yuan technique, although it is terrible, there is no way to completely digest a 6th level Qi refining warrior's true Qi, and it will be lost and dissipated. Otherwise she will be able to go directly to the Qi refining 6th level. Can reach this realm. Qian Rongzi has been quite satisfied. These two big lesser cloud and rain secrets, she did not intend to rely on ordinary people to cultivation from the beginning. The impurities are too slow, and true Qi is too different. It will be more difficult to digest, and even there will be a different kind of true Qi conflicts, so she doesn't want to go to the trouble of ordinary Qi refining warrior. Those who also practice will be the best prey. A fire symbol. The dry dead body was turned into ashes. She thought, it is the report to the men. Wei Shouman, the main impatient, went to Jiangxi Dong to find Li Qingshan. She took out another Dan Yao, and true Qi was repressed to cultivating Qi 3rd level. Then bathe and change clothes, walk out of the underground palace, look up and see the clear skies in the autumn, and reveal a brighter smile than the sun. Destiny is in your own hands. In an open-air room, Wang Pushi put a thick stack of papers on the mahogany case in front of Hua Chengzhen. What do you think? Hua Chengzhen relied on the chair of the Qi, stacking the double Tuijiao on the table, reaching out for a trick, and the instruments flew up and arranged in the air. Hua Chengzhen came to turn the head, and the eyelids rushed faster, swept through every piece of paper, and filled every word into the heart. I saw them passing by. We and King Shan came out together. I don't know where he went. He said, he has a hatred with Zhao Zibo. Our men said that they have to bring back the child. Like a myriad of voices, in a different tone, stealing C in the ear. After a while, the paper flew back to the table and piled up neatly. Hua Chengzhen opened his eyes. If that he she is true. Wang Pushi said, how? Hua Chengzhen smiled slightly. Li Qingshan hangs Zhao Zibo and kills Lao Xishan. Absolutely detailed information. After a clever brain treatment, illusion, make up for the gap, the truth of the matter, never too far. Wang Pushi frowned. Impossible. He is just the Qi refining second level. How could he have killed Zhao Zibo and so many Dark Wolf guards? Hua Chengzhen said, he is killing the Qi refining second level of Qi refining fifth level, and this is not necessarily his own hands, or to lead Zhao Zibo to a monster nest. You know, under subterranean world it's not safe. In many places, we don't even dare to go deep. Wang Pushi dagger, under the thick soil, can be called the restricted area of human race. Hua Chengzhen went on to say, it could be a trap of hundreds of bursts, like the fear thief of Mohist school. Just pick a good location, trigger a small earthquake, and there is no difficulty in burying a group of Qi refining warrior. The way to kill them is simply too much. If it is not harmed by Li Qingshan, would you like me to believe that Zhao Zibo is under the subterranean world? Li Qingshan took Zhao Zibo away. As a result, he came back safely. Old Wang, if you don't consider realm, isn't it easy? Only the winner can come back alive, and the loser certainly doesn't know where to die. I also think that Zhao Zibo is fierce. Wang Pushi gradually became convinced. Although he passed heavenly tribulation to reach Foundation Establishment realm, he stepped into the search for immortality and became a high-powered Red Eagle commander. But for the wisdom of Hua Chengzhen, I have always admired it. I have to admit that there is indeed a genius in the world. If it is not because of that person, his realm, I am afraid to break through Qi refining realm to reach the Foundation Establishment realm, and even surpass himself. Hua Chengzhen said. Then Li Qingshan and Lao Xishan stayed together, and the two people disappeared together, and according to He Yishi, Li Qingshan was carrying an iron armor corpse, and Lao Xishan had just passed 6th level Qi refining. The level of death, the iron armor corpse is dead. The kid may be holding his loot, where to close the cultivation. Wang Pushi gave him a look. I think he is lucky. Hua Chengzhen looked up and looked at the roof. One time is luck. Every time you can escape and defeat the strong enemy, it is not luck but strength. Wang Pushi said, however, his luck is over. Hua Chengzhen bowed his head and said, what do you want? Wang Pushi said, oh, of course, to bring him to justice, into the Eagle Wolf Guard for a few months, to murder the two commanders. I have not seen such a bold Dark Wolf Guard, it is simply lawless. Hua Chengzhen said, hey, this is just my speculation. It doesn't have to be true. There is no evidence. How can he admit it? Wang Pushi said, is it not recognized? Hua Chengzhen said, Zhao Zibo is a self-seeking road. He will not hesitate to mobilize his own people. He will also murder his own subordinates. Is it not allowed to fight back? He stayed in Blessed Peace City for too long and was too close to men. Change people. Wang Pushi said, Lao Xishan was killed by the kid. Is it a living? Hua Chengzhen swears, 80% is also alive. If he wants to kill, the most important thing to do is the mouth of the Mohist school disciple, especially the one called He Yishi. The confession seems to mean that Li Qingshan is a murderer, but instead saved them. If there is a trace of yin poison in his heart, they will let them die in the hands of Taoist Jiangshi. Since he has already eaten and wiped it, and he is not deliberately murdered, why should we be a villain? His perception of Li Qingshan has always been good. Apart from the original side, he also has a lot to do with Hua Chenglu, not listening to her words. Moreover, even if Li Qingshan is in danger, he has not come to take the relationship with the Hua family, or it is not for Zhao Zibo by Hua Chenglu. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 188 Chapter 5 Genius Mortal Chapter 5 Genius Mortal. The death of the two Dark Wolf commanders, in some places, in the eyes of some people, is a terrible event. But in other places, in the eyes of others, it is a good thing. EC. The difference in the power of rights has led to a completely different perspective. Whether it is Wang Pushi who hates Li Qingshan or Hua Chengzhen who likes Li Qingshan, this is treated as a trivial matter, and the opinions are unified in a few words. Wang Pushi said, "All right, anyway, we have to clean up the kid, and we don't need us to shoot." Hua Chengzhen said, "What happened?" Wang Pushi said, "Men Y Deputy Master, already with 4 squats, rushed to Blessed Peace City, his turtle son, went to Subterranean World to find Li Qingshan, never go back. I see it is fierce. Why, you didn't listen to your lover?" Hua Chengzhen said, "You also said that it is lover, not a wife. People are men, of course, we must consider the interests of the men. The children seem to be important to them." My vice commander, really speaking, is not people put it on the heart. He let go of the words to let men not move Li Qingshan. Now, men disregarding his meaning, forcing action means ignoring his authority. Wang Pushi raised his eyebrows. "You have spent heavenly tribulation, we teamed up. I see the 3,000 miles of Clear River Prefecture. Who dares to violate the will of you, Hua Chengzhen? 2 Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator, and the identity of Dark Wolf Guard, the entire Clear River Prefecture must have a strong voice. In comparison, 10th level Qi refining, although only 1 step away, is the difference between heaven and earth." Hua Chengzhen laughed with no heart. "Cultivation is to be natural, barely able to come." Wang Pushi said, "But, this time, according to your meaning, neither take it nor protect it, wait and see. Change. I want to see, can the boy pass this pass?" Hua Chengzhen kicked up and squatted on the long case and patted Wang Pushi's shoulder. "How can he be regarded as someone who is appreciated by the old board?" "Old Wang, you should not be upset. Beware of the cultivation base." Wang Pushi said, "What about that? I am also the person who is appreciated by old Gu. Commander Gu, and I was almost brought in by you. If I didn't have this feeling, now it is a dead old man." I went to 100 philosophical scriptures. The academy goes to see which kid is going to go below and pick up the location of the vice commander. Qi refining warrior, who worked hard to fight, was forced to hunt the last Dark Wolf Guard, and the 100 philosophical scriptures academy, but can be directly appointed as commander. The gap is not small. After Wang Pushi left, Hua Chengzhen's face was slightly side and side slightly. "If you are smart and self-sufficient, you can't take this distance any further. What is the use?" Genius stood on the ground and sighed. The mortal crawled on the ground. A very loud slap, flew up Qian Rongzi, rolled and slammed into the wall, landed on the ground. The cheeks had swollen. The mouth was overflowing with blood, and there was no more charming state. "Why don't you stop him? Why do you report it now?" A middle-aged man with a white hair and a luxurious purple dress screamed loudly. He was a true Chihagang Dangdan, and pressed against Qian Rongzi in the air. She was like the insects that are held down, cannot move. This middle-aged man is the deputy men of men, 10th level Qi refining warrior Wizong Yun, and that has been repaired to the highest realm, away from the Foundation Establishment realm, but 1 step away, is standing at Qi refining warrior peak characters. In the hall, around the 4 face-to-face old women, all of them are heavy makeup, describe the weird, 10-step can smell the fat powder on them. They took care of their own eyebrows and manicures. No one looked at Qian Rongzi. They followed several young faceheads and were convinced. One of them, there is Ximen, 2 handsome young people are holding their shoulders for her. She bowed her head and took a sip of tea, and did not care about the misery of this discipline. Qian Rongzi has tears in her eyes, and she feels wrongly wrong. I really can't help why she men. This is really not blaming me. Don't dare to talk back. Why Zhong Yuan reached out and grabbed it. True Chi flew out 10 feet and caught Qian Rongzi in the air. My child's love, if not by your fu, how to take the initiative to find Li Qingshan? There is no audio now. If it is not Qian Rongzi's strength is too low. He almost doubts that it is the hand of Qian Rongzi. This is of course not the wisdom of thinking, but the anger of anger. A scream. Qian Rongzi's bones screamed and almost shattered. Really. The big men were slammed open, and several dark wolf guards swayed in. You are doing? When I saw the situation in the house, I was shocked. They received a message saying that a dark wolf guard was trapped in the Cloud and Rain building. I rushed. But I didn't expect to see a group of such powerful chi refining warrior. I almost couldn't say anything. What are you doing? Do you want to kill the Eagle Wolf Guard? Why Zhong Yuan Fang thinks that Qian Rongzi has such a heavy identity. Ximen Tukov, Men Master, forget. This is not the fault of Rongzi. We still have to find a way to find Xiaji. The child is also looking at the old man. If you grow up, you don't want him to do anything. Why Zhong Yuan coldly snort, hate to put Qian Rongzi away. Several Dark Wolf Guard did not dare to come forward to help. Qian Rongzi himself support, thanked Westmen, thank you. To why Zhong Yuan said, thank you guy. If you can't find Jay, you have a good look. Why Zhong Yuan put his sleeves out and walked out of the big men. The 4 squats followed, and the young in hustle and bustle walked past Qian Rongzi, scorning and looking at the ground to the extreme, Qian Rongzi, and arguing loudly, look at her, like a bitch. A young man next to Ximen said, isn't it? I still want to be a knot, so I don't want to face. Qian Rongzi lowered her head and covered her face with her hair, making people unable to see the flashing light in her eyes. Fortunately, I thought beforehand. Let people go to Eagle Wolf Guard for help, otherwise let this crazy old man kill. Don't hesitate. 10th level Chi refining, if using devouring Yuan technique, can help her break through the Chi refining 6th level. Not what about Chi C? A few Dark Wolf Guards saw Qian Rongzi, a human Dao, go to the scent of men. Now know what is going on. When is this Cloud and Rain building opened? It will be seen that everyone is appear. We will definitely take care of the business. Wait for Rongzi, you have a good injury, and you have to wait for it. A few people laughed together unscrupulously examining the style of Qian Rongzi. They were originally the Dark Wolf Guard that was pushed to the edge by Zhao Zibo. For the Eagle Wolf Guard, the Qian Rongzi of Zhao Zibo was filled with sorrow and disdain. Now Zhao Zibo feels that turning to over the master at the time, I felt very happy and I was so mad. Qian Rongzi stood up and, under the comfort of true Chi, the swollen face was restored to its original state, leaving only the traces of black and blue, and it was hard to wipe, rubbing the blood of the corner of the mouth, laughing. Rongzi is trying to go out and perform a task. But the trend I am afraid that I can't succeed, and I would like to ask a few big brothers to help each other. Rongzi will definitely reward a few people for their kindness. Several Dark Wolf Guards looked at each other with their eyes and eyes. They were even more contemptuous in their eyes. Qian Rongzi was just a dang fu selling his body. Zhao Zibo, now relying on the big tree, fell, and of course he wanted to find a new one. A few of them, a Chi refining 4th level, and 3 Chi refining 3rd levels, almost the backbone of the Blessed Peace City Eagle Wolf Guard, are worth relying on. Just try the taste of this NV people, anyway, based on their strength, not afraid of what she is playing. When Qian Rongzi and the 4 Dark Wolf Guards went to the Eagle Farm to pick up the mission, they will just hit Daof when they are about to leave. Daof looked at Qian Rongzi and immediately opened it, politely asked, what are you doing? Head level Chi refining warrior, a small task. There is a monster. We go and have a look. Do you want to be together? Hey, big brother, this is just a small task. Isn't there a lot of people? A dark wolf guardian smiled and laughed. Together! Die Alf is too shunned by this envy person. Where do you come from? The courage to dare to work with him. After experiencing the task of ancient Wind City, he was alert to the extremes of Li Qingshan and Qianrongzi and vowed never to walk with them again. Low work, loneliness, accumulation of resources, avoiding many winds, is preparing to break through the Qi refining 4th level. When he heard Zhao Zibo with a group of dark wolf guards to chase after Li Qingshan, he could not believe Li Qingshan dead like other dark wolf guards, and the result was that 9 eagle wolf guards were missing. There are also 2 eagle wolf commanders. He doesn't dare to say that this is what Li Qingshan did, but he feels absolutely out of touch with Li Qingshan. The more you affirm your beliefs, you must never walk with the tiger. The fierce tiger hurts people, and the viper hurts people. The look of these dark wolf guards is a bit strange. There is a bit of pity. I still have something to do. And then hurried away. That guy is really lonely. Forget it, let's go. 4th level Qi refining warrior, naturally put his hand on the waist of Qianrongzi and slide down. Qianrongzi smiled. Although compatible with the different kind of true Qi, it would be a bit of a hassle, but the prey sent by men, how do you not accept? The next day, Qianrongzi sneaked back to Blessed Peace, carrying 4 round sacks and returning to the underground palace of the Cloud and Rain building. Genius or mortal, always survive, in their own way. When mortals are not willing to be mediocre, and they are obsessed with the fate and want to have everything in genius, they must devote themselves to Jing and pay a price. This price is not only hard work, but even sacrifices dignity and bearing insult. Donate feelings, go to hell. Deep in subterranean world, in Jiangxi Dongfu, Li Qingshan is also undergoing a great test. On the black iron-like body, sweat is flowing! !@#. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 189 Chapter 6 Strength of 2 Balls Chapter 6 Strength of 2 Balls. The effect of 1,000 pieces being swallowed together is like swallowing a big bomb. It seems to burn a fire in the belly. It is necessary to burn the stomach and blow it. If it is not, he has demonic incarnation. The body is far better than ordinary people. But this process is enough to have his life. #upload by friends == Under the influence of Yao Force, Monster Qi gradually became violent, uncontrollable, unscrupulous and rampant, as if to break Li Qingshan. If it weren't for Bull Demon Strong Fist and Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist that made his body look like a reinforced iron bone, the ordinary demon would also explode. With so many advantages, if you don't lick yourself, you are not a man. Regardless of his physical pain, he forced his body shape, lifted his shoulders, punched, guided Monster Qi, walked according to a certain route, and took Bull Demon Ground Stamp, Bull Demon Horn Claw, and Bull Demon Skin Refining. Going back, over and over again, I did not know how many times, vowed to break through the Bull Demon Strong Fist 2nd layer, get strength of 2 bulls, and go out to see Little Ant on the wasteland, 5 figures, flying quickly. It is men Zhongyu and 5 people. Each of them is surrounded by a round of Qi flow, not to the point, the wind and the wind, the big sleeves windward, chic. A farmer was working in the field, and saw this scene far away. He immediately fell to the ground and called Divine Immortal. The 5 people did not look at it, and they turned together and flew over the river, like a dark Dong cave like a beast. There may be danger in Dong. Most of the Eagle Wolf Guard commander is lost inside. Li Qingshan is likely to follow an iron armor corpse. Zhongyuan is cautious and shows the manner of the men's lord. Through our means, an iron armor corpse is forgotten. Dongman said contemptuously, if it is steel armor corpse, it is worth paying seriously. If it is green bronze monster corpse, let me talk about it, go immediately. West Menson smiled and said, sister, you are a lot of age, and you are stupid. There are a lot of monsters under the subterranean world. Even the existence of Monster General. It is a big trouble if you encounter monster. If you meet Monster General, then we all have to rest in it. Eastman's eyebrows The most hated people say that she is old and swearing, "Old things, do you bully me ignorance?" How can Monster General be in such a shallow place? If there is really Monster General, then Taoist, what is Jiangxi's qualification to build a donghouse here? Wise Zhong Yuan said, "Don't make a noise, be careful not to make a big mistake. This trip is going to save me. Kill Li Qingshan, and let the children of the country's Xiang. Let's go." A sleeve, the first to fly into in the Dong cave. Li Qingshan, the burning of the abdomen gradually shifted to the whole body. On his dark skin, the red say was faintly revealed. The sweat just overflowed, and the water vapor that was burned into white say was constantly rising on his well-defined male fitness body. The steamer is generally. His action on Bull Demon Strong Fist is getting slower and slower. In the end, he is as slow as Tai Chi, and his movements slow down. Even the thin air seems to be stuck. But every punch he made can drive the air of the entire Dong cave. Chi flow, like his monster chi with the body, collided back and forth, squatting in the narrow Dong cave, and the boring wind. Cultivation has reached the most critical time. Men 5 people came to the first branched road. Wise Zhong Yuan was about to sense the atmosphere, and Westman was prepared to take out an oval wooden sphere. What is this? Path-seeking insect nest. Mohist School's surname is sold to me, and I must not say it. Westman twisted the mechanism and cast a complete subterranean world, which was the previous Mohist School disciple. The record below. The 5 people headed straight in the direction of Jiangxi Donghouse, and the speed was fast, and they were faster than the birds. Li Qingshan's reddish say has become more and more obvious, revealing himself from the body, making him look like a piece of cast iron. The red light in his shackles is getting brighter and brighter, and his body is constantly growing and becoming more powerful and strong. 3 feet 3, 3 feet 5, 3 feet 7. The process was extremely painful, but the big mouth he picked up was revealed and full of teeth, showing great pleasure. In a moment, 5 people rushed to Jiangxi Donghouse, did not hesitate to break in, searched 4 times, but all rooms were empty, only the cultivation room was sealed by boulder. Westmen said, "Here." Wise Zhong Yuan did not hesitate to step forward, and with the release of a palm, the huge stone burst. Li Qingshan's figure has increased by 1 foot and 2, reaching 4 feet and 2. He slammed his fists, his arms twitched, and he screamed to the sides, making a roar. The lake next to it was suddenly slammed open and slammed into the surrounding rock wall. It was a giant lang of several feet high, and the falling waterfall almost went backwards. Beside him, he was rounded and resoed with the bottom of the lake. Originally, Li Qingshan was too low to disappoint the cultivation grotto. He came to the subterranean world lake where the ambush Zhao Zibo and the others were located. The space here is 20 feet high, which allows him to stretch freely, just avoiding the men people. Li Qingshan laughed and laughed. He finally repaired Bull Demon Strong Fist into the second layer. The strength of the whole body increased to a terrible level. The lake returned backwards and Jidang became a whirlpool beside him, enough to overturn the boat, but it can only be drowned in his waist. A figure flew to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan reached out and the figure fell on his palm. It was Little An, and he smiled and smiled for him. Li Qingshan feels that the body is full of the power of explosion crossing. It has never been so good. He drowned to the lakeside and pressed his hand on the stone wall. It experienced a lot of rocks that were not so old, and the strong sword was hard to hurt, but he just a light press. I didn't feel any resistance, and my hand got stuck, as if I had pressed it into the mud. And the faint feeling, with this rock has a slight sensation. Then he did a new experiment, took out a wind-stitching blade, backhand cut it in his Xung mouth, slamming, sparkling, wind-stitching blade being bounced off, and his body, even a white mark did not stay. Then he took out Zhao Zibo's middle-grade spirit artifact knife, simulating the speed power of the Zhao Zibo utilize, stabbing it on his body, feeling a little tingling, but also not being penetrated. With the completion of the Bull Demon Strong Fist second layer, he grew not only with strength, but also with the horrible defense. If you count the Spirit Turtle Dark Armor, it is Hao Pinion's Huanglong Swallow Gun. Don't want to hurt. He is a Mao. With this demon, there are hundreds of 6th level Chi refining warriors standing in front of him, and only the ones that have been murdered. The only problem he is considering now is that with this power, he can win the battle. Do you have such a 9th level Chi refining warrior? In the middle of the flash, a line of killing intent. Men wants to take Littleton, it touched his anti-scale, let him set the decision to kill. But he will immediately calm down this killing intent. Men is still an invincible behemoth, he needs more tolerance now. Why Zhong Yiyuan looking at the empty cultivation room? He is not here. No, he stayed here. Nanman wiped the table with no dust on it. Little An often directed the squatting and iron armor corpse cleaning when he was bored. Westmenian Sensen said, he will definitely come back, we just put a trap here, waiting for the rabbit. A few people changed their eyes to say, one end, and immediately disappeared into the darkness, converging all the breath, only waiting for Li Qingshan's self-investment. It is conceivable that Li Qingshan stepped into it as soon as he entered the stone gate. Li Qingshan regained her human form and looked at her own appearance in the water. What he looks like now, like the previous life, the strong black basketball superstars, the rocky block-like muscles grew high up, standing there as if they are a fierce beast. How can they still have a half 6-year-old boy open their mouths? Momo Longfangs, even more helpless. Spirit Turtle Sea Suppressing Secrets is a heavyweight that just suppresses Bull Demon Strong Fist and Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist. Now Li Qingshan has Bull Demon Strong Fist to the 2nd layer, which is equivalent to breaking this balance. Suddenly many of the characteristics of the demon appeared. If you refine it into Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist 2nd layer, you will not be able to suppress this change and you will not be able to restore human form. Forget it, the most important thing for men is not appearance. Li Qingshan said to Little An, this is also very powerful. Little An has not, what he likes, she likes it. Li Qingshan said, okay, let's go back. Step forward. I felt the foot soft, looked down and left a deep footprint. He took a breath and began to carefully control the power and move forward step by step. Going, there is no longer a feeling of stepping on the air, and the pace is getting faster and faster. Gradually, he feels solid on the ground, as if there is a strange stretch, which allows him to take a longer distance every step. Jiangshi Dong Fuzhong, Men 5 experts standing at the peak of Chi Refining Warrior, waiting silently, waiting for a long time. 1 day passed, 2 days passed, 3 days passed, and the stone table was laid 1st level dust. They are Chi Refining Warrior, they are not people who are not resistant to Xing, but when they wait, when is it? Li Qingshan originally wanted to go back to Jiangshi Dong House, but the stomach was screaming, and the sound was like thunder. Momo belly, I think I can eat 10 cows, go eat first. In a dozen hundred treasure pouch, the food stored has long been eaten by him, although as long as there is Chi condensing pills, and then the Spirit Turtle Monster Core absorbs heaven and earth's primal Chi. It will not starve without eating. But eating real food is still good, and it is an inalienable life. Then he took out the subterranean world mind map and found a recent exit to the ground and went out. Peas, Li Qingshan transferred Li the 2nd cow, everyone applauded and screamed for the monthly ticket! !@#. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 190 Chapter 6 Cultivation Chapter 6 Cultivation. This exit is in a mountain forest, which is in the late autumn season. The forest is full of mountains and forests. The red, yellow and green 3 Sejia merge into infinite scenery. The bright sunshine falls on the eyes. He blinks and takes a deep breath. Fresh air on the ground. And domains. Please familiarize yourself with the domain name. Sure enough, the ground is more suitable for survival. Jiangshi Dongdong is buried in the subterranean world too deep. It can't be breathed out often. It is best to find a relatively hidden dong mouth, then build a big house on it, then sneak into the ground and sneak into the ground. If you want to come out and let out the wind, you will come out and let the wind go. Of course, Taoist Jiangshi is not born to like to stay under subterranean world. He has his own considerations. If the donghouse is built too shallow, it is easy for the Eagle Wolf Guard to smash the Huanglong, copy the old nest, and his donghouse location. It is also very particular. When Li Qingshan was the cultivation, he felt that true qi was running much faster. Wind Pond House was supposed to be located on a spirit vein. It should be wealth, companions, techniques, and land. The word land of the word, although still not up to the extent of the legendary Dongtan Fudi, is also of great benefit to cultivation. However, Li Qingshan is not the path of cultivation by step-by-step or Xingzutu. It is the Dan Yao of the huge volume, the cultivation base, and the meaning of the spiritual land. It is not very big for him. Anyway, I don't wait until the Dan Yao is all eaten up. He will never go to the face. Opening the Verdant Province mind map, Li Qingshan confirmed his position, 200 miles southeast of Blessed Peace City, and is about to leave the Blessed Peace City Eagle Wolf Guard jurisdiction, which is exactly what he wants. To the south, there is a small town called Yanshan City, named after it is located on the Salt Mountain. The value of salt mines, no gold or iron, is not subject to the attention of Qi refining warrior, but it is a place for people in Jianghu. Whether it is occupying salt mine or transporting salt, it is necessary to use expert escort. Everyone on the street is holding a knife and a sword, and it is awesome. The first major force in the city is Wild Sword Villa, known as the Disciple 3000. Village Lord Yu Shukyuang is the first-class master of the world, and the first person of the righteous way, which makes the three-footed King Feng become superb, and it is almost this Yanshan, the actual controller of city. When he met the county, he had to be a salute. But great hero Yu also has troubles. Most of the troubles of the strong are met by people who are stronger than him, and feel helpless. The rest of the village lord, these children, I took it away. A middle-aged man opened his mouth. He was dressed in a green coat, wearing a green sheath sword, embroidered with the green vine pattern on the neckline cuffs. The breadth of his body, it is third-level Qi refining. Standing next to the 4 12-year-old children, they all face their faces and some disappointment. Yu Shukyuang accompanied the smile and said, "Well, Liu Xang, please take care of these children in the Green Vine Mountain. These children are his best young discipline. 2 of them are born in poverty." He also contributed money to train for several years. He only added a few experts to the mad swords in the future. He did not expect to make a wedding dress for others. The Green Vine Mountain's discipline came over, but it was just taking the next step and taking people away. How can it make him feel bad? The cultivation men also need excellent talents to supplement the fresh blood, but the Qi refining warrior people are scarce, so it is impossible to go to the street to find which one has the right talent. Going directly to the major Jianghu gangs to find, it has become a very time-saving and labor-saving method. Many cultivation men, and even establish their own gang, just to expand the impact. Easy to recruit discipline. Our Green Vine Mountain certainly won't be cheaper for you. This Qi condensing pills is good for you to break through innate realm. Liu Fengrui put down a box with a poorly packed Qi condensing pills in his box. It is an arrogant look that is rewarded for you. Yu Shukyuang is in the middle of my heart. I really haven't seen Loz's leopard in the world. Qi condensing pills. This kind of Qi refining warriors commonly used Dan Yao, based on his family property, buys dozens of pieces is not a problem, and it does not help much to break through innate realm. The face made a flattering look. This is too expensive. At this time, a discipline came to report, "Village Lord, someone is coming to see you." Yu Shukyuang angrily said, "Don't you see me receiving your guests?" That disciple feeling wronged, but he said it was Village Lord your friend. Liu Feng said, "In this case, I will leave." Yu Shukyuang is busy getting up and sending, all the way not waste. My heart is feeling, Zijian, Zijian, you don't let the old lady disappoint me. Repair a look, come back to support the old man. Send it to Zengman. Yu Shukyuang looked obliquely, only under the men's room. A tall and strong figure like a cow, sitting on the bench waiting, wearing a big fight on his head, can't see his face. Next to him a large bamboo basket, sealed with a lid, can't see anything inside. Disciple whispered, "Village lord, that's him." Yu Shokyuang is confident that he has never had such a friend. Otherwise, he can't remember such a special figure. No, it should be said that he has never seen such a hero. The figure stood up and stood in front of Yu Shokyuang. "Great hero you, I haven't seen it for a long time." At that moment, Yu Shokyuang almost felt a glimpse of his eyes and a thick voice, but he was familiar with it. "Are you?" Li Qingshan lifted the bucket slightly. Although the body shape changed a lot, even his face became a little weird, but Yu Shokyuang recognized him at a glance and screamed, "You are!" Liu Fengrui simply ignored Yu Shokyuang and left the carriage to leave. He did not put Great Hero Yu in his head. Yu Shokyuang is now annoyed with no thoughts. Tiger Slaughterer is looking for a man, can have something good, and there is a moment. Let's go in and talk. Li Qingshan smiled a little, and wanted to convey a little goodwill, but the long fangs were revered, and the more stunned and unintentional, Yu Shokyuang shuddered. "And I didn't know." Li Qingshan walked back to Zhuangzhong. "I don't know today what was committed too old." Li Qingshan deliberately found a bigger point on the map, and there would be no city where Qi refining warrior stopped. It was convenient for him to buy food. He chose this Yanshan city, but his food intake is too big. If he buys it himself, too trouble. It is easy to be suspicious. If it is seen by the online people of Eagle Wolf Guard, it is very inappropriate. So there is an urgent need for a local powerful person to help him deal with these things. He faintly remembered that Yu Shokyuang had invited him to Yanshan City very warmly at the restaurant in Linu City. Then click on the map and find the men. Yu Shokyuang's interest in dispelling the discipline, asked, "Sir Li, what happened in the distance?" Li Qingshan said, "There are a few things that want to trouble you. Put a stack of silver banknotes on hand. There are more than 1 million kls of silver here, which is a deposit." Adults, this is absolutely impossible, as long as the place where I can use my Yu Shokyuang, the knives and the sea. The two ribs glowed and said that the eyebrows fly say dance, but who is thinking, who dare to accept the money of Tiger Slaughterer? Hold. Li Qingshan said lightly. Yes. Yu Shokyuang immediately put the silver away, and the cold sweat on his forehead. Who dared not accept the money of Tiger Slaughterer? Li Qingshan said, "There is a house in the foothills southeast of the city. I want to buy it. I will use it for a while." "Yes, I am going to do this." "No, I will do it myself, and I will be able to check in tonight." Yu Shokyuang took a photo of Xun. "I don't want anyone to know that I am here, including your relatives and friends, especially your NV, if you miss the news." "Absolutely not. If I tell others about this, I will call Yu Shokyuang out of the sky." Yu Shokyuang immediately raised his right hand and swears. Li Qingshan interrupted, "I will not swear, I will not rely on this. As long as you are willing to help me, I will never treat you badly. I will not take a qi condensing pills like that one." Yu Shokyuang was awkward and surprised. Li Qingshan was sitting under the men's room and heard the conversation in the Bzhang outer hall. Li Qingshan said, "Where is the qi condensing pills?" Yu Shokyuang was busy taking out the brocade box. Li Qingshan took the brocade box and took out the qi condensing pills inside and threw it into the entrance. "It's not bad." Yu Shokyuang is crying and sullen. Qi condensing pills is also the most precious Dan Yao for their cultivation internal strength. He can sell a dozen or 200 kls of silver outside, and say nothing will be wrong with you. The root is originally stunned. Li Qingshan took a new Dan Yao from 100 treasure pouch and put it in the box. "Can you recognize this Dan Yao?" Yu Shokyuang's eyes are straightforward. "This is 100 grass pill. This is much rarer than qi condensing pills, much more precious, basically priceless, and 200,000 kls of silver can't buy it. If you can take one, the chance to break through in 8 realm will be a bit more." Li Qingshan handed the box back to Yu Shokyuang's hand. "This is also a deposit, and I wish you a happy cooperation." Fear and interest have always been excellent means of controlling people. Li Qingshan is not lacking in both. After half an hour, Li Qingshan got the title deed of the house and got up and said, "Yes, don't call my name in the future." "What is that?" Li Qingshan thought for a moment. "Just call me Nu." Yu Shukyuang is also the old Jiang Hu. It has long been seen that Li Qingshan intends to hide his name, but he does not agree with the name of Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said, "And, I will send 10 tables a day? No, 20 tables will pass." During this time, under the subterranean world cultivation, the birds came out in the mouth. Standing in the mansion in the foothills, the whole house has been completely cleaned, and the water has been sprinkled. I don't know how Yu Shukyuang did it. Surrounded by the mountain forest, the scenery is elegant, yet very secluded, and not far from Yanshan city. It is Li Qingshan's ideal cultivation place. Li Qingshan put down her bamboo basket, and Little Ann climbed out from the inside and looked around and looked very satisfied. Li Qingshan took Subterranean World mind map and Verdant Province mind map again. The map shows that there is a Dong cave just passing through here, only a few feet deep in the soil layer. As long as a little bit of effort, you can get through. The channel comes! !@. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 191 Chapter 8 She Refining Third Level Chapter 8 She Refining Third Level. If you are really discovered by men, then you can escape into Subterranean World. Just turn a few corners and hide your breath. Men also wants to catch him. By friends upload ==. The mansion covers an area of 100 acres. Because it was built in the mountains, it has just been cleaned and paved with many yellow leaves. The winding path is quiet. The Hua room is hidden, and the old atmosphere is exuded in the quiet. I don't know how many years of wind and rain have passed. The paintings and beams have blurred the original pattern, but the luxury is brighter, but more precipitating wind cream. Li Qingshan is very satisfied, better than the small building of the Eagle Wolf Guard, and bowed his head. It seems that we have to help here for a while. On the side of Rulitlan, wait for my soaring dragon, divine art big accomplishment. One of the people who took the men out of the blood and wanted to take you away, it was a daydream, ha 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 ha. The sun was shining. Little Un was also infected by his laughter, and his face was like a smile, silently saying, "Well, no one can win it. Yu Shukyuang can buy it here. I am afraid that it is not enough to use silver, but also rely on the deterrence of Wild Sword Villa, a civil violent gang. The so-called big fish eat small fish and small fish to eat shrimp. Green Vine Mountain casually come to a discipline. You can pack the Great Hero Yu, and Great Hero Yu turned to deal with several rich businessmen, but also hand in hand. It's a cruel class society." Li Qingshan sighed and turned around in the house, looking for a place to play dong. Little Anshu came out of a book in the study, screaming, and the bookshelf reversed, showing a downward ladder. Li Qingshan erected thumb up. "Do well, go in." Li Qingshan and Little Un just walked in. The bookshelf automatically closed. Their art expert was bold, and Han didn't care to continue going down. It was found to be a hand-built chamber, divided into dozens of rooms, connected by a number of secretly thoughts, leading to several major buildings in the mansion, which also contained a large amount of rice flour. Li Qingshan has heard that many large families, when building a mansion, will make such a secret thought room to prevent the Yuan thief from fighting. And there is a hiding place, which may save a genocide. It was a disaster, but it was the first time I saw it. This saved him a lot of trouble. He took Subterranean World mind map and compared it. He went to a stone room, raised his right foot and stepped on it. With a bang, the floor was covered with cracks, and there was a bang, and the earth and stone fell down, and the smoke and dust rose. The smoke was exhausted, and the floor turned into a big dong. Li Qingshan looked at the dong cave. It was connected with the Subterranean World dong cave, and the smiling smile was satisfactory. With this retreat, you can feel cultivation. Back to the ground, 20 tables of banquets have been delivered. Li Qingshan is very fast, eating very refreshing. Little Un also accompanied a little, then put down the chopsticks, holding his cheek to see him eat. After a full meal, Little Un went to the study to read a book. Li Qingshan meditated on the cultivation in the yard. He swallowed 10 chi condensing pills and swallowed them by the spirit turtle inner core. They were all converted into monster chi. He decided to start with today's cultivation of spirit turtle chi suppressing secrets, because if spirit turtle's realm is too low, it will not be able to suppress bull demon tiger demon, it will not be transformed into human form. There will be a lot of trouble. Bull demon strong fist and tiger demon bone refining fist can greatly enhance his physique and give him extraordinary combat power. Regarding his monster cultivator realm level, it is still the one that spirit turtle chi suppressing secrets condenses. A small monster core. Spirit turtle chi suppressing secrets first layer, it became a monster core, reaching the real race of the human race chi refining 6th level. When you get to the 2nd layer, you should be able to break through today's realm and become a monster general, no longer afraid of men. However, this process is far more difficult than repairing bull demon and tiger demon to the 2nd layer. Of course, it is not difficult to say that it is difficult, but it is time for decades, for hundreds of years. He really can't afford it. He also wants to wait for divine art big accomplishment on a certain day and find Guyanning to go to thanks. In the past 100 years, even if her face is not old, he can remember her name is good, and then deep love at first sight. How can it be against the invasion of time? It is best to take this heart has not been when you are grinding, try to fight for it. He also promised that Half Moon would send her to Dragon Province. After 100 years, she took the spiritual pill of the provincial governor palace. The cultivation does not know how fast, don't have divine art big accomplishment. She will first divine art big accomplishment. He ran around, and his promise was not a joke. And if the time on the ground is too long, the elder brother bull of above the 9 heavens, I am afraid I have to wait. Even though I have never seen him rush. In short, the 4 words, bravely jing into, he wants to use the huge volume of the Dan Yao, hard to pile up a forward south shortcut, straight up to Kinyan. He closed his eyes and led heaven and earth's primal chi, which was connected to the spiritual pill Yao force, constantly concentrating, absorbing, and transforming. Above the blue sky, the moonlight washes. He spits out the spirit turtle monster core, spins and flies to the sky, releasing a blue light, like a breath, and a touch of moonlight is also included in the monster core. His consciousness is constantly sinking, as if spirit turtle sinks into the bottomless abyss, and has a long sleep of 10 million years. Almost no realm. Heaven and earth's primal chi is pouring into his monster core and his body. And he is the most sensitive part of heaven and earth's primal chi, and the wind pongs seems to be a great entrance. Many heaven and earth's primal chi rushed directly into Yangheel Meridian and flowed to him. Among the meridians, this was originally the cultivator of foundation establishment realm. But it was a teenager of human Dao of monster who did this step unconsciously. Jing's pure heaven and earth's primal chi, the strong great cultivator that truly entered the comprehension of the men, was able to enjoy the scent of the scent, but it all flowed into the body of his little chi refining warrior. Human race Jing collects Yao grass and refines chi condensing pills, which is like distiller's grains and fine wines compared to heaven and earth's primal chi. Li Qingshan's innate chi refining secrets has been repaired to the 6th layer, reaching the highest realm of the chi refining 2nd level, which can be stored in the true heel meridian. The 7th layer heart law of innate chi refining secrets naturally comes to mind and starts to work in a completely unconscious state. First, it flocked to the foot of the sea. Because there is no Li Qingshan consciousness of the cow vertical, so there is no way to condense into a cone to break through the level, all deposited there, unable to move forward. However, supported by heaven and earth's primal chi, true chi is like a Jiao comma. There is no need for any support from Dan Yao, true chi has no consumption, and the source is endless. Even if it is 100 impacts, it can't make the dam shake the slightest. But 1,000 times, 10,000 times, 100,000 times. Finally, the dam was soaked and collapsed. True Chi flooded into the Yin-Heel meridian and then faced the second level. Originally, failure before any level means that the work has been abandoned and needs to be reapplied. Therefore, when Chi refining warrior hits the meridians, always prepare as many Danyo spirit stones as possible. It seems to inject new water into the river of True Chi, but now, Li Qingshan within the body of the river of True Chi is connected to the boundless sea, without the exhaustive heaven and earth's primal Chi. His True Chi, no matter how many times he was blocked by the dam, would not subside, but only silently, and another 100,000 attempts. Extremely slow and extremely determined, the X road was shocked one by one, reaching the final destination of Yin-Heel meridian, with a clear face. The main site of X is unknown, so the name is clear, and when the X is opened, the Chi refining warrior can be seen as far as the near, as small as big, and clearly. When Li Qingshan runs through Yang-Heel meridian, this is the only way to go. Without any what degree of difficulty, True Chi penetrated into the clearance and connected with Yang-Heel meridian, as if the two rivers met, forming a wonderful ring, and the yin and yang were constantly flowing in the meridians. Li Qingshan knew nothing about it. He completely broke into the Chi refining third level between completely unconscious. I am afraid that no one can believe it. The golden wind rolled the high tree. A dead leaf could not support it, fell from the branch, fluttering danged and flew over the white wall and fell to Li Qingshan's shoulder. A small white hand sticking out of the side, holding the dead leaves and throwing it aside. Little Un took the broom that I didn't know where to find it, and swept the leaves in the yard into a pile. Puppet and Ainama corpse were responsible for the wicker. The dragonfly picked up the fallen leaves and fell to the outside of the wall. Dong dong dong, a few knocks on the door. Little Un opened. The men in the past, two mad sword men disciple removed dozens of large food boxes from the car, placed on the stone steps outside the men. A gentle youthful road. Little sister, this is today's meal. Is the cow hero still cultivation? Little Ann nodded. It seems quite unfamiliar. In the past Li Qingshan to deal with these interpersonal Zhao. Li Qingshan is in the set. She can only cope, but also very unaccustomed. The youth has been here a few times. I know that Little Ann has never talked and is not strange. He said in a warm way. Do you want me to send the food box today? Little Un shook his head. The youth is somewhat disappointed, but he really wants to see him. This is the cow hero who makes the masters feel like a god, or the enemy. Yu Shukyuang didn't dare to neglect Li Qingshan. According to him, 2 confession disciples were sent to the 20 tables every day. These 2 disciplines, he grew up from underestimated. He was half a son. And he also married. They have countless times, the important xing of this matter, and the important xing of managing their own mouths, but they have also raised the curiosity of 2 young people, but after a few times, they can only do this with a small NV. Child hit the Zhao road. Another young human Dao. Little sister, who are you from the heroes? Little Un, this question, she can't answer even if she can speak. The gentle young man raised the whip. The carriage quickly penetrated into the forest, disappeared. Only the remaining Little Ant stood in front of the men, packed up the food box, and suddenly the heart trembled. Peas, it's in the middle of the month, and it's been written for 3 months. It's a miracle. Since I wrote Legend of the Great Saint, the character once again came back to me. Believe it or not, I believe it anyway. I am angry with the monthly ticket and let me continue the miracle! Exclamation mark at hash. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 192 Chapter 9 Little Ann Opening Chapter 9 Little Ann Opening On the carriage, the 2 talked. Senior brother, I heard the men's room saying that the cow hero is 9 feet tall and strong like a tower. No advertising, full text, more. The moderate youth expressed doubt. Is it really so high? I always feel weird. There is an expert of the name of the cow in this world. Why can't I be an expert for my surname? I am still a surname to Ma. I didn't say you. What are you worried about? Hey, how good a child grows up. It must be a beautiful woman, but it is a dumb, really pitiful. Carriage has already traveled far away, far beyond the range that ordinary first-class master can listen to, but before the house, the food box is being moved into Little Un in the men's house, but its clear face say a slight glimpse. She put all the food boxes in the lower temperature chamber, waiting for Li Qingshan to wake up and eat. But Li Qingshan didn't wake up all the time. She sat alone on the stone steps, facing the autumn leaves, opened her mouth, pinched her fists, tried her best, and tried to say a word. When she recovered the Ru body, she still couldn't speak. The disappointing say on Li Qingshan's face was engraved in her memory. Although he comforted that it didn't matter, she never wanted to let him down, so she tried hard when he didn't pay attention. Exercise. But it didn't go well. It always looked like a first-level invisible diaphragm that ran across her throat, preventing her from making any sound, even if it was a syllable. And she couldn't break through how hard she tried. The sound she was taken away by the witch seemed to never be found back. Once again, she was once again disappointed, and she was almost saddened by tears. Is it true that I am greedy for being too greedy? Since he can already feel his temperature, he can stay side by side with him, and he should not ask for more. I don't know how much time has passed. Li Qingshan opened her eyes and shook her head slightly. How could she accidentally enter, and slowly opened her eyes, only to see that Little Un was cleaning the fallen leaves with a broom higher than her, and she smiled slightly. It's boring and I feel a little sorry. Asked casually, how long is Little Un? Little An is thinking about talking, not listening to the familiar voice, busy looking back. Hey! Li Qingshan stretched out and yawned. What do you mean? Think. His eyes wide open, his face is incredible, pointing to Little Un. You. As if he was not the one who can talk. Little Un grabbed his mouth and squinted, clearly not succeeding. After a few months of hard work, what is lacking is just this inspiration. Li Qingshan half squatted, swallowed and spit, and stretched out his hands forward, using the gentlest tone. Relax. Try again. Tempted to say, hey. Short tone seems to come out from the depths of the Xun cavity, like dripping water into the quiet lake, creaking, long afterglow. She has the perfect body condensed with down of the beautiful bones, even the vocal cords are the same. Although it is just a simple tone, it is also like a plucked string. Li Qingshan smiled and said, great. Come again. Little Un also has a little more confidence. To a deep breath. Hey. The long dragging tone is like a phoenix, 3 days around the beam. Li Qingshan stepped forward and held her tightly in her arms. Great. I know you can do it. Little Anru eyes, tears streaming down. Li Qingshan smeared her tears. Don't cry. Cry again. I want to cry. Squeezing her face. Come here. Let me know. In the face of Li Qingshan's gaze, Little Un's face became red, and finally spit out a syllable. Yeah? Anything else? Babble. Amount. Yeah? Li Qingshan is holding her mouth, crying and laughing. Ru her head. Forget it. Take it slowly, just like cultivation. When cultivation comes, he looks at Monster Core and finds that Monster Chi is growing a little, but very little. Heaven and Earth's primal chi, although endless, he is now able to mobilize only a small part. In comparison, Yao is much faster, but he suddenly found one thing. Hey, how do I chi refining 3rd level? True chi is free-flowing in Yin Heel Meridian. He originally planned to after a period of time to break through. The 3rd level chi refining realm world broke through in ignorance. It was really a bit of a sudden drop from the sky, so he was a little mew-oh. Little Un is more than a hand, and oh yeah tells him what happened. She has been standing beside Li Qingshan, and her body changes are very clear. It turned out to be like this. Li Qingshan held his chin and didn't think much about why he could understand what she was saying. Although he can enter a dormant state with Spirit Turtle Sea suppressing secrets, it will become ignorant, and unless he feels dangerous, he will wake up and he will not be able to take Dan Yao, go to ordinary monster cultivator's road, so he generally does not use this state. Heaven and Earth's primal chi, although it is a wine, but there is only one pot, Qi condensing pills can eat a large tank, and as long as the stock is not lacking, you can eat as much as you like, and you can accumulate very quickly from Monster Qi. But I did not expect that this monster cultivator method has such a magical effect on Qi refining. When he broke through the Qi refining second level, he used the traditional way of Qi refining warrior. He was exhausted and exhausted. In the end, it was not Little Un's help, and he almost failed. Now it is a break from sleep, and it's high and low. At a glance, his face is strange. He wants to use the demon method to Qi refining, and to use the human race method to repair the demon is the best choice. He now needs to collect Dan Yao as much as possible for the ordinary human race cultivator to accumulate Monster Qi. Like a demon, find a place to continually absorb heaven and earth's primal Qi to cultivate true Qi. Two diametrically opposite roads can gain each other and help each other. He initially felt that the simultaneous cultivation of humans and monsters was a very difficult thing, but now it seems that the opposite is true. Li Qingshan only felt suddenly and cheerful. Ha laughed and lifted Little Un and turned around. I know what I should do. At this time, the rumbling, subterranean world under the stunned sound, was Li Qingshan's keen sense of hearing income. Is it an earthquake? Li Qingshan suddenly felt a slight sway under his feet. It was because his foot caused some kind of crustal change. After a while, she shook her and said a moment later. Suddenly, the stomach screamed again. Momo said, "Is there something to eat?" Little Un took his hand and took him to the secret room. But I saw that all the food boxes were opened, and the things inside were missing, and I couldn't help but hold them. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "When can you eat this?" Little Un hurriedly waved his hand. "Oh yeah, talking non-stop, like a spring, pleasing to the ear." Clever as she has been, very good at using two syllables, like the Morse code, coupled with expressions and movements, seems to express all the semantics. Li Qingshan is like a decoding expert, able to accurately read her meaning, and said, "There are thieves who can steal us." When I went to other rooms, I saw that the rice noodles were swept away. It was clean and the jars were knocked over. Little Anne is convinced that she hasn't seen anyone coming in. Li Qingshan's heart moved, and immediately went to the dong mouth that he had opened up, sniffing carefully, and smelling a strong Monster Qi. The land has also been turned away, and the uninvited guest has just left. Little Anne, "Oh, I'm doing an analysis." Li Qingshan agreed, "Yeah, I think it is also a monster. How can human race come to steal something? I don't know which one is not open, dare to steal us." Then smiled slightly, "You haven't refining blood for a long time. Ru, let's seduce it and give you dinner, to celebrate. Maybe you can take out a monster core." Little Un, "I am worried." Li Qingshan is full of confidence. "Do not worry, the mountain people have their own ideas." The sky say darkened, and in the secret room that was originally swept away, there was 100 altar wines. The seal of each altar was opened, and the rich wine was overflowing, suppressing other smells, for example, poison. Sweat Yao. This is the trick he thought of, previous life, but he has heard a lot of stories about the devil monsters with the sake of wine. Li Qingshan and Little Un are waiting in the study. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "What do you think of me?" "Oh." Little Un said with absolute thumbs up. "Ha, it's not that great." However, the two kept the middle of the night and did not hear any movement. Li Qingshan suspected, this is not a dislike to drink a bar. Little Un said, oh yeah. The translation is, it must not be the case, all the wine in the food box, Jing light. Li Qingshan said, then wait. The voice did not fall, and the sound of vibration came out again under subterranean world. Li Qingshan said in front of his eyes, this monster is not too small. See the wisdom of human race. He put his ear on the ground and collected it. All the noises that came out of subterranean world were only heard by the sound of the jars being knocked over and shattered, as well as the sounds of various other sorrows. He waited patiently, waiting for the wine to work, only to give the monster a fatal blow. After half an hour, the sound from subterranean world disappeared. Li Qingshan Chong Little and a nod. Little and presses the mechanism. The bookshelf opens, showing the secret passage behind. Little and took Li Qingshan and let Iron Armor Corpse take the lead, then rushed into the chamber with two bodies. Li Qingshan has hung the talisman bag around her waist, and there are several middle-grade body lock talisman and all Thunderbolt talisman. I rushed to the secret room in one breath, but when Li Qingshan looked at the scene in the secret room, the excited say on her face suddenly froze, holding a little Anna next to her, holding her mouth, standing in the same place, moving. Do not dare to move. Please, oh, look for the monthly ticket! Exclamation mark at hash. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 193 Chapter 10 Millipede Monster General Chapter 10 Millipede Monster General. Any horrible monster will not make Li Qingshan look like this, but what he sees is not any beast, but a person. To be precise, it is a white fat man lying on the ground in the middle of the jar. At Book Me Group 4 8065. His head was smooth and slick, wearing a pink say scorpion, and the open belly of the revealed white say bulged high, with a thick monster chi and alcohol. So Li Qingshan did a very simple calculation. What is the monster plus human race form? Li Qingshan took a deep breath, swallowing the swear words that are about to blurt out. To steal his things, is actually a monster general. He has only seen two monster generals in his life, a cat and a mouse. The Half Moon is a favorite of thousands of people. Not to mention, even the mouse is the king of the Mole Mountain. Monster General, placed in the world, is the character of the level of Wangpo-Shi, above the hundreds of millions of people. How can it be such a low-level thing to steal something? So he didn't think of it from the beginning, and then he was slapped in the face of cruel reality. He may have a little expectation that the poison Yao Yao in the wine can work, but the bald belly of Monster General and the snoring of the sound of the sky completely dispelled all of Li Qingshan's thoughts. This was not poisoned at all, but drunk. Li Qingshan changed his eyes with Little and Zhao. Li Qingshan slowly retreated, and Little and also slowly retreated backwards with Iron Armor Corpse. Playing Dong was originally intended to prevent wolves. I don't know how to get through the Bear Dong. This mountain village is too much to stay. Gwendang. Monster General, the bald head wearing a pink coat, stretched his hand and scratched his belly. Listening to Li Qingshan's ear, it was like a thunder, and immediately stopped. After a long time, I saw that there was no movement, and then I continued to slowly retreat. True Chi formed a thick air cushion on his soul to ensure that it never issued any sound. In the face of Little Un's cow, Iron Armor Corpse's footsteps fell lightly on the ground. Monster General slammed his eyes open, and in a strange gesture, he squirmed and stood up from the ground. First, the small Chewie stood up, then stood up with the big Chewie, then picked up the upper body and looked at Li with a sullen look. Qingshan and Little Un. Li Qingshan only felt a chill, only rising from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and then broke through the inspiration and took it out. It's all about Demon's instinct for danger, and he is more convinced that this Monster General is by no means the one he can handle now. But the arrow had to be sent on the string. He waved 10 spirit talisman, all of which were body lock talisman, 7 low grade, and 3 middle grade. They didn't ask for an attack. They just wanted to set the Monster General in place. Little Un is flying high. The bald Monster General is still not fully awake from drunkenness. 10 spirit talisman are accurately attached to his body and his face is covered with a piece of skin. Li Qingshan secretly thought good luck, at the same time put an accelerated middle grade breeze talisman on the Chewie, immediately rushed to the outside of the room, just turned and the pupils suddenly shrank. Suddenly stood. The bald head Monster General is standing in front of him, almost face to face. Body lock talisman, quickly corroded and melted, and finally there is no trace left, revealing his dull face. From this point of view, I discovered that this Monster General is not particularly fat. The whole person is like a round strip. Standing there, it is even taller than Li Qingshan. The whole person bends down and swells his eyes. Staring at Li Qingshan, The horror of the scene cannot be said. Little and thought, moving, and Iron Armor Corps rushed to hug Monster General. Li Qingshan took the opportunity to retreat. Monster General, a bald head, squirmed a pink say gas around him, and the Iron Armor Corps seemed to step into the sulfuric acid pool, squeaking, and a piece of white smoke on his body. After refining corpse, the strong body of Jing Iron refining, in the blink of an eye, was eroded, leaving only a group of red flames, flying back to Little Un's palm. Iron Armor Corps, who can kill 6th level Chi refining warrior, only took one face, and the other hand did not stretch. Li Qingshan, heart dumbstruck, the gas of the pink say, also feared the extreme. The bald Monster General is fast and has no movements. But escape cannot escape. The body released a violent monster chi, instantly turned into a 3-foot high, suddenly broke the land above the head, grabbed Little Un and threw it outside. You go first. The gas of pink say spread rapidly, and Li Qingshan was covered in the whole body. The sound of the sound was everywhere in the secret room. The ground on the blue stone paved, and the large piece softened and collapsed. Poor Li Qingshan also wanted to use Poison Yao to deal with him. See what is called venom. In the transpiration of the pink say gas, a blue cold say, a spherical mask composed of countless hexagons, protects Li Qingshan's body, resists the erosion of the pink say gas, and makes Li Qingshan feel a loose heart. Fortunately, this spirit turtle dark armor's defense is strong enough to now just think about how to get out. He slammed his iron hoof, and the power of an explosion of Xing was all poured into the hoof. The ground was cracked and collapsed, and a reinforced iron bone made a writhing sound. He used this power to rise to the sky. The bald Monster General has put on a very weird posture. The body leans forward and the bald head is aligned with Li Qingshan. The tall body is shrunk a lot, as if the spring was squeezed by the shackles. Li Qingshan only saw a vague shadow colliding with himself, 10 times faster than he was skyrocketing. Boom! On the indestructible spirit turtle dark armor, there was a large crack, and Li Qingshan turned from up to swaying, crashing into the wall, and sinking into the mud. He was full of horror. He had just practiced strength of 2 bulls and had absolute confidence in his strength, but the power of this Monster General was 10 times stronger than him. Monster General, sitting on the ground, dizzy Momo bald head, looked up at Li Qingshan, but did not expect that he could not break Li Qingshan's spirit turtle dark armor. At this time, the 2 rosary swivels and descents from the sky, hitting the bald head of Monster General. Monster General began to look up, a petite figure, lightning behind the Monster General, burning red fire, all strength, straightening part of the bloodroot into a flame, piercing the most fierce sword in his life. Li Qingshan didn't like to be shocked and said, "Idiot, go." Monster General is not based on this kind of small stroke to win. Cannot take the poison, and slammed it out. Monster General didn't blink, and the tone was slow. "You are monster? Why do you hit me?" Although some of them are unclear, they are still clearly understood by Li Qingshan. The scene suddenly felt like an invisible hand pressing the pause button. Li Qingshan's fist stopped in front of Monster General, and Little Un's sleep's sword was 3 inches from the bald head, including skull rosary descending from the sky, all condensed on the top of Monster General. Li Qingshan slowly put away his fist and smiled. It's also said that monster doesn't play monster. While rushing to Little Un, he said, "Not to." Little Un puts away the sleep's sword rosary and returns to Li Qingshan. Next, Li Qingshan restored a human form and said, "I don't know the name of Monster General. In the Black Mountain, it has been cultivated for 500 years in the mountains. It has been strengthened into a human form. It is really a crime to not want to collide with Monster General. I am Millipede. What is a collision? What is sin?" Millipede looked sullen. Li Qingshan was a little relieved, and she was sure that Millipede was not angry with what she had just done. This guy's brain didn't seem too good, and he was slow to respond. Suddenly the heart moves. The so-called millipede, isn't it a millipede? This guy turned out to be a millipede. Jing, No wonder the power is so big, the speed is so fast, the reaction is so slow. He has heard from Half Moon about the common sense of monster race. Monster with Bloodru is roughly divided into 4 categories. Scale Mao Yu Kun. The scale refers to the aquatic race, the Mao refers to the beast, the feather refers to the bird, and the finger refers to the insect. Because insects are inherently devoid of wisdom, they act entirely on instinct, so they can become more monsters, but they can form monster core, and even achieve higher realm, but no more than other types of monster. But monster of insect race is often the strongest, and its strength, speed, endurance and vitality are far better than the same level of monster. An ant can pick up 400 times its own weight. A flea can jump 100 times its own distance, jump once in 4 seconds, and jump for 78 hours. The vitality of the dragonfly does not have to be said. These tiny creatures at the bottom of the biochain, once they have the chance to become monster, can immediately jump to the top of the biochain and become the most horrible predator. However, insect race monster has a fatal flaw, that is, the intelligence is very low. Even if the condensed monster core has opened the spirit wisdom, it is also smart. The so-called IQ is a bad injury. Li Qingshan had an idea in his heart and asked, Millipede, why are you coming to eat my family? Millipede said, I don't know if it's yours. No, it's mine, something under subterranean world. Li Qingshan said, I still want to eat. I want to eat. Millipede opened his mouth and drooled out. Li Qingshan said, there is no food here. There is something on the ground. You are going to eat. Millipede's head shook like a lang drum. Can't go to the ground. Why? Millipede's face showed a hint of fear. It is an order. It cannot be violated. Li Qingshan is happy in the heart. It is so simple to be put out. This millipede is enough. It is better than Half Moon. The wisdom is always the most important evaluation criterion for biology. Human race relies on this strength to suppress the monster race by itself. Once the brain is not enough, the strength is strong, and it is in vain. There is nothing in it. I will go to the above to get you some good. Okay. Go, go. Millipede's eyes lit up and quickly rushed. So simple. Li Qingshan gave a slight glimpse. He was a little embarrassed. In order to enhance his persuasiveness, he asked, what do you like to eat? ! Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 194 Chapter 10 Cattle Chewing Peony Chapter 10 Cattle Chewing Peony. Millipede thought seriously. Li Qingshan was nervous. I was afraid that he would come to eat you, then I was grass. But fortunately, Millipede finally said, the seeds of yellow say, the seeds of white say. Li Qingshan only realized that he was talking about millet rice and wine. This is actually a vegetarian. Then think of it, most of the world's millipede are vegetarian. Of course, most of monster doesn't pay attention to this. Even if it is a goat, it has been used for half a lifetime on the hillside. After becoming monster, it is not a bad idea to eat raw and drink. This guy is probably stupid and has no time to change his eating habits. I will go up and take it. Li Qingshan took Little An and tried to smash the big dong to the top of his head. And many more. Li Qingshan sinks in his heart, but listens to Millipede. There is no water to drink. Water? It's a bar. Right. Okay, then I will take it. Millipede didn't stop it anymore. Didn't even think about making Little An hostage, urging, hurry, hurry. It feels like fishing and catching a big shark. It is too dangerous. Fortunately, this shark's head is not good, but it can't make water, otherwise this time is really terrible. Little An was lying beside him, looking at the night sky, and there was a faint cloud floating over her, but her expression seemed to be a bit sad. Li Qingshan suddenly sat up, grabbed her armpit, let her stand up, and then scolded, you are too disobedient about this child. I let you go first, then go first. What are you going back to? Little An swings his hands and argues for a while. Li Qingshan blinked and said, hey, just learning to talk, you will talk back. It's good luck at Boundless Mountain, just to help me, but it doesn't mean you are right. If you are wrong, you are wrong. It is for you. Little An's eyes are red. Don't talk anymore. Li Qingshan said. No cry. Little Un's tears flowed down. Li Qingshan suddenly felt distressed and sighed. It is useless to cry this time, let you remember for a long time. Little Un slammed her head up and looked at Li Qingshan with a look that she had never seen before. The Xun mouth was undulating, as if the volcano was brewing lava, and it suddenly burst out and shouted, "Oh, let me drop me a few times. Be sweet." The voice consisted of Hun to clear, and the expression was sad and sad. After that, he turned and ran into the house. You! Li Qingshan was stunned, like a thunderbolt talisman on the head. Little Un finally said the first complete sentence, which should have been a great celebration for him, but the content of the words made him feel a little bit tingling. Once again, lying down on the ground, I feel the trouble of growing up. In the big dong of the Huiyuan, Millipede asked. Well, no. Li Qingshan yelled. Why is it so loud? Millipede asked. It doesn't matter to you. Li Qingshan said again, you wait for me. Oh. Li Qingshan first realized the seriousness of the problem. Little Un is slowly growing up, and will definitely become more and more assertive, and there may be a legendary rebellion. Friction is inevitable between families. No, it should be said that the more a family, the more likely it is to rub. As the head of the family, he must take this into consideration, communicate with her in a sensible way, follow her guidance, and guide her growth. But what should I do? He also felt that a group of Liuan hemp in his mind was almost 10 times more complicated than cultivation. So he lay there, thinking a lot, thinking about how his aunt dealt with him, thinking about his previous life on TV, listening to the education of those experts. Li Qingshan slammed up and said, yes, first of all, I have to climb up on the ground, step by step to the front of the house, raise my hand and knock on the room, but knock it out. The room is suddenly opened, a petite figure flew into his arms. Li Qingshan gave a slight glimpse, dumbfounded, feeling the attachment in her heart, through her hair. I'm sorry, I just said it was too great. I never thought about leaving you, just want to protect you. Protect you. Little Un's words are still not smooth, but the look is very serious. That look is so cute to the extreme. Let Li Qingshan feel moved and pity, smiled and said, well, Little Un, the little one is very blessed by you. Come, kiss one. Open her bangs. She took a heavy sip on her smooth forehead. Black Iron Tower like demon boy and petite little white tender envy child, forming a very special scene, and it is so sorrowful to say heart as fierce tiger, fine sniffing rouse. It is better to say cattle chewing peony, violent things. Little Un's face was red, squatting, and on his big black face like a pot, gently when Li Qingshan Momo cheeks, the soft feeling still lingers on it, cannot help but smile. In the big dong, Millipede called again, I am hungry. Li Qingshan grinned. We still think about it, how can we deal with this big brother? Little Un smiled and smiled. Li Qingshan was reluctant to leave the secret cultivation that had just been created, and the millipede didn't look like it was dangerous. Considering Millipede's sexing, it seems to be a docile and harmless insect. After millipede is touched, it will usually become a group of play dead, and at most, it will release a bit of Gixing gas or something. Now think of it, Millipede's pink say gas is the result of being touched by Iron Armor Corpse, but it is not an ordinary thorning gas, but a sinister poison. If men finds a man now, Li Qingshan just needs to take them to the dong area and wait for the corpse to be collected. What 9th level chi refining, 10th level chi refining, is in front of Monster General, even if it is the Men Lord, facing an insect race Monster General, fear is more than a win. After considering it for a long time, Li Qingshan took the bamboo pole and took Little Un, came to Yanshan City and found Yu Shukyuang. I will leave for a while, my estate. Don't let anyone close. From this point of view, Millipede is even more dangerous than the original Half Moon. Li Qingshan knows at least what Half Moon wants, and even makes a relationship with each other. Even if she is angry with her, She will not kill the killer. It is unwise to put your own life on the mood of a fool. Before getting the power of self-protection, he decided to keep a distance from it. Can't afford to avoid it. Yu Shokyuang wakes up from his sleep. Li, cow heroes, where are you going? This will not be yours. Li Qingshan is slightly yin, of course, looking for someone who can make it provoke. Yu Shokyuang said, then you, go quickly. The voice did not fall. Li Qingshan's figure has disappeared, and a gust of wind blew in the room, blowing the door Mengguandang. Yu Shokyuang is quite reluctant. Tiger Slaughterer is horrible, but very reasonable and generous, but it is for him to buy a manor, send a few days of wine, and take out 1,000,000 pills of silver plus 100 grass pill is an ideal backdrop. If you can help him with a few things, change the spiritual pill, take an envelope from the QO drawer, carefully pull out the letter inside, hold the lamp, watch it down. NV said that she took the legendary innate Dan and has started chi refining. The edge of the letterhead has a mouse eyed. Obviously I don't know how many times I watched it, but every time I look at it, he will be in front of his old man. But after laughing, I felt as if I was lost and worried. Chi refining warriors world and their Jianghu guests world, live entirely in two worlds. In Jianghu, he is a hero who is arrogant and respectful. But in the face of one of the weakest chi refining warrior, you have to nod and be careful. Only the ignorant people will treat chi refining warrior as divine immortal. He is clear, and the human heart is as sinister everywhere. I only hate that I used the eyes of her worship too much, and compiled the stories of those who are arrogant and arrogant. As a result, the gimmicks of the ribs really believe in the chivalrous way, and they must not suffer big losses. Thinking of this, he couldn't sleep. Now he can't help her at all. Obviously less than 40 years old. I suddenly felt that I was suddenly getting old. He carefully collected the letter paper and put it back in the QO drawer. He wanted to break through innate realm more than ever. Through the treetops, Xing Yui fell into the dong and landed on Milliped's dull face. His eyes were round and wide-eyed, and he looked up at the rare sight. The saliva flowed down. It seems like sesame. So slow. Li Qingshan left Yanshan City, ran for dozens of miles, found the dong mouth, drilled in, walked through subterranean world, came to Jiangxi Dong, suddenly stopped, raised his nose, sniffed a few times in the air. The face suddenly changed. Although it is extremely light, but the familiar fat powder taste, he will not forget. It is from the metamorphosis of the West men. And in addition, there are 3 other different flavors of fat powder. At least 4 people from men have been here, and it is likely to be the 4 men of men, which is the 4 9th level chi refining warrior. I didn't expect them to find it here. I felt that I was still too big. If I was blocked by these people in the dong house, the consequences would be unimaginable. Little Un's first sentence, probably everyone didn't think it was this. As the core of the book, she will gradually show her style. Of course, it is impossible to be overwhelmed by a metamorphosis NV. Seriously? The things they carry in this book are different, but they are not meant to be the protagonist of the NV. I really like this feeling. If you like it too, come to Jiangyutun to support it! ! Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 195 Chapter 12 Tiger Snake Trap Chapter 12 Tiger Snake Trap. The smell is always the most overlooked place for the human race cultivator. Li Qingshan has a more powerful sense of smell than the ordinary beast, and the instinct for danger and killing intent. It is impossible to simply ambush. Vertical bar txt ebook download. He converges on the whole body, clenches a wind-stitching blade, prepares all talisman, and slowly approaches Jiangxi Dong. The nose constantly captures the residual atmosphere in the air, trying to judge, and now several people are hiding in the Dong house. His trip is for the sake of men. How can he escape from the wind? Of course, if there are more people, he will strategically retreat. If there are fewer people, he will kill him, join hands with Little N, and go to the previous chi refining 9th level. There are still many odds. When he finally set foot in the Dong house, it was empty, and only the lingering smell left, gradually drifting away. How many chi refining warrior, under the dark subterranean world, have been waiting for a future kid, but after waiting for 2 or 3 days, they retired and looked for Wei Yingji's whereabouts. Li Qingshan was slightly disappointed and seemed to have to waste some trouble. In the middle of the night, Li Qingshan will silently board the Eagle Wolf Guard and come to his original small building. It is not surprising that there is a breath in it, but it is much stronger than he expected. But the smell is correct. Gian Rongzi broke through the chi refining 5th level, which is faster than him. Let little and wait for the wind outside the door. Li Qingshan climbed the small building alone, pushed open the window, and saw that Gian Rongzi was still meditating on cultivating chi, but his face was not half iron, but it was a bit solemn. Gian Rongzi heard the pain beating, grabbed the weapon and spirit talisman next to him, and put on a defensive posture, then revealed the unexpected say, "Is it you?" Li Qingshan said, "It's me." Gian Rongzi, the body relaxed, and did not ask Li Qingshan why his body changed greatly. He said, "You have repaired chi refining 3rd level. It really is genius." She first saw Li Qingshan, but it was only a few before the month. Li Qingshan was only chi refining 1st level. Li Qingshan said, "Your cultivation base is more of a surprise to me." Gian Rongzi said, "Wastewood also has a way to wastewood, but unfortunately it won't beat you." Li Qingshan blinked, "If you can beat me, what do you want?" Gian Rongzi smiled and said, "I don't know until now." Li Qingshan did not want to entangle on this topic, and asked directly, "How is Men? Cloud and Rain Building is now who is the master?" "Don't ask me, I was implicated because of Wei Yingji's disappearance. Now I have been kicked out of the Men. I have been on the ground for a long time and it has been useless. It has been tested for so long, but even a set the cultivation technique didn't learn." You said pity. Gian Rongzi was bitterly wronged, as if she had not personally killed Wei Yingji. "Is it tired?" Li Qingshan sneered. "Old rules, if you can take Ximen alone and go somewhere underground, 100 treasure pouch is all about Men." Gian Rongzi : "Can you kill chi refining 9th level?" She knows that Li Qingshan has another card, and the strength is at least above the chi refining 6th level. But I never thought that he has already arrived to the point. She originally thought that it was a matter of time to catch up with Li Qingshan at the speed of her cultivation. But at this moment, her self-confidence suddenly disappeared, and her distance from Li Qingshan not only did not shrink, but increased. I also understand why he does not put his potential threats on his mind. It is absolute confidence in himself. Under the huge power gap, it is very difficult for any yin to seek Ketu. This man, I am afraid that unlike any man she has ever seen, it is unexpectedly difficult to deal with. So, you better still keep a little respect for me, this is good for us. Gian Rongzi collapsed smile, "I understand." Men Deputy Master Weizong Yuan and 4 people who went to Jiangxi Dong to find you unsuccessful. They looked around separately, Cloud and Rain Building all over the place, well informed. As soon as you appear will be discovered. Li Qingshan said, "Is you leading them to Jiangxi Dong?" Gian Rongzi said, "I said that Wei Yingji went there to find you, but did not say that you killed him. Anyway, you have already formed a vengeance with Men. It is not bad for you. You will not be stupid to hide where." Li Qingshan was in his heart, and said, "Of course not, continue." She said calmly, but made him not good. Gian Rongzi smiled a little. Cloud and Rain Building lost 2 consecutive landlords. Men did not send new people. If you want to deal with Men, then I suggest Weizong Yuan. He is sad, painful, mental, unusual, easy to be controlled. Cultivation base, chi refining 10th level. I refuse. Li Qingshan categorically, 10th level chi refining warrior, opened the whole body of the meridians with the 12 meridians and the 8 meridians, just a step away from the foundation establishment realm, and the gap with the chi refining 9th level almost the same as the chi refining 6th level and the chi refining 5th level. Although he is confident in his own strength, he has not yet reached the level of arrogance. Gian Rongzi revealed disappointing say, wanting to rely on Wai Zong Yuan's intention to break through the cultivation base. But rest assured at least Li Qingshan has not yet competed against the Qi refining 10th level. That's West, but it takes time. I need time to plan, and it takes time to explain my cultivation base. And it's a very good meeting to send a new eagle. What about this? I will apply for Dark Wolf. As long as I am promoted to the commander level, men is doubtful. But as long as there is no evidence, I will not deal with it casually. Of course, I would like to thank you for helping me to make room for it. She is in front of others, and her mind is exhausted. In front of Li Qingshan, she always seems extremely honest. This is not because she has a special affection for Li Qingshan, but to see people talk about ghosts. Know that this can work with Li Qingshan to maximize their own interests. Li Qingshan thought that she is already Qi refining 5th level. She is indeed qualified to become Dark Wolf Commander. She has entered the Eagle Wolf Guard. Unconsciously, she has already reached this step. It is really an envy person who can't be underestimated. After leaving the contact with Spirit Talisman, Qian Rongzi smiled and said, "From January to March, I will send West men to you." Li Qingshan beheaded, he will also take advantage of this time, take the rest of the Dan Yao, reach the highest realm of strength, add some odds for this battle as much as possible. After winning, you can use the West Men 100 treasure Dan Yao in pouch to maintain the speed of cultivation. The two small Qi refining warriors Zhao is easy to agree, and the Zhao Bata is a 9th level Qi refining warrior. Li Qingshan said again, "Right, help me identify Dan Yao." He now has dozens of bottles, a total of several kinds of high-level Yao, but do not know what Yao effect can take. Qian Rongzi is a family born, and the pill concocting technique, which has been studied with Qian Yannian, should be able to identify. Sure enough, Qian Rongzi saw Li Qingshan's Dan Yao, and he showed up all the names of Dan Yao and Yoxing. Most of them are similar to the beads, which are used for cultivation. But there are 2 bottles of violent Qi pill with instant potential, 2 bottles of convergence pill with hidden astringency, and 3 bottles of healing pill. If you don't know Yoxing, you will have to pay for it. Finally, Li Qingshan took out 3 geese of yellow goose. Yeah, what is this? Although he does not understand pill concocting technique, he also feels that the 3 Dan Yao contain the speciality of spiritual power, which is extremely pure but exceptional. The gentleness and peace, not like the Dan Yao used for cultivation. Qian Rongzi said, "This is innate Dan. It is much more valuable than the Zulu pill, but it is not for the Qi refining warrior." Li Qingshan is very aware of the value of Zulu pills, but it has attracted countless Qi refining warrior. Since innate Dan is not taking it for Qi refining warrior, it is for ordinary people. Is this? Qian Rongzi said, "Yes, it is Dan Yao that can make ordinary people Qi refining, but it is not 100% successful. It depends on qualification." Qian Yannian was very eager to pay for his son. "Take it." In the end, I was not promoted to innate realm, so only a big family will refine this Dan Yao. Li Qingshan understands that if it is not financially strong, Dan Yao can't finish it. Which Qi refining warrior will be willing to change a few beads to improve his cultivation base? Instead of draining his offspring, he will first accept innate. Get up and say, "Pick a bottle, it is a reward." Qian Rongzi did not hesitate to choose convergence pill, which is exactly what Li Qingshan couldn't use. Then he put away all Dan Yao is about to leave. Qian Rongzi suddenly asked, "Is the child by your side?" "Okay." Qian Rongzi said, "I want to see her." See Li Qingshan hesitating, she took out a bottle of Qi condensing pills. Li Qingshan said, "I don't take her as a Zhao easy." The plain words fell in the ears of Qian Rongzi. Like the voice of Huangzong Dielu, the hand holding Qi condensing pills suddenly didn't know where to put it. He even felt self-satisfied and smiled. "You are very lucky." The smile reveals the yan that can't be said, and even the faintness is a bit horrible. Li Qingshan moved in the heart and said that little Anne came in, but she said, "No, you go." After Li Qingshan left, Qian Rongzi leaned on the windowsill and looked a little me. In my heart, I have a hope that I can't suppress the unnamed name. I hope that someone can say this to myself, as long as it is enough. But would anyone say that? Said she would believe again? She laughed at herself, and there was no longer the word trust in her will. Unfortunate people should not be too close to the lucky ones, otherwise they will lose even this resoluteness and become nothing. She has long since prayed for luck, and it is useless to kneel on the ground and pray for heaven. No matter how many times. It is useless to pray for others, and it will only encourage their happy smiles. Everything must be won by these hands. She looked at her right hand, beautiful and white, 5 fingers pointed. Her eyes gradually calmed down, indifferent calm. The corner of the mouth swelled in the cold, the right hand suddenly gripped, tearing the smile in the sky. Hee exclamation mark at hash. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 196. The 13th chapter of the next month. The 13th chapter of the next month. Once again, sneak into subterranean world. Li Qingshan found a huge dissolved dong with subterranean world mind map. He said to Little An, it seems that after a hard time, it is not like Yanshan City. No ads, full text, more. An awkward way. The sound is windy and sleek, making people feel comfortable. In a forest of stalagmites, Li Qingshan checkpoint Dan Yao, chi condensing pills have gone half, only 4,000 left, 100 grass pill has only used 1, leaving more than 1,000, and senior Dan the Yao can be used for cultivation. There are nearly 100. And the resources are still quite rich. Li Qingshan put a piece of spirit talisman close to him. This spirit talisman is called a message, in 2. As soon as you trigger one of them within 1,000 miles, the other will produce an induction. Although it can't convey complicated information, it is enough to send a signal. As for Qian Rongzi, what method should be used to lead Ximen, Li Qingshan did not ask much, and her indispensable strain. In any case, this NV people do this kind of thing to be very familiar. He is not worried that she will sell herself. Although she does not have any moral bottom line, she is always profitable and easy to guess. If he sells him, men will not let her alone. He only needs to be quietly waiting at the right place at the right time. This reminds him of a fairy tale that previous life has seen. Tigers catch fox, and fox says that as long as you don't eat me, I bring other animals. However, the premise of all this is that the tiger has the ability to eat the animals that fox brings. As soon as he looked up, he started the cultivation with the entrance of chi condensing pills. 6 days later, Li Qingshan began to miss his manor in Yanshan City, not only for those rich wines, but also because of Little An. In this cave, Little An has nothing to do, and when he is bored, he looks at his cultivation with his cheeks. Let Li Qingshan feel very embarrassed, often interrupted the cultivation, accompanied her to play for a while to talk. If he is just alone, that's all right, even if it's a year and a half of the spirit turtle sea suppressing secrets retreat. But with her by the side, he wants to let her live a comfortable life as much as possible, and then look around, all black and lacquered bare rock. How it is not related to his ideal place. It is completely unhelpful to the mental health of children. Li Qingshan made up his mind, since there is nothing wrong here, let's go back and see that Millipede should have waited impatiently and left. Mountain village is silent, but the autumn is more concentrated. Li Qingshan pushes open the right man, directly to the back Huiyun, and dials the grass and helps to see the dong. Cannot help but smile. Millipede closed her eyes and lay in the dong, sleeping like a dead. It seems that even the place has not moved. Suddenly opened a pair of slightly convex round eyes, staring straight at Li Qingshan, boring voice, what? Did not realize that Li Qingshan put his pigeons. Li Qingshan grinned, come on. Then take Little An and turn and walk. It is also unclear whether he was moved by his food, or because he was too easy to lie, and he was a little uneasy. In the Wild Sword Villa, Yu Shukyang looked at Li Qingshan with a look of surprise. No Daxia, you are finally back. Li Qingshan nodded, well, come back, there is one more thing. Have to trouble you? Yu Shukyang looked at his cautiousness and said with a sigh, the cow heroes, despite the instructions, whether it is the Shangyuashan oil pan. Li Qingshan interrupted, not so serious. Help me prepare 3 things and send them to the mountain village. What do you mean? Yu Shukyuang can't imagine what Li Qingshan can ask for, but even if it is, it shouldn't be with him. Millet, rice. Qingshan took out $1 million of silver and took it on the table. Just these? Yu Shukyuang's surprised chin is about to fall, so he officially asks for ordinary food. Li Qingshan said, other grains, fruits and vegetables. You are prepared. The more the number, the better. Of course, the number of banquets per day should not be less. These things should be hidden as much as possible. Don't let too many people know. New heroes, although you are relieved, I immediately sent people to prepare. How much is there? Yu Shukyuang patted Xun to ensure that as a leader of Jianghu, other things can't be found. It is not easy to get some food. Li Qingshan seems to be inadvertently saying, right, I have recently got a few innate dans. Then he turned and went out. The speaker has the heart. The listener, of course, is more interested. Yu Shukyuang's eyes are slowly rounded, and Qi refining warriors tens of thousands of Dan Yao, as Jianghu, do not know much, but only one, it is indispensable, that is innate Dan. All martial practitioners dream of Sanya, painstaking cultivation martial arts, who do not want to step into the sky, set foot on the brand new realm. Yu Shukyuang also thought, and it was not a general thought. The 3 words that Li Qingshan spoke out were like carrots tied to the front of the scorpion. Even if they knew that they couldn't eat them, they should try hard to try, let alone Li Qingshan's voice. There is a meaning that can give you one. He immediately summoned several confidants, and he told me to go. If Li Qingshan made him hide, he almost couldn't help but do it himself. Let Li Qingshan see his performance. A powerful local force is running, and the efficiency is also amazing. After half an hour, what Li Qingshan wants is always sent. Next. Li Qingshan picked up a packet of rice and threw it into the dong. Millipede reached out and grabbed it, and the crystal rice slid down. His mouth was stretched to an exaggerated level, and Li Qingshan remembered the cornicea in the cartoon. In a blink of an eye, the rice in the area flowed into his mouth. He licked his mouth, it's delicious. And then continued to lick Li Qingshan. If you are delicious, you should eat more. If you are full, don't bother me. Li Qingshan left the rice with him. Millipede only cares about eating rice, how can he pay attention to him? And it is a bag of rice, but it still looks like it is still unfinished. Li Qingshan throws dozens of bags of rice all over, and the charm of innate Dan is beyond the imagination of Li Qingshan. Next, rice and other foods are sent by Wild Sword Villa's discipline, a car. Come over, there are yuan fruits and vegetables, and even Li Qingshan can't name them. Li Qingshan had a few bags of rice in his arms and a few rice belts on his shoulders. He was like a super terminal porter. He ran back and forth in the front and back Huiyuan, throwing a bag of food into it. Always a face of millipede, then the mouth of the music quickly licked to the roots of the ears, as a foodie, seeing all kinds of food falling from the sky. The mood is probably similar to a wealthy me seeing gold coins and silver coins as the rain falls. Dizzy me, almost no idea what to eat first. Li Qingshan sweated on the hoe, said to Little An, you look at it, I will go to cultivation for a while, remember not to go to the dong, and take care of you. This kind of scare child, of course, Little An will not be on the mind, smiled and promised, squatting at the mouth of dong, watching millipede eating. I found it very interesting. In the evening, Li Qingshan's 20-table banquet was also delivered. He took the dong mouth and sat down, opened the food box, and ate it. I have to say that watching millipede eating is extremely appetizing. Li Qingshan eats on dong, millipede eats under dong. Little An looks down at millipede, and looks up at Li Qingshan, which is very interesting. After demonic incarnation, you can use heaven and earth's primal chi instead of food. You don't eat for a long time. With monster generals throughput to heaven and earth's primal chi, You can reach the human race's said realm, completely sever food sources can also survive. However, the instinct of food you will not disappear, and will only continue to increase with the accumulation of time. Human race chose to go to the valley because there is too much turbidity in the grains, and deposition in the abdomen affects cultivation. But monsters' path of cultivation and physique are completely different from a human race. For monster, it is full, it is never a bad thing. Their powerful body is enough to accommodate any turbidity. The process of human race cultivation is like carving a beautiful artwork by the engraver, carefully selecting the most appropriate cultural technique, the most suitable danyao, and then dividing the process of cultivation into many steps. Then bit by bit goal is going forward, and everything is under control. Constantly Jing wants Jing, and the person who makes it is called Xian. The process of monster cultivation is like a splash of ink and water from the artist. The painters are not even their own, but the heaven and earth. It's like the weather, the rain and the snow, and the eternal rock formations, which are just a little more than other stones, called the demon. Milliped's mouth suddenly stopped, looking up at Li Qingshan, and the white rice ran down from the corner of his mouth. The road with Han is unclear. Wine. Li Qingshan is holding a jar of wine and drinking, and notices his gaze, throwing the jars in his hands. Give you. Millipede snorted and gave Jing light, and then asked. Li Qingshan also drank a lot of wine, and Li Qingshan also drank a lot. When the wine was together, he forgot the warning to Little An, jumped down the dong with the wine, and slammed the jar with the jar of Millipede. Drink your head and sip. Millipede looked at Li Qingshan and didn't know what he was doing. When Li Qingshan drank half a jar of wine, he suddenly realized what he was doing, and quickly drank his own wine while drinking and watching Li Qingshan. But still give Li Qingshan the first drink. Haha smiles. Millipede was unhappy, picked up a jar of wine and put it in Li Qingshan's hand, then picked up an altar and touched Li Qingshan's jar. He opened his mouth and drank the wine. Li Qingshan dumbfounded. I didn't expect him to look at the wood, but he also had a bit of enthusiasm. Come on! ! Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 197 Chapter 14 Hume fights again. Chapter 14 Hume fights again. The sunset rises, the moon enters the dong. According to the two people drinking, a bold robes, one is like an iron tower. Book me group 4 8065. Wine is the best way to get close to people, but you need to have a drink. Li Qingshan is drinking, sitting in the grain pile, sniffing the natural fragrance of food, and putting down his defense. Drinking with this silly Millipede is more enjoyable than any banquet that has been drunk. There is no intrigue, interest, dispute. Eating is to eat, drink is to drink. After drinking hundreds of altars, the stomachs of both of them were bulging and drunk. Millipede's bright, bald head was dazzled by the moonlight, and Li Qingshan couldn't help but reach out to Momo. You guys are good, no bad eyes, no eyes. Millipede smirked. You are also very good, under subterranean world. Can't you go? Li Qingshan shook his head like a drum. Don't go, don't go. I still have something to do. You want to eat, even if you come to me, I invite you. Millipede was a little disappointed. He heard Li Qingshan's words, and even the channel was good. Suddenly his eyes were misty and he looked up and thundered. Li Qingshan smiled and said, you are so full of sleep, sleep full of food, no trace of distracting thoughts, but people are envious. Yang yawned and put his body into the golden millet. Small Miss Han collapsed and covered him with half of his body, like a big quilt. He also fell asleep. Little An came down and cleaned up the wreckage, and squatted at the dong mouth for Li Qingshan. Mimi was confused. Li Qingshan found himself into a child, a small hand, a small foot, dressed in patched clothes, rushing in the boundless wilderness, chasing the sun in the sky. When the sweat fell, he didn't wipe it. The foot was pierced by a sharp stone, and he ignored it. The sly was smashed to the ground, and he made a roll, and he climbed up from the ground, stepping on, and staring at the sun in the sky. A green mountain of say, blocking his way. He couldn't help but slammed into the mountain, but there was no hardship in his imagination. A huge unparalleled bullhead stretched out from the side of the mountain, and the wet bull's eye looked at it. He made a loud voice, "What is the urgency? The sun will not run away." He groaned and climbed up to the ridge of the ridge, looking at the sun in the sky, and the sun did not run away. He had a bamboo flute at his waist, very rough but familiar, and he picked it up and blew it. Sun and Moon Jiao. The warm day at noon, lazy in the sky. The warm eyes into the dong. Li Qingshan opened her eyes and stretched out. Seeing Millipede still asleep, "I don't know when I will wake up. Jump out of the big dong, I feel refreshed, and the mountains are pleasant and refreshing. I am very happy." It seems that it hasn't been so easy for a long time. Since coming to this sinister place of blessed peace, it is all the enemy, step-by-step crisis. He only has continuous cultivation and breakthrough cultivation. Even if he sleeps, he is thinking about how to improve the cultivation base, how to deal with the enemy. The string in my heart has been tense, and there is a lot of exhaustion in my heart, even he has never noticed. Drinking a bit, a big dream, the string is relaxed. Recalling the dream of last night, he smiled and said to himself, "Yes, what? Mo out of the depths of 100 treasure pouch, the forgotten flute." The flute returned to Dang in the autumn. Millipede opened his eyes, and Little Ann listened quietly. From that day on, Little Ann found that Li Qingshan had more smiles on her face, more time playing the flute, and often took her, asking her to teach him to write, or take her and wander around the dead leaf forest. Walking and walking, I suddenly stopped and looked at Little Ann with a solemn look. Little Ann immediately became nervous and made a fist with both hands. "Hey!" Little Ann quickly and slyly said. "Don't eat grapes. Don't eat grape skins. Don't eat grapes to spit grape skins." This is Li Qingshan's family education, which is called Qingshan teaches me to jingle in order to train her to talk. But now Li Qingshan is completely immersed in her blushing face, and her mouth is fluent. Cute look, stretching her small face. "Let you laugh my word ugly." Little Ann is annoyed. Don't let him pinch, but his mood is excellent. Although he does not affect his cultivation, he is also eager for his concern, not separated by a stone man. In fact, Li Qingshan did not stop cultivation. Dan Yao still eats every day without leaving his mouth. However, there are a lot of nervous emotions on the body. No matter what you do, you should pay attention to the way of relaxation. If you are tight on weekdays, when you encounter major events, you will be overstressed and your brain will not be very good. Moreover, his responsibility is not just to protect her. Unconsciously, more than a month passed. All qi condensing pills were exhausted, and Monster Qi on Li Qingshan reached a level of all the previous ones. The news of Qian Rongzi was delayed, but he was not in a hurry and began to eat 100 grass pill. The first snow of this year came very early, when the first snow fell on the tip of Li Qingshan. He was looking at Millipede, and Millipede looked at Little Ann nervously. More precisely, in the hands of Little Ann, several jars of wine were turned over and spilled into a table with a bowl of wine on it. Li Qingshan sits opposite Millipede, and Little Ann sits aside as a dealer. Little Ann picks up his sleeves, revealed his arms, and smiles open. Li Qingshan smiled and said, 515 big, drink. While in the food pile around, grabbed a huashing, peeled the skin and threw it into his mouth. Millipede is happy. Take the wine bowl and drink. When Li Qingshan first met him, Jing had a lot of fat and was a little fatter. Little Ann picked up a long huaren, and said to Millipede, "Is it like you?" The articulation is clear, like a spring scorpion, the strings sing. Qingshan teaches you to jingle family teaching, and initially achieved success. Millipede, look at yourself and look at Huashengren, nodded, like. Give you. Little Ann put Huarenren in Millipede palm. Millipede was immediately thrown into his mouth. You ate yourself. Li Qingshan open mouth. What is going to say? God say is a little. Little Ann immediately turned to look at Li Qingshan, come on. Her jingle has already said that it is even faster than Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan gave her a slight smile and took out the messaging spirit talisman from her arms. The spirit talisman burned quickly, turned into grey, and drifted with the wind. Qianrongzi's message is finally here. Li Qingshan Huoran got up and Millipede stood up, opened his mouth and looked blank. Li Qingshan pressed his shoulder and pressed him back. I want to go out and do something, come back soon. Li Qingshan didn't let Millipede help, or use his plan to deal with men. He is a very good drinker, nothing more, his own business. Of course, you have to fix it yourself. Li Qingshan and Little An, one big and one small figure disappeared into the Dong cave, and Little An also looked back and waved at him. Millipede sat there in a dull moment, suddenly looking at the empty heart. A piece of snow fell in the wine bowl, eating a favorite rice, but felt like a little less taste, wondering, scratching the bald head. In the small building, Qianrongzi meditates, and plans to go through the details, how to start, how to be rehabilitated, if it fails, how to get out, to ensure that there is no missing. Suddenly, Lium picked it up and turned around. You are finally here. Li Qingshan was standing behind her, and her body was basically restored except for her still very strong body. This is the time when he strengthened the results of the Spirit Turtle Sea Suppressing Secrets cultivation. He saw her unusual Dark Wolf clothes at a glance. Are you Dark Wolf Commander? Qianrongzi got up and turned around and showed off. How? Not bad. Not bad. Thank you. It seems that you have been good during this time. Fortunately, old friends greet each other and maintain a fragile alliance with hypocritical rituals. Waiting for Li Qingshan to ask, Qianrongzi said, the fish is already hooked. According to your request, only one of the West men is caught. Li Qingshan strangely said, how did you do it? It is not difficult to bring out the men, but it is not easy to lead only the West men, but not the others of the men. Qianrongzi did not explain that the Black Iron Wolf medal, who was at the commander level of his fingertips, smiled and said, this is my job. I will see you now. If the benefits are lost, people can't follow. As long as you do your job well, of course, I don't have to worry about your business. Li Qingshan with absolute confidence. He adjusted himself to the best state. He needs a battle. The soothing string gradually tightened, the fighting intent faintly ascends. Qianrongzi said, but, you have to do the worst, before you can confirm the number of enemies. I advise you to hide the good atmosphere. Li Qingshan condensed. Qianrongzi said calmly, there is no plan, it is absolutely perfect, even if I can't eliminate all accidents, this reason does not need me to say more, not to worry about winning first. That is natural. Even if Qianrongzi does not say, Li Qingshan will do the worst, and will not fully believe her. She said this, just to clarify, saying that even if something unexpected happens, it is not my vital point. Li Qingshan Sholu smile, in any case, you only have one Xing life, so cherish it. Of course. Qianrongzi also laughed, knowing that even if he said anything, he couldn't lie to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan did not expect that the place chosen by Qianrongzi would be here. He lifted the edge of the fight and looked at the hustle and bustle of the Qian family house. It is normal to choose a place that I am familiar with, but she has killed nearly 1,000 people here. Ordinary people will have some avoidance, but she is unscrupulous and everything is the best choice. Li Qingshan came to the other side of the mountain, found a dong mouth between the leaves of the dead grass, entered it, gradually widened, and finally formed a natural huge dong cave. Li Qingshan measured the height, and even changed to try it, and then began to prepare, constantly observing dong. First put 7 spirit talisman on the hidden dong top stalagmite, and then give a few spirit talisman Zhao Little An. The lion is also full of strength, and this time it is a very dangerous ferocious beast. Peas. Tragedy. Fell below 40! At hash. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 198 Chapter 15 Beat Life and Death Chapter 15 Beat Life and Death. The speed of your cultivation is fast. Westman squinted. looking up and down Qian Rongzi. His eyes revealed deep doubts. A few teenagers were beside Ximon, and they pinched their feet and looked at Qian Rongzi, who was dressed in Dark Wolf Commander. All of them hated. Qian Rongzi pleaded, "Rongzi also got a monster in a core by chance, but it is not a long-term solution. Please return me to men. I will not let you down." Westmen caressed a handsome boy's face. "If you are telling the truth, I can't think about it. I still like your child very much. Can be worshipped by a Dark Wolf Commander. Let her heart also very comfortable." The handsome young boy looked at Qian Rongzi with arrogance and self-satisfaction, as if Qian Rongzi was kneeling at him. Qian Rongzi. Rongzi has no vain words. It was the Dark Wolf Commander. It was discovered by the eyeliner of Eagle Wolf Guard. Li Qingshan once appeared with the child in ancient Wind City. I specially sent people to investigate and finally made it easy. I found out where he was hiding. He has not only the 100 treasure pouch of Daist Jiangxi, the Eagle Wolf Guard of Zhou Zibo, but also the wealth of him who has at least thousands of spirit stones. He will not be disappointed. This is Hu Yin Mob, a small chi refining warrior with a wealth of wealth, was learned by another powerful chi refining warrior. Of course, will not think about notifying the accomplices, but to find ways to monopolize this wealth. Westmen's wrinkled face just burst into a smile, and an old voice outside the window said, "The wife, there is such a benefit. How to forget my sister?" Ximon's face suddenly changed, and Qian Rongzi sank in his heart. This is the voice of Dongman. Dongman Shishiren came in. His face was full of smiles. Ximon and Dongman have a feud, and they always pay attention to each other's actions. Ximon just came out of Clear River Prefecture City and was spotted by Dongman. He was suspicious and quietly followed. "The world's most concerned about you is not a friend, but an enemy." Dongmen ignored the face of Yin Shen, who was Yin Shen, said to Qian Rongzi, "The girl who is surnamed Qian, take us there." The kid is very alert. I can't listen to someone's stupid idea anymore. A few days. Qian Rongzi forgot the Westmen, and Westmen's face calmly said, "Go. This is the end of the matter. The regeneration gas is useless, only to give this old thing back." The three came to the back of the ancient Wind City and stopped outside the Dark Dong. Qian Rongzi said, "Hey, Li Qingshan should be hiding there. Lead the way ahead." Yes. The failure of the plan failed, and did not make her mentality unbalanced. Revealed in the slightest flaws, carefully planned, as long as it can prove that Li Qingshan did appear in ancient Wind City. These two old women should not be too angry to anger themselves. And before leaving, especially to the Trust Eagle Collar, indicating that they went to ancient Wind City with them to investigate the disappearance of the Eagle Wolf Guard, which was posted as a talisman. Once unsuccessful, and next time, as long as you keep trying, there will always be success. Along the winding road, keep moving forward until the huge Dong Cave. Qian Rongzi suddenly changed face, almost swearing. Li Qingshan did not hide her breath and escaped, so she sat on a large stone and meditated. Westmen and Dongmen walked by her side, and Eastmen also patted her shoulder and said, "Do it well." Did not notice her pale face say. Qian Rongzi Qian said, "Please take the Li Qingshan too. I will wait outside the Dong." Westmen don't care about the nodded, only looking at Li Qingshan. "Go to the carriage and wait, we will come out soon." Eastmen's eyes are brighter. "Old woman, start with a light point. Such a Jingstron child is rare. Let my sister try devouring you aunt technique again." Devouring you aunt technique. Westmen's heart moved, and looked thoughtfully at the back of Qian Rongzi. Qian Rongzi felt the gaze of the sword sweeping on his body, but he did not get a quick step. Ximon pressed his suspicion and turned his head and said, "I know that you have to send Sao to this old thing. This kid is for you, and I have more than 10% of what he has." Eastmen Insenson's smile answered, looking at Li Qingshan with the god of greed. "But don't suck it out. You have to keep asking about the whereabouts of Yingji, and the child of the country's scent." Westmen's circle looked around and did not find the whereabouts of Little An. Why Zhong Yuan didn't ask Ma Buai to count it? The unlucky child is so fierce, 10 deaths without life. The murderer should be in the north, and most of it is this. Gyanrongzi's heart trembled, and there was such a fascinating divination spell in the world. If Li Qingshan didn't share her sight, she might have been violent. Out of the dong, she collapsed, sitting down on the stone wall. Hate the stone wall, leaving a deep handprint. Li Qingshan, if she is defamed, she will kill Wei Yingji. She will have to face a 10th level Qi refining warrior, and even the anger of the whole men. Eagle Wolfguard cannot keep her, nor will she protect her. She can only escape immediately. The farther the escape, the better, but the world is big, and can escape wherever, unless Li Qingshan flees under subterranean world. Li Qingshan, why not escape? Look at the NV people, no matter how high the cultivation base is, it is like a dog. The carriage was parked not far away, on the sparsely empty ground. The few beautiful teenagers gathered together and pointed to a little wandering Gyanrongzi. You are the dog. Gyanrongzi gave them a scornful look. A few teenagers stayed, and a violent angrily said, "Would you dare to repay?" Another Yin test said, "On this sentence alone, you can make you $1,000. Examine this big tree." Usually someone dares to complain to them. Gyanrongzi Yan smiled, but the old woman is not here now. With water-splitting thorn stepping forward, even if it is to escape, pull a few backs. What do you want to do? The teenagers were afraid, slowly receding and turned to escape to the carriage. Gyanrongzi with a wave of hand, a light arc flashed, and 8 tui were broken. The uneasy humming sound of the horse raised the horseshoe and was squinted by Gyanrongzi, and suddenly he calmed down. But some people were quiet, and several teenagers screamed on the ground. Gyanrongzi skillfully stopped the blood for them, and each entered a true Qi, so that they stay awake, not to faint, and enjoy the painful suffering. You slut, bitch, you will kill you, you wait. Ah! The red boy cried and shouted. Water-splitting thorn crossed his face, cut his nose and put him a handsome face is completely destroyed. Gyanrongzi patted his bloody face. I hope you will continue to pamper you, the ugly ghost without a nose. The other 3 teenagers, suddenly dare not swear, look at Gyanrongzi with fear and resentment. Their beautiful face is their most important thing. Dewey may be cured if it is cut off. Once the face is destroyed, will completely lose the favor of jealousy. Then, the forest screamed like evil ghost. Gyanrongzi cut 3 noses, smashed them, and cut off all their hopes. She did not choose to escape, but was not far from the Dong cave, sitting in the screams. If Westman walks out and sees his beloved noodle, it becomes this look, and she will be ruined. But she has completely calmed down. She knows exactly what kind of person Li Qingshan is. Since he does not escape, he must not escape confidence. Since he dares to fight, she has nothing to dare. The worst is just a death. And here she has put life and death out of the way. Never take a step back. Gyanrongzi guessed it well. Li Qingshan is really fighting. When he smelled 2 breaths into Dong, he knew that there was a problem with the plan. But it shouldn't be Gyanrongzi's Yin plan. If she is a VIP point, he can call all the people. For the last West men, he has to win. But with an East men, the odds are 70%. If you have 70% confidence, don't you dare to fight. Is that still a man? So he didn't hide, but he sat here, adjusting every inch of his body to the best state, like the fierce tiger ready to prey. And the prey is close. Li Qingshan looked at her face and paled Gyanrongzi, convinced her own inference, and then listened to the 2 old ghosts, and directly regarded him as a fish-roux on the chopping board. He was also a move. Murderous aura rose. Ximen looked at Li Qingshan, who was sitting still. He said strangely, "Is this kid not to escape? Hurts you?" Emin smiled and showed charm technique. No matter what the body refining technique is, it is not the hand of Qi refining 3rd level. Ximen sneered, knowing that charm technique was of little use to Li Qingshan, but deliberately did not remind Dongman. waiting to see her ugly. Li Qingshan laughed loudly and shook the Dong Cave. Spirit Turtle Monster core ups and downs in his with the body, suppressing all distractions. Dong Tsai, it's ridiculous. Even if you deceive someone, don't you lie to yourself, and don't count the number of wrinkles on your face in the mirror. This statement stabbed two sores, and they hated others about their looks and age. Eastman was furious. The boy is looking for death. With a wave of hand, a smashing true chi, turned into a black say giant lang, swept through Li Qingshan. Peng 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 peng. The large stalagmites blocking the road on true chi were hit and split, and the gravel flew like a black snake. It walked up the ground and immediately came to Li Qingshan, raising the head of the snake and biting it. A loud bang, Li Qingshan sat down and smashed the big stone. Li Qingshan people have disappeared, and in the midst of 1,000 miles, they leapt high and stared at the black say true chi, Xuan Yin true chi! !@#. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 199 Chapter 16 Master Practiced Chapter 16 Master Practiced. In addition to except 5 elements true chi, there are also yin-yang 2 gas, collectively known as Xuan Yin true chi and black yang true chi, many yin-yang dual cultivation. Men repair black yang, Envixu Xuan Yin, in black and white to say, repaired pinnacle, yin extremely yang, anode yin raw, yin yang and combined. And not only is it evil, but it is the authentic Taoism cultivation technique. This yin yang is infinite, the change is infinite, and the derived cultural technique is more above 5 elements true chi, and it belongs to crossing. The Taoist Jiangshi repairs the mysterious yin true chi, but his mysterious yin true chi is too much refining corpse. No half of the charm of the mind. Take the role of Jingyuan. Li Qingshan is secretly scared. Xuan Yin true chi has never been known for its violent reputation. It can be so effective. 9th level chi refining warrior is not easy. Suddenly, a yin shadow shrouded Li Qingshan. A black say giant hand grabbed it. Xamon's right hand is vain. Yin's test. I see where you can go this time. Why should I escape? Li Qingshan said, with a handful of points. Take out cursive sword script, Jing Pure Chi crazy influx, horizontal and vertical, like a knife like a sword, one by one lit. He tried this cursive sword script last time, still in Sunchia City, in 8 Chi refining secrets but 2nd level, now repaired to the 7th level. True Chi has grown 10 times, and cursive sword script is full. Twice a brush stroke, piercing the black say big hand. Sword Chi Jish, black say big hand, inch dissociation. High-grade spirit artifact. Westman was shocked and shouted, black mud vortex. Thick black say true chi, formed a big whirlpool in front of her, spinning at high speed, as if to swallow everything in. This is the most powerful body of magic spell, which is known by Westmen, and is confident that it can withstand the bombardment of any chi refining warrior magic spell. 20 sword chi, in no particular order, pierced the black say whirlpool, and the whirlpool suddenly got up. Westmen's face say dung, full operation magic spell, black mud vortex rotation speed to pinnacle, the 20 sword chi all smashed. A raw, true chi vortex collapsed. Westmen a short body, a sword light from her shoulders, brought a touch of blood. Li Qingshan immediately took out a spiral stones, and Jing pure heaven and earth's primal chi slowly flowed into his within the body along his palm, and true chi quickly recovered. He was also surprised at the heart. He just wanted to block the offensive of the black say big hand. He took the opportunity to escape. I didn't expect the real power of cursive sword script to be so strong. Even a face-up, it hurt a 9th level chi refining warrior. He is too Jing pure. If you change another chi refining warrior, I am afraid that chi refining 5th level can play such a power. Top grade spirit artifact. Westmen's face change. This cursive sword script is still very incomplete, so even if you can't judge the grade, you only know that it is not the same. You are angry and angry. It is a very greedy meaning. This thing is mine, old woman, you don't want to grab it with me. Dongman blinked, closed his eyes, double-handed mantra, mouth swearing, Xuan Yin True Chi, all returned to her side, black water like a tumbling, seemingly life. Li Qingshan raised a sense of crisis in the heart, so that 9th level Qi refining warrior had to be prepared, and it must be a magical spell. But he did not retreat, holding the wind-stitching blade in the backhand, and the X with the foot, gave birth to an air like true Qi, stepping on the stone wall, as if it were flat, walking like a fly, even 7 steps, jumped to the top of the East men's head. The cold light flashed, wind-stitching blade out of the sheath, with the momentum of the broken mountain. West men just magic spell was broken, and there was no time to rescue, or the root originally did not want to rescue, just got a big ugly in front of Dongman, at this time, of course, to find it back, so I stood by and watched. This, the body's body refining technique is really amazing, plus the top-grade spirit artifact, suddenly shot. Maybe even the 6th level Qi refining warrior has his way. Eastmen suddenly opened his eyes, hands clasped, and 4 fingers in the food, 1 finger Li Qingshan, snake curse. Black say true Qi turned into 1,000 black long snakes, swarming, but by the momentum, it is enough for people to stun the liver and gallbladder. The wind-stitching blade is entangled in dozens of black snakes, as if it is trapped in a mud. His body was also entangled in layers, leaving only a human figure. Li Qingshan condensed her mind and pressed all the power on the wind-stitching blade. The line of sight passed through the black say true Qi, and I stared at the top of the head of the East men. I screamed, "Give me a break." A pair of arms suddenly swelled and changed. Cheng Tai King Yin Say, monster Qi broke through the black snake restraint, violently slashed. Just after the renewed smile, Dongman. The expression suddenly became stiff. This is. Ximen also noticed that it was wrong. Mo had a red needle. The needle was small and the aura was very strong. It was a high-grade spirit artifact. High-grade spirit artifact originally is not much. There are fewer needles and it is more difficult to refine. Once refining, the power is endless, not only extremely concealed and fast, but also able to break all the body of the body true Qi, the body of magic spell, in the fight, can instantly kill the Qi refining warrior without the spirit artifact. The flying needle pulled out a thin red line, almost the first come, and stabbed Li Qingshan's head. A skull rosary, flying across, hit the flying needle. The other one turned into a huge skull, biting west. Little and rushed out of the floating soil, jumped out of the darkness, and a sword stabbed the East men's vest. His hands, feet, and swords, attached to 3 spirit talisman, increased her speed and power to the strongest level, only to make this fatal blow. Li Qingshan shows the enemy weak, only to find opportunities, to form such a killing. If you can kill a scorpion first, this battle will win. The East men released a layer upon layer of light, covering her body. The knife and the sword stabbed, and made 2 loud sounds like the big yellow bell, and the tremor was trembled, but it was never broken. Li Qingshan and Little Un borrowed the power of the earthquake and leapt backwards. There was a gap in the sword. I felt sorry in my heart. Dongman had a strong body of spirit artifact. Dongman screamed, flying aside, for years, did not experience such a life and death crisis, if it was not the original price of the middle grade spirit artifact. Mingwang mirror, this is almost Yin Ditch overturned, dying, and looking at the light shield, leaving 2 deep nicks, spiritual Qi greatly reduced, and my heart was even more shocked and angry. Look at Li Qingshan's body shape has been a height, black and iron, double horny protrusions, scarlet hair hanging on the waist. Shouted, this kid has problems, try his best. As soon as he raised his hand, he flew a comb in his sleeve and went up against the wind. He shoveled to Li Qingshan, and the comb flashed, which was also a high-grade spirit artifact. I didn't expect this kid to be so difficult. Even the children of the country's Sexiang are very weird. But she believes that as long as they are serious, 2 chi refining 9th levels, 2 high-grade spirit artifacts, by Li Qingshan are definitely not rivals. Seeing Li Qingshan taking out a spirit talisman, she saw at a glance that it was middle grade's Thunderbolt talisman. Sneer in the heart, not thunderstorm. This middle grade Thunderbolt talisman, even her body, true chi, could not be worn. Confirm that Li Qingshan is already exhaust one's limited abilities. Li Qingshan smiled slightly, and his killings were not over yet. Thunderbolt talisman Jihair, but does not hit the Eastmen, but turned into countless small current Jish. The bright black Dong cave shines, and also illuminates Li Qingshan's 8 talisman stickers, electric light flowing on 8 spirit talisman. At the same time, Jihair, merged into a bucket of thick white lightning, hit the air in the Eastmen. Weak body true chi, cannot stop the points, was broken down. The light heart mirror instantly burst, miserable scream, fall from the air, and smoke from the body. Good Yin poison kid. Westmen saw this scene. His face was blue, deep wrinkles and knots. On one side, I used the high-grade golden armor spirit talisman to resist the skull that swallowed the flame, while applying a flying needle, and then stabbing Li Qingshan, fast and anxious. Skull rosary could not catch up. Li Qingshan face say. His body skyrocketed to 3 feet, reaching out to grab the uncontrolled comb and releasing the spirit turtle dark armor. With a bang, the flying needle pierced the spirit turtle dark armor and stuck in it. Ximen was shocked. Her flying needle could not penetrate the protective body magic spell. Then look at the horrible figure of Li Qingshan. The heart flashed and shouted, "This is the trap of the little slut." At the same time, Little An plunged into the front of Dongmen, stabbed a sword and did not give her any breathing space. A jingle sounded crisp and the sword edge fell on a golden light. On the occasion of the millennium, Dongmen also posted a high-grade golden armor spirit talisman. The high-grade spirit talisman is extremely precious. They are not willing to use it when it is absolutely necessary. Little An is expressionless, and the sleep's sword smashes like a squally shower. His arms are almost blurred, and the golden light fades in an inch. Dongmen was surprised that he was not Liu An, took the opportunity to swallow a healing Yao, holding a spiral stones in his hand and recovering true chi. Although he was black, but a few Thunderbolt talisman was not enough to kill her. Angry and mad, trying to spur Spirit Comb, Li Qingshan's hands in the hands of Spirit Comb trembled, but how can he rival his strength of 2 bulls? Just revealed smile. Suddenly brilliance, comb teeth out dozens of light blades. Power is not under the sword chi of cursive sword script. Doing the speech, it is inevitable, and it is impossible to resist with the spirit turtle dark armor. Dang dang dang, a burst of gold and iron joust sounded sharply. The light blade fell on Li Qingshan's Xung. Bloody for she. Little An didn't look at it. The sword was even more violent. The slim sleeves sword was unbearable, and the inch of cracks, the golden armor spirit talisman of Eastmen's, was also weakened to the extreme, on the broken edge. In Li Qingshan, there are dozens of horrible scars from the cross, and some are deep visible bones. But there is no fatal injury. This kind of injury is nothing to demon. When monster chi rushes, the wound quickly closes and disappears. Dongmen's smug smile just floated up and he was stiff on his face. Impossible, even monster, it's impossible to have such a tough skin. After knowing Li Qingshan's Bull Demon Strong Fist second layer, the strength of Bull Demon skin refining also reached a peak. Yes, practiced. Li Qingshan just said the first word, it crossed the front of the Eastmen. A punch! Exclamation mark at hash. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 200. The 17th chapter kills in one fell swoop. The 17th chapter kills in one fell swoop. Golden armor spirit talisman broken. Eastmen's black face, revealed secretive smile, thin fingers, holding a spirit talisman. Well? Li Qingshan gave a slight glimpse. Spirit talisman Jihair, cold light, cold and overflowing. Kaka kaka, the ice climbed from Li Qingshan's fist to his arm and sealed his body. His fists struggled hard, but he finally couldn't stop in front of Dongman. Li Qingshan's huge body turned into a big ice cube, and his face was still full of horror. The horrible murderous aura that made the Eastmen's near suffocation was also frozen in an instant. Little An, who was on the side, was not spared, and was not allowed to move in the ice. With a hole card and a trump card, it is not just Li Qingshan. Westmen sneered, "You are finally willing to use this top-grade cold char early to know that Dongman has this trump card, only to let her 3 points on weekdays. Today finally got out of buy, could not be renewed." After the annihilation of the Eastmen, but her face was mourning, she cultivated for 100 years, Hua spent a lot of effort, only to accumulate this top-grade spirit talisman. This is the real life-saving character. Even if killed Li Qingshan, afraid it can't make up for her loss. I thought about it, I didn't know it. Let this old ghost die in the trap. I'm not happy. Look at Li Qingshan, the eyes are full of hatred and hate. I can't wait to peel it off and torture it to death. The role of the cold Jiao is not only the ice, but also the freezing of the body, destroying the meridians, almost equal to the Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator. It is impossible to survive. Dongman said, "This kid is very strange, and he is dead." This Li Qingshan is actually a monster. He has hidden monster chi so well, and can pretend to be chi refining warrior. In the blue and white ice, Li Qingshan's eyes suddenly turned. Dongmen dumbstruck said, "He is still not dead, fast hands, or we will die here today." Westmen is also amazed, how is this possible? Hey, Li Qingshan's heart beats like a drum. It's getting faster and faster, blood is arrogant, and the muscles are bulging, making a silent roar. Hey, the ice climbed a crack. Westmen dare to slow down, drive the flying needle, the other hand, straight into the heart of Li Qingshan. The other hand is also holding a top-grade spirit talisman. Suddenly a golden light lit up and shook her eyes. Little An reformed the frozen blood drew into a fire, a spirit talisman affixed to the white bones. High-grade Vajra great strength divine symbol. A huge golden man broke out of the ice, with all 5 officers and a golden sword. The effect is not comparable to the different grades. Spirit talisman. At the core of the golden man, it is a small Ying skeleton, which is illumined by gold, and it is also faintly revealing the gold say, showing some Buddhism intent. Turning to look at the Westmen, there is a hidden the taste of Vajra anger. Ximon's feelings are stagnation, and his heart trembles and is captured. She is a master of charm Huo, to influence others Jing God, herself Jing God natural fierce. At this moment, I was shocked. The divine ability of Tao of the beautiful bones echoes the Vajra great strength divine symbol and delivers an unimaginable power. Vajralux is the Buddhist country protector divine general. Even if it is contaminated with a kind of spirit, it is not something that chi refining warrior can resist. No matter the strength or the Jing God, it is suppressed. Vajra glared and surrendered to the 4 demons. Bodhisattva below eyebrows, compassionate 6 paths. How can Little An let go of such an opportunity? The arrow is close to the Westmen, the skeleton is not sad, the Vajra is even more angry, and the golden sword is held high to destroy all the evil spirits and violently wave. Life and death crisis, let Westmen look back to God. Jin Jian is close at hand, she screamed, cast magic spell, body shed yin true chi, formed a true chi shield. My heart, also pinching out a top-grade spirit talisman, hesitated, and immediately retired, or driven the top-grade spirit talisman. Brush. Vajra smashed the true chi shield and took her hand with top-grade spirit talisman and slammed it down. Westmen held the broken arm and screamed back. He wanted to use true chi to roll back to spirit talisman. Vajra grabbed spirit talisman with one hand and let her true chi rush, and the second sword fell. She didn't dare to stay on time, and she showed a magical spell that accelerated her. She ran to the outside of Dong, but she looked up and saw that Dongman was walking in front of her, and she couldn't help but scream. All this happened only in the blink of an eye. The ice cracked. Jish, Li Qingshan broke out of the ice, shouted, "Where to escape?" "Step forward." Bull Demon Hoof Stamp followed. A crack spread from the bottom of his foot and quickly caught up with the Eastmen, but the goal was not her. The smoke and dust began to collapse, and the Dong cave collapsed, completely sealing the grotto. Dong men just turned around and did not speak. Tiger Demon Killing Howl took out the infinite sound bow wind blade, swept over, rushed her to the stone wall, not yet slipped. Li Qingshan caught up. A fist hit her. Black Mud Vortex. Dongman in this situation, he still can use magic spell, offset most of the strength, still spit out a blood. But Li Qingshan instantly blasted 100 punches, smashed the Black Mud Vortex, and blew her whole person into the stone wall and turned into mud. Li Qingshan rushed back to the first place, and Little Anne was chasing the 4 men to escape. She used the advantage of flying needles to penetrate the body of the golden body, but it hurts Little Anne's sleek skeleton. Westman suddenly saw a pair of red eyes looking at himself. The huge figure quickly approached. Meng on the first level Dead Yin Shadow, cannot help but renewed desperate say. Even without the super level play of Little Anne, Li Qingshan has absolute certainty. Deximen is nowhere to evade by Little Anne and the giant claw catches it, grabs the Westmen, and uses both hands to force one grip. The body of the true Chi is broken. The Westmen also stepped on the footsteps of the Eastmen, and even a scream was not enough to send out. It was broken. Li Qingshan sighed, revealed, smiled. This fight, he won. Because his monster Chi 5 elements is water, so the top grade Cold Jiao, the damage to him is not too big, so that the body also has a large frostbite. If it is a top grade Spirit Talisman, maybe this time is dangerous. There have been many mistakes in this battle. First of all, the power of Cursive Sword script has not been estimated. Otherwise, if it is included in the plan, there should be a chance to seriously hurt or even kill Eastmen. Another one is to underestimate the magical effect of Vajra Great Strength Divine Symbol for Little Anne. Of course, there is no need to be perfect. Li Qingshan is constantly learning war in the war. In contrast, Ximen and Dongman have more mistakes. If they can be prepared from the beginning and do their best, instead of playing the role of Li Xiangshan, at least 5 to make. It was this kind of sloppy attitude that gave Li Qingshan the opportunity to preemptively, without any decent cooperation, but under the constant attack. The result of the failure was almost settled at the beginning. But which 9th level Chi Refining Warrior will be serious about 3rd level Chi Refining Warrior? His biggest weapon, not Cursive Sword script, nor Vajra Great Strength Divine Symbol, but the weakness of this appearance. At any time, he can have without any preparation, preemptive, take the lead. The fire swallowed the bodies of Ximen and Dongman, and returned to Little Anne's body. Then, a little bit of condensed bleeding rue, a sweet smile to Li Qingshan, 200 treasure pouch and 2 high-grade spirit artifact, a top-grade spirit talisman. Li Qingshan restored the human form, opened 100 treasure pouch, and revealed the surprised say, the space inside is vast, he has never seen before, a variety of Danyo Spirit Stones talisman cultivation technique, countless. But there isn't a Chi condensing pills. Instead it is a kind of Danyao named Chi gathering pill. Yao is slightly weaker than Zilu, but it is 10 times stronger than Chi condensing pills, but the impurities are much less. There are thousands of them. There are dozens of other kinds of Danyao, but most of them Li Qingshan was surprised, but it was 2 brocade boxes filled with rune, which contained 2 Yao pills of pale purple say, which glowed with different fragrances, and the roll of the brocade box, which was obviously afraid of the loss of Yao force. Li Qingshan didn't dare to look at it. He quickly closed the box and made 9th level Chi Refining Warrior so cherished. It must not be a good thing, so I have the opportunity to carefully explore the name of this spiritual Yao. Many spirit talisman, except for 2 or 3 high-grade spirit talisman, let Li Qingshan pay a little attention. Others don't have to be fine. Spirit artifact has only 2 pieces. but the difference of one grade is at least 10 times the value. The two high-grade spirit artifacts, Red Flying Needle and Spirit Comb, are worth more than Li Qingshan's, except Cursive Sword Script, the sum of all spirit artifacts. In addition, the spirit stones are not many, only dozens of them. I want them to use all their wealth. This top-grade spirit talisman, high-grade spirit artifact, and the purple say spiritual pill. Li Qingshan grabbed Little Ru his hair, and smiled. We made it. 200 treasure pouch, one with Little said, send. Li Qingshan took out 1,000 grass pills, squatted for a while, and restored True Chi Monster Chi to the best condition before mentioning Wind Stitching Blade, reopening the Dong Cave, and coming to Dong with Little but Qian Rongzi was sitting on the open space not far away, and could not help but be surprised. You have not gone? Qian Rongzi smiled and said, I have to divide the things. I haven't gotten the hand yet, how can I just go? With a calm state, but in fact the tension in my heart, until now, I relaxed, and even more surprised Li Qingshan's strength really killed two 9th level Qi refining warrior. Although men's cultural technique is based on the charm of the enemy, it is not a good fight, but the strength of Qi refining 9th level is not fake. Li Qingshan is more mysterious and unfathomable in her eyes. Looking forward to Little who is next to him, seems to be full of mysterious meaning, cannot help but sigh. This child is still so clean. Little looks at Qian Rongzi and looks at herself and smiles at her. Hello! ! At hash.